Chapter 651. Capture Hao Ren. Okay. Su Han nodded coolly and walked out of the house with Lady Jen. Grandma was baffled. But since Lady Jen said it would take only a while, she thought it was a minor thing. Beckoning to Xie Yujia and the Lu sisters, she said, "Girls, I'm hungry. Can you please make something to eat?" Okay. Xie Yujia and the Lu sisters answered cheerfully. The Lu sisters had sensed masters near the house, but they were not worried since they had seen the power of Lady Jen. Anyway, Lady Jen had given them gifts to show her friendliness, and it seemed she didn't plan to bring Jen Kongming back to the Demon Sea. The Lu sisters had no dealings with Jen Kongming, but with everyone gathering around Hao Ren, people were good to him too. Besides, since Chu Niu had taken Jen Kongming as his disciple, even Lady Jen didn't dare to bring him back to the Demon Sea. She had come to visit Jen Kongming on the Moon Festival Day so that she could spend it with him. While people in the house began to prepare breakfast, Su Han had walked out of the door with Lady Jen. It was drizzling outside. Lady Jen picked up her oil paper umbrella lightly, and the colorful umbrella snapped open, looking exceptionally bright in the rain. Walking beside Lady Jen, Su Han was naturally covered by the umbrella. "How many?" Lady Jen asked Su Han. "6. All peak Qian level," Su Han answered calmly. Lady Jen covered her smile as she said, "Hee hee. It seems like the Dragon God Shrine has conflicts with the metal elemental dragons." "I didn't say that." Su Han glanced at her coldly. In fact, the Dragon God Shrine didn't get along with metal elemental dragons who challenged the management of the Dragon God Shrine due to their great power and unique habits. Besides, they had their own decision-making team, the Elder Council. The 6 metal elemental dragon cultivators who are at peak Qian level were undoubtedly members of the Elder Council. Although Su Han didn't know why they came here, as the regional inspector of East Ocean City, she was displeased that the metal elemental dragons had entered the territory of East Ocean without reporting to her. It was why she had immediately agreed to come out with Lady Jen. "Then, I'll teach them a lesson on behalf of the Dragon God Shrine." Ignoring Su Han's words, Lady Jen floated up. Not as powerful as Lady Jen, Su Han didn't dare to be careless while 6 metal elemental dragons were around them. She flew into the high sky stepping on her longsword. Wah! 6 metal elemental dragon cultivators who were wearing white Taoist robes rushed out from the clouds. Without a word, Su Han shot out a green light with her longsword. As peak Qian level cultivators in the Elder Council, they should know the rules of the Dragon God Shrine. They had appeared in East Ocean City, showing no regard for the Dragon God Shrine. Boom! The green light suddenly split into 6 pieces, shooting toward the 6 metal elemental dragon cultivators. The 6 metal elemental dragon cultivators immediately blocked the green light, but they felt their arms stinging from the attack, which surprised them. This longsword that was refined from the white jade sword had a Thunder Rock tailbone melted into it. Thunder Rock had the highest flight speed among demon beasts, and it possessed lightning properties. That was why the attacks from this longsword contained some natural lightning energy. "Don't get us wrong, Inspector Su. We came here to do some investigating," one of the metal elemental dragon cultivators said to Su Han. Stepping on the longsword, Su Han looked at them coldly. Since she had been immersed in cultivation, she didn't know about Wang Shitung's death in East Ocean City, and the Dragon God Shrine didn't release the news. The 6 metal elemental dragon cultivators secretly checked the realm of the beautiful woman who was standing beside Su Han and found that she was just a mid-tier Qian level cultivator. Therefore, they disregarded her and turned their gazes back to Su Han. When they saw Su Han remain cold, they said after a moment of consideration, "A metal elemental dragon cultivator died in East Ocean City, and we came to investigate this issue." As members of the Elder Council and peak Qian level cultivators, they had gotten the news of Wang Shitung's death in East Ocean City after a few days. They had planned to keep clear of the spies of the Dragon God Shrine and the regional inspector of East Ocean City to catch Hao Ren, who was the biggest suspect. However, they didn't expect Su Han to be here. "Oh? A cultivator was killed?" Surprised, Su Han looked at them and said, "Since it happened in East Ocean City, it's my job to investigate it, not yours." The 6 metal elemental dragon cultivators looked at each other angrily. It was a big issue that Wang Shitung, a peak Qian level cultivator who could potentially charge into the heavenly dragon realm, suddenly died in East Ocean City. That was why the 6 of them came together. After all, no one had dared to kill metal elemental dragon cultivators in the past hundreds of years, let alone a peak Qian level metal elemental dragon cultivator. Since Su Han had half of the metal elemental dragon bloodline and was the regional inspector representing the dragon god shrine, they had compromised by explaining it to Su Han. However, Su Han was still aggressive. On the other hand, Su Han was angry that the metal elemental dragon cultivators entered East Ocean City to catch cultivators without warning. They were indeed arrogant. It was a big case that a metal elemental dragon cultivator was killed in East Ocean City. If the metal elemental dragons had given a heads up to the dragon god shrine or Su Han, they probably would have allowed the metal elemental dragons to do the investigation. To tell the truth, the cultivator was Wang Shiting, a peak Qian level cultivator from our elder council, they continued. Peak Qian level, Su Han froze for a moment and thought, no wonder the metal elemental dragon clan sent 6 peak Qian level masters to investigate the death of the cultivator. However, who has the ability to kill such a master in East Ocean City, especially when the master was from the most powerful metal elemental dragon clan? After some investigating, we found that the cultivator who is related to the case of Wang Shitung is in this house. We have come to invite this cultivator to help us investigate this issue. One of the metal elemental dragon cultivators continued as he pointed at the small seaside house which was Hao Ren's home. Meanwhile, they released powerful auras. Standing on the longsword, Su Han lost her balance and was sent flying dozens of meters. The 6 metal elemental dragon cultivators came here to catch Hao Ren. Since Hao Ren was an inspector of the dragon god shrine, they had concealed their auras in East Ocean City so that they wouldn't alert the dragon god shrine. Now that Su Han wouldn't allow them to do their investigation, they didn't need to conceal their strengths anymore. Standing dozens of meters behind Su Han, Lady Zhen lifted her palm and touched Su Han's back lightly, stopping her backward momentum. Humph! The 6 metal elemental dragon cultivators snorted arrogantly and dashed toward the house. Capturing a cultivator who was below Dewey level didn't need the 6 of them to come together. However, worried that the powerful figure who had killed Wang Shitung was still in East Ocean City, they had come to East Ocean City together. After searching repeatedly, they had found no presence of a supermaster around. In their minds, they would get some clues as to who had killed Wang Shitung if they captured Hao Ren and interrogated him. As one of the 8 elders of the Elder Council, Wang Shitung's death was absolutely a big issue. If they captured Hao Ren, they didn't think that the Dragon God Shrine would get angry at metal elemental dragons for a small inspector. However, if they had consulted with the Dragon God Shrine before they investigated the inspector, then things would get complicated. For metal elemental dragon cultivators, the fastest and most direct way to solve problems was by brute force. How dare you! Su Han suddenly understood that the cultivator whom they planned to catch was probably Hao Ren. Her longsword shot out 3 ice frost beams, trying to block the 6 metal elemental dragons. The 6 metal elemental dragon cultivators suddenly appeared in East Ocean City and had dodged the spies of the Dragon God Shrine on purpose to catch Hao Ren, an inspector of the Dragon God Shrine and the commanding general of the East Ocean Dragon Clan. Right now, except for Hao Ren, the Lu sisters, and other cultivators, there were still 3 mortals including Yu Yang, Hao Zonghua, and Grandma in the house. After losing a peak Qian level elder, the metal elemental dragon clan got so furious and humiliated that they ignored all the rules. If the battle began, the cultivators such as Hao Ren and Xie Yujia would be okay, but the mortals like Grandma would be in danger. Worried, Su Han shot out 3 ice frost beams again. The 6 metal elemental dragon cultivators were here to capture the person they want and then return to their respective caves. The Dragon God Shrine could do nothing to them after the whole thing. Without the dragon palaces behind them, the metal elemental dragon cultivators lived in their caves. If they caught Hao Ren, the Dragon God Shrine wouldn't be able to find a way to negotiate with them. The Dragon God Shrine would either have to strike these 6 peak Qian level cultivators or declare war against all the metal elemental dragons. Bang! 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 The metal elemental dragon cultivators shattered the 3 ice beams condensed by Su Han's nature essence. She was only at top-tier Qian level. Even if she had reached peak Qian level, she wouldn't be able to defeat these 6 old men. Wang Shitung was the weakest one among the 8 peak Qian level masters in the Elder Council. These 6 metal elemental dragon cultivators had reached peak Qian level hundreds of years ago. The Taiyi cave master had his own plan and thus didn't come with them, but the 6 metal elemental dragon cultivators didn't think that a regional inspector could block them. 6 white lights shot past Su Han. Standing behind Su Han, Lady Zhen was closer to the house. Since the 6 metal elemental dragon cultivators knew that Su Han was a high-level inspector, they didn't continue attacking her. However, they found the smiling woman who was floating in front of them an eyesore. Wah! 6 white lights shot toward Lady Zhen. Lady Zhen didn't move while the precious stones embroidered on her colorful traditional dress lit up slightly. As if the 6 blinding white lights had shot into cotton, not even moving a corner of the dress. He, Lady Zhen covered her smile and said, "You attacked me first." Her pretty hand picked up her oil paper umbrella lightly. Boom! More powerful than the soul formation realm. Chapter 652. Master amongst masters. Impossible. Sensing the powerful presence beyond their imagination, the 6 metal elemental dragon cultivators were stunned. Such an aura surpassed the heavenly dragon realm and the soul formation realm, and it shouldn't be found in this world. They thought that it must have been faked through some special technique. As cultivators who had reached peak Qian level after the traditional life and death training from the metal elemental dragon clan, they circulated their nature essence to their limits and launched 6 white lights as thick as arms without hesitation. The 6 metal elemental dragon cultivators of peak Qian level all launched attacks with their full force. Holding her oil paper umbrella, Lady Zhen still stood there and didn't dodge. When the 6 white lights struck her body, her colorful dress brightened a bit, and the 6 lights vanished. Lady Zhen was covered in ultimate treasures. She had made this colorful treasured garment when she was bored, and it was in the same style as the dress that she had given to Zhao Yanzi. While Zhao Yanzi's dress could only defend against attacks from ordinary nascent soul realm cultivators, this dress could easily block violent strikes from peak Qian level cultivators. Even the soul formation realm cultivators couldn't break this colorful treasure garment with ease. The attacks from peak Qian level cultivators didn't even break one golden thread on the garment. The 6 metal elemental dragon cultivators looked at each other and were astonishment. After they reached peak Qian level, they rarely met people who could rival them below 5th heaven. However, the combined force of the 6 of them couldn't even damage Lady Zhen's dress. What terrifying power was that? Could she be a cultivator from the above realm? They thought. Little peak Qian level cultivators. I'm not interested in fighting you. Lady Zhen lifted her white hand and yawned. You can catch anyone you want. But while I'm visiting this place, don't spoil my fun. When she said those last words, her tone became stern. The 6 metal elemental dragon cultivators shook violently, sensing a crazy suppression that they had never felt before. They shivered with fear like kittens facing a tiger. Lady Zhen opened her right hand, and the oil paper umbrella that had floral patterns on them flew up in the wind. The ordinary raindrops that were falling on the surface of the umbrella suddenly changed into golden raindrops and dashed outward. Swoosh, these raindrops were faster than bullets. Su Han walked closer to Lady Zhen and stood under the umbrella while the raindrops attacked the 6 metal elemental dragon cultivators. Supreme spiritual treasure. The 6 metal elemental dragon cultivators almost yelled. While the oil paper umbrella spun slowing in the air, the raindrops that fell on it were bounced off continuously with golden lights. One of the metal elemental dragon cultivators had his shoulder pierced by one raindrop. They immediately took out their Dharma treasures to block, but their powerful Dharma treasures were shattered when they touched the golden lights which were formed by the raindrops. You have fun. With a smile, Lady Zhen took Su Han's hand and floated toward the house. Hovering in the air, the oil paper umbrella was still turning slowly. The 6 metal elemental dragon cultivators tried to flee, but they couldn't move. Pooh! They spat out a mouthful of essence blood to cast their secret techniques. However, when they flew only about a dozen meters higher, they were knocked back by an invisible wall. The raindrops fell on the umbrella steadily, and the golden lights bouncing off the umbrella forced them to scramble to dodge. They were like small wild beasts that were locked in a cage and were shot at by bullets. Lady Zhen landed on the ground while pulling Su Han with her. With a wave of her hand, another oil paper umbrella appeared in her palm. Su Han looked up and saw that oil paper umbrella still hovering in the high sky. It looked ordinary, but the golden lights it shot out forced the 6 metal elemental dragon cultivators to block with full force. The top-tier masters of the metal elemental dragon clan were completely under Lady Jen's control. If the attacks continued, they would be seriously wounded or even killed. Su Han glanced at Lady Jen, sensing the power of an eternal demon king. With such little strength, how can you fight Chu Niu? Lady Jen said lightly and pointed at Su Han's inner elbow. Su Han's jade longsword suddenly flew up, and Lady Jen touched the handle with her finger. Hum. The jade longsword buzzed as there was a sudden addition of a trace of nature essence. Su Han caught the longsword and suddenly felt the intense lightning energy. The trace of demonic soul contained in the thunder rock tailbone in the sword handle was activated, and the longsword seemed to be alive. The power of Su Han's natal Dharma treasure doubled. With the longsword in her hand, Su Han looked at Lady Jen in surprise. I met your mom once and even fought with her. You, Lady Jen glanced at Su Han and continued, look like your mom. Su Han looked at Lady Jen in confusion, wondering if she were telling the truth. She looked at the high sky again and saw the slowly turning oil paper umbrella had expanded and had a diameter of hundreds of meters. The 6 metal elemental dragon cultivators had been forced to the edge of the oil paper umbrella, and each of them was covered in wounds. The dense raindrops landing on the umbrella were bounced off as thick golden lights. The huge umbrella could block hundreds of cultivators of peak Qian level, let alone 6 of them. With the aid of the raindrops, the oil paper umbrella was an unrivaled killing tool. However, it was only for blocking the rain for Lady Jen. She had 7 colorful traditional dresses for her to change into any time, and she had over a dozen similar oil paper umbrellas to choose according to the patterns on them and her moods. She didn't want to kill the 6 metal elemental dragon cultivators to spoil her good mood and dirty one of her favorite oil paper umbrellas with blood. We are back. Lady Jen pushed open the door and said with a smile. She leaned the umbrella against the door and said, I wanted to buy some fruit and asked little Sue to be my guide, but we couldn't find any grocery stores. Forget the fruits. Grandma waved her hand. You've brought so many gifts already. Lady Jen and Su Han had been outside for only a few minutes, but that was enough for Lady Jen to defeat 6 metal elemental dragon cultivators who were at peak Qian level. However, she didn't like killing nor wanted to solve the problem for the Dragon God Shrine. If these tough metal elemental dragons were killed, the Dragon God Shrine would get all the benefit while she got nothing from it. It would be worse if Chu Niu blamed her for it after he came out of seclusion cultivation. However, if she killed anyone who messed with Zhen Kongming, Chu Niu wouldn't have any objections to that. Standing at the window, Hao Ren looked at the huge spinning umbrella and the 6 black dots which were scrambling to dodge the attacks. He knew it was Lady Jen's doing. Little Jen, come and eat some Tangwan Yuan. Grandma called out to Lady Jen. Okay. Lady Jen looked at Duan Yao who had been sitting alone and said, Yao, come and eat together. Wearing Zhao Yanzi's middle school uniform, Duan Yao walked over slowly and sat beside Lady Jen, ignoring everyone in the house except Lady Jen. Grandma didn't like her due to her dull expression. However, she couldn't neglect the girl who was brought by Lady Jen and handed her a bowl full of Tang Yuan. After taking the bowl, Duan Yao didn't even say thank you. She was determined to kill Hao Ren but felt a bit hesitant when she saw Hao Ren's parents and grandma. Born in Sky Mountain sect with parents as cultivators, she had experienced little warmth from her family. When Sky Mountain sect was in danger, she was sent to Ethereal Summit to take the blame without asking for her opinion. However, if Hao Ren died, his family would be sad, right? She thought. Yao, if you find them too hot, you can wait for a while before eating, Hao Zonghua said when he saw Duan Yao keeping silent with the bowl in her hands. With her cute face, Duan Yao looked like an ordinary middle school girl in Zhao Yanzi's school uniform. Hao Zonghua paid special attention to her since she seemed shy. Humph. Duan Yao glanced at Hao Zonghua and walked to the sofa in the living with the bowl of Tang Yuan. She sat there alone and ate the sesame Tang Yuan quietly. Made by Grandma, the Tang Yuan were soft and tasty. As the daughter of the Sky Mountain sect master, Duan Yao had eaten all kinds of delicacies on 6 Heaven, but she had never tasted such delicious food. After eating a bowl of tang yuan, Hao Ren turned to look at Duan Yao, who was sitting in one corner of the living room, almost mistaking her for Zhao Yanzi. However, Zhao Yanzi was talking with the Lu sisters while wearing the colorful high-waisted traditional dress. They were such a great contrast. They were of the same age but had different lives. Lady Zhen was indeed powerful, but she did things on a whim. From fifth heaven to the demon sea, it was one battlefield to another for her. After finishing the bowl, Duan Yao held the empty bowl in her hands. Still hungry, she was too embarrassed to walk over, so she sat there dully, staring at the empty bowl. Lady Zhen was talking with Xie Yujia. Grandma was talking with Su Han. Yu Yang and Hao Zonghua were asking Zhao Yanzi about her studies. No one paid attention to Duan Yao. After a moment of consideration, Hao Ren walked over. Seeing Hao Ren walking over, Duan Yao sat up straight nervously. If it were in the past, she would have taken out a knife and pointed it at Hao Ren, but now she had no weapon nor nature essence. If you are hungry, I'll get more for you. Hao Ren took the empty bowl from her hand and walked to the kitchen. Blinking her big eyes, Duan Yao looked at him in surprise while her facial expression turned stiff. Lady Zhen, who had been talking with Xie Yujia, glanced at them with squinted eyes, wondering if Duan Yao, her disciple and the future lampwick of the Kunlun godly lamp, liked Hao Ren. Boom! The oil paper umbrella that was spinning slowly in the high sky suddenly shattered. The strong nature essence fluctuations created many ocean waves, and even Hao Ren's home shook slightly under the force. The 6 metal elemental dragon cultivators got out of the trap. They had thought that they would die under the suppression of the supreme spiritual treasure, but the heavenly dragon whom they worshipped helped them. Chapter 653. A magnificent appearance. Wah! The rain that was blocked by Lady Zhen's oil paper umbrella came pouring straight down. Grandma turned toward the window and said, "That thunder was so scary. Ah, it's raining now." Hao Zonghua sat near the window, so he also looked outside. 6 golden flying dragons scattered everywhere from one spot. Ah? Hao Zonghua rubbed his eyes immediately and looked at the sky carefully again, and he only saw the pitch-black sky with nothing but dark clouds. Lady Zhen pouted her pretty mouth as she held the spoon with her pinky finger up. She slowly bit into a sweet tang yuan. It wasn't worth it for her to get into a big fight with a metal elemental heavenly dragon for a broken umbrella. On top of that, those 6 peak Qian level, metal elemental dragon cultivators weren't targeting her. They wouldn't have lived until now if they came straight for her. Humph, I knew that dragon was nearby, but he seems to be more powerful than when he first became a heavenly dragon, which was hundreds of years ago. Lady Zhen thought as she put another sweet tang yuan in her mouth. She had more important things to do on this trip, so it was not necessary to become enemy with this heavenly dragon. Trapping 6 peak Qian level, metal elemental dragon cultivators was only a small issue for this heavenly dragon. She walked to the window and looked outside. The heavenly dragon had already left. Hao Ren heard the loud noise and looked outside, but the sky became a bit brighter than before even though the rain kept going. He got a bowl of sweet tang yuan and walked back over to Duan Yao. Duan Yao looked up at him, but she kept her hands down, afraid to take the bowl. Then, she looked out of the window and stood up all of a sudden, walking past Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujia and trying to open the back door. There was a small cement area outside the back door. It was close to the kitchen and facing the ocean. Grandma usually cleaned up the vegetables or sun-dried some turnips there. At this moment, the clouds traveled around in the sky as raindrops fell off the clouds. The shoreline was gray, and there was only black and white between the sky and the land. Duan Yao stood in the chilly wind outside the door, staring into the scenery. It was neither magnificent nor beautiful. She lived on 6th heaven where it was spring all year round. Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi were both envious of such a pleasant paradise-like place. However, Duan Yao had never encountered rain before, nor had she seen things such as snow and frost. There were only fogs formed from concentrated nature essence, and there was no change of seasons. She reached out her hand to touch the cold raindrops that were falling from the sky, feeling lost. She was a bit curious, a bit excited, and a bit empty inside. Rain, this is rain, she had absolutely no concept of it before. If she still had nature essence, she would love to step on her flying sword and go around the vast rainy ocean. The ocean was also something that she had never seen before. The most amount of water she had seen were the lakes between the mountains. The cultivation sects moved their mountains on and above fifth heaven, but they couldn't bring the ocean along. Neither could they bring the change of seasons from the land. Duan Yao was a bit excited. She suddenly realized that it was a world completely different from her world. Zhao Yanzi stood in the room and looked at Duan Yao through the glass door. She gritted her teeth and thought, this bad girl must be wetting my clothes on purpose. Hao Ren stood in the living room and watched Duan Yan. He somewhat understood the surprise and lost in Duan Yan's eyes. Come back inside, Yao. It's cold outside, Lady Zhen shouted. Duan Yao quickly turned around at her call, opened the door, and went back into the house. Her hands and feet were wet. Even her cheek was red from the cold raindrops. Grandma looked at her, confused, and thought, is there anything wrong with this girl? She is acting a bit silly. Come here and wipe yourself dry. The ocean is pretty, right? Yu Yang handed Duan Yao a towel. She noticed that Duan Yao was a little girl who came with Lady Zhen. She assumed that this little girl had come from an inland city, and she had never seen the ocean. Duan Yao kept quiet as she picked up the towel and started wiping her own cheeks. Her cheek was smooth after being wetted by the rain. But Yu Yang was still a little worried about her since she was a mother. This little girl doesn't talk much, but there is a hint of sadness on her face, Yu Yang thought. She was very attentive. She could understand Zhao Yanzi and also Duan Yao. We are here, Auntie. A pleasant shout sounded at the door as Yu Yang was watching over Duan Yao. Zhao Guang and Zhao Hongyu walked inside with a lot of presents in their hands. Haha, finally. Grandma smiled when she saw Zhao Guang and Zhao Hongyu. You shouldn't have bought anything, she said. We should have. We are the guests. Zhao Hongyu placed the gifts at the corner as she noticed two other people she hadn't met before, Lady Zhen and Duan Yao. Kongming's mom is here too, and this is Kongming's cousin. You should know each other since you are relatives, right? Grandma said with a smile. Oh, you are here too. Zhao Hongyu quickly realized what was going on, so she walked over to nudge Lady Zhen's arm. When Zhao Hongyu brought Zhen Kongming over, she said that he was her nephew. Therefore, Grandma assumed that Lady Zhen and Zhao Hongyu knew each other. Sister Hongyu, thank you for taking care of Kongming, Lady Zhen said as she smiled lightly. This comment scared Zhao Hongyu. Zhen Kongming was a little demon king who had already transformed, so she knew that Lady Zhen was a big demon king from the Demon Sea. This demon king suddenly appeared in East Ocean City at Hao Ren's home, which fully alerted Zhao Hongyu. If she interpreted Lady Zhen's words in a nice way, the latter was thanking them for taking care of Zhen Kongming when he and Chu Niu stayed at the East Ocean Dragon Palace. Zhao Guang looked at Lady Zhen and realized Zhao Yanzi was wearing the same kind of dress as her. He got a bit mad. Zhen Kongming was Chu Niu's disciple, so his identity was a bit special. However, Zhen Kongming's mom was a big demon king in the Demon Sea, so it was inappropriate for Zhao Yanzi to wear the same kind of clothes. They planned to come to Hao Ren's home a bit later, but they noticed some irregularities by the seashore. That was why they arrived at Hao Ren's place earlier, which was before noon. Zhao Yanzi noticed Zhao Guang's stern look, but she didn't know what mistake she made. She secretly moved to Hao Ren's side. You are just in time, Hongyu. Let's eat lunch at home. The moon festival has to be lively like this. Grandma smiled at Zhao Hongyu as she wrapped her arms around hers. Zhao Hongyu looked at Duan Yao who was in Zhao Yanzi's school uniform and smiled towards Grandma as she said, okay. Yujia, Linlin, and Lily can help me out. Zhen Kongming's mom showing up alerted Zhao Hongyu. This was East Ocean Dragon Clan's turf after all, and the forces in the Demon Sea had always battled the East Ocean Dragon Clan on the border. They were friendly toward each other. Okay, Auntie. Xie Yujia and the Lu sisters answered immediately at Zhao Hongyu's words. Let me help you, Hongyu. Yu Yang rolled her sleeves up and said pleasantly. Lady Zhen was so astonishingly beautiful that she gave Yu Yang a lot of pressure. Therefore, the latter found Zhao Hongyu a lot nicer. They all went into the kitchen and coordinated with each other in cutting and cleaning the vegetables. They had never entertained so many guests since Grandma moved into the house. This moon festival was extraordinarily lively. Change your clothes back, Zhao Guang said to Zhao Yanzi. Zhao Yanzi pouted since she was unconvinced, but she didn't dare to say no to Zhao Guang's order. Therefore, she dragged Duan Yao, and they went into Xie Yujia's room. She liked this colorful dress a lot, but she had to return it since her dad didn't allow her to take it. A moment later, Zhao Yanzi changed back into her uniform, and Duan Yao got back her colorful dress. Duan Yao went back to the living room and saw Zhao Guang's stern face. Suddenly, she felt a connection with Zhao Yanzi. She learned that Zhao Yanzi was the princess of the East Ocean Dragon Palace. In terms of territory and military force, the East Ocean Dragon Palace was much stronger than Sky Mountain sect. "I want to rest, Grandma." Zhao Yanzi appeared to be very grumpy, and she dragged Hao Ren towards the second floor. She just received a pretty dress which she liked, but her dad forced her to return it. She was very upset. "I would be marrying Hao Ren in the future anyway, so I won't have to abide by Dad's rules anymore," she thought. Zhao Guang didn't know that the dress which Lady Zhen gave to Zhao Yanzi could defend against nascent Soul Realm cultivators' attacks easily. Its power was no less than a supreme spiritual treasure. The East Ocean Dragon Palace didn't really have a treasure that was as powerful as that dress. "You only want to play. You are already in grade 9. Zhang Guang squinted his eyes as Zhao Yanzi gave him an attitude. Alright, it's the Moon Festival today. You should give Z a break." Grandma waved and said, trying to help the situation. Zhao Guang suppressed his anger as he looked at Grandma. He was the East Ocean Dragon King, yet he considered Hao Ren's grandma's mood. It seemed like Grandma was such a big deal. "Little Z, I'll give you another gift if you don't want the dress." Lady Zhen took an object out of her purse and threw it to Zhao Yanzi. Zhao Yanzi had already walked to the stairs, but she reached out her hand and caught it. It was a very golden bracelet with a heart-shaped pendant on it. Zhao Guang looked at Zhao Yanzi, and he suddenly lost his ability to speak right before he was going to ask Zhao Yanzi to return it. It felt like he had been frozen. "I'll take your life even though you are the East Ocean Dragon King if you dare to embarrass me," Lady Zhen said to Zhao Guang lightly. Zhao Guang was about to use his nature essence to get rid of Princess Zhen's suppress, but her voice came into his ears again. "Your younger brother is cultivating in the Demon Sea. It was me who ordered the demon beasts not to kill him. I like Hao Ren, and I have to give him some credit since he is the commanding general of East Ocean. You are all very nice to Kongming, so why don't we just stay peaceful between the Demon Sea and the East Ocean Dragon Palace? There will never be demon beasts above level 6 at the west and east borders of the Demon Sea since there are soldiers of East Ocean guarding them. How does that sound?" Zhen Guang looked at Lady Zhen in surprise. He thought for a bit and slightly nodded. He didn't know that Lady Zhen was an eternal demon king who could control all the high-level demon beasts in the Demon Sea. Seeing Zhao Guang didn't say anything, Zhao Yanzi stood on the stairs and put away the bracelet, which was even prettier than that dress. She said sweetly, "Thank you, Auntie. Yao, go play with Z." Lady Zhen noticed that Duan Yao was spacing out, so she said to her with a cheerful smile. The East Ocean Dragon Clan was the strongest amongst all 4 Ocean Dragon Clans. It was also in charge of a large ocean area of the West Ocean Dragon Clan. Its strength would be a few times stronger if they took that super powerful treasure back to the East Ocean Dragon Palace. Lady Zhen was one of the top 10 Demon King's wife, and she needed to form an alliance with the East Ocean Dragon Palace in order to take control of the entire Demon Sea. This was the reason why she came to Hao Ren's home. Hao Ren was the medium, and all powers needed to go through him. Chapter 654. You all get presents. Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi entered the room, and Duan Yao slowly followed them in her colorful dress. Zhao Yanzi looked back at her with a vicious expression, but she didn't force her to get out of the room. Lady Zhen gave her a beautiful present, so she didn't want to be mean to Duan Yao. Seeing Zhao Yanzi's expression, Duan Yao's pride was triggered, so she stared back at Zhao Yanzi viciously as well. She had been brought down many times and was very sad, but she was still as stubborn as before. Although she couldn't win a fight against Zhao Yanzi, she wasn't scared of her. Hao Ren's room was a bit messy, yet it was still tidier than most guys' rooms. There was a nice fragrance in the room, and Hao Ren didn't know if it were because Su Han spent a night here. Duan Yao wasn't used to all the strangers in the living room, so she followed them into Hao Ren's room according to Lady Zhen's suggestion. She had her eyes wide open, scanning Hao Ren's room. There was a square bookshelf, a large bed, a weird-looking lamp on the desk, and a three-piece iron object hanging on the ceiling, looking like a giant secret weapon. In Sky Mountain Sect's view, mortals were like ants. Immortal cultivators shouldn't care about mortals at all. After all, who would choose to be a mortal if they could just cultivate? But, the mortal world was completely different from Duan Yao's imagination. Beep. The sound of the computer starting up startled Duan Yao. Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi were both very familiar with the computer, but it seemed like a transforming, powerful treasure to Duan Yao, and it made her clench her fists. Zhao Yanzi completely ignored Duan Yao, who was at the door. She quickly pulled a chair in front of the computer and clicked open the game, Angry Bird, on the desktop. She used to hide in her room to play games every night. However, she didn't have a chance to touch a computer since she was now boarding at Ling Jiao Middle School. Hao Ren looked at Duan Yao, who was at the door, and didn't invite her in, and then he pulled a chair over and sat down as well. There were elders in the living room, so he wanted to hide in the room for a break as well. Let me do it. Let me do it. Zhao Yanzi grabbed the mouse and carefully measured the distance on the screen before shooting out the bird. Duan Yao's eyesight was extremely good. She stayed at the door and saw cartoon figures flashing around on the square object. However, she was still cautious about it. So silly. Seeing that Zhao Yanzi couldn't get past the level 2 times in a row, Hao Ren grabbed the mouse to demonstrate how to pass the level. Zhao Yanzi was good at arcade games, but she wasn't very good at computer games. Hao Ren tried twice and passed the level successfully. I'll do the next one. Zhao Yanzi squeezed Hao Ren away with her body and took back the mouse. Duan Yao stood at the door as she watched them fight intimately over the game, and she got a bit jealous. She was the most popular girl in Sky Mountain Sect, but all those disciples were pursuing her because she was the only daughter of the sect master. Yi Yan, the senior disciple of Sky Mountain who claimed to be willing to take care of her for the rest of her life, also avoided her as if she had some sort of plague when he learned that she would be sent to Ethereal Summit. Haha. I passed. Zhao Yanzi messed around with it and passed the level. She was so happy that she started to dance around in the chair. Duan Yao slowly moved over and carefully walked along Hao Ren's bed before sitting down cautiously. The mattress made the bed somewhat soft, and Duan Yao panicked for half a second before she finally calmed down and sat down. Zhao Yanzi turned around and snorted lightly when she saw that Duan Yao had moved over. Duan Yao gritted her teeth. However, she still stared at the computer screen curiously. The characters in this popular game were well known by almost everyone. However, it was the first time that Duan Yao saw these cartoon characters. She was the same age as Zhao Yanzi, yet she seemed more like a child. She found everything interesting. This curiosity killed some of the hatred that she had for Zhao Yanzi and Hao Ren to some extent. So, there is life like this outside of fighting and killing, she thought. Zhao Yanzi ignored her and clicked into the next level, and her shoulder touched Hao Ren's as she played attentively. Duan Yao sat in the back and watched quietly for a while. She understood the basic of this game, and she really wanted to try it herself. However, she knew that she didn't have a chance. Therefore, she just sat there and stared at it. Here, try it yourself. Zhao Yanzi's hand was getting sore, so she invited Duan Yao to have a try as she noticed that the latter was staring at the screen carefully. No. Duan Yao turned away immediately. Zhao Yanzi offered Duan Yao the chance to play the game out of pity, but she got rejected. She rolled her eyes in anger and said, "You." Duan Yao ignored her and stood up. Then, she walked to the balcony outside of Hao Ren's room. The storm had already turned into a drizzle, and it was already brighter than before. Duan Yao looked into the distance as she knew that she would have to return to the Demon Sea with Lady Zhen soon. Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi were her enemies, and she sure would be coming back for revenge in the future. She felt especially jealous when she saw them spending time together happily. The drizzling raindrops automatically fell away as they got near the dress that Lady Zhen gave her. She looked up into the sky and knew that she would never want to go back to the cultivation world on and above fifth heaven. She bit her lips and went back into the room. Zhao Yanzi and Hao Ren were playing a new game, and Duan Yao walked past them to check out the bookshelf. She hadn't seen any of the books on there before. They were all in different style and alignments. She quickly took one book off the shelf as Zhao Yanzi and Hao Ren were playing the game, and she secretly scanned through the book. Hao Ren noticed that she grabbed a book, Advanced Maths, and he knew that she wouldn't be able to understand anything. Therefore, he simply left her alone. Sure enough, Duan Yao didn't understand any of those runes written everywhere in the book. She took another look at Hao Ren, finding him more mysterious. She quietly put it back onto the shelf and picked a more colorful one. It was a colored comic book that Hao Ren bought when he was in middle school. Duan Yao flipped through a few pages, and she found it very amusing even though she didn't quite get it. Since Hao Ren didn't pay attention to her, she secretly hid the comic book under her shirt. As a matter of fact, Hao Ren was paying attention to her every single move. He pretended not to have seen anything when she sneaked the comic book under her shirt as if it were a high-leveled technique. It was a random comic book that he bought during his middle school years. He didn't get the full collection, and it had been lying on the shelf for several years. There was no other use for it other than to retain some of the memory of his middle school years. Ren, time for dinner, Zhao Hongyu shouted from downstairs. Coming. Zhao Yanzi and Hao Ren answered together. Duan Yao was afraid that Hao Ren would notice the missing book, so she put on a poker face and dashed out of the room as quickly as possible. 2 tables were put together to make a large one in the living room, and there were many chairs set around it. Zhao Guang had been the East Ocean Dragon King for many years, and it was his first time dining with a big demon king. Duan Yao sat close to Lady Zhao and looked at everyone carefully. Su Han was in a white cotton shirt with a ponytail behind her head, and she looked very agile. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily had a very traditional Chinese hairstyle. However, they dressed casually. Xie Yujia had a ponytail to the side of her head, and she tied it together with a hairband that had a flower on it, looking very pretty. Zhen Kongming changed into a traditional Tang outfit and looked very handsome. Little White walked around the room and hung out with everyone for a bit except for Lady Zhen. It was scared of her. They chatted about random topics which weren't important at all. However, they all enjoyed the chat very much. Hao Zonghua was Grandma's only child, and Hao Ren was his only child. Since this was the case, Grandma spoiled Hao Ren a lot, but the house had always been quiet. Yu Yang was also the only daughter in her family. Since both of her parents had passed away, she didn't have many relatives on her side. Grandma had spent many moon festivals with only a few people, yet this year's celebration was especially lively, so she was delighted. Now, she wanted Hao Ren to increase the number of people in the family more. Therefore, Grandma took special care of the girls as well. She tried to inspect the girls for Hao Ren personally, but she realized that each one of them was good. Su Han used to stay on her own, and it was her first time having lunch at Hao Ren's house. She felt a bit strange. Hao Ren's grandma sat on her side and held her hand as she chatted with her, and it seemed like she liked Su Han a lot. It was also Duan Yao's first time dining with mortals as well. Her black eyes rolled around as if she were a little sparrow, and she looked more than she ate. The elders liked Xie Yujia a lot. Hao Ren's parents and Zhao Yanzi's parents kept asking her questions about her life. She blushed as she answered each question politely. Zhao Yanzi, on the other hand, kept chatting with Hao Ren. Although it was raining outside, the atmosphere in the house was very nice. Lady Zhen had some tea after lunch, and she chatted with Grandma for a bit before she said that she was going to leave. Don't worry, little Zhen. Wait until you have dinner here. Grandma had an excellent impression of Lady Zhen, so she grabbed her wrist, trying to make her stay. If it were another mortal or cultivator, they would have been dead. However, she didn't mind Grandma pulling her at all. She smiled charmingly and said, I have to go see another friend this time. Actually, I shouldn't bring Yao with me. Is it okay for her to spend the night here? Okay. Let her stay here, Grandma answered directly. Lady Zhen showed her trust as she left Duan Yao here. How could Grandma say no to that? Yao, behave yourself tonight, and I will come to pick you up tomorrow, Lady Zhen said to Duan Yao. Duan Yao looked at Lady Zhen in surprise as she didn't expect her to leave her there. Goodbye, everyone. Lady Zhen picked up the umbrella. She waved elegantly and stepped out the door with her oil paper umbrella. I'm heading back too, Grandma, Su Han said abruptly. She spent the night at Hao Ren's house and had a moon festival meal here too. She would have never imagined doing all these. However, she got a sense of breakthrough after slow cultivation for a while. She needed to go back home to continue with her cultivation. Little Su wants to go back too. Grandma held Su Han's hand, not wanting her to leave. Grandma kept it in mind that Su Han drove her to the countryside last time. After these 2 days, she realized how educated and reasonable Su Han was. She liked Su Han a lot. Yes, I need to head back. There is still something I need to do, Su Han said to Grandma in a surprisingly gentle tone. Take an umbrella. Don't get wet. Grandma quickly grabbed an umbrella and put it in Su Han's hand. Su Han was a Qian level master, and the rain wouldn't be able to get her wet at all. However, she was touched by Grandma's gesture. She stepped out to catch up with Lady Jen, but the latter was already nowhere to be found. Boom! The jade longsword that Lady Jen enhanced made a clear sound, and Su Han stepped on it and flew away. Her speed was 30% faster than before. Lady Jen mentioned her mom twice, and it planted a seed in her mind. Su Han was worried that this would be the obstacle in her cultivation path, so she wanted to catch up with Lady Jen to ask her about it. But obviously, she had already lost her. Wang Shitung, a peak Qian level metal elemental dragon cultivator, got killed in East Ocean City, and the metal elemental dragon clan's elder came. What kind of situation is this? Su Han headed to the dragon god shrine to investigate further. Xie Yujia was busy helping Yu Yang and Zhao Hongyu with the table in the dining room. Hao Ren didn't want to tire her out, so he started helping her as well. Xie Yujia gave Hao Ren a sweet smile. Most girls liked powerful guys, but she loved the simple and ordinary side of Hao Ren. Hao Ren smiled back at her. Xie Yujia was gentle and caring. She did great hanging out with all the elders. Su Han never initiated a conversation. Zhao Yanzi hid in the room, and the Lu sisters just helped out with the housework. Thank you, Hao Ren said. You worked hard as well. Xie Yujia looked at Hao Ren and replied. She only chatted with elders causally. It was Hao Ren who gathered everyone here. Gongzi, you won't be so tired after tonight, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily said as they smiled and came over to Hao Ren. The side effects of the poison pill plan were about to end tonight. It was in Hao Ren's fate to see what realm he could break into. Anything would be better than his original mid-tier gen level. Zhao Yanzi sat on the couch and took out the gold bracelet that Lady Jen gave her. She studied this delicate, beautiful bracelet, and she felt like the heart-shaped pendant was pretty. There was no sign of nature essence, so it only appeared to be a pretty decoration. Zhao Yanzi put it on her smooth, slim wrist, and they made each other even more beautiful. Did Lady Jen give you anything? Hao Ren asked Xie Yujia. I don't think so, Xie Yujia answered as she wiped the table. Hao Ren thought to himself. Lady Jen offered gifts to everyone generously but only missed Xie Yujia. Maybe it's because she is Qingfeng Hermit's disciple, so she doesn't need any special care? As he was thinking, he suddenly noticed a light purple mark on Xie Yujia's right shoulder. This purple mark was similar to the green mark that old grandma left on Xie Yujia's left shoulder. Damn it, she gave a gift to everyone but me. Hao Ren thought it was quite unfair. However, he suddenly noticed Duan Yao who was sitting at the edge of the couch with her arms together. Chapter 655. Breaking through the 9 heavens with a thought. After Lady Jen and Su Han left, the house was still full of people. Grandma had always hoped for a house full of kids. Seeing Lu Linlin, Lu Lily, Xie Yujia, Zhao Yanzi, Zhen Kongming, and Duan Yao in the living room, she felt delighted. Without Lady Jen's suppression, Little White got more vivacious. After jumping on the sofa, it walked around on each beauty's thighs. Knowing it was a level 3 snow lion, Duan Yao didn't dare to do anything to it since she was here all alone. While people played cards, chess, and PlayStation games, Hao Ren's home was lively with a festive atmosphere. Duan Yao had never felt such an atmosphere since the cultivators in Sky Mountain sect spent all their time cultivating. The only festive occasions were the small competitions every 3 years and big competitions every 5 years, which were the group activities of the sect. She didn't understand the PlayStation games that Zhen Kongming played but understood the Chinese chess that Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi played. With better skills, Hao Ren kept defeating Zhao Yanzi, making the latter furious with humiliation. Standing behind Zhao Yanzi, Duan Yao wanted to point out the key steps for her, but she stopped herself after thinking that she was enemy with Zhao Yanzi. Even though she only watched and didn't join their activities, Duan Yao felt the relaxed, festive atmosphere with some longing. So, this is the life of mortals. She looked at Hao Ren and realized that the latter, who was a supermaster that awed the nascent soul realm cultivators on fifth heaven, had turned into a modest junior in front of grandma. Due to the continuous rain, Hao Ren's family and Zhao Yanzi's family didn't go out for dinner. Instead, they made a feast in Hao Ren's house. After dinner, Zhao Guang and Zhao Hongyu took their leave. Grandma was reluctant to see them go, but she couldn't ask them to stay the night. In fact, Zhao Guang and Zhao Hongyu were going back to the East Ocean Dragon Palace instead of their home in the city. Lady Zhen's proposal of demon beasts that were above level 6 never appearing at the border between the Demon Sea and the area where East Ocean had control over would have a significant impact on the troop positions of East Ocean, and they must make some adjustments accordingly. If demon beasts above level 6 never appeared at the east or the west border of the Demon Sea, it would relieve the pressure from East Ocean, and they could relocate some key forces to other places. As to the low-level demon beasts, the troops of East Ocean could defeat them while using them to increase the soldiers' battle experiences. Generally, the casualties each year should decrease substantially. Lady Zhen could prohibit the high-level demon beasts from attacking the territory that East Ocean had control over, and it meant that she held a very high status in the Demon Sea. However, such a figure had a relationship with Hao Ren. Zhao Guang and Zhao Hongyu had to put more value on Hao Ren. "Ren, we'll go now. Z will stay here." When Zhao Guang and Zhao Hongyu walked to the door, they said farewell to Hao Ren specifically. "Goodbye, uncle, auntie." Hao Ren waved his hand. Sitting in the living room, Duan Yao pouted with a chill in her heart when she saw Hao Ren saying goodbye to the East Ocean Dragon King and Dragon Queen. As the Fuma of the East Ocean Dragon Clan, which was one of the key forces in the Dragon Tribe, Hao Ren was engaged to the only daughter of the East Ocean Dragon King. That showed the great value that the East Ocean Dragon King placed on Hao Ren. Hao Ren's background was far superior to her Sky Mountain sect, which made Duan Yao feel lost. Even her master, Lady Zhen, appreciated Hao Ren, so Duan Yao doubted if she could take her revenge on Hao Ren. "It's late. Everyone, go to bed and rest after having such a long day," Grandma returned to the house and said with a smile. "Z, you and Yao are of the same age. You two can share a room tonight," Grandma instructed. Zhao Yanzi looked at Grandma in surprise. After all, she and Duan Yao were mortal enemies. They wouldn't want to sit on the same sofa, let alone sharing a bed. "Duan Yao is younger than you. You must take care of her," Grandma added after seeing Zhao Yanzi's reluctance. "Okay." Zhao Yanzi agreed with a pout. If not for Grandma's instruction, she had wanted to sneak into Hao Ren's room, but not sharing a bed with him. The two rooms on the first floor belonged to Zhen Kongming and Xie Yujia respectively. On the second floor, Grandma took one room, Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang had another, and the third was Hao Ren's. It seemed like the rooms were not enough for them, but Grandma didn't order Hao Ren to give out his room. Yu Yang and Hao Zonghua went up to the second floor to rest after hearing Grandma's words. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily looked at Xie Yujia and said, "Big Jumu, can we share the room with you?" "Okay." Xie Yujia agreed immediately. Zhao Yanzi looked at Zhen Kongming, but the latter just snorted and walked into his room with the PlayStation in his hand. He wouldn't give his room to others. Zhao Yanzi curled her lips, thinking that Zhen Kongming was not a generous boy, and that was why Wu Luoxue didn't like him. If Zhen Kongming shared a room with Hao Ren, there would be one room for the girls. Little White trotted toward Zhen Kongming's room, but it hesitated at the door before slipping into Xie Yujia's room. "How about?" Hao Ren looked at Zhao Yanzi and Duan Yao and said, "You two stay in my room." Duan Yao looked at him in astonishment and thought while holding her breath, "Pervert, a real pervert." "I'll sleep in the living room," Hao Ren continued. Hearing the last sentence, Duan Yao knew that she had overreacted, but she still stared at him weirdly, wondering if she would have to sleep in the room of her enemy whom she was determined to kill. After thinking that she had to sleep on the big bed where Hao Ren had slept, Duan Yao felt uncomfortable all over. However, she was a stranger here and didn't have any nature essence. The safest place was Hao Ren's home for the night. "Hao Ren, you have been working hard and need a good night rest. Z and Yao, you can share my room," Xie Yujia said in a hurry as she thought that Hao Ren might not get a comfortable sleep. Since both Zhao Yanzi and Duan Yao didn't want to stay with each other all by themselves, they nodded to Xie Yujia's proposal. The Lu sisters looked at Xie Yujia, pleasantly surprised. They thought that the big Jumu had the final say. It was crowded for 5 girls to sleep in one room, but it was only one night, and they were all slim. Okay. That's settled then. Hao Ren nodded and walked to his own room on the 2nd floor. According to the Lu sisters, his realm would come back after tonight, which meant that tonight was crucial. After Xie Yujia took Zhao Yanzi and Duan Yao into her room, he could cultivate in his room without disturbance. Thinking that the side effects of the poison pill plan would end soon, and his realm would come back, Hao Ren was excited. It was still raining, making it impossible to see the full moon on the night of Moon Festival. Hao Ren took off his shirt and sat on the bed cross-legged, cultivating the light-splitting sword shadow scroll. Sword energy surrounded his body while the spiritual core which contained Zhao Horan's 1,000 years of cultivation strength shook slightly, in sync with Hao Ren's nature essence circulation. The heavenly Tao is boundless, and Hao Ren's mind was as vast as the sea. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily might have purposefully chosen the night of Moon Festival for me to break through. While he thought about this, Hao Ren raised his arms, and 160 sword energies flew out of the window, formed a chain, and brought up a sea wave that was as high as 6 meters before shooting out of the sea again. Since the sword energies had Hao Ren's spiritual senses on them, Hao Ren could see as if his eyes were on the sword energies. While the sword energies flew close to the sea surface, Hao Ren who sat in the room felt like he was flying on the sea surface swiftly. The colorful sword energies shot toward the clouds with Hao Ren's spiritual senses. The huge and limitless clouds. The 160 sword energies shot into 160 directions through the clouds, surging up layers of air currents. Crack. Disturbed by the sword energies, the clouds released tiny shafts of lightning. Instantly, the dark night was lit up. Boom. The 160 sword energies turned into one light sword while many lightning bolts followed it. Sitting in the room, Hao Ren felt as if tens of thousands of lightning bolts were chasing after him in the clouds. It was thrilling. If it were in the past, Hao Ren wouldn't have dared to do this. However, he was recultivating and very proficient with the light-splitting shadow sword scroll, so the tens of thousands of lightning bolts couldn't reach the light sword which was controlled by his mind. Breaking through the 9 heavens with a thought. A sense of magnificence that he had never felt before rose in his mind, and the light sword which was made up of 160 sword energies suddenly split again. The lightning bolts which had been chasing after the light sword suddenly lost the target and shattered, releasing tens of thousands of tiny lightning bolts onto the sea surface. They formed a natural formation between the sky and the sea surface for a few seconds. After Hao Ren's disturbance, the clouds within hundreds of kilometers instantly emptied their lightning energy. When the clouds scattered, the clear night sky and the snowy white full moon were revealed. The bright moon rose over the sea, making a great scenery. The moonlight shimmered on the ocean waves while Hao Ren's sword energies splashed up water on the surface of the sea as if Hao Ren himself was moving on the sea. Feeling great, Hao Ren was on the verge of a breakthrough with the aid of the energy from the stars on this night of the full moon. Chapter 656. Immortal Physique. When Hao Ren was focusing his mind on roaming outside, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily touched each other's wrists and sat up quietly in Xie Yujia's room. Exhausted, Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujia had fallen asleep soon after their heads hit the pillow. Since Duan Yao was now like a mortal without any nature essence, and Zhao Yanzi had searched her several times for any weapons, they were not worried about her. Sleeping on the edge of the bed, Little White would wake up alertly at any movement. When Lu Linlin and Lu Lily got up from the bed quietly, Little White immediately raised its head and looked up at them. Lu Linlin tossed out an elixir pill, and the greedy Little White swallowed it immediately. Feeling dizzy, Little White fell to the end of the bed and began to snore. They were not good elixir master, but they had collected lots of weird elixir pills. They opened the door quietly and walked out of Xie Yujia's room. Almost at the same time, Duan Yao who had a blanket over her sat up slowly from the small sofa. In Xie Yujia's room, she didn't dare to share the bed with Zhao Yanzi while the latter also didn't want to sleep with her, so she ended up sleeping on the small sofa in the room. However, with a troubled mind and afraid that Zhao Yanzi would harm her, Duan Yao pretended to be asleep and forced herself to be alert. Seeing Lu Linlin and Lu Lily going out of the room, she pushed the blanket aside and followed them on tiptoes. In their pajamas, the Lu sisters walked through the living room, entered the kitchen, and took something from the refrigerator to eat. Hiding behind the big sofa in the living room, Duan Yao watched them and saw the Lu sister open a bright square-shaped, Dharma treasure, and take food from it. After eating some midnight snacks, the Lu sisters teased each other, and then they closed the refrigerator before walking toward the stairs through the living room. Hiding behind the sofa, Duan Yao held her breath and didn't dare to make noise. Her only protection was her master, Lady Zhen. Otherwise, she was only a mortal, even weaker than an ordinary 15-year-old girl. Seeing the Lu sisters disappearing around the corner on the second floor, Duan Yao held her breath while she swiftly ran to the kitchen through the living room. This cold white, Dharma treasure, was as tall as her with a couple of white handles. It hissed in the dark night, sounding powerful. After working up her courage, Duan Yao pulled at the upper handle hard and found that the Dharma treasure opened easily. Then, the chilling air blew onto her face. Startled, Duan Yao fell onto the floor while she covered her face with both hands. However, this Dharma treasure didn't attack and simply released an intense white chilling mist. Duan Yao pushed herself up from the ground and was surprised to see chunks of frozen meat inside. This ice frost Dharma treasure is indeed powerful. It can release light and free stuff. It seems like this pervert come from a wealthy cultivation family which possessed such huge Dharma treasures, she thought. Cautiously, Duan Yao closed the upper door of the refrigerator and pulled open the lower door with force. In the chilling air, there were layers of fresh fruits, cakes, and drinks, releasing a delicious aroma. Duan Yao swallowed her saliva at the sight of the food. After taking out a cake in a paper box, she looked around. Then, she touched the cake with her finger before placing her finger into her mouth when she saw no one around. Due to her hatred for Hao Ren, she had barely eaten anything during lunch and dinner. It was now midnight, and she was starving. Delicious. After tasting the white icing on the cake, Duan Yao's eyes widened. As old as Zhao Yanzi, she craved delicious food. Now dizzy with hunger, she remembered that the Lu sisters had eaten the food and began to devour the cake. She had eaten all kinds of rare delicacies, but none of them was as delicious as this cake. She finished the palm-sized cake in seconds. With lips covered in cream, she dug out several sausages, tore open the package with her teeth, and gobbled them. After starving for one day, she ate so fast that she choked on the food. Immediately she took out a bottle of black liquid, opened the red cap after several attempts, and poured the liquid into her mouth. Hiss! Tiny bubbles surged in her throat while a strange but refreshing taste spread from her belly to her tongue. What kind of elixir water is this? I feel like my body has been cleansed. Under the light of the refrigerator, Duan Yao looked at the bottle in her hand and saw some red runes, but was unable to understand them. This pervert ate such good stuff. No wonder he has such a high realm. Filled with jealousy, Duan Yao wanted to take out everything that looked edible and eat as much as she could. She knew that she wouldn't have such food after she returned to the Demon Sea with Lady Zhen. Hic! Duan Yao hiccuped and almost fell asleep with satisfaction. However, she suddenly remembered that she had been following the Lu sisters. After closing the refrigerator, she crawled toward the stairs with the aid of moonlight. Standing in front of Hao Ren's door, the Lu sisters were blowing a white substance into Hao Ren's room. Through the crack of the door, they were pleased to see that Hao Ren had fallen asleep. Then, they opened the door quietly and slipped into his room. To complete the poison pill plan, Hao Ren must make the breakthrough with the Lu sisters' help. Standing on the stairs of the second floor, Duan Yao widened her eyes when she saw the Lu sisters enter Hao Ren's room. The word, pervert, rose in her mind again. It was midnight, and it was obvious why the Lu sisters, two beautiful girls, went into Hao Ren's room. While blushing, Duan Yao gritted her teeth and walked down the stairs. The living room was quiet, and a round, Dharma treasure, that was hanging on the wall ticked. Feeling danger everywhere, Duan Yao looked at the moon outside and calculated the time, knowing that it was almost midnight. She pushed open the back door and faced the ocean that was under the moonlight. The rain that had lasted for one day had stopped, and the ocean looked boundless under the moonlight. Looking up at the full moon in the high sky, Duan Yao remembered that today was Moon Festival. Sky Mountain sect never celebrated Moon Festival. afraid that the disciples from the ordinary families on Sixth Heaven would miss their families and thus slow down their cultivation progress. However, Duan Yao knew from books that the Moon Festival was a day for family reunions. Family, do I still have a family? Looking up at the bright moon and then the peaceful ocean, Duan Yao sighed and felt lost. In the high sky, hundreds of sword energies appeared with pale colorful lights around them. In Hao Ren's room, Lu Lili was blowing her immortal essence into Hao Ren's mouth while blushing. Lu Linlin had started the poison pill plan, and Lu Lili was responsible for finishing it. After 1 week of adjustment, Hao Ren's body had turned from the ordinary physique into the immortal physique. From now on, his cultivation speed would match that of Su Han's, who was a cultivation genius. However, due to Hao Ren's elevation to the top-tier gen level, the difficulty of finishing the poison pill plan had significantly increased. With her right hand pressing on Hao Ren's shoulder, Lu Lili laid across Hao Ren's chest. She was nervous and shy, afraid that she would make a mistake. Although they had been imprisoned in the Ice Palace at the East Ocean Dragon Palace, they were not of low status in the above realm, and they had never imagined that they would do such a thing for a mortal. However, they had been impatient when they saw Hao Ren's low realm despite his hard work. The poison pill plan's official name was the Immortal Physique Swapping Technique. With it, one would swap a portion of their physique with someone else's. This technique was usually used in critical moments when someone was so seriously wounded that even elixir pills were useless. With the help of the Immortal Physique Swapping Technique, Hao Ren's body had become the so-called Immortal Physique, far superior to ordinary cultivators. His cultivation speed would double at least. The Immortal Physique Swapping Technique could only be used in an intimate relationship in which the participants shared their minds. By using the poison pill plan, Lu Linlin and Lu Lili had entrusted themselves to Hao Ren. On the sea surface outside the room, Hao Ren's sword energies flew randomly, showing that the nature essence in his body was chaotic. Hao Ren opened his eyes slightly. He had been cultivating when a wave of drowsiness swept over him. Then, he began to dream that he was flying in the high sky. Gongzi, with a red face, Lu Lili pushed up from Hao Ren's chest. Lu Linlin loosened Lu Lili's hand with relief. Although only one person could make contact with Hao Ren, they shared the loss of cultivation strength evenly. Since Hao Ren had reached gen level instead of remaining immortal, it had cost them much more cultivation strength than they had planned. Their realm had dropped from Qian level to gen level. However, with their immortal physique, they would recover their realm by cultivation, and the speed wouldn't be slow. In bafflement, Hao Ren looked at the Lu sisters in his room and suddenly sensed a burning pain in his bones. Gongzi, you are going to transform into a dragon, Lu Linlin reminded him. Standing outside of the back door of the house, Duan Yao, who had been looking at the ocean, suddenly raised her hands. Lady Zhen had improved her physique and had told her that her cultivation strength would come back on the night of full moon. Surging nature essence released from her dantian, the core formation realm. This is the place. That's Hao Ren's home. A loud shout sounded in the high sky. Because of him, we almost died at the Kunlun Mountain. Well, there are even human cultivators here. As an inspector, he even dares to hide human cultivators in his home. 3 powerful auras came from the sky. Crack! The array formation that Zhen Kongming built around the house shattered instantly. Chapter 657. Must break through, break through. The 3 men were the metal elemental, top-tier Qian level dragon cultivators who had tried to surround Hao Ren. They had been lured into the Kunlun Mountain by Hao Ren and were almost killed by the soul formation cultivators. They had rested in their respective caves for 2 days. After regaining their strength, they got Hao Ren's home address through a disciple and rushed over during the night in anger. The metal elemental dragons were never afraid of the dragon god shrine, especially these 3 metal elemental, top-tier Qian level dragon cultivators who were established figures, each leading a group of metal elemental dragons. However, since the intelligence sharing was less effective among the caves of metal elemental dragons than an ordinary dragon palace, these 3 metal elemental dragon cultivators didn't know that 6 peak Qian level dragons from the Elder Council had been completely defeated today. These 3 metal elemental dragons had attributed their failure to the Kunlun Mountain and their carelessness since they hadn't expected soul formation realm cultivators to be there. However, they didn't think Hao Ren could escape from them in East Ocean City. Bang! The energy sphere around the small house shattered, shaking the house. Yu Yang, Hao Zonghua, and Grandma were all woken up by the commotion. At the critical moment of the breakthrough, Hao Ren was distracted by the attacks on his home, and one thread of nature essence entered the wrong meridian by shooting into the Chai's acupoint on the right side, immobilizing his arm. Steady, Gongzi. We'll go out and check. The Lu sisters hadn't expected cultivators to attack a mortal's house on the territory of East Ocean City at the risk of angering the dragon god shrine. Turning into two dashes of lights, they flew out from the window. Although their realms had dropped to Gen level, their combat force was still high enough to defeat cultivators at Gen level or even Xuan level. In the high sky, the three metal elemental dragon cultivators emitted vague golden lights and attacked Duan Yao, who was standing at the back door. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily immediately created a red energy sphere around Hao Ren's small house and the three metal elemental dragon cultivators so that mortals wouldn't see the fight. Standing at the back door, Duan Yao, who had just recovered her realm, saw three golden lights shoot toward her, but she had no time to dodge. At this critical moment, white light glittered on the helm of her colorful traditional dress. Except for all kinds of gold and silver threads, the dress had several precious stones on the helm. The golden lights shot by the three top-tier Qian-level cultivators struck on Duan Yao's dress without any result. Impossible. The three metal elemental dragon cultivators looked astonished. Although they hadn't used their full force, they had meant to kill this core formation realm human cultivator with their attacks. Regardless of the relationship between the metal elemental dragon clan and the dragon god shrine, the dragon cultivators and the human cultivators had an agreement after the Great War. Any human cultivators could kill any dragon cultivators who appeared on and above fifth heaven, and the dragon cultivators could kill any human cultivators who ventured below fifth heaven. Technically, Xie Yujia was a human cultivator, but with protection from Hao Ren and Su Han, the only two inspectors in East Ocean City, who would dare to touch her. As to the other inspectors, they could see the mark on Xie Yujia's left shoulder, which was left by a soul formation realm cultivator, and none of them would dare to kill Xie Yujia unless they had a death wish. With this mark, Xie Yujia even entered the Dragon God Shrine during the general exams, and no one dared to touch her. Retreat, and we'll spare your lives. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily rushed out from the house and yelled at the metal elemental dragon cultivators. At this critical cultivation moment for Hao Ren, the priority was to keep quiet. The three metal elemental dragon cultivators laughed when they saw the Lu sisters. "Ignorant young girls, hand over Hao Ren, and we'll spare your lives," they shouted back. The Lu sisters showed their strengths, which were only on Gen level. While the three dragon cultivators could sense their realms, they couldn't clearly see Lu sisters' techniques and physiques through the colorful light around them. While they talked, they suddenly shot three Dharma treasures at Duan Yao, who was standing beside the back door. This time, they had launched their Dharma treasures with full force. Bang! 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 Three Dharma treasures were bounced off Duan Yao's dress. Duan Yao didn't move, but the traditional dress was invincible against the Dharma treasures and had easily blocked the attacks from the nascent soul realm cultivators. Such a powerful garment. The three metal elemental dragon cultivators looked surprised and then pleased. The reason why Hao Ren attracted the attention of our master must be that he has countless treasures. He had even taken the heaven-reaching shield, a supreme spiritual treasure, let alone other powerful Dharma treasures, they thought to themselves. Seeing them attacking her, Duan Yao was afraid. She knew that the colorful dress that Lady Zhen gave her was powerful, but she was afraid that it couldn't defend against the repeated attacks from the three grand cultivators. She flew up and tried to flee into the deep ocean. With her nature essence recovered, she could fly in the colorful dress, which had power no less than the purple gold hairpin. Wah! Duan Yao rose in a purple light while she flew toward the sea. "You can't run." One of the metal elemental dragon cultivators reached out his right hand suddenly. In their eyes, this human cultivator, no matter who she was, must be related to Hao Ren since she was in his home. Once they caught her, they thought that they could use her to force out Hao Ren. The Lu sisters had tried to protect Duan Yao, but the latter went beyond their attack range when she suddenly flew toward the sea. Before they could use their yin-yang bracelets, Duan Yao was caught by one of the metal elemental dragon cultivators with one hand. The Qian level and Kun level dragon cultivators were equivalent to the nascent soul realm. Trying to flee, Duan Yao underestimated the combat force of the dragon cultivators on First Heaven and was caught by them. Although the colorful dress was invincible against nature essence and dharma treasures, it was the same as ordinary clothes in other aspects. When the metal elemental dragon cultivator flew toward Duan Yao and clutched her neck with the speed that was undetectable to the naked eye, she couldn't escape even though she had the dress. In the house, Grandma was woken up by the shaking. She rubbed her eyes and looked out of the window. Due to her poor eyesight in the night, she only saw some vague black dots in the high sky. Zhonghua! Zhonghua! Is it an earthquake? Grandma yelled toward the door. Hao Zhonghua and Yu Yang were also woken up. After putting on his clothes, Hao Zhonghua ran to Grandma's room to comfort her. Yu Yang ran to the balcony and looked toward the sea but could see nothing unusual. However, knowing she didn't dream of the shaking, she called the duty room of the meteorological station on Coral Island, asking them to observe carefully. Xie Yujia and Zhao Yanzi were startled out of their dreams by the shaking as well. They turned on the light and realized that Duan Yao and the Lu sisters were absent. Afraid that the three girls had begun a fight, they rushed to the window and saw three metal elemental dragon cultivators hovering in the high sky above the sea surface. With far better eyesight than Grandma's, they saw one cultivator clutching Duan Yao by the neck while her feet were dangling in the air. Hao Ren! If you don't come out, this girl will surely die, the metal elemental dragon cultivators yelled. In Grandma's room, Hao Zhonghua and Grandma were baffled when they heard the voice, wondering where it came from. Since the Lu sisters had created an energy sphere to engulf the house and the metal elemental dragon cultivators in the high sky, the residents in other houses outside of the energy sphere couldn't hear the shout. Swoosh! A golden light shot toward the metal elemental dragon cultivators in the high sky. The metal elemental dragon cultivator standing in the middle broke the energy arrow easily with his right hand while his left hand clutched Duan Yao's neck harder. According to the rules, dragon cultivators couldn't kill mortals, but human cultivators were not included. Duan Yao's face turned green due to the lack of oxygen. Caught by the metal elemental dragon cultivator, she couldn't use any cultivation strength to break free. To the metal elemental dragon cultivators, her life was nothing. Xie Yujia stood in the small garden and pulled her bow to shoot out another energy arrow. Standing by Xie Yujia, Zhao Yanzi clenched her fists but couldn't do anything to help. Although her realm was a bit higher than Xie Yujia's, she couldn't attack from a distance like Xie Yujia. This energy arrow weakened when it reached the three metal elemental dragon cultivators who were in the high sky, and one of them broke Xie Yujia's attack casually. Xie Yujia's demonic bow and energy arrows could threaten core formation realm cultivators but were ineffective to nascent soul realm cultivators, especially peak Qian level dragon cultivators. Seeing the dangerous situation, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily threw out their yin-yang bracelets and dashed toward the three metal elemental dragon cultivators although they had dropped to gen level. While Hao Ren was still in his breakthrough, they must do their best to buy him some time. Bang! Bang! Sure enough, the Lu sisters who had dropped to gen level were no match for the metal elemental dragon cultivators, and they were almost struck into the ocean by their opponents' dharma treasures that were shot from the left and the right. If not for the transparent energy spheres created by the diamond rings that Lady Zhen gave them, they would have been severely injured. The Lu sisters kicked on the ocean surface lightly and dashed up once again. Standing in the small garden, Xie Yujia shot out 6 energy arrows to help the Lu sister. When she saw that Hao Ren was absent, she had guessed that he must be in the critical moment of cultivation and felt a bit nervous. Roar! Little White transformed into its snow lion form, lunging toward the 3 metal elemental dragon cultivators in the high sky. However, as a level 3 demon beast, it could fight with low-tier nascent soul realm cultivators but not 3 peak Qian level cultivators. The 3 metal elemental dragon cultivators waved, and Little White was thrown into the ocean. The Lu sisters rushed up again with yin-yang bracelets. Spitting flames, Little White dashed up as well. The situation was heart-wrenching and tragic. Watching the flashes outside and hearing the crackling sounds, Hao Zhonghua and Grandma were baffled. After a while, Grandma turned to ask Hao Zonghua, "It's midnight. Who's launching fireworks?" Hao Zonghua was also wondering why there were fireworks above the sea surface. Suddenly, loud noises of window breaking sounded, and Hao Zonghua, who was standing at the window in Grandma's room, saw a white dragon flying past their window. Separated by only a window, he could clearly see the scales on this dragon's body. Chapter 658. Dragon. 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 Hao Ren had been in the critical moment of cultivation. The threads of nature essence released from the poison pill plant traveled in his body randomly. Meanwhile, the nature essence that he had cultivated in this week charged at the spiritual core where Zhao Horan's 1,000 years of cultivation strength was stored. While the two kinds of nature essence mingled in his body, Hao Ren had to hold his breath and concentrate on dealing with them. He had a few glimpses of the fierce battle outside, but he couldn't help them with his sword energies, let alone rushing out to rescue them. Since the creation of the world, yang and pure represented heaven while yin and turbid resembled earth. The two kinds of nature essences in Hao Ren's body were in sync with the heavenly Tao. The Gen-level nature essence that Hao Ren cultivated during this week was seeping into the meridians and turning into the connate essence, and the Gen-level nature essence which Hao Ren cultivated before the plan spread all over the body after it was unlocked, turning into postnatal essence. In one breath, Hao Ren's dragon core, which had been sealed for 1 week, suddenly was locked with many openings. Feeling sick, Hao Ren's head turned hot, and he instantly transformed into a dragon and rushed out of the window. Transforming into a dragon, he broke through to at least Dewey level. The white dragon that was over 1,000 meters long dashed between the sky and the earth. Above the black sea surface and under the clear sky, the white dragon flew up magnificently. Meanwhile, the dragon essence that came from Hao Ren's transformation shot up into the sky as well. This, Hao Zonghua was dumbfounded. Dragon. It was a dragon that he had been searching so hard for. Grandma was surprised at the sight and then turned cheerful. Great. It's a small white dragon, a good sign. It's an ocean dragon that is trying to ascend on the Moon Festival day. Yu Yang. Yu Yang. Hao Zonghua left Grandma and ran toward his own room. Meanwhile, Hao Ren felt like he could go anywhere in the vast world. The sword energies which were scattered in the sky gathered around Hao Ren's dragon body. Bang! Bang! The sword energies turned from 160 to 320, and then from 320 to 640. Bang! The number of sword energies doubled again to 1280. It's the dragon transformation. The three metal elemental dragon cultivators were a little surprised. When they saw Hao Ren last time, he was only at Gen level, and they wondered how he had skipped Gen level and reached Dewey level in the blink of an eye. He had even successfully transformed into a dragon. They didn't know that the Lu sisters had been blocking them so that Hao Ren could have the time to transform into a dragon. They had been secretly surprised by the Lu sisters who were blocking them with a pair of Dharma treasures that were close to supreme spiritual treasures, and they wanted to take those two Dharma treasures by force. They didn't expect Hao Ren to transform into a dragon suddenly. Humph. He is only a small Dewey-level dragon. Recovering from their initial shock, they turned their attacks from the Lu sisters to Hao Ren. Any dragon cultivator who had just turned into a dragon would experience the weakest moment. Faced with 3 top-tier Qian-level cultivators, even the dragon form couldn't stop them. Crack. A lightning bolt struck down from the sky. With Hao Ren's breakthrough and transformation into his dragon body, the heavenly Tao sent down the challenge. The 1280 sword energies suddenly came together, spiraling into the high sky. Gongzi. Seeing that Hao Ren had transformed into a dragon, the Lu sisters knew that he had gained a breakthrough, but they were still worried about him. If not for the attacks of the 3 metal elemental dragon cultivators, they could have prepared fully for Hao Ren, but Hao Ren had to pass the challenge by himself in this hasty moment. The purple lightning bolt, which was as thick as an arm, struck Hao Ren's head. A dragon must resist the force of the heavenly tribulation. Standing at the window, Grandma was excited. This is a dragon transformation. To become a dragon, it must withstand the heavenly lightning bolts. If it can't withstand the heavenly lightning bolts, it would be struck back to its original form and could even die. It isn't so easy to transform into a dragon. Grandma had heard all this from her seniors when she was little, and she had never imagined that she would witness this process in her life. The purple lightning bolt crackled while it spread from the head to the tail of the dragon. Since Hao Ren now had the immortal physique which was equivalent to half a heavenly dragon, he wasn't afraid of the heavenly tribulation at the stage of dragon transformation. Not used to the huge dragon form, he moved the dragon tail, and the purple lightning bolt disappeared. Good. Grandma yelled from the window. Crack, another lightning bolt struck down. This time, it was a golden lightning bolt, and Hao Ren blocked it with his claws. The 3 golden lights launched by the 3 metal elemental dragon cultivators were destroyed by the remaining force of the golden lightning bolt. The 3 metal elemental dragon cultivators looked at the white dragon, astonished that there were 2 lightning bolts during the dragon transformation tribulation. Thinking that Hao Ren probably couldn't survive this heavenly tribulation, they stopped attacking him to avoid attracting the lightning bolts to themselves. Bang! Hao Ren was struck down for hundreds of meters, and its tail almost touched the ocean. Bang! His dragon tail slapped the ocean surface, and he flew up again. Good. The sway of the dragon tail. Anxious, Grandma watched from the window and felt more excited than ever in the past dozens of years. When a portion of the lightning bolt entered the ocean, it lit up the whole surface and exploded a crater while sending hundreds of tons of fishes into the air. The ocean wave shot up by Hao Ren's dragon tail surged into the sky for thousands of meters in the form of a water beam. While the water beam shot toward the metal elemental dragon cultivators, they lifted their hands to block, and Duan Yao took the opportunity to escape from them, flying toward the Lu sisters. Seeing Duan Yao escaping, the 3 metal elemental dragon cultivators were not worried. After all, their target was Hao Ren, and they would deal with the rest after catching Hao Ren. A dragon was the weakest after the heavenly tribulation. It was the perfect time to catch Hao Ren. However, before they could attack, another lightning bolt struck down from the high sky. What on earth is this dragon transformation? Why are there 3 heavenly lightning bolts? The 3 metal elemental dragon cultivators who had witnessed countless dragon transformations felt like something was not right. Among the truly powerful metal elemental dragons, there would be 2 heavenly lightning bolts while they transformed into dragons, and 2 was the limit. However, the heavenly Tao had struck out 3 heavenly lightning bolts while Hao Ren transformed into a dragon. The 3rd heavenly lightning bolt was a 5-color lightning bolt. Even the 3 knowledgeable metal elemental dragon cultivators had never seen such a heavenly lightning bolt. They didn't know that it was the heavenly lightning bolt that punished heavenly dragons. Gongzi. The Lu sisters watched Hao Ren with sweat in their palms. They didn't expect the heavenly lightning bolts to be so mighty, and there was even a 5-color lightning bolt specifically aimed at Hao Ren's immortal physique. Wah! In the colorful lights, Hao Ren fell into the water and tumbled into the ocean. With wide eyes, Grandma watched tensely. Due to her poor eyesight, she couldn't see the tiny figures such as the Lu sisters, but she could see that a huge white dragon was struck into the ocean by the colorful heavenly lightning bolt. She sincerely hoped that this white dragon could survive the heavenly tribulation and fly up to heaven, not knowing that this white dragon wasn't a water beast from the ocean but her beloved grandson. Ha 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 ha, in the full moon night, the energy of the stars is the greatest. It's stupid to transform into a dragon at this time. He's dead. Just wait for his dead body. If you girls go with me without a fuss, I'll spare your lives. The metal elemental dragon cultivators had calmed down from the initial shock. When the sky went back to normal, and Hao Ren floated up little by little after dropping into the sea, they knew that Hao Ren had been killed by the heavenly lightning bolt that they had never seen before. Things happened so fast that they didn't even have the time to react, but they were the final winners anyway. Hovering beside the Lu sisters, Duan Yao touched her aching neck and looked at the sea surface coldly with a sense of desolation. Are all the hateful things that he had done gone with his death? Feeling empty, she didn't know if it were right of her to retaliate Hao Ren. In the small garden, Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujia were also looking at the sea surface with wide eyes in surprise. They were all feeling lost, wondering what they should do if Hao Ren really died. Wah! Suddenly, a white dragon flew up from the sea in the surging water. The heavenly lightning bolt had shredded one layer of skin which was the only impurities in the dragon body. Now, the white dragon was crystal clear with glimmering silver light on it, prettier than jade. Impossible. The 3 metal elemental dragon cultivators widened their eyes. At Dewey level, which was the threshold of dragon transformations, it was not easy to withstand one heavenly lightning bolt, let alone 3. In addition, this dragon had even leveled up. 2 dragon horns appeared on this dragon's head, a result of the lightning energy. A dragon which could summon rain, wind, lightning, and thunder. Yeah. Grandma slapped the window, feeling the boiling blood in her body. In the small garden, Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujia held each other with tears in their eyes since they had thought that Hao Ren was dead. Transforming into a dragon on the night of full moon would summon the strongest heavenly lightning bolts, but the strength gained in the process is also the mightiest, the Lu sisters said to the 3 metal elemental dragon cultivators. The night of the moon festival had the greatest star energy and the strongest heavenly lightning bolts. Due to their confidence in Hao Ren, the Lu sisters had chosen this day for Hao Ren to gain his breakthrough, believing that Hao Ren would become the strongest one. Looking at the white dragon that was glimmering with silver light, Duan Yao felt weird, not knowing if she felt happy or sad. Humph. I'll kill him myself. I won't let him die in others' hands, Duan Yao thought to herself as she bit on her lip. Attack! The 3 metal elemental dragon cultivators shot Dharma treasures at Hao Ren. He is lucky to survive the heavenly lightning bolts, but he wouldn't withstand the fierce attacks from us. With his great cultivation speed, this kid would grow into a powerful enemy, and we must stop him now, they thought to themselves. In this white dragon form, Hao Ren stepped on the thin clouds and didn't move. Seeing that Hao Ren didn't dodge, the 3 metal elemental dragon cultivators were ecstatic, thinking that he was exhausted by the dragon transformation process. After transforming into a dragon, the dragon cultivator couldn't use any techniques or any Dharma treasures. They must battle with their strong dragon bodies. This was why most of the dragon cultivators rarely went into their dragon forms. Only when they tried to flee from danger or were too weak would they reveal their dragon forms. They believed that Hao Ren was in a weak state, and it was easy to capture him after he had just transformed into a dragon. Crack! The sword energies that Hao Ren had released into the sky earlier suddenly pulled down the lightning bolts from the sky. Chapter 659. Attack! Seeing the lightning which was as thick as a bucket striking down from the sky, the 3 metal elemental dragon cultivators were scared. They tried to flee, but Lu Linlin and Lu Lili had built layers of array formation with yin-yang bracelets around them. With their combined forces, the 3 metal elemental dragon cultivators could have broken the array formation made by the Lu sisters' yin-yang bracelets if they had time. However, they didn't have the time to do it. In the area where the heavenly lightning bolt struck, the 3 metal elemental dragon cultivators had the highest realms. Tonight, it was full moon, and Hao Ren also just summoned 3 heavenly lightning bolts, making the lightning energy especially abundant in the area. Therefore, this new lightning bolt caught the 3 metal elemental dragon cultivators off guard. As terrified expressions appeared on their faces, the white dazzling light beam struck onto their bodies. Bang! The lightning bolt created a crater which was as deep as 50 meters in the ocean, and the seashore even shook under its force. As the lightning energy flashed, 3 golden dragons tumbled out in 3 directions. Knowing that they couldn't withstand the heavenly lightning, they had hurriedly turned into their dragon forms to withstand it. Despite their transformations, they were still struck dizzy by the lightning bolt. If not for their top-tier Qian level strength and their combination of forces, they would have died. Wah! The ocean waves crushed the umbrellas on the beach and the protection embankment, and some big waves even rushed into Hao Ren's family's living room on the higher ground. Zhao Dragon, Lu Linlin and Lu Lili looked at Hao Ren's silver dragon body in pleasant surprise. Dragons were divided into 4 kinds. The ones with scales were Zhao dragons. The ones with wings were Ying dragons. The ones with horns were Chu dragons. The ones without horns were Kai dragons. Among the 4 kinds, Zhao dragons were closest to heavenly dragons. When he was lower than Dewey level, Hao Ren had forced himself into his dragon form and turned into a Kai dragon without scales nor horns. He could fly but had no force of a real dragon, and he looked more like a huge white snake. After blocking 3 heavenly lightning bolts, Hao Ren not only had shiny scales but horns as well. He was a Zhao dragon. The 3 metal elemental dragons which had been struck into the ocean flew up with bared teeth and sharp claws, lunging toward Hao Ren who was in his dragon form. Now that they had turned into real dragons, they decided to fight with their dragon bodies. Beat the evil dragons, little white dragon, Staring at the high sky, Grandma waved her fists. The three metal elemental dragon cultivators transformed into golden dragons were quite magnificent golden scales, but Grandma's instinct told her that they were evil dragons. After returning to his room, Hao Zonghua stared out of the balcony at a loss for words. 3 golden dragons and 1 white dragon. Am I hallucinating or are my eyes playing tricks on me? He thought to himself. Yu Yang. Did you see that? Hao Zonghua recovered from the shock and pulled at Yu Yang. See what? Yu Yang looked out in confusion and then picked up her cell phone immediately. The shaking a moment ago was very strong. Is it an earthquake in the shallow earth under the seafloor? She talked with the workers in the station. Crack, in the high sky, Hao Ren was fighting the 3 stronger golden dragons. The 3 golden dragons were at top-tier Qian level. As powerful dragon cultivators, they could charge at the heavenly dragon realm, and their dragon bodies were huge. Surrounded by the 3 dragons, it seemed like Hao Ren would be covered in wounds by their claws. Hiss, a sound similar to fireworks resonated in the sky. Hao Ren's light-splitting sword shadow scroll was activated. Them turning into their dragon forms was what Hao Ren had hoped for. Usually, the dragon cultivators couldn't use techniques in dragon forms, but his light-splitting sword shadow scroll was different. He released his nature essence to form sword energies. The 1280 sword energies carrying vague silver lightning energy left black burned marks on the 3 golden dragons. The 3 golden dragons scattered immediately after being hurt. Swaying his white dragon body, Hao Ren condensed the 1280 sword energies into 256 Tiangang sword energies. Each sword energy was made of Hunden lightning, attack. The sword energy spread her like a lotus flower around Hao Ren as his will, and each of the sword energies was as colorful as the 5-color heavenly lightning bolt from the high sky. Ach! The 3 golden dragons screamed, shaking their bodies while Hao Ren's 256 sword energies pierced their powerful dragon bodies. Standing between the Lu sisters, Duan Yao watched the scene in the high sky, surprised that Hao Ren could fight with 3 cultivators who were equivalent to top-tier nascent soul realm. She didn't know that Hao Ren had significantly damaged the 3 golden dragons by summoning the heavenly lightning bolt, forcing them to turn into their dragon forms. Then, he used the sword energies which were his trump cards to attack them. It was a carefully executed plan. At this critical moment, Hao Ren didn't dare to rely on the unpredictable golden shield. His attacks looked risky, but everything went as he had planned. Wah! The 256 sword energies split into 1280 sword energies again, using the 5 tiger sheep flock array formation. The sword energies divided into 5 groups and burned toward the 3 golden dragons like 5 clouds of flames. In fact, each of the 5 sword energy clouds contained the 5 elements and were small killing array formations themselves. In their dragon forms, the 3 metal elemental dragons couldn't use their techniques or dharma treasures, so they had to block with their bodies and claws. 5 tigers sheep flock array formation. Like 5 fierce tigers jumping into a flock of sheep, the 5 groups of sword energies worked together. After reaching top-tier Qian level, the 3 metal elemental cultivators were almost invincible against any dharma treasures. However, Hao Ren's sword array cut into their bodies, almost turning them into pieces. Roar! The 3 golden dragons waved their golden claws furiously, lunging toward Hao Ren and disregarding the Taiyi Cave Master's instruction of catching Hao Ren alive. Their dragon bodies shimmered in golden lights while they circulated nature essence to the limit. They wanted to crush Hao Ren into a meat pie. On the one hand, dragons could protect the mortals and make sure that everything was fine. On the other hand, they could get very fierce and brutal. Gongzi. Seeing Hao Ren in danger, the Lu sisters immediately threw out their yin-yang bracelets, knowing that Hao Ren couldn't defeat the 3 metal elemental dragons after angering them. The black and the white rings turned into the size of houses, but they were sent flying for thousands of meters by the golden claws of 2 golden dragons. Xie Yujia shot out several energy arrows, but they were nothing in front of the huge golden dragons. Hao Ren tensed up while he controlled the 1280 sword energies to use the 5 tigers sheep flock array formation from their behind. However, the 3 golden dragons were desperate, and they lunged toward Hao Ren without any regard for the sword energies behind them. Huala! Suddenly, many arrows shot out of the water and dashed toward the 3 golden dragons which were dashing toward the white dragon. The arrows were so dense, there were tens of thousands of them. With shiny arrowheads, the arrows shot into the scales of the golden dragons. Lu Yi from East Ocean is here to help the commanding general fight the enemies. A magnificent voice sounded from the waves. Since Lady Jen had promised that demon beasts that were more powerful than level 6 would never appear at the eastern and western border of the Demon Sea, Zhao Guang had summoned the important generals to rearrange the troops of East Ocean. As Hao Ren's trusted aide, Lu Yi had returned from West Ocean with 500 black armored soldiers to join the discussion. When the Dragon Palace felt the quakes, and the patrolling guards reported the battle between cultivators close to the shore, Lu Yi led his 500 black armored soldiers to the surface to check on the situation. As soon as he came out, he saw Hao Ren in his white dragon form fighting with 3 golden dragons fiercely. Bang! Exploding open his black armor, Lu Yi turned into a black dragon and dashed toward the 3 golden dragons. Without the permission of the East Ocean Dragon Clan, the metal elemental dragon cultivators had trespassed on their territory. It was an invasion. It couldn't be tolerated. Seeing their leader turning into a black dragon, the 500 black armored soldiers all rushed out of the sea and turned into black dragons as well. As the elite force of the East Ocean Dragon Clan, the black armored soldiers had all reached Dewey level. Although the number of elders in Qian level and Kun level that East Ocean had was less than West Ocean when the latter was back in its prime, the middle-level forces of East Ocean was powerful. The black armored soldiers had been Zhao Kuo's personal troop and had swept across the ocean unrivaled. They had been assigned to Lu Yi, who had offered to go to battle in the West Ocean Dragon Clan, and the latter had been a good leader. The 500 black dragons rushed toward the 3 huge golden dragons. In the house, Hao Zonghua was stupefied by the sight. What a sight! One white dragon is leading hundreds of black dragons to attack 3 golden dragons, he thought. Yu Yang! Yu Yang! Where's my camera? He turned his head and yelled at Yu Yang. Sitting by the bed, Yu Yang was holding the phone and talking to his colleague. Yes, pay special attention to the meteorological data offshore, especially the movements on the bottom of the ocean. On the seashore, Duan Yao was amazed when she saw Hao Ren hovering in the air calmly while hundreds of fierce black dragons lunged toward the 3 golden dragons. The many dragons blocked the bright moonlight, dimming the space between the sky and the sea instantly. Hao Ren's sword energies formed the 4 gates base guard array formation, trapping the 3 golden dragons. The troops of East Ocean surged out of the sea at the same time. Hail to the commanding general! Tens of thousands of soldiers yelled simultaneously. The big array formed by the soldiers instantly activated and attacked the 3 golden dragons who had been forced close to the sea surface by Hao Ren's sword energies. Attack! Tens of thousands of soldiers yelled as one. Chapter 660. Kill anyone who comes my way. Lights flashed on the surface of the sea. Hao Zonghua and Grandma, who were standing by the window, suddenly saw the ocean return to its previous calm, as if everything that had happened before were just kill anyone who comes my way. Lights flashed on the surface of the sea. Hao Zonghua and Grandma, who were standing by the window, suddenly saw the ocean return to its previous calm, as if everything that had happened before were just their imaginations. In fact, the tens of thousands of East Ocean soldiers had created the array formation that engulfed the area between the shore to the center of the ocean to surround their enemies. Standing in the small garden, Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujia looked at each other in relief. Only half a minute ago, Hao Ren had been in real danger. However, after the troops of East Ocean came to his rescue, they had turned the table. Boom! The soldiers of East Ocean stood in neat lines with high spirits. Standing in a square-shaped destruction array, they shot out flashing lights with their weapons. Duan Yao widened her big eyes and watched the military array of the East Ocean Dragon Palace in disbelief. Sky Mountain sect excelled in array formations, but the disciples of the sect usually cultivated by themselves and practiced array formations only periodically. Compared with the array formations of the East Ocean Dragon Palace, which involved tens of thousands of soldiers, Sky Mountain sect's array formations were just child's play. If the middle-level cultivators of Sky Mountain sect fought with the soldiers of the East Ocean Dragon Palace, the former would receive great casualties in one round of attacks. The 3 golden dragons who were surrounded by the big array formation tried to return to their human forms, but Hao Ren wouldn't give them a chance. The sword energies changed into daggers which danced around the dragons like snowflakes. They looked colorful and pretty, but they left deep wounds on the golden dragons. Attack! Tens of thousands of East Ocean soldiers yelled again. Many long spears were thrown at the 3 golden dragons from the inner circle, and the many arrows were shot at them by the soldiers at the outer circle. Flying in the air around the big array formation, the 500 black dragons suppressed the 3 golden dragons under them. Lu Yi had brought a black robe to Hao Ren. Hao Ren swirled in the sky before returning to his human form. Wearing the black robe, he looked down at the 3 golden dragons who couldn't fly anymore. For the tens of thousands of East Ocean soldiers who had blocked the heavenly tribulation for Zhao Kuo, it was easy to surround and defeat these 3 seriously wounded golden dragons. Besides, the elders of East Ocean had hurried to the outer circle of the array formation, ready to join the fight. Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Black Tortoise, and Vermilion Bird. The square formations created by tens of thousands of soldiers released 4 colors in 4 directions. Add the 4 golden armored generals controlled them those directions. On the ocean, Lu Yi kept spitting out fire with the 500 black dragons and beat down the golden dragons the moment they moved. Around the ocean, the dozens of East Ocean elders took their positions and shot their Dharma treasures at the square crater and hit the golden dragons on their bellies, making them tumble in the ocean with pain. These 3 metal elemental dragon cultivators had thought that the East Ocean Dragon clan wouldn't dare to make a move against the metal elemental dragons. To their shock, the East Ocean Dragon clan had sent out all their troops, determined to kill them. It was forbidden for the dragon cultivators to kill each other, but when one's core interest was violated, one could fight back. Without the permission of the Dragon God Shrine and the East Ocean Dragon clan, the metal elemental dragon cultivators entered East Ocean City to capture the commanding general and Fuma of East Ocean. In this situation, the East Ocean Dragon clan had every reason to kill them. The East Ocean Dragon clan was ready to declare war on the metal elemental dragons. Boom! 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 Clouds of light struck onto the 3 golden dragons, opening their skin and flesh. Under such dense attacks, these 3 dragons didn't have time to return to their human forms. However, if they returned to their human forms, they would have been killed by these attacks. Despite their top-tier Qian-level realm, they were no match for the tens of thousands of powerful soldiers in array formations. Hovering in the high sky, Hao Ren was shocked as he watched the 3 golden dragons getting trapped like earthworms in the square-shaped array formed by tens of thousands of soldiers. The big array of East Ocean was even more powerful than the grand array formation of Sky Mountain sect. Hao Ren thought for a while and felt like he wouldn't be able to escape from this big array if he was trapped in it. He looked back at the shore and saw Duan Yao, who had just escaped from the metal elemental dragon cultivators, standing between the Lu sisters. She gaped at the dragon slaughtering scene on the ocean. Duan Yao, who had recovered her core formation realm, suddenly sensed Hao Ren's eyes on her. She looked up suddenly and met Hao Ren's gaze before glaring back at him with gritted teeth. Hao Ren was indeed powerful, but she wasn't afraid of him. Roar! The 3 golden dragons who had been fierce and arrogant only half an hour ago had deflated. Flapping in the ocean, they could no longer fly while their golden scales were soaked in their blood. The soldiers of East Ocean could kill the 3 golden dragons any time. They were only waiting for the command from their commanding general, Hao Ren. With 500 black dragons hovering in the low sky and blocking their exit, the 3 dying golden dragons had no way to escape. What's happening? A white light flew over swiftly from the west. The presence of a peak Qian-level cultivator immediately came and engulfed the entire ocean area. Standing on a long black spear, Yu Zilong appeared in the area like a shooting star in a white shirt. While he flew, his aura surged up ocean waves as high as 10 meters, knocking away the East Ocean soldiers on his way. Hovering in the high sky, Hao Ren raised his hand slightly. The generals who were controlling the array formation in the 4 directions saw Hao Ren's gesture and immediately issued the order to stop attacking. Instantly, the ocean became quiet in the dark night. Floating on the waves, the 3 golden dragons didn't have an intact scale on them. No one could tell if they were still alive since their eyes were all closed. What's happening? Yu Zilong glanced at the golden dragons in the ocean and asked Hao Ren again. Swoosh! Swoosh! The Lu sisters flew to Hao Ren's side, stepping on light waves. They worried that this man would arrest Hao Ren. The golden dragons challenged us, and East Ocean fought back. That is what happened. Hao Ren looked at Yu Zilong and said. He didn't believe that Yu Zilong, who was at peak Qian level, had been oblivious to the commotion here. He knew that Yu Zilong had been aware of the situation ever since he advanced in level and went through the heavenly tribulation. However, Yu Zilong didn't appear to help either side when the battle was fierce. Now that the situation was clear, he showed up to clean the mess. Yu Zilong looked at Hao Ren and then at the three golden dragons on the ocean, remaining silent for several seconds. From Hao Ren's calm gaze, he knew that Hao Ren had expected his appearance. Since the metal elemental dragon cultivators had never followed the rules set by the dragon god shrine, it was fine with him to teach them a good lesson. He was relieved to see that the three metal elemental dragon cultivators were still alive. Otherwise, the situation would get tricky. He met Hao Ren's gaze again, feeling like Hao Ren had played him. Due to Hao Ren's identity as an inspector and the balance of forces, he had to take care of this for Hao Ren as a deputy shrine master. Humph. The metal elemental dragons will be punished for violating the laws. I'll take them to the prison in the dragon god shrine, Yu Zilong said. Hearing his words, the three golden dragons suddenly tried to struggle and fly up. Wah! Yu Zilong kicked on his long black spear lightly, and his weapon drew out a dash of light before cutting off the three golden dragons' tails. Vicious! Hao Ren thought as he was shocked by Yu Zilong's cruel act. Yu Zilong then tossed out a rope-shaped Dharma treasure which bound the heads of the three golden dragons, and he dragged them up from the ocean and flew into the distance. In the moonlight, Yu Zilong looked very fierce while dragging away three golden dragons who lost their tails. Blood gushed out of the golden dragon's wounds and splashed down from the sky. The soldiers who had been splashed by the dragon blood had a slight elevation of realm since dragon blood was a great elixir to cultivators, let alone the blood of top-tier Qian level, metal elemental dragons. Bang! Bang! Lu Yi led the 500 black dragons into the ocean in his black dragon form, and the ocean looked as if it were boiling with the surging waves. Hail to the commanding general! The tens of thousands of soldiers who were soaked in dragon blood yelled enthusiastically and submerged into the ocean. After returning to their camps in East Ocean, they would definitely experience an increase in their strength. Hao Ren didn't just defeat the three top-tier Qian level, metal elemental dragon cultivators. The Dragon God Shrine also took away the metal elemental dragons without punishing East Ocean for attacking other dragon cultivators. It was a great power. Their morale surged. Looking at Yu Zilong, who dragged away the three metal elemental dragons, Hao Ren knew that the Dragon God Shrine stood firmly on the side of East Ocean. By severely injuring the dying metal elemental dragons, Yu Zilong had shown his impartial standing while taking some responsibility for East Ocean. Since the three metal elemental dragons would be locked up in the Dragon God Shrine, the metal elemental dragon clan would have to go there for the negotiation. Since the East Ocean Dragon clan had leaned toward the Dragon God Shrine, and Hao Ren was a level 3 inspector, Yu Zilong had to cover for Hao Ren since the Dragon God Shrine didn't want to see a war between the Metal Elemental Dragon clan and the Water Elemental Dragon clan. Chapter 661. Catching a Dragon. Gongzi, go back and change your clothes, the Lu sisters said in a low voice as they stood by Hao Ren. Hao Ren looked down and saw that the black robe was puffing in the cool breeze, revealing his muscles. Hem. Hao Ren cleared his throat and tightened the belt on the robe before flying toward his home. Since Duan Yao was standing on the beach while stunned, Hao Ren pulled her up into the air on his way back home as if she were a little chick. Due to the surging waves, many of the plants in the garden were ruined while the living room on the first floor was flooded by water. Grandma! Grandma! Hao Ren returned to the room and yelled. His only concern was that his grandma, who was too old, might be frightened by this. Xie Yujia and Zhao Yanzi were relieved to see that Hao Ren was intact and followed him into the house. Ren! Grandma walked down the stairs while clutching the rails. After the sea suddenly calmed down, Grandma had hurried into Hao Ren's room to check up on him. When she saw the damaged window and the empty room, she was anxious. She had been excited about seeing dragons, but where was her grandson? Grandma, I'm here. Hao Ren ran to the stairs after traveling through the water in the room. The house was flooded in water. Due to the power outage, they couldn't turn on the lights, and the house was in total darkness. Under the moonlight, Grandma touched Hao Ren's face in relief and then asked, "How about little Z and little Yujia?" "Here, we're here," Xie Yujia and Zhao Yanzi answered as one while standing behind Hao Ren. "Where's Kongming?" Grandma asked. Xie Yujia froze for a moment and then trudged through the water into Zhen Kongming's room, finding that the latter was sound asleep in bed. "Kongming is okay." Xie Yujia closed the door and answered. She didn't know that the full moon night was the perfect time for demon beasts to elevate and break through their realm. It was also their weakest time and the time for seclusion cultivation. Even Chu Niu, one of the ancestors of dragons, couldn't bypass this rule. For every 1,000 years or so, Chu Niu's realm would be greatly decreased, and the exact date according to Lady Zhen was on August 25 in the lunar calendar. "That's good," Grandma patted her chest and said. "How about Yao? Is she with you, and Linlin and Lily?" In fact, everyone was in the house, but Grandma had to ask one by one due to the darkness. Here, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily waved and answered. Duan Yao, who was standing behind the Lu sisters, gritted her teeth and answered reluctantly, "Here." "Well, everyone is okay." Grandma clutched Hao Ren's arm and said, "Ren, do you know what Grandma just saw?" "What did you see?" Hao Ren asked. "Dragons." Grandma said in excitement. "This is my second time seeing dragons. One small white dragon and 3 evil dragons, and they fought so fiercely." Hao Ren looked at Grandma helplessly. Instead of being frightened, she was as excited as a kid. Comparatively, she didn't care a bit about the flooded house and ruined appliances. "Ren, did you see dragons?" Hao Zonghua came down from the stairs and asked Hao Ren. Hao Ren hesitated for half a second and replied, "I thought it was an earthquake. Then, when the flood came in, I went to check on Yujia and the others. I didn't see dragons." Standing behind Hao Ren, Duan Yao curled her lips. She knew Hao Ren's identity, but it was not necessary to expose him. "You didn't see them either." Hao Zonghua sounded disappointed. "Your mom said that she didn't see them. It seems that only your grandma and I saw them." He was a bit frustrated. He had clearly seen a group of dragons battling in the sky, but Yu Yang claimed that she didn't see anything but the heavy clouds above the ocean and the huge ocean waves. It was lucky that the shaking didn't cause a tsunami in her opinion. "Ignore her. Only lucky people can see dragons," Grandma said angrily. As a firm believer in science, Yu Yang would never accept others' reports unless she had seen it with her own eyes and touched it with her own hands, which was why she insisted that Grandma and Hao Zonghua had blurry eyes or had seen certain effects caused by the reflection of the bright moonlight on the ocean. Grandma was angry and accused Yu Yang of bigotry, and Yu Yang was silenced by Grandma's attitude. While they were arguing in the room, Hao Ren had come back into the house. Grandma tried to prove that she had told the truth. Hao Zonghua wanted to confirm the incident, and Yu Yang was incensed at Hao Zonghua for not using scientific methods to prove what he had seen. Hearing Grandma's words, Hao Ren felt confused, wondering why his dad and Grandma could see the dragons while his mom couldn't. Is it true that only the lucky ones can see dragons as Grandma had claimed? He thought. Feeling upset, Hao Zonghua was silent. If Grandma were right, and only the lucky ones could see dragons, then his science project would look like a scam. "We seem to have seen dragons, but not very clearly," the Lu sisters said when they saw Hao Zonghua's disappointed face. Nodding, Hao Zonghua turned from excited to lost. It seemed that only after catching a dragon or getting a sample of a real dragon would people believe him. Even photos and videos would be regarded as fake. However, it would be extremely difficult to catch a dragon. It was lucky to even see one, let alone to catch one. Besides, what kind of force could catch a dragon? At this thought, Hao Zonghua looked dejected and said, "Maybe it is just a fantasy. Forget it, you all take some rest." "Zonghua, it's your fortune to see real dragons. Cheer up." Grandma patted Hao Zonghua on the back. Grandma would never think of catching a dragon. It was criminal in her mind to do that. "Yao, go to my room and sleep. Linlin, Lily, Z, Yujia, come and help me get the water out," Hao Ren said. With water reaching their ankles in the living room, it would damage the sofa and the furniture if they didn't get the water out in time. Taking Xie Yujia and the others as his family, he had asked for their help. Otherwise, he wouldn't ask for their assistance at all. Looking at Hao Ren, Duan Yao remembered that she had just recovered her core formation realm and needed to solidify it, so she walked up the stairs and went into Hao Ren's room. "I'll join you." Rolling up his pajama pants, Hao Zonghua stepped into the water in the living room. Yu Yang heard their conversation and walked down, picking up a big basin. When Hao Zonghua told her that he had seen hundreds of dragons, she had regarded it as an illusion and thus argued with him. However, as a mother, she wouldn't stand back and watch while others were busy draining the water from the house. Seeing Yu Yang coming down to help and her angry face, Hao Zonghua felt guilty for arguing with her so intensely. He walked over with a smile and draped a jacket around her shoulders. "Humph." Yu Yang still looked incensed, and she slapped Hao Zonghua on the chest before bending down to pick up the small objects floating in the water. She would have believed Hao Zonghua if he said that he had seen only one dragon. However, Hao Zonghua told her that he had seen one white dragon, 3 golden dragons and hundreds of black dragons, making it sound like a tall tale. How could she believe him? With a laugh, Hao Zonghua walked closer to Yu Yang and began to pick up things from the water into the basin. When they were poor, their old home was constantly flooded in storms, and they had to get the water out basin by basin. Thinking of the past hardships that he had experienced with Yu Yang, Hao Zonghua felt guilty and decided to put aside their argument. Seeing Hao Zonghua turning soft in his stance, Yu Yang relaxed her expression as well. After many years together, she knew that Hao Zonghua would do whatever he believed no matter what. If he wanted to continue searching for dragons, which was mocked by many people, she would support him to the end. The moonlight shone on the water in the house with glimmering lights, and they seemed to be standing in a small river, feeling quite romantic. Xie Yujia was envious at the love between Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang when they looked at each other. With love, one would give up the immortal life. It was great that Hao Ren grew stronger, but she would spend an ordinary life with him even if he were without any cultivation strength. Rough, taking the flooded living room for a swimming pool, Little White swam cheerfully around the sofa and the kitchen. Bad dog. Hao Ren patted it on the head when it got near. Hao Zonghua opened the front and the back doors to let out some water, and Zhao Yanzi and the Lu sisters were busy scooping up the water with small basins before passing them to Hao Ren, who dumped the water out of the door. Xie Yujia bent down and tried her best to dry the floor with a rag. It was heavy labor, but she just wiped her sweat with her sleeves without a word of complaint. So good. Seeing the girls working together with Hao Ren in the living room, Hao Zonghua was slightly touched. Even though she was spoiled and fragile, Zhao Yanzi worked hard, and she would grow into a considerate wife. Xie Yujia excelled in all the housework and dealt with this situation without any complaint. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily had always stayed by Hao Ren's side and fought to do the chores. When their old house was flooded, Hao Zonghua, Yu Yang, and Hao Ren, who was only a few years old, had worked hard to lift stuff onto higher places while scooping out the water which kept pouring in. However, it had taken them only about half an hour to drain and clean the flooded house at midnight. The cold house was now lively. The origin of this chapter's debut can be traced to N0V3LB1N. Suddenly, Hao Zonghua understood Grandma's sentiments. "Zonghua, what's this?" Yu Yang suddenly touched Hao Zonghua. She was holding a palm-sized golden round disc in bafflement. The flood had pushed open the cupboard, and many crafts had fallen into the water, but she didn't remember that they had this object at home. Therefore, she asked Hao Zonghua where to put it. Baffled, Hao Zonghua took the disc from Yu Yang's hand and looked at it under the light from the window. In the dim moonlight, the golden disc reflected a pale golden light. It looked like a shell, but it was very smooth. A thought occurred to Hao Zonghua suddenly. Dragon scale? It might be a dragon scale. Seeing that Hao Ren and the others were still working hard to clean the kitchen, Hao Zonghua put the golden disc into his pajama pocket and said, "Oh. It's a small thing I bought on my way driving Kongming to school." Yu Yang didn't pursue the topic at his casual words, and she continued to clean up other small objects. Hao Zonghua felt nervous since he wasn't sure if the object was related to dragons or not, but he was sure that it didn't belong to their home. It must have been brought in by the water. As a biologist, he excelled in the study of marine life. That was why he instinctively felt like this golden disc was related to a certain kind of ocean creature. Yu Yang didn't believe the existence of dragons, so she just supported his science program out of love. Although Hao Zonghua didn't care about others' opinions, he wanted to prove himself to his wife. Yu Yang. Yu Yang. I'd like to see your expression when I prove to you that dragons do exist, he thought. Okay, it's late. We'll clean the rest tomorrow, Hao Zonghua said. Although the water had been drained, the power was still out, and they would have to ask the maintenance staff to repair it. As to the stuff that had been soaked in water, they would be aired out tomorrow. After putting all the china in the flooded cupboard onto the counter, Hao Ren and the others were exhausted. Due to the water, the big pile of food wrappings Duan Yao had left near the refrigerator had been thrown out with the garbage, so no one suspected that Duan Yao had a feast in the kitchen. Grandma had returned to her room to sleep, and so did Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang. Since Xie Yujia's room was damaged by the flood and not fitting for them to sleep in, they all went up to the second floor with Hao Ren. In Hao Ren's room on the second floor, Duan Yao was asleep with the quilt tightly wrapped around her. After the fright she experienced at the hands of the fierce metal elemental dragon cultivators and the sudden recovery of her core formation realm, she was so exhausted that she fell asleep after cultivating for a little while. After swimming for half an hour, Little White shook the water off its fur and trotted into Hao Ren's room with them. Hao Ren caught it by its neck and tossed it out. When he closed the door, he suddenly realized that he was the only man in the room. Chapter 662. Powerful person and might treasure. Seeing Hao Ren closing the door, Xie Yujia and the others also realized that Hao Ren was the only man in the room. How about leaving the door open? Hao Ren asked Xie Yujia. Close it. How can we sleep if the door is open? Xie Yujia answered immediately. Her casual answer made Hao Ren dizzy. I meant, seeing the change in Hao Ren's expression, Xie Yujia added quickly, since the window is broken, it will be freezing if we keep the door open. It's midnight, and we must have a good rest. There were only 2 rooms downstairs. Since Xie Yujia's room was flooded, and she wouldn't allow Hao Ren to sleep on the soaked sofa in the living room, she had meant for everyone to spend the half-night here in this room. Okay. Hao Ren nodded and said when he saw them just stand there, you go ahead and sleep. There were still 2 sets of quilts in his closet, and he took them out and handed them to Xie Yujia. Hao Ren's room was not as big as Xie Yujia's room on the first floor and thus didn't have a small sofa like in her room. He had lived in this room since middle school. With the bed occupying most of the room, he could only make a small cot bed on the floor close to the desk. When Xie Yujia spread the quilts skillfully, Hao Ren took out a blanket from the closet and spread it on the floor. Duan Yao slept soundly with 2 naked lower legs extended from the rolled-up quilt. With a finger in her mouth, she seemed to be dreaming. Obviously, she hadn't had a good night's sleep for days. One of her legs dangled on the floor, so Hao Ren reached out and placed it back on the bed before sitting cross-legged on the blanket and observing his realm. After the complete recovery of his realm and the awakening of his dragon core, the Black Inspector's token had activated all its functions. Top-tier Dewey level. Hao Ren felt his realm and received a clear message. Top-tier Dewey level. Hao Ren rechecked his realm. It was indeed top-tier Dewey level. He had broken through to top-tier Dewey level from mid-tier Gen level. Hao Ren couldn't suppress his excitement. He opened his eyes and saw that Xie Yujia was watching him. The Lu sisters and Zhao Yanzi were already in bed. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily shared one quilt while Xie Yujia and Zhao Yanzi shared the other. Duan Yao was still sound asleep, leaving a row of bite marks on her finger. Hao Ren wondered what delicacy she was eating in her dream. Congratulations, Xie Yujia said to Hao Ren with a smile. Go to sleep. Hao Ren smiled back at her. Suddenly, Hao Ren felt the confidence and felt like he could protect them adequately. Just as Suhan said, he could be considered as a master now after reaching Dewey level and transforming into a dragon. The moon shone into the room from the broken window and accentuated Xie Yujia's gentle beauty while she leaned on the pillow. With her head resting on Xie Yujia's shoulder, Zhao Yanzi looked at Hao Ren with wide eyes. She was also happy for Hao Ren, but she didn't know how to congratulate him. Hao Ren had been sleeping this bed in the room ever since he was in middle school. It wasn't big and looked a bit crowded with the 5 girls sleeping in it. Xie Yujia hesitated for half a second and said, if you are exhausted, you can sleep in the middle. There was a small gap between Xie Yujia and Lu Linlin. If Hao Ren wanted to sleep on the comfortable bed, he could squeeze in. Forget it. I'm okay. Hao Ren's heart raced while he answered. Hao Ren had succeeded in transforming into a dragon, withstood the heavenly tribulation, and fought a fierce battle with 3 metal elemental dragons. Xie Yujia knew that he was exhausted and wanted him to sleep well. Of course, if Hao Ren decided to sleep in the bed, he would be separated from them by the quilts. Anyway, Xie Yujia wouldn't allow him to get under their covers. Swoosh, a white shadow flew past the window. Hao Ren turned his head and was about to shoot out a sword energy when he saw Little White hovering in the air outside of the window with a flattering expression and wagging its tail. It flew into the room through the broken window and dashed toward the girl's bed shamelessly. Snap! Hao Ren reached out and caught its back legs, holding it to his side. Even I don't dare to do it. How can you take the benefit? Hao Ren thought to himself. Little White struggled, still trying to climb into the bed, but it couldn't escape from Hao Ren's hold. You go to sleep now. I'll cultivate some more, Hao Ren said. His realm was already solidified, but he didn't know if more cultivators would come to make trouble even though the 3 metal elemental dragon cultivators had been caught. That was why he stayed in the room. Now that Little White came in, he had another male creature to alleviate the awkwardness. Wait, Little White is a male, right? The question came to him suddenly. Good night, Gongzi. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily waved at Hao Ren and pulled up the quilt before going to sleep with sweet expressions. In Hao Ren's bed and quilt, they felt safe enough to fall asleep. After shooting over 10 energy arrows from the demonic bow, Xie Yujia was tired. She yawned and lied down in bed. Zhao Yanzi also lied down but still looking at Hao Ren with a blush since she felt like Hao Ren had a unique presence after reaching Dewey level. Time ticked on while the full moon outside moved slowly between the ocean and the sky. Breathing evenly, Hao Ren circulated his nature essence according to the light-splitting sword shadow scroll. By this point, Little White had stopped struggling and began to snore. Transforming into a dragon. The thought rose in Hao Ren's mind. The blood in his body seemed to be boiling while his body felt like 2 sharp things were about to shoot out of his forehead. After solidifying his Dewey level, Hao Ren could transform into a dragon at any time. Compared with last time when he had forced himself into a dragon, he could transform into a more powerful dragon. Suppressing the boiling nature essence, Hao Ren began to study his dragon core carefully. There were altogether 256 openings unblocked. Unblocking 1 opening was Kan level, 10 was Li level, 40 was Gen level, 120 was Gen level. These levels were used before the dragon transformation. The strength was decided by the number of unblocked openings in the dragon core, and this tier system was used to determine one's individual strength. However, after unblocking 232 openings and reaching Dewey level at which the cultivators could transform into dragons, the numbers of unblocked openings had a different meaning. After unblocking 232 openings, the cultivators would reach Dewey level and transform into dragons, but not with 231 openings. After the 231st opening, each opening was not a simple cultivation opening used to absorb natural nature essence. Instead, they were life openings. With the Lu sisters' help, Hao Ren had gained the immortal physique. Together with the huge amounts of nature essence that he had accumulated previously, he had quickly rushed to top-tier Dewey level. However, for the other dragon cultivators, it would be tough to reach 232 openings from 231 openings. A total of 256 openings. It was a realm that ordinary young cultivators never dared to imagine. There were only 28 openings between Dewey level and Xuan level, but it was challenging to unblock each of them. Hao Ren was only 4 openings away from the 260 openings required by Xuan level. But these 4 openings meant another great elevation of realm for Hao Ren. Unblocking the life openings required not only hard cultivation but luck. After all, each of the dragon cultivators who were in Qian level or Kun level was a cultivation genius among their peers. Exhaling deeply, Hao Ren withdrew his arm slowly, and even his breath had a trace of nature essence. He turned to look around the room and saw that all the girls were asleep, either pretend or real. Hao Ren picked up the necklace that had been broken during the dragon transformation and put it around his neck after fixing the broken chain. The ocean breeze from the outside was very fresh, and Hao Ren felt like he was full of nature essence, a state totally different than when he was at Gen level. Curled beside Hao Ren's feet, Little White was still sleeping. Hao Ren kicked it lightly, but it moved reluctantly and continued to sleep. Boom! Like a cannonball, Hao Ren flew out from the broken window. He reached out and sucked out Little White, who was still sleeping. Sinking in the chilling wind, Little White was startled out of its dreams and changed into its snow lion form before it fell into the ocean. Wearing only a black robe, Hao Ren stepped on Little White's back, releasing the presence of top-tier Dewey level. A big crater with a diameter of hundreds of meters appeared on the peaceful ocean surface. The water in the crater was still flowing, but Waster couldn't fill this crater due to Hao Ren's presence. With his 10 fingers, Hao Ren shot all 1280 sword energies. The 1280 sword energies spread outward like many lights from the center of a circle. Hao Ren raised his hands slightly. All the sword energies shot up suddenly, forming a huge circular wall with an undeterminable radius. Then, Hao Ren's hands rotated slightly, and the sword energies moved on the edge of the circular wall with 5 colored lights, blinding Little White's eyes. Suddenly, Hao Ren took out the jade slip with mystic water sword techniques in it and tried to merge his spiritual senses into it. After reaching top-tier Dewey level, Hao Ren's nature essence had grown greatly and so had his spiritual senses. In the blink of an eye, he had finished reading all 18 variations of the first sword strike. His remaining nature essence could open the pages on the second strike. Afraid to get too much for him to digest, Hao Ren put away the jade slip without hesitation. The swiftly rotating sword energies shot up into a high point in the fly like a huge cone before condensing into a 5-colored godly sword. The 5-colored sword dropped into Hao Ren's hand, and he began to practice the mystic water sword techniques. All 18 variations of the first strike. Bang! The ocean waves surged up with the attack. Feeling the overwhelming nature essence fluctuations, the golden shield in his necklace struggled to get out. Taking it as his practice partner, Hao Ren used the second variation of the first sword strike toward the golden shield. The golden shield spun dozens of meters away after releasing a dash of golden light. Break! Hao Ren threw out the 5-colored long sword and controlled it with his mind. The 5-colored sword chased after the golden shield, which had come out for some fresh air. The golden shield was angry at the chase and released blinding golden light. The golden light lit up the entire ocean area as if a golden sun had risen. The supreme spiritual treasure had a hot temper. 5 elemental godly lightning. The lightning energy that was brewing in the 5-colored sword broke the golden light and struck the surface of the golden shield. As a supreme spiritual treasure, the golden shield got no scratches from the strike, but it felt humiliated that its golden light couldn't block the 5-colored sword. It crashed toward the 5-colored sword continuously. Since the 5-colored sword was connected to Hao Ren's spiritual senses, Hao Ren couldn't withstand the savage attacks of the golden shield and withdrew the 5-colored sword immediately. However, the golden shield's temper was roused, and it chased after the 5-colored sword. After all, except for the powerful purple-gold hairpin, it wasn't afraid of anything. Hao Ren used the other variations of the first sword strike repeatedly. Despite its great power, the golden shield had limited spiritual intelligence and was hit several times by the 5-colored sword on the back. Angered, the golden shield split into tens of thousands of small shields. From a distance, it seemed like a golden mountain had risen on the water. Hao Ren split the 5-colored sword into thousands of sword energies to tease it. Boom! The smaller shield shot out golden lights together toward the spinning sword energies. Knowing that he couldn't take the full force attack of the supreme spiritual treasure, Hao Ren immediately made the sword energies disperse into the air. Finding that the 5-colored sword energies had disappeared, the golden shield shook with fury. It spun so fast that it sucked up tens of thousands of tons of water. Looking at the golden shield, which collected tens of thousands of tons of water around it, Hao Ren thought that the bad-tempered treasure might destroy a city if it got angry. After glancing at the small 5-colored sword in his palm, he put it back into his body. The sword energies that he condensed with nature essence were his natal dharma treasures, but they were far inferior to supreme spiritual treasures. The 5-colored sword energies with Hunden power didn't even leave a scratch on the golden shield. If he fought with a powerful cultivator who had a supreme spiritual treasure, he would probably need a supreme spiritual treasure too. This golden shield is a hot-tempered defensive treasure, so it isn't a good treasure for me, Hao Ren thought while he looked at the golden shield which was searching for its rival. If the golden shield knew Hao Ren's belittling thoughts, it would probably slap Hao Ren to death with a golden light. Come back. Hao Ren beckoned to the golden shield. After surging up tens of thousands of tons of seawater, the golden shield couldn't find its rival since its spirit intelligence wasn't high enough to detect that Hao Ren had withdrawn the 5 colored sword energies. Bang! It dropped water, creating a wave that was more than 10 meters high. It was fortunate that they were far from the shore, and the wave would abate when it reached the beach. After releasing thousands of golden lights, it returned to Hao Ren's necklace reluctantly, determined to grow stronger after the provocation of Hao Ren's 5 colored sword energies. After practicing the mystic water sword techniques on the vast ocean, Hao Ren felt refreshed all over. Then, he stepped onto Little White's back and returned to his room. After returning to its puppy form, Little White looked at Hao Ren morosely as if it were complaining to Hao Ren for not allowing it to sleep. Bad dog. Do you think I'd mistreat you? Hao Ren sat on the blanket and pulled up Little White's ears. Thanks to the great breakthrough, he could try the transformation scroll again. Chapter 663. Little White's growth. Hao Ren placed his hands on Little White and pressed 6 fingers on its 6 acupoints. With 2 thumbs on its Beast Palace acupoint, Hao Ren injected a surge of strong nature essence into its body. Little White had tried to struggle instinctively, but it quickly understood Hao Ren's intention after remembering the last similar experience. It stopped struggling immediately and lay down obediently. Since Hao Ren had familiarized himself with Little White's meridians, he transferred 2 more surges of nature essence into Little White's 2 main meridians on both sides of its body without hesitation. Sleeping on the edge of the bed, Duan Yao opened her eyes drowsily and saw Hao Ren sitting on the blanket on the ground beside her. Hao Ren turned his head slightly and saw her. After hours of sleep, she looked confused, but her complexion had more luster. Before she was sent to Ethereal Summit, she had been imprisoned in the Repentance Cliff at Sky Mountain Sect with the Icefire shackle on her, and it was impossible for her to sleep well. After she was brought to the Demon Sea, she had been kept awake for several days while Lady Jen improved her physique. Fatigued, she had slept soundly on her enemy's soft bed. She even had the best dream in her life on the bed of her mortal enemy. At this thought, Duan Yao felt upset. Hao Ren ignored Duan Yao continued to stimulate the Beast Palace acupoint for Little White. The transformation scroll was neither difficult nor easy. The moment that Lady Jen printed the passage into Hao Ren's mind, he had comprehended it. However, it wasn't so easy to use it. As a bin-level demon beast, Little White had a more diluted godly beast bloodline. Only better than the ding-level demon beasts, which were the demon beasts who had the least amount of godly beast bloodline. To activate the ancient godly beast bloodline in Little White with the transformation scroll, it would consume lots of Hao Ren's energy. However, when Hao Ren used the transformation scroll last time, he was at Gen level, which was equivalent to the core formation realm. Now that he had reached Dewey level, which was equivalent to the nascent soul realm, he had a lot more nature essence. A level 3 demon beast had a realm equivalent to the core formation realm. However, due to their different body structures, the demon beasts had stronger combat forces than the cultivators of the same realm. It had been difficult for Hao Ren to nurture Little White's meridians when they were both at a similar level, and the results were not desirable. However, it was quite easy for him to nurture Little White with his high realm. Little White spread out its legs and lay on the blanket on its belly, allowing Hao Ren to push out the impurities from its body with nature essence. Demon beasts couldn't activate their intelligence and cultivate effectively until they reached level 7 or level 8. Otherwise, they could only absorb natural essence and increase their strength slowly. Duan Yao watched as Hao Ren transferred nature essence into Little White. It was a method similar to the one used in Sky Mountain Sect, but she felt like Hao Ren's movements were more profound. Under the moonlight, a layer of misty light rose from Hao Ren's body while Little White's fur began to stand up. It seemed like they had formed a bond. Technically, Hao Ren's dragon core and Little White's internal core were both demonic cores. Besides, as master and pet, they had formed a firm bond between them. In the soft and steady moonlight, time seemed to have stopped. A thin layer of sweat began to appear on Hao Ren's forehead as he closed his eyes and focused all his attention on using the transformation scroll on Little White. Watching him, Duan Yao suddenly realized that it was the perfect time to kill Hao Ren. It seems like he doesn't know that I've regained my core formation realm strength, and he is transferring nature essence into the demon beast. Duan Yao clenched her fists and suddenly felt nervous. Hao Ren caused all her troubles. Also, if not for Lady Zhen, she would have died on fifth heaven. She remembered all the hatred that she held for him for beating Lingwu Master, killing her senior brothers, taking her treasures, sneaking into Sky Mountain sect and placing blames on her. Having cultivated for years with Lingwu Master, Duan Yao knew that this was the weakest moment for cultivators, and there was no one guarding Hao Ren. Kill! 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 Lingwu Master's voice resonated in Duan Yao's mind. Looking at Hao Ren's profile in the moonlight, Duan Yao thought for a few seconds and then relaxed her fists with gritted teeth. I shall defeat him in a battle instead of assassinating him, she thought. Under the moonlight, Hao Ren's profile looked so peaceful and gentle. Duan Yao didn't know that when she relaxed her fist, the Lu sisters who were lying behind her also rested their palms. If Duan Yao tried to harm Hao Ren, they would attack immediately. Bad dog! You consumed so much of my nature essence. Hao Ren raised his hand and suddenly slapped Little White's head. Woo! Little White almost cried at the pain. Then, it jumped out of the window agilely after one roll on the floor. Huala! Its paws released blinding flames while it transformed into a snow lion. Its size was as big as Hao Ren's room. The heat coming off the flames roasted the people in the room. Go! Afraid it would startle Grandma who was sleeping, Hao Ren shot out a sword energy, leading it toward the ocean. Little flew away swiftly, chasing after the sword energy. It had obtained a great increase in speed. Its 4 legs and tail were completely golden now. Level 4. Hao Ren had helped Little White go from level 3 to level 4 with the transformation scroll. Duan Yao looked at Little White in surprise, finally understanding why this ordinary snow lion had grown so fast. Hao Ren had just used the complete transformation scroll that even Sky Mountain sect didn't have. The Beast Master of Sky Mountain sect could nurture the spirit beasts, but the origin of their nurturing techniques was an incomplete version of the transformation scroll passed down from previous generations. If Sky Mountain sect possessed the complete transformation scroll, its strength would double, and its dream of becoming a sect on 7th heaven would come true. This Hao Ren, the more Duan Yao watched, the more astonished she was. Hao Ren not only had the complete transformation scroll but could use it successfully, despite the difficulty in communicating with spirit beasts. If one were not careful, the fierce nature of the demon beasts would cause backlashes to the cultivator's spiritual senses. Also, if one's stead of nature essence got into the wrong meridian, the demonic essence would reverse route and damage the body. Rough, after flying a circle above the ocean, Little White returned to its white dog form and came into the room through the window. In the past, Little White had been the size of a chihuahua, but now it grew into the size of a samoyed. Thud! Little White occupied Hao Ren's blanket while its rump bumped Hao Ren toward the bed. Chapter 664. When will we meet again? Pooh! Little White turned half a circle, raised its butt, and squeezed out a golden loop with a beautiful shape. Instantly, the room was filled with fragrance. Hao Ren had chosen the perfect time, the night with the fullest moon of the year, to use the transformation scroll on Little White. After jumping to level 4 from level 3, Little White excreted its first level 4 poop. Laying on the side of the bed that was closest to the blanket on the ground, Duan Yao was speechless when Little White presented this hot pile before her. Meanwhile, Hao Ren dropped in the bed, bouncing up the sides of the mattress. Therefore, Duan Yao almost fell to the blanket on the ground. With one hand grabbing the edge of the bed and the other clutching the quilt, she managed to stay out of Little White's poop. Shamelessly, Little White shook its rump and fell asleep on the floor beside its golden poop. This, laying on the Lu sisters and Xie Yujia, Hao Ren looked at Little White in astonishment. This lion has become even more shameless. Gongzi, go to sleep. The Lu sisters held Hao Ren cheerfully and said in their sweet voices. Sleeping on the other side of the bed, Zhao Yanzi was almost bounced off the bed as well, and she was stunned when she saw Hao Ren lying among them. However, when she looked up, she saw the same expression on Duan Yao's face. Duan Yao looked at Hao Ren who was lying in the middle of the bed and blinked. He is indeed a pervert, she thought. Hao Ren looked at Duan Yao and tried to sit up with his hands pressing on the Lu sisters and Xie Yujia's waists but was stopped by them. "You're tired. Get some rest," Xie Yujia said gently. After reaching the dragon transformation realm, which was dewy level, and getting cleansed by heavenly lightning bolts, Hao Ren was fatigued. A moment ago, he had transferred a lot amount of nature essence into Little White, bringing paleness to Hao Ren's face. Zhao Yanzi curled her lips but kept silent. However, she stared at Hao Ren's hands and was ready to jump up if they touched things that they shouldn't. Okay. Uncontrollable fatigue overwhelmed Hao Ren. After just reaching top-tier dewy level, he had transferred almost all his nature essence into Little White. Now, he was so exhausted that he couldn't even lift his hands, let alone doing perverted things that Zhao Yanzi was afraid that he would do. As if he had fallen into a soft valley, Hao Ren closed his eyes and didn't want to move. In fact, he couldn't move a muscle. It required a lot of nature essence to use the transformation scroll on demon beasts. It had taken all Hao Ren's nature essence to elevate Little White from level 3 to level 4, and he wondered how much more nature essence he would have to put into Little White for further elevation. Suddenly, a thought struck him. After putting so much effort into Little White, it would be a great loss to him if Little White ran away with someone else. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. The Lu sisters held his right hand and massaged his arm. Xie Yujia held Hao Ren's left hand quietly, but Zhao Yanzi traded spots with Xie Yujia and placed his hand near her belly so that he wouldn't do anything improper. Duan Yao looked at Hao Ren in astonishment when he fell asleep in between the girls and even snored. The room was very peaceful with a nice fragrance. Duan Yao turned her head and saw the sweet and happy expressions of the 4 other girls. "What's wrong with me? I'm sleeping in the room of my mortal enemy and even lying quietly in bed." Duan Yao wanted to flee from the room but didn't have any place to go. The moon moved little by little, and the sky began to lighten up. Duan Yao watched the North Star appear in the sky and then looked down at the level 4 snow lion who slept soundly on its back. The other girls in the bed were asleep while leaning against each other, and Hao Ren slept like a log with his hands resting on the girls' chests above the quilts. "Pervert. Pervert. Pervert." Duan Yao murmured the words silently 100 times and then pushed aside the quilt before walking toward the glass door to the balcony, cautious not to step on Little White's poop that had hardened. Sensing the small movements, Little White raised its head from sleep and looked at Duan Yao alertly. Duan Yao felt nervous, knowing that she was no match for the level 4 snow lion. However, Little White just stared at her and didn't do anything else. Duan Yao pulled open the door to the balcony quietly and looked into the distance in the cool breeze. There were sunrise and sunset on 6th heaven, but they weren't as magnificent as this sight where the sky blended with the ocean. Rough. With a bark, Little White flew out from the broken window. It was before dawn, and the sky was still dark. With the moon hanging in the western sky, it looked bright in the dark night. Having reached level 4, Little White changed into its snow lion form as flames enveloped its paws. Then, it flew into the distance. Hee hee, level 4 snow lions are difficult to control. I guess it's running away. Seeing Little White flying away, Duan Yao thought happily. Creak. Another door on the balcony suddenly opened. Yao, you can't sleep as well? Standing on the balcony, Grandma looked at Duan Yao and asked. Yeah. Pouting, Duan Yao looked at Grandma, not knowing what to say. In the dark night near dawn, Duan Yao, who was wearing the colorful traditional dress, looked very pretty. Grandma turned her gaze to the moon in the western sky and asked in a seemingly casual tone, Yao, do you have a boyfriend? Boyfriend? Puzzled, Duan Yao didn't know how to answer. Hee hee, you're still young. Grandma spread her arms and stretched. In the distant sky, Little White flew across the moon, releasing black light all over its body. Duan Yao's eyes widened. Devouring the moon energy, it was the instinct of demon beasts. She had thought that Little White was tamed, but it had the ambition of swallowing the moon. Grandma froze in her stretching. The heavenly dog is eating the moon one. Yao, do you see that? Grandma looked into the distance of Little White with widened eyes and asked. The full silver moon in the dark night shrunk little by little until it vanished completely. Grandma saw the vague shape of a big beast's mouth. Instantly, the night turned to pitch dark, and even the starlight vanished. Duan Yao saw everything clearly. Little White's body had blocked the moonlight while it tried its best to swallow the moon energy. Emitting black demonic lights all over, it sucked up all the moonlight. Only at level 4, Little White dared to eat the moon. If it could grow into a big demon beast, it would probably devour the sun energy. Bad heavenly dog. Return the moon. After several minutes of darkness, Grandma got worried and pointed at the sky while shouting. In the high sky, Little White's demonic light could no longer block the moonlight. It withdrew its black natal demonic light little by little. The moonlight returned gradually while the sun began to rise from the horizon, casting a white light between the sky and the ocean. The brightening moonlight and the rising sunlight lit up both the eastern and the western sky. Satisfied, Little White rolled back in the sky. When it saw Grandma, it immediately put up a small energy sphere and squeezed back into the room with a full belly. After absorbing the moon energy, Little White had glimmering fur and brighter eyes. Ha ha! The moon is back. Oblivious to the fact that their dog had devoured the moon, Grandma laughed happily when the full moon came back. Then, she returned to her room to get more sleep. Duan Yao was at a loss for words as she looked at Grandma. After returning to the room, she saw that Hao Ren and the others were already awake, and Hao Ren had changed into fresh clothes. Humph! Duan Yao snorted and walked past the bed to the stairs out of the room. Afraid that his parents would also wake up and see them in the room like this, Hao Ren immediately jumped onto the floor. Little White rubbed itself against Hao Ren's leg cheerfully while wagging its tail. Get smaller. Hao Ren patted it on the head. Little White shrank an inch while looking down. After reaching level 4, it didn't want to play cute anymore, but Hao Ren didn't agree to it. Smaller. Hao Ren patted it again. Little White shrank some more. Smaller. Smaller. Hao Ren patted its big belly on both sides. Little White held its breath and finally returned to its original size. In fact, Little White had grown gradually since it came to Hao Ren's home, but if it became so large in such a short period, Hao Ren's dad, who was a biologist, would take it away and study it. According to the news from the National Seismic Network, a 5.1 magnitude earthquake was detected in the ocean 30 kilometers offshore of East Ocean City at 11:30 p.m. last night with a focal depth of 4 kilometers. Some areas felt the shaking, but no casualties were reported. The National Seismic Network is watching closely and sees no signs of aftershocks. There is no need for alarm. Hearing the TV downstairs, Hao Ren knew that his parents were up. He walked downstairs into the living room with Little White trotting after him. Duan Yao sat on the sofa, watching the TV as well with a dull expression. After a day, she still didn't understand how pictures and sounds were coming from this object. I told you that it was the earthlight caused by the ocean earthquake last night. Definitely not the flying dragons which you told about, Yu Yang said while she took out some frozen buns from the refrigerator. In his pajamas, Hao Zonghua was helping her rinse the steamer pot, and he didn't defend himself when he heard Yu Yang's explanation. How come there is a bite on this raw steamed bun? Did a mouse manage to enter the refrigerator? Yu Yang turned over the raw steamed bun and asked. Sitting in the living room, Duan Yao sat straighter while her ears pricked up. Dad, is the power fixed? Hao Ren asked. Yeah. The breaker had tripped, and the power returned after we pulled up the switch, Hao Zonghua answered. With the sun was up, the living room looked dirty, but all the water was out, and the appliances were in working order. Morning, Uncle. Auntie. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily ran down the stairs in their pajamas like two small butterflies. Morning. I'm heating the steamed buns for you, Yu Yang said with a smile. Refreshed, Xie Yujia and Zhao Yanzi also came down into the living room. When they saw the muddy ground of the living room, they began to clean it with a mop and a broom without a word. Sitting on the sofa, Duan Yao looked awkward, but she would never do housework for Hao Ren. Zhen Kongming also walked out of his room at this moment while yawning. He was surprised to see the messy living room. Since he had built a small array formation for his room, the water didn't flood it. Hao Ren looked at him and found that Zhen Kongming had elevated to the realm between Zhen level and Zhen level from the realm between Kan level and Li level. In a sense, it meant that he had reached the core formation realm from the foundation establishment realm. Zhen Kongming had slept like a log in the night and gained a significant breakthrough during that time. Zhen Kongming suddenly found that the big array formation around the house had been destroyed. He turned to look at Hao Ren and realized that the latter had reached top-tier Dewey level. Then, he looked at Little White and saw that it had become a level 4 demon beast. It seems lots of stuff had happened last night. Rubbing his eyes in confusion, Zhen Kongming tried to summon the nature essence in his body. Due to his demon beast physique, his strength had increased by many folds even though he appeared to be a human. He was at the Foundation Establishment realm but had the strength of the Core Formation realm. Now that he had reached the Core Formation realm, it meant that his actual power was close to the nascent Soul realm, enabling him to use some super powerful techniques and Dharma treasures. Good. I'll be able to enter the Dragon God Shrine for some fun. Secretly pleased, Zhen Kongming forgot about the destruction of the big array formation. However, I must hide it from Mom. Zhen Kongming began to plan. Huo, here I come. Lady Zhen's laughter came from the outside, almost made Zhen Kongming run back into his room with fright. Duan Yao, who had been sitting on the damp sofa, dully heard Lady Zhen's voice, and her eyes lit up as she ran over to open the door. Sister Zhen, you're early. Yu Yang hurried out of the kitchen at the sight of Lady Zhen. Yeah. I've finished my business, and I'm here to pick up Yao, Lady Zhen said. She glanced at Hao Ren and Little White and didn't look surprised when she saw their realm elevations. Have breakfast with us, Yu Yang offered. No, thank you. I need to take Yao to one of my relatives, Lady Zhen said and pulled Duan Yao to her side. When Lady Zhen took Duan Yao to the door, Yu Yang and Hao Zonghua knew that they were determined to leave and walked them to the door. Wearing colorful traditional dresses, Lady Zhen and Duan Yao looked like mother and daughter, but Duan Yao's cold expression was not as charming as Lady Zhen's. You don't have to walk us out. I'll get a taxi when we walk out of the residential area, Lady Zhen said. Looking up at Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang and then at Hao Ren, who was also standing at the door, Duan Yao wondered when she could come out again after returning to the Demon Sea with Lady Zhen. Perhaps she could meet Hao Ren again in 3 to 6 years. Holding Duan Yao's hand, Lady Zhen walked into the distance. Suddenly, Lady Zhen put up a pale green spherical energy sphere and floated up into the air with Duan Yao. Meanwhile, Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang had returned to the house. Lady Zhen tossed out dozens of colorful small rocks around Hao Ren's house. A 5-colored array formation engulfed the house like a soap bubble with glowing light. They were the 5-colored stones left by Nuwa II, who had patched up the sky in the legends. Little soul formation realm cultivators are troublesome, Lady Zhen murmured and shot into the deep ocean with Duan Yao on a white beam of light. Chapter 665. You must defeat heavenly dragons Wa. While Lady Zhen swept into the ocean, 3 green lights that were unnoticeable to the human eye flew from the shore and followed her into the deep ocean. If Lady Zhen only moved around the coastlines, the soul formation realm cultivators probably couldn't find her. However, she had appeared in an inland city yesterday, entering their tracking range. However, as an eternal demon king, Lady Zhen still dodged them and made it hard for them to track despite the mystical tracking methods of the soul formation realm cultivators. In the city where mortals were dense, the soul formation realm cultivators couldn't make a move against her, and she didn't seem interested in fighting them. After using all kinds of techniques, the 8 soul formation realm cultivators still couldn't force out Lady Zhen. When the night came, she suddenly vanished. Usually, big demon kings wouldn't attract the attention of 8 soul formation realm when they moved around on land, but Lady Zhen had taken the Kunlun Mountain's Kunlun godly lamp, and her undisguised movements on land inevitably drew them out. Believing that Lady Zhen was still in the city, they had spent one night to build a big array formation and found an astonishing result. There were 2 big demon kings of almost the same level in the city. They could sense Lady Zhen's aura since she had broken into the Kunlun Mountain and fought with them, but the other was disguised so well that they couldn't detect this demon king at all without this powerful array. Lady Zhen had come to meet another big demon king on land? The soul formation realm cultivators got nervous at this discovery, wondering if the demon kings who had the power to destroy the world were up to some scheme. When they had determined Lady Zhen's location after one night's efforts and were about to surround her, Lady Zhen had suddenly vanished. With vast spiritual senses which could locate any cultivator within hundreds of kilometers, these soul formation realm cultivators just couldn't find the position of Lady Zhen. They had tried different techniques, but Lady Jen would disappear from their vision again and again when she was found. While they chased after her, they had the feeling that she was teasing them and using them to kill time. After trailing her for over 1 hour, the dawn came, and Lady Jen vanished completely from their spiritual senses with a disguise technique. Lady Jen dodged them due to some unknown reason, but one of the soul formation realm cultivators couldn't bear the shame anymore and finally found her location at the cost of 100 years of cultivation strength. However, they lost her again when Lady Jen entered East Ocean City. When she reappeared, she had a young girl with her. The 3 soul formation realm cultivators who had tracked Lady Jen in East Ocean City realized that this young girl was a human cultivator. Thinking that Lady Jen had caught a human cultivator and was taking her to the Demon Sea, the 3 soul formation realm cultivator got worried, and they sped up quickly, trying to save this girl. Yao. From what I know about the personalities of these 3 soul formation realm cultivators, they will want to take you as a disciple and teach you if they are lucky enough to get you from me, Lady Jen said while she flew. Duan Yao looked at her in surprise. With your talent, they will not ignore you. It would be your fortune to be a disciple of a soul formation realm cultivator, Lady Jen continued. Lady Jen's tone was mild and easy, but her speed was fast while the 3 soul formation realm cultivators chased after her with full force. Duan Yao looked at Lady Jen in bafflement. If it were before, she would have admired the soul formation realm cultivators and would have been sleepless with excitement if she could become their disciple. However, the Demon Sea looks prosperous, but it's in fact a prison. If you enter Demon Sea with me, you won't be able to come out in 8 to 10 years. If you are willing to go with the 3 soul formation realm cultivators, I'll fake a defeat and allow these 3 little guys to take you back and teach you, Lady Jen said in earnest. Master, you saved my life, and I want to follow you. I'll stay in the sea for even 800 years if I have to, Duan Yan said after she bit her lips for a while. Hearing her words, Lady Jen was silent for half a second, and then she covered her smile with her hand before saying, "Ha ha ha, I have a quick temper, and you might lose your life if you offend me one day. Are you sure about your decision?" "I'm sure," Duan Yao answered immediately. The soul formation realm cultivators were indeed great figures with mighty powers, but Duan Yao was tired of the hypocrisy of human cultivators and didn't want to return to live inside cultivation sects. Although Lady Jen was from the demon tribe, she was true to her feelings, and Duan Yao liked that. Good. Good, if you said that you wanted to go back, I would have killed you, Lady Jen said softly. With a wave of her hand, she took a small bead from her hair and tossed it out. Dropping into the sea, the white bead released a thick layer of fog. Weak technique. The 3 soul formation realm cultivators shot out their Dharma treasures and dashed toward the mist. Thud. Dashing with the fastest traveling speed, the 3 soul formation realm cultivators bumped onto an energy sphere that even their spiritual senses didn't detect, and blood gushed out from the wounds on their heads. The mist wasn't an illusion array formation which they had thought but a robust defensive array. Looking down at the 3 soul formation realm cultivators who were falling into the sea, Lady Jen turned to look at Duan Yao and said, "Your realm is too low and can't even defeat Hao Ren. That's not good. I'll cultivate hard with you, and I'm sure I will surpass him one day." Duan Yao bit hard on her lip. "It's not difficult to surpass that kid, but you can't be called a master until you can defeat a heavenly dragon. Now that I've improved your physique, I can inject essence into your body." However, Lady Jen paused before continuing, "It is risky since there is a 50% chance that you'll die in the process." When Duan Yao kept silent, Lady Jen smiled and said, "Okay. We can return to the Demon Sea and cultivate slowly. You will reach the level and defeat him in 10 to 20 years. Master, I want to become stronger." Duan Yao widened her eyes and said without hesitation. "There is a 50% chance that you'll die," Lady Jen repeated. "I'm not afraid." Duan Yao gritted her teeth. "Okay. Since you're impatient, I'll help you." While they were flying, Lady Jen placed her palm on Duan Yao's head. Bang! A violent surge of nature essence poured into Duan Yao's body. A moment later, this surge of nature essence turned gentle, merging into her body like ink spreading in water. Duan Yao felt that her golden core was broken, and the broken pieces merged with the misty nature essence, forming a 3-dimensional object that looked like a baby and a small demon beast. It was her nascent soul. A dash of light flashed on her forehead, and Duan Yao sensed that she had broken into the nascent soul realm from the core formation realm in the blink of an eye. In seconds, she had reached the realm that ordinary cultivators spent hundreds or even 1,000 years to achieve. As my disciple, this is the beginning realm. Otherwise, we can't proceed. Lady Zhen touched Duan Yao's forehead with her soft hand and continued, "Silly girl, I lied to you. The essence injection technique is not risky at all. Look at your nervous face." She suddenly laughed with great pleasure. Looking at her in bafflement, Duan Yao felt like a little lamb before the charming Lady Zhen. "Little girl, you are too naive, and you must be careful not to be fooled by boys." Holding Duan Yao's hand, Lady Zhen's face turned serious as she said, "From now on, you are my disciple, and I'll kill the people who dare to mess with you and their families." Bang! Lady Zhen created a blinking purple energy sphere before dashing into the demon sea. Wah! The soul formation realm cultivators rushed out of the sea while holding the bleeding wounds on their heads. They stopped their chase when they saw the immortal spirit island, which symbolized the border of the demon sea. It might be fine if the dragon cultivators passed the demon sea occasionally, but human cultivators would be asking for trouble if they tried to enter the demon sea. With big demon kings living in the demon sea, the soul formation realm cultivators could dash across it in the high sky. If they tried to fly across the demon sea in the low sky or enter the demon sea, they would alert the great number of demon kings. Now that Lady Zhen, who had taken the Kunlun godly lamp, had flown into the demon sea, the 3 soul formation realm cultivators didn't dare to follow her in. While they flew in the air around the border near the immortal spirit island, the other 5 soul formation realm cultivators joined them. In the sea, the East Ocean soldiers were patrolling along the border of the demon sea, and they didn't come out when they saw the 8 soul formation realm cultivators in the air. Although the human cultivators were not allowed into the territory of the East Ocean Dragon clan, they couldn't kick out soul formation realm cultivators. While the 8 soul formation realm cultivators were hovering in the high sky above the immortal spirit island, trying to come up with a strategy, Hao Ren flew over swiftly while stepping on the golden boat that was transformed from the purple gold hairpin. Having reached top-tier Dewey level, Hao Ren was more skillful with the treasure-controlling scroll. After he transferred metal elemental and water elemental nature essence into the purple gold hairpin, it grew from the original 45 meters to almost 100 meters. It looked more magnificent. Seeing a golden light getting close at speed close to the soul formation realm, the 8 soul formation realm cultivators thought another soul formation realm cultivator had come to their aid. However, they soon saw that it was a radiant golden boat, and a dragon cultivator stood in it. The top-tier Dewey-level dragon cultivator wasn't powerful in their eyes. Boom! The golden boat dashed into the demon sea, leaving 2 long waves behind it in the seemingly peaceful demon sea. The demon beasts under the sea made way for it one by one and didn't dare to contest. The 8 soul formation realm cultivators were dumbfounded. Chapter 666. 9 Big Demon Kings. Stepping on the purple gold hairpin, Hao Ren didn't see the 8 soul formation realm cultivators who were lingering around the immortal spirit island. After breakfast with Xie Yujia and the others at home, he said that he needed to run an errand. In fact, he remembered that he needed to finish the mission of delivering the elixir pill to Penglai Island in 1 week. The celestial mountains where independent cultivators lived were all situated in the demon sea, and ordinary cultivators couldn't enter. Even the inspectors of the Dragon God Shrine didn't dare to enter the demon sea without a cause. Now that Hao Ren had reached top-tier Dewey level, only 4 openings away from Xuan level, he sensed the abundant nature essence of the demon sea while he traveled on the sea surface. The purple gold hairpin was so fast that the moment the bottom of the golden boat touched the water, it entered the depth of the demon sea from the edge in the blink of an eye. The 8 soul formation realm cultivators watched the golden boat disappear from their sight in an instant, and they were astonished by its speed, which was even faster than the traveling speed of soul formation realm cultivators. The golden boat is probably a supreme spiritual treasure, they thought. Well, with the godly lamp stolen, we have to ask Qingfeng Hermit to deal with it. One of the 8 soul formation realm cultivators sighed helplessly. The other 7 soul formation realm cultivators looked scared when they heard the name of Qingfeng Hermit. They had received the news that Qingfeng Hermit was still in seclusion cultivation on 8th heaven, and none of them dared to interrupt her. After all, Qingfeng Hermit was extremely eccentric. "Forget it," one of the soul formation realm cultivators said. The others nodded. The godly lamp was one of the ultimate treasures of Kunlun Mountain, but dealing with Qingfeng Hermit was more troublesome. Wah, 8 lights flew toward the land. "I remember that, Qingfeng Hermit took a girl as her disciple. If we can find the girl, maybe she can ask Qingfeng Hermit to solve the problem for us." During their swift flight, one of the cultivators said suddenly. "If we can find the girl, we can give it a try. Anyway, let's go back and cultivate for a while since we all used lots of cultivation strength last night," another soul formation realm cultivator said. The Kunlun godly lamp was the ultimate treasure of the Kunlun Mountain and the core item that kept the big array formation around the Kunlun Mountain operational. However, these cultivators didn't think that the Demon King who stole it could activate the ancient godly lamp without the special array formation in Kunlun. Besides, without the big array formation, the Kunlun Mountain was still guarded by the soul formation realm cultivators, and they didn't think that anyone would dare to make trouble for them. They were planning to wait until Qingfeng Hermit came out of her seclusion cultivation. Only her note technique could defeat Demon Kings. Boom! While the soul formation realm cultivators left in frustration without a plan to deal with Lady Zhen, Hao Ren had reached the center of the Demon Sea on the Golden Boat. When Hao Ren led the troops of East Ocean across the Demon Sea, they had avoided the central area and detoured a little to avoid trouble. Now that Hao Ren got close to the center of the Demon Sea, he felt as if he had entered a sea full of abundant nature essence. Each breath he took contained the purest form of nature essence. Waves of fog floated on the sea. It wasn't the water vapor that was evaporated by the sun but the excess nature essence that was coming from the Demon Sea. If mortals entered this place, the high intensity of nature essence would kill them. Even low-level cultivators would die of bleeding meridians. Under the sea, level 10 demon beasts surged up like waves, and they looked at Hao Ren greedily. Hum. The golden boat which Hao Ren stepped on released purple light all over the place. The level 10 demon beasts that were ready to make a move scrambled away like a startled herd of fishes. These level 10 demon beasts could transform into humans after surviving the heavenly tribulation, and they moved near the ocean surface since their strengths were not great enough for them to live deep in the ocean. While Hao Ren flew across the surface of the sea which was covered by a thick layer of fog like nature essence, he was tempted to see the world underwater. Although he knew Lady Zhen and Duan Yao had returned to the Demon Sea, he was only at top-tier Dewey level and was not qualified to visit Lady Zhen. If he still couldn't find enough spiritual herbs for cultivating the 7-core 5-color lotus after his trip to the 9-dragon palace with Su Han, he would come to the Demon Sea to try his luck. While he made his plan, the golden boat left a series of purple afterimages and flew toward a distant island. As one of the 3 biggest remote celestial mountains, Penglai Island was almost in the center of the Demon Sea. With layers of fog like nature essence floating around the island, it looked like a realm of its own. Stepping on the golden boat, Hao Ren saw a reef protruding from the island and the ancient characters on it, Penglai, from a distance. The Dragon God Shrine had no detailed map on the layout of the islands in the Demon Sea except the information that Penglai Celestial Mountain was situated in the center of the Demon Sea. After some searching, Hao Ren had found it. However, he was only able to do this since he had Lady Zhen's purple gold hairpin. If other inspectors, including top-tier Qian-level dragon cultivators, had roamed on the surface of the Demon Sea, they would have been swallowed by a dozen level 10 demon beasts which were eager to break through. To Hao Ren's surprise, the Penglai Celestial Mountain had no array formation around it. His golden boat landed successfully on the island. "Which friend has come to visit me?" A voice came from the depth of the island. "I'm Inspector Hao Ren from the Dragon God Shrine. I'm here to deliver the elixir pills," Hao Ren answered. From the perspective of cultivation, these remote independent cultivators were human cultivators. However, different from the cultivation sects on land which were like large-scale schools, these islands were more like small private home schools. However, the independent cultivators who could live on the Demon Sea were figures with extremely great cultivation strength. Oh! The person in the depth of the island sounded surprised, probably since he didn't expect a dragon cultivator of the Dragon God Shrine could come to this place. After a moment of hesitation, the voice sounded again, "You've got an identity token from Lady Gen. No wonder you can come here." The independent cultivators on the remote celestial mountains had agreements with the big demon kings, so even level 10 demon beasts wouldn't attack the islands. That was why these islands didn't have array formation around them. When Hao Ren landed on the island on the Dharma treasure, the Penglai Island master had thought that another independent cultivator of a nearby island had sent a disciple here to deliver something, not expecting Hao Ren from the Dragon God Shrine. "Qingfeng, Mingyue, welcome the guest," the cultivator on the island called out. The moment he said it, a handsome boy and a pretty girl appeared from the void, looking at Hao Ren curiously. While putting away the purple gold hairpin, Hao Ren was secretly alarmed since he had felt nothing when the two kids who were about 7 years old had hidden themselves in the void on both sides of him. When they appeared, Hao Ren checked their realms and realized that they were already at low-tier nascent soul realm. Following the two kids cautiously, Hao Ren saw all kinds of precious beasts on the island. Some deer ran from a nearby forest, and Hao Ren realized that they were all level 5 and level 6 spirit beasts. "It's fortunate that Little White isn't here, or its self-esteem will be crushed," Hao Ren thought. No wonder Penglai was ranked as one of the 3 biggest remote celestial mountains. When Hao Ren saw Penglai Island in the high sky, he had thought that it wasn't a big island. However, when he was inside walking on the winding path, he realized that he couldn't see the end of it. If the famous Penglai Island weren't situated in the most dangerous Demon Sea, there would probably be lots of inspectors wanting to take this mission. "Master, Gongzi Hao is here." After leading Hao Ren around one corner, passing a big peach tree, and coming to a closed brass door, the two kids reported to the person inside. During the journey, Hao Ren noticed that all the plants were blooming, including peach flowers, pear flowers, plum flowers, and more. Keeping the flowers blooming was something Lady Gen was capable of. However, the flowers on Penglai Island were in full bloom at the same time without any special array formation, and it showed the great power of the island master. Junior Hao Ren greets the Penglai Island master. Hao Ren cupped his hands and bowed. There were islands of different sizes on the Demon Sea, and they were all occupied by independent cultivators. It was a remote cultivation world different from the one on the land. Having almost no dealings with the cultivation sects on land, the independent cultivators had their own system, which was why they didn't join the war between the cultivation sects and the dragon clans. However, the independent cultivators on the remote celestial islands had regular dealings with each other. Living on Penglai Island, one of the 3 biggest remote celestial mountains, its master was one of the 3 most influential figures among the independent cultivators. Hao Ren was very respectful at this moment for his own benefit, as he wondered if the Penglai Island master would give him something for his efforts. Otherwise, the master could have asked him to leave instead of bringing him into the island. The Dragon God Shrine is indeed full of talented people, and one of its inspectors can even enter the Demon Sea. The voice sounded from behind the brass door, and it seemed like the Penglai Island master was looking at Hao Ren up and down. Hao Ren took out the small bottle from his necklace and handed it to the little boy who was wearing an 8-trigram Taoist robe and standing beside him. "At your age, it is not easy to cultivate to top-tier Dewey level on land where nature essence is scarce," the Penglai Island master continued. "Ha!" This person paused for a second before continuing in amazement. "Immortal physique? You have the immortal physique? With the immortal physique, you still managed to fly across the Demon Sea without being eaten by the level 10 demon beasts. It seems like Lady Gen's power has grown even stronger. However, level 10 demon beasts have activated their intelligence. Now the news is out, and you'll catch the eyes of the other 9 most powerful demon kings when you leave my place," the person on the other side of the brass door said after a short pause. Chapter 667. Penglai 7 Killing Array. Hao Ren gaped in surprise. He didn't think that the immortal physique had its drawbacks. However, on the second thought, he remembered that level 10 demon beasts must eat precious treasures to have the ability to pass through the heavenly tribulation. He had the immortal physique but without the power of an immortal. He was the perfect elixir in the eyes of demon beasts. When he came out to the Demon Sea, he had told Xie Yujia that he was running an errand, so they didn't know that he came to the Demon Sea. Besides, he didn't know that he would be in this difficult situation. "You are only here to bring me the elixir pills. If one of the 9 most powerful demon kings eat you, It won't be my fault. However, it will probably affect my relationship with the Dragon God Shrine. This is the deal. The person behind the brass door paused for a while before continuing. If you become my disciple, you can stay in my Penglai Island and cultivate 2 to 3 years until you reach peak Qian level. Then, you'll have enough power to protect yourself when you leave here. Hao Ren looked at the brass door at a loss for words, not sure how he should feel about the Penglai Island master wanting to take him as a disciple on their first encounter. He wondered why these powerful cultivators always wanted to take in disciples. I'm grateful to Senior's kindness, but I have urgent businesses to tend to and can't stay on the island, Hao Ren said. Grandma would be worried if he were absent for 2 or 3 days, let alone 2 or 3 years. If he disappeared for 2 to 3 months, he would be declared missing, and his grandma would be distressed. Not wanting to have his family and loved ones worried, he would never stay in Penglai Island. He would return to land no matter how dangerous the journey would be. Humph. I like your talent and want to take you in as my disciple, yet you refused me. The person behind the brass door sounded angry. Even Lady Jen is respectful toward me. I'll see how powerful you are. Suddenly, a golden light shot out of the brass door. Surprised by the sudden attack from this grand cultivator, Hao Ren immediately used the light-splitting sword shadow scroll and formed a light wall to block the golden light. After reaching top-tier Dewey level, his sword energies released from the light-splitting sword shadow scroll had better quality and faster speed. These sword energies that were released at his will blocked the golden light. However, that golden light wasn't a Dharma treasure but a cluster of nature essence. It turned suddenly and hacked toward Hao Ren's face. Hao Ren was frustrated at this eccentric old guy who was probably above the soul formation realm. This old guy became so shameless that he even attacked a junior after the latter refused to be his disciple. Oh, light-splitting sword shadow scroll. The person behind the door sounded confused, but the golden light didn't slow down. Instead, it turned into 3 before hacking toward Hao Ren's hands and feet. Break. Hao Ren's sword energies, which contained lightning energy, crashed toward the 3 golden light beams. Hiss. Hao Ren's 5 elemental lightning sword energies distinguished the 3 golden beams instantly. Standing beside the brass door, Qingfeng and Mingyue looked at Hao Ren, surprised that he could block their master's casual test. Their master was in seclusion cultivation for more than 300 days a year and rarely showed his hand. However, he was so interested in this cultivator who came from the outside that he tested him. Well, you are not bad. It seems like the Dragon God Shrine deserves its fame. A burst of light laughter came from behind the door while a sword-shaped Dharma treasure flew out. Hao Ren's sword energies condensed suddenly, and its tip went toward the tip of the incoming silver longsword head-on. Ding! The 2 swords collided with ear-piercing sounds. The longsword tossed out by the Penglai Island master split open Hao Ren's 5-colored longsword. Fortunately, Hao Ren's longsword was made up of sword energies, and the broken sword body merged again into a solid 5-colored longsword. Good. You can keep calm at dangerous moments. Did the Dragon God Shrine Master teach you himself? The person behind the brass door said again while the silver longsword leapt in the air, shooting toward the spot between Hao Ren's eyebrows. It was the upper dantian, one of the major acupoints in the human body. If it were pierced, one's cultivation strength would be destroyed. Forced to use his best technique, Hao Ren used the first variation of the first sword strike from the mystic water sword techniques with the 5-colored sword. Ding! Ding! Sparks flew. Hao Ren's 5-colored sword blocked the silver longsword. Oh? The person behind the brass door sounded more surprised. Hao Ren had the immortal physique and practiced immortal sword technique. Kid, are you a heavenly dragon or an immortal? Penglai Island master behind the brass door asked Hao Ren. After reaching the soul formation realm, the cultivators who could ascend into heavens but decided to remain in the mortal world were called earthly immortals. However, Hao Ren had both a dragon core and the immortal physique, confusing the experienced Penglai Island master. He suspected that Hao Ren had reached the heavenly dragon realm or heavenly immortal realm but had returned to land to recultivate for some reason. Junior is a mortal who swallowed a dragon core by mistake and began cultivation, Hao Ren answered. Oh, I see. The brass door opened slowly, revealing a small cave with a diameter of 5 meters. On a yellow cushion, there sat a chubby old man. Qingfeng and Mingyue widened their eyes when the brass door opened. In the years they served their master, it was the first time that their master opened the brass door to a guest while he was in seclusion cultivation. Even when the masters of the other two most powerful celestial mountains came to visit their master, he had talked with them behind the brass door. Surprised that the brass door opened, Hao Ren looked up immediately at the Penglai Island master. Sitting steadily on the cushion, Penglai master was short and fat with a bald head and a wrinkled face. He was extremely ugly. With the Penglai Island as beautiful as the heaven, Hao Ren had thought that the island master would look ethereal at least if not handsome. Therefore, he was astonished at the person he saw. Human but not human, demon but not demon, dragon but not dragon, and immortal but not immortal, Penglai Island master's eyes, one big one small, looked at Hao Ren as he said, "You are a lucky guy. Greetings to you, senior." Hao Ren cupped his hands after withdrawing the sword energies. Sitting in the narrow stone room, Penglai Island master who had a wrinkled face reminded Hao Ren of the Tudagung. Tudagung, lord of the soil and the ground, is a tutelary deity of a locality and the human communities who inhabit it in Chinese folk religion. Penglai Island master lifted his right hand slightly, and the small bottle flew from Qingfeng's hand to his. He opened the bottle and looked before nodding in satisfaction. "Just what I wanted. Since you delivered the elixir, no matter if you can escape from the chase of the 9 demon kings or not, I'll give you something." He spread his hands, and several objects appeared before his knees with a white flash. The first one is immortal fruit, the number 1 earthly fruit. The second is golden Saturn peach, the number 1 heavenly fruit. The third is a supreme spiritual treasure, green wave sword. The fourth is a Penglai immortal token which you can use to seek shelter at other celestial islands when you're in danger. Hao Ren looked at the 2 fruits. The first one looked fresh and white and took the shape of a baby. It was the immortal fruit that Hao Ren heard about in the story, Journey to the West. The second fruit was a Saturn peach with golden light and intense nature essence. These 2 were immortal fruits that mortals couldn't see in their lifetimes. However, Hao Ren knew the power of the supreme spiritual treasures. If he could get one more, he would feel more confident in battles. However, that token seemed more fitting to his current need. If he took the token, he could get out of the demon sea successfully. "You can take these 4 or just the 5th option," Penglai Island master said. Hao Ren blinked in surprise. He had thought that he could only choose one instead of taking all 4. He suddenly was interested in the 5th option. "What's the 5th option?" Hao Ren asked. "The 5th option is to break my 7 killing array, and I'll not take you as my disciple," Penglai Island master said. Hao Ren looked at him and asked, "If I take the first 4, I must become your disciple, right?" "Of course. Why would I give you such precious gifts if you're not my disciple?" Penglai Island master said. Hao Ren was speechless. It seemed that this Penglai Island master still wanted to take him as a disciple, and his gifts to his new disciple were indeed precious. "It seems that this old guy is determined to have me as his disciple," he thought. Seeing Hao Ren's hesitation, Qingfeng and Mingyue looked jealous since they had never received any treasures after serving their master for years. However, Hao Ren had just arrived and could become a disciple with the reward of such precious gifts. "I'll take the 5th option," Hao Ren said. The 2 kids widened their eyes at Hao Ren's words. After all, thousands of cultivators wanted to cultivate on Penglai Island, but Hao Ren just refused this opportunity. "What a pity," Penglai Island master waved his big sleeve, and the 4 objects disappeared. While the cultivation sects chose disciples with certain criteria, the remote cultivation world chose their disciples more carefully and took only the disciples who met their exceptional standards. Penglai Island master had the intention of taking Hao Ren as his disciple when he saw the latter's immortal physique. After testing Hao Ren's power, he was quite satisfied. He could see that despite Hao Ren's excellent physique and talent, the latter didn't have a good teacher to guide him, which meant that he was an independent cultivator without a sect. Besides, Hao Ren was a mortal who had a foreign dragon core, the immortal physique, and even a trace of demonic essence. Penglai Island master wanted to know how far Hao Ren could go on his path of cultivation. There were many people with all kinds of fortune even among the mortals, but few could cultivate to Hao Ren's realm. Only those with great fortitude could get great opportunities. 7 colored lights floated in the high sky above Penglai Island like silk while celestial music sounded. Suddenly, Penglai Island Master who was in the cave and Qingfeng and Mingyue who were standing beside the peach tree vanished. Chapter 668. Mind Array. Hiss. Hiss. Suddenly, 24 sharp knives appeared in the void. Sword Array. Hao Ren used all his 1280 sword energies. 4 gates base guard array formation. The sword energies formed 4 walls, waiting for the attacks. The so-called 7 killing array targets the 7 emotions which are joy, anger, grief, fear, love, hatred, and desire. Penglai Island Master's voice sounded by Hao Ren's ear vaguely. The 24 sharp knives hacked toward Hao Ren in 2 groups. Hao Ren's 1280 sword energies shot up together and lit up this corner of the island. After reaching top-tier Dewey level which was equivalent to the nascent Soul Realm, Hao Ren was more powerful than before. The 24 sharp knives pierced the sword energies, slipping toward Hao Ren's body. Illusion Array. An array that attacked one's mind. Feeling the cold, sharp knives piercing his body, Hao Ren was plunged into the illusion array instantly. Joy, anger, grief, fear, love, hatred, and desire. Different scenes passed Hao Ren's mind including the victory in the basketball match, registration into university, the happiness of his parents, and his wedding. The wedding? Hao Ren was surprised but couldn't clearly see the girl who was wearing the wedding dress. Master, no one under the soul formation realm has ever broken this 7 killing array, Qingfeng and Mingyue who were standing beside Penglai Island Master said softly. Rubbing his chubby face full of wrinkles, Penglai Island Master smiled but remained silent. They were standing just 5 meters in front of Hao Ren, but he couldn't see them. Hao Ren stood under a peach tree with clenched fists and tightly shut eyes. 7 killing array wasn't an array attacking the physical body but the mind. All cultivators, didn't matter who they were, had worries and burdens in their minds that couldn't be unlocked, and these knots in minds would become the obstacles on their way to the higher realm. The soul formation realm cultivators all had been free of care before they successfully passed the heavenly tribulation and reached the earthly immortal realm. Young and at a high realm, Hao Ren was excellent in every aspect. However, this 7 killing array would test his mind. In the illusion array, Hao Ren saw many girls running toward him, some familiar and some not, even including Zhang Yuan and Lin Li. However, he just couldn't figure out who the girl wearing the wedding dress was. Hao Ren knew this was an illusion array, but he wanted to pull up the headpiece to see who this girl was. However, when he reached out, he hesitated and paused. Master, he can't even pass the first level. Seeing Hao Ren standing still, the 2 kids said. They were jealous that Penglai Island Master put such high value on Hao Ren. I think he can at least break 5 levels, Penglai Island Master said. Hao Ren who was standing in front of them gritted his teeth and suddenly moved his fingers. Bang! 1 colorful light out of the 7 colorful lights in the sky above Penglai Island suddenly turned into dust and vanished in the wind. The kid is ambitious. Penglai Island Master patted his old face and murmured, 5, 6, anyway, it's fine that he is direct in his mind. Not able to see to the scenes in the illusion array, Qingfeng and Mingyue only saw Hao Ren breaking through the first level. They curled their lips, saying, here is the second level. While they talked, Hao Ren suddenly began to use a set of fist techniques. The punches and kicks looked quite powerful in the illusion array. Hao Ren saw Qin Xiaoyang challenging him with attacks. Knowing that it was just an illusion, Hao Ren tried to ignore him. However, Qin Xiaoyang's gold-weaving shuttle hit Hao Ren, and the pain was acute. If he wanted to break this level, he must defeat Qin Xiaoyang and vent his anger. Crack! Hao Ren shattered Qin Xiaoyang in the illusion. Black Wolf, that master of West Ocean, escaped from the Dragon God Shrine and hunted down Hao Ren. Sang Yitao, the Crown Prince of West Ocean, was chasing after Xie Yujia and Zhao Yanzi with West Ocean elders. 3 metal elemental, top-tier Qian-level dragon cultivators appeared outside of Hao Ren's home, trying to destroy the house. The sword energy surrounded Hao Ren, breaking off several leaves on the nearby peach tree. The second level is difficult to break, the 2 kids said. It was hard for one to control his or her anger and get rid of it. For cultivators, it was impossible to avoid battles. One could get out of difficulties with great strength, or one would be destroyed by their rivals. Penglai Island Master looked at Hao Ren. wanting to see what kind of enemies Hao Ren had had. He was pleased when he saw they were powerful people. The second level was more difficult than the first one. Using his sword energies for 1 full hour, Hao Ren still couldn't break through. Many powerful cultivators were defeated at the level of anger, either by hurting their meridians due to their fury or beaten by their rivals in the illusion array. Qingfeng and Mingyue looked at each other and was about to conclude that Hao Ren would fail at this level, but Hao Ren suddenly released all his nature essence, and the 1280 sword energies spiraled into the sky. Crack! A lightning bolt crashed down from the sky. Still at low-tier nascent soul realm, Qingfeng and Mingyue looked alarmed. Penglai Island Master reached out his right hand, and the heavenly lightning struck onto his palm, condensing into a ball of lightning. He tossed it into the distance casually, and many level 10 demon beasts jumped out of the sea. They had been waiting for heavenly tribulation, and they fought to get it when they saw the ball of lightning. Bang! The second colored light on Penglai Island disappeared as well. In the illusion array, Hao Ren felt fatigued after fighting with his previous rivals one by one. Suddenly, the scenes of his maternal grandparents' deaths and going to the cemetery of his paternal grandfather with grandma appeared in his mind one after another. Suddenly, the scene of grandma sick in bed came into his sight. As if he were hit by a huge hammer, Hao Ren's heart broke with shock. Then, the scene of his loved ones deserting him appeared one by one while the previous joyous memories shattered. Mortals are burdened with worries. Let's see if he can pass this level. After a long silence, Penglai Island Master suddenly murmured. Wah! Suddenly, the sword energies spread outward while the sad scenes in the illusion array shattered like glass. Bang! The third colored light engulfing Penglai Island scattered and disappeared slowly. All kinds of horrifying and worrisome scenes swarmed toward Hao Ren like nightmares instantly. Anyone who wasn't determined and harbored sneaky thoughts couldn't break this level. With the same confidence and courage that he used to break the level of grief, Hao Ren broke level of fear. He was confident that he could protect the people around him. The sword energies flashed, and the fourth colorful light suddenly shattered and disappeared, too. By now, he had broken 4 levels, which astonished Qingfeng and Mingyue. Qingfeng, Mingyue, who broke the 7 killing array last time? Penglai Island Master asked suddenly. It was a small demon king about 1,000 years ago, the 2 kids answered. They hadn't witnessed it but had heard it from Penglai Island Master. That small demon king had no parents and was carefree. He broke my 7 killing array with innate super strength and a pure heart. Penglai Island Master looked at Hao Ren, who stood under the peach tree with tightly shut eyes and a frown as he continued. This young cultivator has parents and worries, but he has broken 4 levels with the simple desire to protect. The remaining 3 colorful lights moved around the Penglai Island in celestial music. Love, hatred, and desire. The last 3 levels of the 7 killing array tested the deepest emotions in one's heart. If one could drop love, hatred, and desires, one could break the 7 killing array. He has too many mortal concerns. He surely can't pass the 5th level, the boy said. Bang! The 5th colored light suddenly shattered. The heart with great love. Only people without the burden of love or with great love could pass the 5th level as long as they weren't burdened or obsessed. The requirement was a peaceful mind. In the 6th level, surely the boy continued. Bang! The 6th colored light shattered before he could finish his words. The boy turned to look at his master in bafflement. With joy, there should be love. With anger, there should be hatred. In the 7 killing array, it should be impossible to break both the 1st level and the 5th level together as well as the 2nd level and the 6th level together. Penglai Island Master shook his head with a smile, but he didn't explain. He had expected Hao Ren to break the 5th level, but not the 6th. Cultivators must face all kinds of powerful enemies. In the illusion array, Penglai Island Master had seen that Hao Ren's enemies were powerful people, and he was surprised that Hao Ren didn't hate them. If Hao Ren succeeded, he would be the 2nd person who had ever broken the 7 killing array. It was easy to beak array formations trapping one's body, but it was difficult to beak array formations trapping one's mind. With such a free mentality, it is not difficult for him to reach the heavenly dragon realm, Penglai Island Master thought as he looked at Hao Ren, wondering if the latter could break the last level. The 7 killing array was the most powerful mind array in the world. To break it, one must break all their mental burdens and be free of worries. Even some soul formation realm cultivators probably couldn't beat the last level. The ones who could break the 7 killing array would pass the heavenly tribulation. However, not everyone who had passed the heavenly tribulation could break the 7 killing array. The vague celestial music dulled Hao Ren's mind. After breaking 6 levels in which almost all his secrets were revealed to himself again, he was at the last level which targeted the desires in his heart. If he couldn't break it, he could fall into the evil Tao. With skin like the surface of an ancient tree, Penglai Island Master stared at Hao Ren with his eyes, one big and one small, wondering if the latter could pass the last level. Hum. 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 The golden shield which had been sleeping in Hao Ren's necklace suddenly sensed the intense nature essence outside. Whoosh! It rushed out of Hao Ren's necklace and started to suck in the enormous amounts of nature essence on Penglai Island, not caring where it was. Chapter 669. Treasure of the Treasures. Hao Ren, who had been fighting his emotions in the illusion array, suddenly found that the array was broken. He opened his eyes and saw the golden shield hovering in the high sky, sucking in the white fog form nature essence into its core like a tornado. This little, Hao Ren's first thought was that the golden shield was causing trouble again. Instantly, it sucked half of the nature essence in Penglai Island, one of the 3 most powerful remote celestial mountains. Stop it! Seeing the overbearing behavior of Hao Ren's supreme spiritual treasure, Qingfeng and Mingyue immediately jumped up to fight the golden shield with bare fists. Penglai Island Master raised his hand slightly, and Mingyue and Qingfeng, who had reached the nascent soul realm, were immediately immobilized. Since he broke my 7 killing array, he can get the nature essence as a reward, Penglai Island Master said calmly. In the sky above Penglai Island, the golden shield spun faster and faster. Although Penglai Island was far smaller than Kunlun Mountain, the nature essence intensity was almost the same as that in Kunlun Mountain, the ancestral holy place for cultivation sects. Hum! The golden shield suddenly released thousands of golden lights. Bang! These golden lights shot into the sea, sending many level 10 demon beasts into the air. The green wave sword flew from the sleeve of Penglai Island Master and dashed toward the golden shield. The golden shield released a golden light beam that was as thick as an arm toward the green wave sword, which was also a supreme spiritual treasure, breaking the latter into 2 halves. Master, this, Qingfeng and Mingyue looked at Penglai Island Master in surprise. There are levels in cultivation progress and Dharma treasures. Each of you, take 1 piece of the sword and refine them into Dharma treasures, Penglai Island Master said as he rubbed his chin slowly. It seemed he didn't care that a supreme spiritual treasure was broken. Qingfeng and Mingyue both felt pitiful toward the destruction of the sword, but they soon got excited since the remains of a supreme spiritual treasure still had some spirit properties. With their excellent material, they could be made into powerful Dharma treasures. They ran over to pick up the broken green wave sword and returned to Penglai Island Master's side. They looked at the overbearing gold shield in the high sky enviously, saying, Master, this Dharma treasure. The Dharma treasures can cultivate by themselves and try hard to elevate. This shield is able to achieve such a realm, and that is its fortune. In Penglai Island, we have countless treasures. Why should we pity the loss of 1 treasure? As long as you cultivate hard, you will get your share. You're still young. Don't be so greedy. The 2 kids lowered their heads with shame at their master's scold. Although they had reached the nascent soul realm, they were still kids who couldn't help feeling envious, just like the regular kids who saw other kids' toys. Today, you will have the chance to watch how the supreme spiritual treasure passes the heavenly tribulation, Penglai Island Master continued. Qingfeng and Mingyue looked up at the golden shield with widened eyes. Standing under the peach tree, Hao Ren was also watching the golden shield in surprise, feeling like the shield's aura was quite different from before. It was quite common to see cultivators and demon beasts trying to pass heavenly tribulations, but not Dharma treasures. Only the top-tier Dharma treasures with traces of spirit properties could trigger the heavenly tribulation and become a supreme spiritual treasure. The supreme spiritual treasures would trigger another heavenly tribulation after reaching a certain level. Such supreme spiritual treasures were treasures of the treasures and could defeat the ordinary supreme spiritual treasures. After 3 heavenly tribulation, they would become the kings of the treasures. Up until now, only one treasure had reached this level in the entire world. Bang! A heavenly lightning bolt struck down from the sky. The level 10 demon beasts around Penglai Island all came over, hoping to get some lightning energy for themselves. The golden shield shot out a blinding golden light toward the lightning. Crack! 9 purple lightning bolts struck down from the black clouds toward the golden shield from 9 directions. Qingfeng and Mingyue had seen lots of demon beasts and even small demon kings passing the heavenly tribulation around Penglai Island, but they had never seen such powerful 9-layered godly lightning bolts. The golden shield could only shoot out golden lights since it was a defense Dharma treasure and only had simple attack methods. However, due to its defensive nature, it had a natural advantage in resisting heavenly lightning bolts. The 9 purple lightning bolts pierced the 9 golden lights and struck the surface of the golden shield. They left 9 dents, but it wasn't pierced. The golden shield shook again, and it sucked more than half of the nature essence on Penglai Island into its body. Without the nurture of nature essence, the flourishing plants on the island began to wither in the masses. Black clouds moved to the sky above the island, and the ethereal Penglai Island looked like the chilly hell instantly. Master, the 2 kids turned to look at Penglai Island Master anxiously. Penglai Island Master waved his hand, signaling them to keep calm. He was surprised that a supreme spiritual treasure would stay with only a top-tier Dui-level cultivator, and he wanted to see if the Dharma treasure would still stay with Hao Ren after elevating into a higher realm. Besides, the natural selection was the law of the world, and he had never interfered when the demon beasts and small demon kings were going through their heavenly tribulations around Penglai Island. No matter if it were cultivators or Dharma treasures, they must get past many risks and dangers to reach the top. Bang! Many silver lights flashed in the black clouds. The dark demon sea lit up instantly. The level 10 demon beasts tumbled in the ocean waves with fear and excitement. It was almost equivalent to the heavenly tribulation of demon kings. If the level 10 demon beasts could touch one bit of the lightning energy, they might be able to use that lightning energy to transform and bypass the heaven tribulation. Hoo! The golden shield spat out 2 big streaks of nature essence as if it were making the last preparation. For the Dharma treasures, the first tribulation was equivalent to the transformation tribulation of the demon beasts, and it was difficult to pass. The second tribulation was equal to the small demon king's tribulations, and it was more dangerous than the first one. Among the tens of millions of demon beasts, only a few could transform into demon kings, and even less could become big demon kings. The number of supreme spiritual treasures in the world was less than that of the small demon kings in the demon sea, and fewer could pass 2 heavenly tribulations. Crack! Lightning bolts struck down from all directions toward the golden shield. The blinding light lit up the demon beasts that were deep in the ocean. Hao Ren was surprised that the golden shield could trigger such a powerful tribulation, and he felt like this heavenly tribulation was even more powerful than Zhao Kuo's heavenly tribulation from a while back. Crack! The second wave of lightning bolts crashed toward the golden shield. The golden shield spun with all its force as dents appeared on its smooth surface. If the Dharma treasures got even a small crack, it meant failure. Crack! The clouds that almost engulfed all the inner area of the demon sea were lit up. The golden shield had sucked in as much nature essence as possible, but it stumbled as if it would fall. When the next waves of heavenly lightning bolts struck down, the golden shield would shatter and die. After all, even mortals who were trying to cultivate into immortals were against the laws of nature, let alone Dharma treasures. Seeing the lightning bolts in the clouds, an idea occurred to Hao Ren. He unlocked Zhao Horan's 1,000-year cultivation strength with his connate nature essence and then transformed into a dragon. A white dragon flew into the sky, peak Qian level. Feeling pain on his sides, Hao Ren spread out his dragon wings that were hundreds of meters wide. Seeing Hao Ren turning into a dragon with the power of peak Qian level, the 2 kids were surprised. The 40,960 sword energies, 5 sword energies of each elemental attribute combined into lightning. There were now 8,192 lightning swords. They merged into a huge sword which was so thick that 5 people couldn't get their arms around it. Breaking the lightning, with Hao Ren's help, the golden shield regained its courage. The heavenly lightning bolts striking down from the high sky centered on the heart of Penglai Island, looking like a huge funnel. The level 10 demon beasts jumped out of the demon sea in excitement, trying to grab the chance to transform after thousands of years of cultivation. The golden shield spun shakily, sucking in the white mist form nature essence from the surface of the demon sea. Clang! Hao Ren's white dragon form was struck down by a heavenly lightning bolt. The huge sword condensed by the 8,192 lightning swords was shattered into pieces. Then the purple heavenly lightning bolts fell into the sea around Penglai Island in pieces. Thousands of level 10 demon beasts which had cultivated for many years jumped out of the sea almost at the same time, and heavenly lightning bolts struck hundreds of them. The demon beasts that were struck by the powerful heavenly lightning bits fell into the ocean, and it was hard to tell if they were dead or not. However, the demon beasts that were struck by weaker heavenly lightning bits shimmered with weird lights, and they were about to transform. Hao Ren had helped hundreds of level 10 demon beasts pass the transformation stage. He looked up and saw the golden shield hovering in the high sky. It was in a deadlock with a white heavenly lightning bolt which was thicker than itself. Up, up, up! The golden shield pushed the heavenly lightning bolt up for more than 10 meters. Crack! The white heavenly lightning collapsed suddenly and disappeared like a fantasy shadow. The golden shield was blackened, uneven, and wrinkled on the edges, looking more broken than garbage. Despite its shabby look, it had passed the heavenly tribulation. Little spiritual treasure, be grateful and acknowledge your master, Penglai Island Master said to the golden shield. After the second elevation, the supreme spiritual treasures would take the first cultivator they saw as their master. With Hao Ren standing before it, the golden shield vaguely remembered that he had helped it block the heavenly tribulation. After a few seconds of hesitation, it flew over slowly. Changing back into his human form, a set of clothes flew over and put itself on him. Since you broke my 7 killing array, I'll keep my word and won't take you as my disciple. Leave now, and I'll not hold you responsible for destroying my trees. Penglai Island Master raised his hands, and a great amount of nature essence came to Penglai Island from the nearby area. As a result, all kinds of trees were turned back to life with new leaves and flowers. With your steady mind and great fortune, if you can get out of the demon sea and come back to Penglai Island again, I'll take you as my brother. A huge force lifted Hao Ren and tossed him out of Penglai Island. I still don't know your name, senior, Hao Ren yelled. Zhen Yuan Zi, the name shot into Hao Ren's ears. Chapter 670. The upheaval in the demon sea. After being tossed up high into the sky, Hao Ren looked down and saw only white mist on the sea. There was no trace of Penglai Island anymore. The golden shield which had broken through to a higher realm had also been tossed into the same latitude as Hao Ren. Taking a small turn around Hao Ren, it flew to the distance instantly. With their own intelligence, the supreme spiritual treasures didn't like to take orders from ordinary cultivators. Now that the golden shield had elevated to a higher realm, it wanted to be free from any restrictions of any cultivator and hide between the sky and the earth. Damn! Ungrateful thing! Hao Ren cussed and touched the necklace on his chest before drawing out the purple gold hairpin. The golden shield wasn't an honorable treasure. At the sight of the purple gold hairpin, the golden shield flew back and shot a golden light toward the purple gold hairpin. It could run away, but when it saw the purple gold hairpin, it wanted to get its revenge. Calmly, the purple gold hairpin didn't dodge while its purple light brightened, creating countless phantoms of itself. Clang! The two Dharma treasures collided with each other, creating explosions and surging up sea waves. Many level 10 demon beasts dived deep into the ocean after hearing the noises. They broke even. Purple gold hairpin, let's go! Sensing more and more demon beasts swarming toward them and finding no islands nearby, Hao Ren felt nervous and shouted. After shooting out another purple light, the purple gold hairpin transformed into the golden boat. After elevating to a higher realm, the golden shield only broke even with the purple gold hairpin, which greatly reduced its arrogance. After half a second of hesitation, it spun into the distance. The Dharma treasures with spirit properties were called supreme spiritual treasures, which were divided into 3 levels: nature spiritual treasure, nature celestial treasure, and nature godly treasure. However, cultivators could only divide the Dharma treasures into supreme spiritual treasures and ordinary Dharma treasures. Except for the cultivators who had witnessed their Dharma treasures pass heavenly tribulations, Only the supreme spiritual treasures themselves could sense each other's level. In the past, the golden shield was no match for the purple gold hairpin because the latter had experienced 2 heavenly tribulations. Thus, it was 1 level higher than the golden shield. Usually, after a dharma treasure passed the heavenly tribulation, it would follow the first cultivator it saw until the cultivator died. Then, it would fly away to find a new owner or hide in a place with abundant nature essence. However, Hao Ren's realm was lower than top-tier nascent soul realm, which was why the golden shield didn't want to follow Hao Ren after the heavenly tribulation. Go! Hao Ren injected metal elemental and water elemental nature essence into the golden boat, which instantly grew to almost 90 meters before flying swiftly to the west. The golden boat and the golden shield flew in opposite directions. They went their own ways. Master, what good do you see in this Hao Ren that you want him to take the oath and become your blood brother? Look! Even the Dharma treasure he helped doesn't want to follow him. The important thing is not the Dharma treasure but his carefree mindset. How would you feel if your supreme spiritual treasure deserted you after passing the heavenly tribulation? Qingfeng, Mingyue, you must rely on your minds to cultivate, not on external things. The conversation came from one corner. The moment that the vague words were said, the golden shield suddenly turned around and chased after Hao Ren's golden boat. After passing 2 heavenly tribulations, it could defeat ordinary supreme spiritual treasures without Hao Ren. However, after flying for more than 10 kilometers all by itself, it suddenly changed its mind. It wouldn't take Hao Ren as its owner for the time being, but it would stay with him. Stepping on the golden boat, Hao Ren was flying swiftly when he saw a golden light beam catching up with him. At a closer look, he realized that it was the golden shield. Withdrawing some nature essence, he slowed down the golden boat, and the golden shield, which looked like a black beaten metal plate, followed Hao Ren, hovering above his shoulder. Master, that Dharma treasure went back. He. With a black, iron plate, following him, Hao Ren rode on the waves in the golden boat. On the ocean, there were several celestial mountains. However, he had come out of the deeper colored inner area of the Demon Sea into a paler colored outer area of the Demon Sea. Dragon cultivator. How dare you break into the Demon Sea? A small demon king who looked like a teenage boy suddenly rose from the bottom of the sea, stepping on the sea wave. When Hao Ren entered the Demon Sea, he had made several rounds in the inner area and didn't encounter any demon kings. As Zhen Yuanzi of Penglai Island had warned him, level 10 demon beasts must have brought the news to the demon kings, and they had been waiting for him in the outer area. If an ordinary cultivator came into the area with Lady Zhen's purple gold hairpin, no one would make trouble for him. However, Hao Ren had the immortal physique. If the demon kings ate his essence blood, they would gain a great elevation in realms. Golden shield. Hao Ren yelled. He didn't want to talk to this small demon king since he had sensed more small demon kings were trying to block him in other areas. He must rush out as quick as possible. The golden shield, which had decided to follow Hao Ren for the time being, suddenly turned above his shoulder and shot out a golden light at the small demon king. Having just transformed, this small demon king had no Dharma treasures and tried to block with his hands, but the golden light pierced his chest and left a hole that was as large as a palm. Thud! This small demon king fell backward into the sea. Although the demon kings weren't as fragile as human cultivators and wouldn't die so easily, he was still seriously wounded. Used to such battles, the purple gold hairpin just flew on. As Lady Zhen's Dharma treasure, the purple gold hairpin was the token that Hao Ren used to enter the Demon Sea. The small demon kings didn't dare to make trouble in the inner area where Lady Zhen lived and tried to block Hao Ren in the relative remote outer area. If Hao Ren had been an ordinary cultivator, no one would mess with him. However, with his immortal physique, he was worth a try for the demon kings who were all fierce fighters. However, the demon kings must cultivate again, which Hao Ren had known by living with Zhen Kongming. If they didn't change back into their original forms, these small demon kings' combat strengths were lower than Hao Ren's, and there was no way that they could trick him. Besides, Hao Ren had seen through their intention to surround him. While he flew, Hao Ren shot out sword energies. The purple gold hairpin flew across the sky above the sea at the traveling speed of the soul formation realm. Pooh! Pooh! Hao Ren's Hunden sword energies pierced through more than 10 small demon kings. These small demon kings had taken a small piece of territory in the outer area of the Demon Sea. They tried to block Hao Ren with a group of level 7 and level 8 demon beasts but realized that it was impossible due to the great speed of the purple gold hairpin and Hao Ren's weird sword energies. Without a word, Hao Ren flew in the high sky and shot his sword energies at them whenever they jumped out. The immortal physique was indeed a great elixir, but these small demon kings didn't have the ability to eat him. Wah! A black sea monster that was as tall as a hill emerged from the water. It spat out a demonic light beam. Golden shield, Hao Ren called out again. Staying closely by Hao Ren's side, the golden shield shot out a fierce golden light, blocking the dark gray demon light. Now that it came back to Hao Ren, he wanted it to do work. Wah! More than a dozen demon beasts rose from the nearby sea area. They were all level 10 demon beasts that were the small demon kings who turned back to their original form. After their futile attempts to block Hao Ren with their human forms, they had changed back to their demon beast forms to surround Hao Ren and eat him together. As to level 10 demon beasts that had not yet transformed, they also wanted to eat Hao Ren but weren't bold enough to mess with a cultivator who had connections to Lady Zhen. Besides, with their strengths, they couldn't get to eat Hao Ren even if they killed him. With level 8 demon beasts equivalent to top-tier nascent soul realm and level 10 demon beasts equal to peak nascent soul realm, level 10 demon beasts could defeat Hao Ren, but they were worried that after they killed Hao Ren, the stronger small demon kings would take their prey and might even kill them in the process. Swoosh! Seeing more than a dozen demon beasts that were equivalent to peak nascent soul realm cultivators rushing out of the sea, the golden shield shot up into the sky. Very good. Hao Ren brought his hands together and launched a Hunden sword energy into the sky from his golden boat which was in the high sky. The demon beasts that were as tall as mountains rushed out of the sea and used their natal powers at Hao Ren. Guang! The clouds in the sky suddenly turned into thunderclouds, releasing heavenly lightning bolts. The heavenly lightning bolts swept past him and struck onto the level 10 demon beasts. Since you dare to mess with me, I don't mind giving you another heavenly tribulation, Hao Ren thought. The small demon kings feared the heavenly tribulation, and Hao Ren's lightning attack was perfect for them. Lightning bolts flashed, and the level 10 demon beasts under the sea were ecstatic. The demon kings who hadn't reached the nascent soul realm didn't want to retake the heavenly tribulation. However, the level 10 demon beasts which hadn't transformed needed heavenly lightning to transform. In a beautiful palace, Lady Zhen was in a silk robe and lay on a wicker chair lazily, playing with an ancient green lamp. Your Highness, Gongzi Hao is blocked by small demon kings in the outer area of the Demon Sea, and the 6 big demon kings have moved. Shall we send 18 demon generals to assist Gongzi Hao? A man looking like a guard stood at the door and asked respectfully. Well, Lady Zhen yawned and glanced at the door. It doesn't matter. Let them fight. Only after they begin to fight can we send troops for good reasons. Chapter 671. You're too weak, bang. A group of demon beasts that were transformed from small demon kings shot up into the sky from the sea, and they fell back into the water and created huge waves as high as dozens of meters. Each of these demon beasts was about 1,000 meters long, making Hao Ren, who stood on the golden boat which was about 90 meters long, look like a small insect. However, the power of the heavenly lightning bolts opened their hard skin and struck their demon souls. When these demon beasts fell into the sea, it looked as if more than 10 small mountains crashed into the ocean, surging up high waves. The level 10 demon beasts hidden under the sea were elated when the broken-off heavenly lightning bolts struck them. These level 10 demon beasts had reached the top realm and would face the heavenly tribulation any minute. However, due to a large number of level 10 demon beasts in the Demon Sea, they must wait for their turn since the lightning energy had to be replenished. The cultivators on land usually didn't fly in storms for fear of triggering heavenly lightning bolts. However, the demon beasts in the Demon Sea were eager to receive heavenly lightning bolts. Even the smaller lightning bolts that wouldn't transform them were welcomed. These smaller lightning bolts could get them used to lightning bolts and prepare them for heavenly tribulations. After the successful transformation, they would become small demon kings and got out of the demon beast forms. They could scare off level 10 demon beasts and venture deeper into the inner area to get enlisted by big demon kings. Also, they could occupy a small area in the outer sea to establish a small force. Crack. A bolt of purple lightning exploded in a white flash on the sea. About a dozen level 10 demon beasts close to the center were struck by the sufficient but not fierce lightning energy, and they began to emit demonic light, the first sign of transformation. Snap! The demon beasts which were transformed by small demon kings fell in the sea and launched their demonic aura, hacking the nearby demon beasts into two halves, including 9 level 10 demon beasts which were about to transform. The surging ocean was turned into a sea of blood instantly. The small demon kings that were struck down by the heavenly lightning bolts wouldn't allow the level 10 demon beasts to take their advantage and reach the transformation realm so easily. 2 level 10 demon beasts fled swiftly with lightning energy still shimmering on their bodies. Crack! One small demon king attacked again, and one of the fleeing level 10 demon beasts was killed. The last one fled faster without looking back but was shattered by another small demon king. The level 10 demon beasts which could have transformed were all dead in the blink of an eye. With the limited resources of the demon sea, brutal killings were the norm. After all, the small demon kings wouldn't allow the other demon beasts to reach the transformation realm so easily. Among the tens of millions of demon beasts, only a small portion could reach level 10 from fierce battles. Then, a tiny portion of the level 10 demon beasts could pass the heavenly tribulations while only a few could survive until they become big demon kings. That was the cruelty of the demon sea. Standing on the golden boat, Hao Ren watched the death of more than a dozen level 10 demon beasts and was astonished by the cruelty of the small demon kings. If not for the great speed of the purple gold hairpin and the lightning cultivation technique of the light-splitting sword shadow scroll, he would have died here. No wonder the other human cultivators and dragon cultivators didn't dare to venture into the demon sea. Go! Hao Ren urged. It was close to noon. If he didn't get out of here soon, he wouldn't get out after it turned dark. The dual elemental nature essences in his body were put into the golden boat, and it left a series of afterimages while it flew swiftly to the west. Swoosh! Seeing over a dozen level 10 demon beasts being struck back into the sea, the golden shield returned to Hao Ren's side. Since Hao Ren helped it pass the heavenly tribulation, it owed a favor to Hao Ren. However, for simple-minded Dharma treasures, they would fight when they thought that they would win but would flee when they felt like it was dangerous. After just passing the heavenly tribulation, the golden shield looked blackened like a rusted iron plate when it didn't use its powers. It probably would look like this in the future. Hao Ren looked at it and didn't scold it for not doing its best. After all, it was good enough that it helped him, and he couldn't expect it to risk its life for him when he wasn't its owner. In the future battles, the golden shield can launch some sneak attacks as a helper even if it can't be counted as part of the main force. While Hao Ren thought about this, he struck down more than a dozen small demon kings emerging from the sea with sword energies. Staying close to Hao Ren, the golden shield shot out several golden beams, killing several small demon kings and some level 7 and level 8 demon beasts that tried to rush out. As a supreme spiritual treasure, its spiritual senses were more powerful than Hao Ren's and could clearly see the demon beasts hidden in the sea. While the purple gold hairpin traveled at top speed, they shot out white sword energies and golden lights. Bang! Occasionally, a level 10 demon beast would rush out, and Hao Ren would launch Hunden sword energies to summon heavenly lightning bolts, striking the demon beasts on and under the sea into the depth of the ocean. For the small demon kings with lower realms, he attacked them with sword energies. For the demon beasts with higher realms, he attacked them with lightning bolts. Despite the great number of small demon kings, none could block Hao Ren. Hao Ren calculated the time silently and estimated that he could fly out of the demon sea in 2 hours. Since you are here, you may stay here. Brother, since you've come into the demon sea, you'd better stay. A resonant voice crashed down with great power. The nature essence in Hao Ren's body paused abruptly, and he couldn't circulate the treasure-controlling scroll smoothly. Consequently, the purple gold hairpin lost its source of nature essence and slowed down abruptly. Hum! A huge purple net appeared in the high sky. Hum! The golden shield released a wave of golden light toward the huge purple net. Although it had just advanced and hadn't solidified its realm yet, it could easily defeat ordinary Dharma treasures. However, the golden light went through the purple net without any effect. Swoosh! The golden shield flew away from the side. Our king is inviting you to his home. You can come with me now. The voices sounded again. He sounded calm and unimpressed at the fact that Hao Ren had a supreme spiritual treasure as his helper. Hao Ren knew the newcomer was not a small demon king but a mighty figure. When the huge purple net crashed toward him, he immediately took out the realm-breaking note and shot it out. He reacted very fast, knowing that since the golden shield's lights couldn't touch the huge purple net, it wasn't a Dharma treasure but an array formation. Bang! The huge purple net disappeared in the high sky. Well, the voice in the void sounded surprised when Hao Ren had easily broken the purple array formation. Hao Ren now had 4 more realm-breaking notes in it. Despite their ordinary looks, the realm-breaking notes were excellent in battles. Zhen Yuanzi, who was Penglai Island master, had given Hao Ren new clothes and his necklace back to him when he returned to human form from the dragon form. Hao Ren took the opportunity to check his necklace and saw a small golden token in it. It was the Penglai Immortal token. This token probably isn't a gift but something for me to bring back to the Dragon God Shrine, Hao Ren thought. Suddenly, Hao Ren understood why this powerful demon king tried to catch him in the outer area. With the Penglai Immortal token, Hao Ren could land on most of the remote celestial mountains in the Demon Sea, and the demon kings couldn't go to these places to catch him since they had agreements with the independent cultivators. However, in the outer area where it was only 2 hours away from the edge of the Demon Sea, there were no remote celestial mountains. If you can get out of the Demon Sea safely, Hao Ren remembered Zhen Yuanzi's words. Zhen Yuanzi had known the journey would be dangerous, but Hao Ren had to take his chance since he didn't want to stay in Penglai Island to avoid the dangers. Crack! Disregarding the damage to his body, Hao Ren released the peak Qian level power. More than 40,000 sword energies shot out at the same time. Faced with powerful enemies, he couldn't conceal his strength anymore and must kill with one attack. The more he delayed, the more dangerous the situation would get. Come out! Standing on the boat, he shot 40,960 sword energies into the high sky. The sword energies were so dense that they reflected the sunlight, giving the illusion of hundreds of thousands of sword energies. Hee hee. Not bad. A young man who looked to be 19 years old appeared slowly from the void behind a golden fan. Mid-tier nascent soul realm. Looking at him, Hao Ren felt his true realm. Since he had reached mid-tier nascent soul realm after transformation, he was a master among the small demon kings. It must be noted that the cultivation of the demon beasts was more difficult than that of the human cultivators. They had to pass the transformation tribulation after cultivating from level 1 to level 10. And then they had to cultivate again. This small demon king's mid-tier nascent soul realm was much more powerful. After all, Zhen Kongming had just reached Zhen level, which was equivalent to the core formation realm. You show no appreciation to kindness. In the territory of the Demon Sea, you'll die without knowing why. The small demon king who was standing in the void put away the golden fan and pointed it at Hao Ren. Hao Ren was at peak Qian level, and this small demon king was only at mid-tier nascent soul realm, which was equivalent to Shuan level. However, this small demon king had re-cultivated after transformation and thus cultivated twice. A black light shot from the golden fan toward the spot between Hao Ren's eyebrows. Hao Ren's 40,960 sword energies rushed over with the full force and lightning energy. Hiss, ear-piercing noises sounded, and the small demon king retreated half a step in the high sky and spread out the fan abruptly. Bang! 2 surges of powerful nature essence exploded in the air. In the surging heat waves, Hao Ren retreated 10 meters on the golden boat, which almost touched the seawater. Hee hee. Your attack is useless against me. The small demon king waved the fan, looking relaxed. Of course, you can try attacking me with heavenly lightning bolts. Heaven lightning bolts. Hao Ren touched his necklace and thought. Suddenly, Hao Ren saw 2 black dots flying toward him from a distance. Chapter 672. I want him alive. The 2 black dots were so fast that they covered almost 10,000 meters in the blink of an eye. Humph. Even the small demons who are under Gui Che 1 want to take a share. With the golden fan in his hand, this small demon king looked angry, and he sounded as if Hao Ren were already his prey, untouchable to other demon kings. Guang. When he was distracted, Hao Ren's Hunden sword energies shot into the sky and summoned 3 heavenly lightning bolts. The 3 heavenly lightning bolts struck toward the small demon king who was hovering in the sky with the golden fan and the other 2 demon kings who were running toward them swiftly. "What can you do with these heavenly lightning bolts?" The first small demon king raised his gold fan casually. This powerful small demon king had attached himself to a big demon king. With his high realm, he had been gifted many Dharma treasures, and the golden fan in his hand looked to be a top-tier Dharma treasure. Having cultivated to the mid-tier nascent soul realm, this small demon king was way more powerful than the low-realm small demon kings in the outer sea without Dharma treasures, and that was why he showed no regard for the heavenly lightning bolts. Swoosh! Hao Ren shot out several notes. The arrogant small demon king raised his finger and created a green round wall. Boo! The note broke a huge hole in the translucent green round wall. Hao Ren used another realm-breaking note. The following notes traveled through the huge holes. Humph! Just Dharma notes. The small demon king waved his golden fan toward the heavenly lightning bolts while focusing his attention on the 2 demon kings who were flying toward them swiftly. However, instead of being blown off by his fan, the notes entered his body, and he felt some blockage in the circulation of his nature essence. Those were the last essence-locking notes that Hao Ren had with him. Bang! Without the support of his nature essence, the Dharma treasure was useless, and the heavenly lightning bolts struck him on the head, shattering him into pieces. Go! Stepping on the golden boat, Hao Ren injected the metal elemental and water elemental nature essences into it, and it began to fly toward the west with the traveling speed of the soul formation realm. When the 2 small demon kings arriving at the spot of battle, they looked at each other in surprise when they saw the shattered golden fan on the sea. Go after him! 2 black clouds rose beneath them while they chased after the golden boat which was emitting radiant light. With Lady Jen's hairpin, they knew that this cultivator was her guest. In the past, no one would have dared to work against Lady Jen, but the immortal physique would improve the realms of small demon kings in the outer sea if they ate him. If he were captured by a big demon king of the inner sea, the latter could make an immortal pill with his immortal physique and become an eternal demon king. This was why the few big demon kings in the demon sea had sent their trusted subordinates to hunt down Hao Ren at the risk of offending Lady Jen. If they could gain another eternal demon king under their control, it was worth it even if they displeased Lady Jen. If that happened, they believed that she wouldn't dare to declare war on them. Splash! Riding on the force of the waves of the demon sea, the golden boat flew faster. Hao Ren had thought of flying in the high sky, but the higher he flew, the scarcer the nature essence was, and thus the slower the boat would be. In contrast, the closer he was to the surface of the demon sea, the more abundant the nature essence was, and the faster the boat. Hao Ren looked back at the 2 black spots and found that they had gotten even closer. After all, the demon sea was the demon king's territory, and they could replenish their nature essence faster than Hao Ren, making their speed the same as that of the soul formation realm. Besides, Hao Ren's peak Qian level realm wasn't his own strength. After a while, the realm would be locked, and he would fall back to top-tier Dewey level with damages to his body. Bang! Bang! Hao Ren shot out 2 waves of sword energies. Chasing after him, the small 2 demon kings waved their arms and shattered Hao Ren's sword energies. Since their realms were higher than Hao Ren's, they were not afraid of his sword energies. He could do nothing but flee. You 2 idiots! You can't even catch up with a peak Qian level dragon cultivator. In the high sky suddenly came a huge yell. Bang! Bang! 2 lightning balls fell from the high sky and crashed onto the 2 small demon kings who had been chasing Hao Ren. They tumbled on the sea surface and fell into the water. Hao Ren looked up and saw a Kun Peng blocking the sky and the ocean. In the northern ocean, there was a fish called Kun. It was unknown how many thousand kilometers it was in size. When this Kun transformed into a bird, it got the new name, Peng. Its back was thousands of kilometers in length, and its wings covered the sky like massive clouds when it opened its wings. Its body was as big as a giant mountain, one couldn't see the end of its wings. You can't flee. Stop fighting, and I won't maul your flesh. Boom! The demon sea turned pitch black under its shadow. Big Demon King. Hao Ren felt like he was choking under the overwhelming suppression. Dive! Hao Ren managed to circulate his nature essence and maneuvered the golden boat into the sea. The ocean was full of high-level demon beasts, and Hao Ren wouldn't have entered it if he had another option. Ha ha ha! Do you think I'm afraid of water just because I'm in my bird form? Kun Peng crashed into the sea, exploding up a huge wave that was as high as hundreds of meters. The levels 7 and 8 demon beasts were knocked into the high sky like toys. Kun Peng tuned into its fish form. Its eyes were as big as hills. Standing on the boat that was almost 100 meters long, Hao Ren felt like he was a small ant in front of it. The 40,960 sword energies pierced through water and dashed toward one of its eyes with crackling lightning energy. I'll swallow you and bring you back to my big brother to make pills. Booming noises rose from the bottom of the sea, numbing Hao Ren's head. He almost fainted. Kun Peng opened its mouth suddenly, and tons of seawater poured into its mouth. Standing on the golden boat, Hao Ren was sucked in with the water currents like in a storm. In front of this super powerful force, all attacks were futile. Swoosh! Suddenly, a wave of fire shone from the high sky and lit up the pitch-black ocean bottom. Kun Peng, how dare you kill my people? A furious and shrill voice suppressed Kun Peng. Gui Che! You don't deserve the immortal pill. Get out of here! The black fish suddenly rose to the sea surface, and the surging water took Hao Ren to the surface as well and almost made him fall from the golden boat. On the sea, a cold-looking man in a luxurious robe looked at Kun Peng that was floating on the sea, red demon flames burning on his hands. With a sharp chin, this man looked to be in his 50s, and his eyes emitted terrifying demonic fires. I only killed 2 small demon kings, and you dare to come after me for that? Kun Peng spat out a mouthful of seawater into the sky. The seawater turned into burning water vapor the moment it was shot out. With the huge size of Kun Peng, this beam of water vapor had the power to destroy a city. Hovering in the sky, the man shot out a flame from his palm and burned up the water vapor completely. If you're smart, get out of here before my big brother gets here. Kun Peng waved its body and shouted. The ocean waves surged up with huge booming noises. Even if I can't have the immortal pill, I'll leave a mark on you. The man shot out a wave of flames from his palm. The fire grew as big as a mountain while it crashed toward the sea, and its heat instantly evaporated several inches of seawater. The golden boat immediately created an energy sphere, but it shattered beneath the heat wave. You tried to destroy the pill. Gui Che, you are seeking death. Seeing the edge of the fire sweeping toward Hao Ren, Kun Peng immediately shot out a sea wave to block the heat wave for Hao Ren. Then, it turned into its huge bird form and spread out its super huge wings, crashing toward Gui Che. The man was forced more than thousands of meters into the air by Kun Peng's move. You'll die if you don't fight me with your demonic form. Kun Peng released a wave of vicious black light toward Gui Che. As a big demon king close to the peak realm, he was ecstatic when Hao Ren appeared with his immortal physique. Kun Peng could have the chance to advance to an eternal demon king if he took the immortal pill, which was best when it was made while the cultivator was still alive. After catching Hao Ren, he even wanted to keep Hao Ren alive for a while, so the latter could reach a higher realm before he was made into a pill. This was why Kun Peng was furious when he saw Gui Che trying to kill Hao Ren when he couldn't get him. Under the suppression of Kun Peng, Gui Che finally changed into its demonic form. Bam! A colorful 9-headed bird. Its wings were dozens of meters long when spread out, and its eye shot out blinding light. With a shriek, it spat out 9 firewheels. While Kun Peng's black light rose suddenly, the 9 firewheels lit up like 9 suns and struck on the huge body of Kun Peng. Ach! Kun Peng screamed, and 9 neat colorful marks appeared on its dark gray back. The 9 colorful marks formed an array formation, shrinking Kun Peng's skin and flesh. The colorful fire burned not only its flesh but its soul as well. Bang! Bang! Huge noises appeared in this area as if a giant were stomping on the land. As big as 6 mountains, a huge black bull crashed forward on the waves with horns as thick as big trees. Wherever it stepped on, the seawater turned into iron blocks that were as big as millstones and sank into the bottom of the sea. Those clumsy level 6 and level 7 demon beasts got their heads broken by the iron blocks when they weren't careful. My big brother, Teodi, wants to take this immortal pill. Do you have any objections? The giant bull crashed toward Hao Ren with booming sounds. I have an objection. A crisp voice came from the distance. With an ancient green lamp in her hand, Duan Yao appeared on the horizon while sitting on a red, three-legged bird. Chapter 673. The Green Lotus. Ancient lamp. Hao Ren was surprised to see Duan Yao, thinking that it was dangerous for her to appear here in front of the big demon kings who were powerful when she was still weaker than him. However, it seemed that the three-legged golden bird which she rode on wasn't an ordinary demon beast. The three-legged bird that Duan Yao rode let out a shrilling cry. A sound wave detectable by the naked eye pierced the sea surface and created a slight ripple. The huge black bull which had rushed to Hao Ren's side was struck by the sound wave, and its iron-like skin was cut open. Gui Che and Kun Peng, who had been fighting in the high sky, saw the three-legged bird and shot out two thick demonic light beams at it together. Ding! The three feathers on the tail of the three-legged bird lifted slightly, and a red energy sphere engulfed it. The two different demonic lights were all bounced back. As a descendant of the godly bird in the ancient Kunlun mountain, the three-legged bird couldn't change into human form but possessed great powers. After the nature essence got thinner, many ancient beasts had moved into the demon sea, taking big pieces of territories for themselves. The three-legged bird had come to the demon sea a long time ago. Then, it was tamed by Lady Zhen and became her guardian godly beast. With Duan Yao coming to the battle with the three-legged bird, it meant that Lady Zhen had intervened. Suddenly, a big group of green demonic bees swarmed toward the area. Then, a big wave of fire clouds moved this way from the distance. Also, a terrifying roar came from one side, frightening away the high-level demon beasts of the outer sea. In another direction, overwhelming gray shadows swallowed the nature essence of the demon sea like dark clouds while moving over. Several big demon kings in the demon sea had come. Two sea waves rose beside Duan Yao. A beautiful woman with a snake's body appeared on Duan Yao's left, and a huge man with a horse body appeared on Duan Yao's right. These two demon kings had wings and looked dominant. Shi, Ying Zhao, the nine-headed bird, Gui Che, cried out in surprise as it flew in the high sky. As the two messengers of Lady Zhen's heaven-facing palace, these two demon kings rarely appeared in the outer sea. However, they were now accompanying a young girl who was riding on the three-legged bird, making everyone wonder about this girl's identity. Besides the big demon kings, Hao Ren, who stood on the golden boat, was also astonished. Only one day ago when Duan Yao left his home, she was at the core formation realm. But now, she was at low-tier nascent soul realm. One day apart seemed like 3 years. That was how Hao Ren felt. More importantly, the two big demon kings whose realms that Hao Ren couldn't detect stood beside Duan Yao, looking very powerful. "My master has a message for you. If you let him go now, your lives will be spared." Standing up on the back of the three-legged bird, Duan Yao said to the three big demon kings. The size of the three-legged bird was smaller than Little White's snow lion form and could only carry Duan Yao. Also, her petite figure made her look like a small worm when she talked to the three giants who were as big as mountains. However, the three big demon kings looked incredulous. Lady Zhen had taken a young disciple. The heaven demon who could defeat these big demon kings without changing into her original form had taken a young disciple. No one knew what Lady Zhen's original form was since all the big demon kings who had battled her were dead. In the demon sea, Bai Zi, Dao Tai, Dao Wu, Tang Shi, and Bai Shi were all eternal demon kings. Kun Peng followed Dao Wu. But it had been waiting for a long time to become an eternal demon king due to the lack of opportunities. It was only half a step from this realm. Including Lady Zhen, there were 6 eternal demon kings in the demon sea. Gui Che and the nine-tailed fox worked with each other and ranked in the lower end of the 10 big demon kings due to their skillful techniques. The last two on the list of top 10 were Qi Chong and Hu. Both ancient fierce beasts had separate territories. Their positions at the end of the rank didn't mean that their strengths were the weakest. They were as powerful as Gui Che and the nine-tailed fox, who were a couple. Due to Lady Zhen's unfathomable strength, her force's name was Purple Sea, and it was the #1 force in the Demon Sea, far more powerful than the 5-colored sea jointly controlled by Tang Shi and Bai Shi. This was why the other eternal demon kings didn't dare to mess with Lady Zhen. Swoosh! Standing on the back of the three-legged bird, Duan Yao came to Hao Ren's side in the blink of an eye. She glanced at Hao Ren, but her gaze and expression were cold. Hua Shi and Ying Zhao, the two big demon kings, followed and stood behind her. Ha ha ha! Will we fear a little kid? A deep voice came with a wave of fire clouds. A mid-aged man with fierce eyes landed on Kun Peng's wide back while a group of weird, green bees surrounded him. These demonic bees were poisonous, and one sting could kill a level 10 demon beast instantly. A white light traveled in the sky, and a beautiful woman in white appeared suddenly beside Gui Che, looking at Hao Ren with a smile. With the ancient green lamp in her hand, Duan Yao repeated, "My master has a message for you. If you let him go, your lives will be spared." "Brother Kun Peng, don't worry. I'll get the immortal pill for you." The mid-aged man standing on Kun Peng waved his sleeve and said, "It seems that Lady Zhen doesn't think this young cultivator is worth her time. Dao Wu. We must share it. The immortal physique is rare, and you can't take it all for yourself," the beautiful woman floating beside Gui Che said suddenly. "My big brother is on its way here. Do you want to fight with my big brother for the prey?" The huge black bull shook its iron body and roared. "Zi Tai, you don't qualify to talk to me. Even if Dao Tai is here, I'm not afraid of him." While he spoke, the mid-aged man shot out a red ring which broke one horn off the huge black bull and crashed off half of its head. "Dao Wu, you hit Dao Tai's little brother. Aren't you afraid that Dao Tai will make trouble for you?" the beautiful woman said gloatingly to the mid-aged man on Kun Peng. The mid-aged man laughed. "Little white fox, your concern is touching. How about coming home with me and becoming my queen? Your husband looks lame." Bang! Gui Che's sharp claws shot out a golden fireball. Although he hadn't reached the realm of Eternal Demon King, he could cast 9 spells at the same time and thus probably wouldn't lose to Dao Wu in a fight. The beautiful woman in white suddenly turned into thousands of fiery red foxes, each with 9 long tails. While Dao Tai was still on the way, they began to fight fiercely. It seemed that they felt like Hao Ren was already in the bag, and the only issue was to determine who could get him. Hao Ren turned the golden boat to the west, but the 4 demon kings shot out demonic lights. The demonic lights exploded the spot about 10 meters in front of the golden boat, shattering the demon beasts in the deep ocean. If they didn't want Hao Ren to be alive so that the pill could be more effective, this attack would have turned Hao Ren into dust. These super powerful demon kings could even kill soul formation realm cultivators easily, let alone Hao Ren, who a cultivator at peak Qian level. The small demon kings would be exploded immediately by the demonic lights if they ventured into this area. Shortly, all the demon beasts in this area were killed while the demon beasts within a diameter of 10,000 kilometers had fled. While the big demon kings battled, even level 10 demon beasts couldn't survive. They had put 4 to 5 energy spheres around Hao Ren, afraid that he would be killed by mistake in the battle, and none would get him. Standing on the back of the 3-legged bird, Duan Yao had 2 big demon kings protecting her on both sides. Although Hua Shi and Ying Zhao were not as powerful as Kun Peng, they were well-known big demon kings in the Demon Sea. Sang! Duan Yao suddenly lit up the ancient green lamp. Hellfire! The 4 demon kings who were fighting fiercely suddenly shouted. "I've delivered my master's message to you. If you let him go, your lives will be spared." Duan Yao blew at the green lamp lightly. The sparks in the green lamp floated into the high sky. "Only take demonic souls," Duan Yao said. The sparks in the high sky grew to limitless heavenly fire. The 4 demon kings immediately turned to flee. The lamp was the ancient treasure of the Kunlun mountain, and it was made to suppress these powerful demon beasts. Duan Yao brought 2 fingers together and pointed them at Dao Wu, who had fled tens of thousands of meters. The pure fire elemental nature essence in her body burned like a candle while the green light from the green lamp grew so long that it reached Dao Wu. Crack! The green light cut off Dao Wu's right arm and a portion of his black demonic soul. Gui Che and the 9-tailed fox used their techniques and changed into shadows. However, the burning of the heavenly fire forced them out. Then, 2 green lights struck them, and they spat out blood and dived into the depth of the ocean with the loss of hundreds of years of cultivation strength. Kun Peng tried to flee, but Duan Yao shot out 3 green lights, 1 on its head and 2 on its wings. Then, 1 green light returned with Kun Peng's complete demonic soul. Pooh! The weak flame in the ancient green lamp brightened as if someone put more fuel in it. Okay. Now, I'll escort you out of the Demon Sea. Duan Yao turned to look at Haoren and said. Chapter 674. Target is a big demon king. Hum. A big group of green demonic bees was hovering 1,000 meters away. Duan Yao returned to the back of the three-legged bird and didn't speak another word to Hao Ren, as if she were deep in thought or sulky. Hao Ren drove the golden boat toward the west following the three-legged bird. After his realm dropped back to top-tier Dewey level, all kinds of nature essences ran through his meridians randomly. In this state, he probably couldn't even defeat small demon kings. Hua Shi with the snake body and Ying Zhao with the horse body stayed beside Duan Yao while they traveled in the water. Duan Yan was now Lady Zhen's disciple, and her status was much higher than theirs. Sensing the two big demon kings sweeping across the sea, the small demon kings under the sea all kept low, not daring to show their faces. Hiss, the golden shield returned from wherever it had gone, following Hao Ren's golden boat dully. Hao Ren glanced at it, not sure how to react to it. He guessed that it was okay since it still came back. The golden shield hovered in front of Hao Ren as if it wanted Hao Ren to acknowledge it. Hao Ren shot out a sword energy, and the golden shield immediately swallowed it. After spinning 2 circles, it followed Hao Ren quietly. Hao Ren had never thought to rely on the golden shield, so he didn't blame it when it refused to help. To defeat powerful enemies, one had to rely on themselves. Well, the immortal spirit island is ahead of us, Duan Yao said suddenly after a long while of silence. Hao Ren looked up, and sure enough, there was a small dot in the distance. It was the immortal spirit island, signifying the border between the Demon Shan and East Ocean. In the 1 hour that they flew on the vast ocean at high speed, Duan Yao had spoken only these words to Hao Ren. Thanks a lot. Hao Ren looked at Duan Yao and said. Hao Ren had thought that he would be safe in the Demon Sea with Lady Zhen's purple gold hairpin, not expecting the journey to be dangerous. Standing on the three-legged bird, Duan Yao looked at Hao Ren coldly and said, "You saved me once from the golden dragons, and I return the favor to you this time. In the future, we'll meet as enemies." After a pause, she continued, "Your life is mine." Looking at her, Hao Ren didn't know how to answer her since she seemed very hostile to him. However, since Duan Yao cultivated in the Demon Sea and he cultivated on land, they probably wouldn't see each other even if he went to the Demon Sea again. Be careful on your way back," Hao Ren said. The side of the Demon Sea was far from its center. Despite the protection of 2 big demon kings and a green lamp, it was hard to say if other big demon kings would return for revenge. "It's none of your business." Pale-faced, Duan Yao shouted back at him before turning toward the direction of the center. The green demonic bees were still hovering in the distance. Duan Yao lifted the green lamp and shot out a wave of green light, and dozens of demonic bees that even level 10 demon beasts didn't dare to touch dropped into the sea. A wave of green light entered the green lamp, and the flame in it grew several inches. The rest of the demonic bees fled. As Dao Wu's spies, these bees were equivalent to small demon kings and could move freely in the Demon Sea. When these demonic souls were taken into the green lamp, it meant that Duan Yao had killed dozens of small demon kings with one attack. With a cold expression, she looked moody as she flew away on the three-legged bird. Hao Ren's appearance had attracted several big demon kings, and the impatient ones fought with each other over Hao Ren and became enemies. Dao Wu, the number 5 demon king in the Demon Sea, was severely hurt this time. Not only was his demonic soul injured, but the demonic soul of Kun Peng, his little brother, had been taken away as well. Gui Che and the 9-tailed fox whose strengths were next to Dao Wu's had also been seriously wounded. It seemed that the balance of forces which had existed in the Demon Sea for thousands of years had been broken in one day. Zi Tai, the little brother of the number 4 demon king Dao Tai, was beaten half dead by Dao Wu. Now that Dao Wu lost a significant portion of his demonic soul, it was a perfect chance for Dao Tai to retaliate. Dao Wu was no match for Dao Tai, but he had some connection with Qi Chong, the number 7 demon king. The hidden waves were surging up in the Demon Sea. Meanwhile, Lady Zhen was leaning on a luxurious lounge chair and writing small, exquisite characters on a jade slip with a little ink brush. The big demon kings were messing with her by attacking Hao Ren. "I'm a generous person and will not be angry with you," but you must beg for my forgiveness by each offering a sea territory of 50,000 square kilometers. Well, if you don't agree to this condition, I'll get angry and send troops." Lady Jen touched her lips with her finger and continued writing after some consideration. She would wait for a while before sending out the jade slip, since Dao Tai and Dao Wu, the two old enemies, would surely battle each other in a couple of days. Also, other big demon kings would get involved as well. "I'll settle accounts with them when they are done fighting," she thought. She raised her hand and yawned, thinking it was almost time for Duan Yao to return. After all, it wouldn't even take this long if she is seeing off her lover. Meanwhile, on the edge of the Demon Sea, Hao Ren looked at Duan Yao, who was dashing away, and inhaled the nature essence of the Demon Sea before flying toward the immortal spirit island on the golden boat. He, the chance has finally come. A shadow shot out of the Demon King. This Demon King looked like a vague shadow that was wearing a red robe, and the sharp horns on his head made him look like a small ghost. Despite his insignificant look, he was a big Demon King. Good at disguises, he had followed Hao Ren in the sea, and even Hua Shi, Ying Zhao, and the three-legged bird hadn't noticed him. Go! Hao Ren released all his nature essence, and the golden boat dashed forward quickly. He, the Demon King laughed while his big shadowy hands extended indefinitely like a Dharma treasure toward Hao Ren. Hurriedly, Hao Ren shot out 640 sword energies, but they went through his palms as if the hands were shadows. A chilling sensation got close to Hao Ren. If the hands caught him, he wouldn't be able to escape with his current realm. This Demon King had followed Hao Ren to the edge of the Demon Sea and launched the sneak attack after Duan Yao and the two big Demon Kings left. Realm-breaking note. Hao Ren took out 3 realm-breaking notes from his necklace and launched them all. However, this Demon King's body wasn't an illusion created by array formations, and Hao Ren's Dharma notes were useless on him. However, the Dharma notes made him pause for half a second, since he thought they were Dharma notes that could suppress him. Bang! At this critical time, the golden shield shot out a golden light from above. Mingled with the bright energy of the supreme spiritual treasure, the golden light shot onto the ghost-like Demon King with power thousands of times greater than the sun. White smoke rose from the Demon King's shoulder, and Hao Ren flew over to the immortal spirit island on the purple gold hairpin while he paused. Crack! Furious, the Demon King shot out a black shadow, intending to kill Hao Ren instead of catching him alive. The golden shield shot out golden lights from its edges, trying to block the black shadow. However, the wide range of golden lights couldn't block this black shadow. Ding! Suddenly, a transparent energy sphere that was engraved with all kinds of complicated patterns appeared. The black shadow turned into traces of black smoke when it touched this energy sphere. Frustrated, the big Demon King tried to grab Hao Ren, but half of his body was cut off when he crashed onto the energy sphere. The golden shield flew out of the energy sphere to Hao Ren's side without meeting any obstacle. With his red robe half burned, the big Demon King stood on the other side of the immortal spirit island and bared his chilling white teeth at Hao Ren. The energy sphere returned to its invisible state, and the immortal spirit island was surrounded by nothing but a vast ocean to the naked eye. Hao Ren looked at the Demon King and shot out a wave of sword energies which pierced the body of the Demon King. Looking furious, the Demon King couldn't rush over, and he vented his rage by tearing 2 demon beasts that were 1,000 meters away into pieces with his ghost hands. Hao Ren checked himself and found that he got a scratch on his back close to his shoulder. If he hadn't accelerated the purple gold hairpin, he probably would have been caught or killed. One day, he would come back to avenge himself. Hao Ren shot another wave of sword energies toward the Demon King before flying toward the distant land. The Demon Kings in the Demon Sea were horrifyingly powerful. They were confined in the Demon Sea and fought with each other because a super powerful array formation engulfed the entire Demon Sea. This array formation could block the small and big Demon Kings as well as level 9 and level 10 demon beasts. The small Demon Kings outside of the Demon Sea had escaped when they were level 7 and 8 demon beasts and had passed the heavenly tribulations outside of the Demon Sea. What kind of big array formation could engulf the entire Demon Sea? The center of the array formation should be outside of the Demon Sea, right? Hao Ren thought as he took out and ground a detox pill before putting it on the wound in his back. The elixir pills in his necklace had almost run out, but the round Penglai immortal token was still inside. Hao Ren looked back at the vast ocean and thought of Duan Yao, who now lived in the Demon Sea, which was full of dangers. When they meet again, they would be enemies. Hao Ren shook his head slightly and accelerated the purple gold hairpin. At his current realm, he couldn't venture into the Demon Sea again until he grew much stronger. After he practiced the mystic water sword techniques to the top level, he would be able to battle with the big demon kings. Chapter 675. The Happy Little White. When Hao Ren got home, Grandma and the girls were eating steaming dumplings in the living room. "Grandma, I'm back," Hao Ren called out. "Bad boy. You went out early morning and came back at this late hour." Grandma pointed at the kitchen with a long face. "Go and get yourself a bowl of dumplings." "Okay." Hao Ren heaved a sigh of relief, thinking he was lucky that he could return. Otherwise, Grandma would never see her beloved grandson again. "Why is there a tear in your clothes?" Seeing the tear in his shirt on the shoulder, Grandma looked concerned and asked. "I slipped and fell. The road is too slippery," Hao Ren said. "You're too careless." Grandma walked over immediately and checked Hao Ren's shoulder. She only relaxed when she saw no wound beneath the tear. Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujia looked at Hao Ren, wondering where he had been. If they knew Hao Ren had ventured into the center of the Demon Sea, they would be astonished. "Where are my mom and dad?" Hao Ren asked. "Your dad went out immediately after eating the dumplings. Your mom went to the meteorological station to see the data or something," Grandma said. With only the Lu sisters, Zhao Yanzi, and Xie Yujia keeping Grandma company, it was quieter than yesterday. It began to drizzle, and Hao Ren saw a pale rainbow-like light outside of the small garden of the house. He thought it was the array formation built by Zhen Kongming. "Where's Kongming?" Hao Ren asked Grandma. Little Shui's family returned from their trip, and they picked up Kongming in the morning to take him to the amusement park, Grandma said. It seemed that Zhen Kongming was doing well in his love life. Hao Ren filled a bowl with dumplings, still feeling unsettled when he thought about his experience in the Demon Sea. Rumble. Little White devoured the dumplings with meat filling from a china bowl at Hao Ren's feet. The lazy and food-loving Little White lived a comfortable life with Hao Ren on land. If it lived in the Demon Sea, it would have died hundreds of times with its weak strength. Ruff. Ruff. After devouring 10 dumplings, Little White raised its head and barked at Grandma. It didn't like the usual food but seemed to like the newly made dumplings with meat filling. Little White's appetite has grown. Grandma moved the last 6 dumplings in her bowl into Little White's pan. Bad dog. Seeing Little White's shameless look with its tongue sticking out, Hao Ren patted it on the head. "I risked my life in the Demon Sea, and you stayed home enjoying the comforts," he thought. Little White looked at Hao Ren with innocent eyes as if it were saying, "What? Can't I eat a bit more than usual?" "Lin, Lily, do you still have the rice paper and ink brush left from last time?" Hao Ren asked. "We do." Gongzi. Lu Lin and Lu Lily jumped up and took out everything from the drawers below the TV. "Hee. Ren, have you begun practicing calligraphy?" Grandma asked while helping the Lu sisters spread the rice paper. "I'm doing it for fun," Hao Ren said. Tomorrow would be the first activity hosted by the calligraphy club, and it would be a good chance for the dragon cultivators to bond with each other. However, he wondered if Shu Kei would come and make trouble. Xie Yujia brought over a glass of water to soak the ink brush. Lu Lin and Lu Lily ground the ink for Hao Ren, and the black ink began to accumulate on the inkstone quickly. "Grandma, you say the words, and I'll write them," Hao Ren said to Grandma. "Well," Grandma's face wrinkled with a smile. "Then, I'll say something simple. The bright sun is setting behind the mountain. The yellow river is running into the ocean. If you want to see 1,000 miles further, you need to climb 1 story higher. Ren, I want you to get better and better." Hao Ren remembered that this was the first Tang Dynasty poem which Grandma taught him. Having just fled from the Demon Sea full of demon beasts, he felt like his morale was boosted after hearing this poem. The ink flowed from the tip of the ink brush, and the neatly styled characters appeared on the paper. "Ren, your calligraphy is quite good," Grandma said happily when she saw the characters. "This is just a warm-up, I'll do them properly in a minute." With a smile, Hao Ren stared at the white rice paper, writing the characters on his mind. Then, focusing his attention on the ink brush, he wrote down the characters smoothly. Hao Ren used the mystic water sword techniques when he was writing, and each of the 20 characters was elegant. As a whole, they looked grave. Hao Ren, he signed his name, and the 2 characters were elegant. After the name, he wrote the date with mid-autumn behind them. Looking at the poem, Grandma was amazed. Ink brush writing was difficult since the pen was soft. However, Hao Ren's wrist moved with such skill as if he had complete control of each ink drop on the zan paper. The 20 characters were impressive. Excellent. Staring at the paper for a few seconds, Grandma finally found her voice. She was surprised that her grandson was so skilled in calligraphy. Gongzi, this is wonderful, Lu Linlin and Lu Lili said immediately. Studying the characters, Xie Yujia felt like each of them was perfect. Neither too full nor too thin. She felt like the characters formed a picture together. Zhao Yanzi looked at the rice paper and then at Hao Ren, wondering how Hao Ren could write such awesome calligraphies. In fact, Hao Ren had used the mystic water sword techniques in his writing, in which each stroke of the characters contained sword spirits, full of ambitious aspirations. The elegant sword spirits in the characters were obvious even to the people who didn't understand calligraphy. Well, Hao Ren exhaled. I still have an errand to run. Linlin, Lily, frame the writings, and I'll take it to school. Okay, Gongzi. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily puffed their pink cheeks and blew at the rice paper before rolling it up carefully. We'll frame it for you. You're going out again. You must spend some time with the girls, Grandma complained when she saw that Hao Ren was about to leave. Hao Ren smiled and said, tomorrow, the school has a club event. Grandma, come and visit with Mom and Dad. Okay. Are you a member of the club, Ren? Grandma asked. It's the calligraphy club that I created, Grandma, Hao Ren answered. Ren, you established a club. Is the club something like an interest group? Grandma asked happily. Yeah, like that, Hao Ren smiled. Since they were all going to school tomorrow, Grandma would be left at home alone. It would be better if she went to school and saw the event. An interest group? Then, there won't be a lot of people. Good, I'll take the opportunity to visit little Sue, Grandma said. She had never been to Hao Ren's school and missed Su Han as well. Seeing Grandma in high spirit, Hao Ren gave a kick to Little White who had been hiding under the table. Now that he had delivered the elixir pills to Penglai Island, he wanted to trade the contribution points for things in the Dragon God Shrine and get some rest. After his narrow escape from the Demon Sea, he hoped that he could trade for some good stuff that would make his dangerous adventure worthwhile. Little White rolled out from under the table and trotted to the door with Hao Ren. Bang! After walking a few steps, Hao Ren created an array formation, and Little White changed into its snow lion form. He thought it would be better not to use the purple gold hairpin to travel to the Dragon God Shrine. Besides, he wanted Little White to get some exercise since the latter was getting lazy. After reaching level 4, Little White had grown bigger, and its speed was faster. Hao Ren hit its rump with a sword energy, urging it to fly faster. Woo, Little White grumbled, sounding like its feeling got hurt. Don't fake it. You're a level 4 demon beast now, but you're still so lazy. Here, I got you a gift. Hao Ren bumped its head with a fist. Then, when it began to fly earnestly, he took out a red bead from his necklace. The fist-sized bead looked like a crystal ball with dark red light and intense demonic essence. It was the demonic core of a level 10 demon beast. In the narrow escape from the Demon Sea, Hao Ren was not without any rewards. When the big demon kings fought with each other, they had killed many level 10 demons, and Hao Ren had collected several demonic cores that floated on the sea. These were the demonic cores of level 10 demon beasts and thus were beneath the notice of the big demon kings. However, to ordinary cultivators, they were super precious materials. Hao Ren felt pity that he didn't have the chance to collect the demonic cores of the small demon kings who had died in the battles. When that small demon king with the golden fan got killed by Hao Ren's realm-breaking note and the lightning bolts, the demonic core had fallen into the sea. If Hao Ren had been quick, he could have picked it up with his sword energies. However, with another 2 small demon kings chasing after him, Hao Ren didn't have the time to collect this demonic core, leaving this precious core to the level 10 demon beasts under the sea. Of course, they must have fought for it fiercely. However, when the 4 big demon kings fought in the high sky, Hao Ren had taken the opportunity to collect 6 demonic cores. A demonic core of a level 10 demon beast could sell for at least 100,000 spirit stones in the black markets on Fifth Heaven. Hao Ren had collected 6 of them. Due to his dangerous situation, Hao Ren had only picked up the demonic cores of the dead demon beasts near the Golden Boat. In fact, at least hundreds of level 10 demon beasts were killed. When Little White saw this demonic core, its eyes lit up. Chapter 676. Selecting treasures. The demon beast's cultivation method was unique since they could swallow the demonic cores of other demon beasts to strengthen themselves. However, some evil cultivators also improved their realms by swallowing others' nascent soul, while ordinary cultivators usually refined other cultivators' nascent soul before using it. For the demon beasts, swallowing demonic core was the most common way to increase their realm. Ruff, Little White played cute most of the time. Since it was still a demon beast, that was why it looked so eager when it saw the demonic core with intense demonic essence. Xie Yujia had regularly fed it elixir pills, but Little White had to convert the nature essence into demonic essence, so its demonic essence growth was slow. However, this demonic core in Hao Ren's hand contained a level 10 demon beast's lifetime demonic essence. Little White would become very powerful if it absorbed only 1/3 of the energy contained in the core. The most precious thing in the demon beasts were the demonic cores that were containing demonic essence. Then, it was the demon souls that could improve the quality of Dharma treasures. Lastly, it was the bones and skin which could be made into Dharma treasures. Hao Ren didn't have the techniques and treasures to absorb demon souls, but he had collected 6 bead-shaped demonic cores. If Little White hadn't come out with Hao Ren, it would have been still rolling in the mud in the lion cave and probably could never reach level 2 in its lifetime. Be good, and this is yours, Hao Ren said. These demonic cores were not very useful to him. He could give them to Xie Yujia to make elixir pills, but she usually used spiritual herbs and probably didn't dare to use the demonic cores from demon beasts. He could also sell them on Fifth Heaven for lots of spirit stones, but they were meaningless to him. If he traded them for other stuff, there was nothing that he liked on Fifth Heaven and Sixth Heaven. Besides, he could trade for things with elixir pills in the name of Herb King Master of Ethereal Summit. Seventh Heaven might have some good stuff, but Hao Ren didn't want to deal with the more powerful sects there and thus wouldn't reveal the level 10 demonic cores to them. The demonic cores of level 10 demon beasts were tempting even to the sects on Seventh Heaven. After all, even Soul Formation Realm cultivators didn't dare to venture into the Demon Sea, and there were no level 10 demon beasts outside of the Demon Sea. Even if there were, who could kill them? Ruff, Little White swayed its body, and its long tail almost touched Hao Ren, who was sitting on its back. It was impatient when it saw the big demonic core in Hao Ren's hand but couldn't reach it. I got it for you at the risk of my life. You must be obedient, okay? Hao Ren lifted the demonic core and asked. Ruff, Little White knew what Hao Ren meant and nodded enthusiastically. Hao Ren lowered the demonic core and placed it near Little White's mouth. Little White was a bin-level demon beast with both ice elemental and fire elemental attributes. The demonic core must have belonged to a jaw-level demon beast since it had cultivated to level 10 in the Demon Sea. The ice-cold red demonic core contained a trace of fire elements, so it could help Little White a lot. Gulp! Little White opened its mouth wide and devoured the demonic core, so eager that it almost ate Hao Ren's hand. While Little White swallowed the demonic core, a thought occurred to Hao Ren. Level 10 demon beasts are close to the transformation realm, but a bin-level demon beast's top level is only about level 6. Little White might transform into a human after eating this demonic core. Grumble, with a noise coming from its belly, Little White shook its tail and continued to fly with no sign of discomfort. It seemed that this demonic core's elemental attribute suited Little White, but Little White would need time to absorb the demonic essence. If that level 10 demon beast was still alive and fought with Little White for the demonic core, Little White would have exploded if it swallowed that level 10 demonic core when it was only a level 4 demon beast. However, since that demon beast was dead, and its demonic soul was destroyed, Little White just took the demonic core as a big elixir pill, and it could absorb the demonic core little by little. After eating the demonic core, Little White flew faster than before. Since the demonic core's power wasn't in effect yet, Little White's acceleration showed that it hadn't tried its best at flying. Bad dog! Hao Ren pulled at its ear. Little White and the Golden Shield were a perfect pair since they were both lazy. When they got close to Kunlun Mountain, Hao Ren detoured. Although Kunlun Mountain was not as big as the Demon Sea, the Soul Formation realm cultivators in there were tough to deal with. After flying for a long distance, Hao Ren took out the inspector's token to pass the array formation before arriving at the gate of the Dragon God Shrine. The Black Dragon God Shrine looked the same as before. After leaving Little White at the gate, Hao Ren walked into the Dragon God Shrine. With his level 3 inspector's token, he was greeted by the level 1 and level 2 inspectors on the way. In the inspector system of the Dragon God Shrine, the relationship between the different level inspectors was very formal. Entering the small room in the Grand Hall, Hao Ren saw a level 2 inspector looking through the mission booklet. When he saw Hao Ren's level 3 inspector token, he backed away respectfully. "Elder, I'm here to report the completion of my mission." Hao Ren placed the Penglai Immortal token on the table and said politely, "I've delivered the object to Penglai Island successfully." "Oh." Elder Luo, who had been making a list, looked up in surprise and picked up the round golden token from the table before staring at it for a while. "You didn't disappoint us. Now, I'll put 600 contribution points under your name." Elder Luo took out the name list and wrote 600 under Hao Ren's name. "Then, can I go trade for something?" Hao Ren asked. The Golden Shield had had its eye on some objects in the warehouse of the Dragon God Shrine. Hao Ren had come here in a hurry since he was afraid that other inspectors would take them. Of course. Elder Luo stood up with a smile and led Hao Ren into the underground warehouse. Each of the treasures had its price written in contribution points below. "You can register the things that you choose when you're done." Elder Luo bowed to Hao Ren slightly and walked out of the warehouse. In fact, Hao Ren didn't want Elder Luo to walk with him. After Elder Luo was gone, he released the golden shield from his necklace and said, "Little shield, it's all you." In theory, all these treasures could be taken and hidden in his necklace, but the Dragon God Shrine had its ways to make sure that the treasures couldn't be stolen. Any of the treasures here would make the low-level cultivators green with envy, and that was why so many young cultivators attended the general exams of the Dragon God Shrine, hoping to become an inspector. The golden shield flew from Hao Ren's hand and began to sweep across the shelves. Ignoring the rare elixir pills and Dharma treasures, it turned to one corner and hovered above a white cloth. The white cloth was on the lowest shelf. If not for the price tag of 60 below it, Hao Ren would have thought it was a rag for cleaning the shelves. Everything in the warehouse was expensive since they generally cost above 100 contribution points. However, each mission usually was worth 40 to 50 contribution points, and only those dangerous missions were rewarded with 80 to 90 contribution points. In short, it was quite difficult to trade for one treasure with only one mission. Only after completing 2 to 3 missions could an inspector choose a powerful Dharma treasure or a special cultivation technique. The white cloth looked like it didn't have any nature essence, and no one knew its functions. That was why no sane inspector would trade this object with the contribution points they earned at the risk of their lives. After all, 60 contribution points wasn't a low price. "Little shield, are you sure?" Hao Ren asked it. It was hard to tell if the golden shield understood Hao Ren's words, but it hovered above the white cloth. Hao Ren trusted the judgment of the golden shield, which had elevated to a higher level and was quite sensitive to spirit properties. After Hao Ren took the white cloth, the golden shield floated away in satisfaction toward a shelf in the front. This time, it stopped before an old, used glove. Without hesitation, Hao Ren took it as well. This glove cost 80 contribution points. Even though it cost a lot, and even the appraisers of the Dragon God Shrine couldn't determine its functionality, it must be unique in some way since these rare and unidentifiable items must have been dug out from some ancient ruins and tombs by inspectors. One old rag and a broken glove had cost Hao Ren 140 contribution points. The golden shield spun around to continue its search, but Hao Ren ignored it and walked directly to a shelf that he had noticed the last time, picking up a red jade thumb ring which cost 450 contribution points. The objects on this shelf were all radiant with abundant nature essence, and each of them cost more than 400 contribution points. In the warehouse, several other inspectors were selecting treasures, and some of them were level 4 inspectors. They looked surprised when they saw Hao Ren picking up the red jade thumb ring which cost 450 contribution points. Hao Ren was only a young man with a realm of top-tier Dewey level, but he had accumulated over 400 contribution points. They didn't know that Hao Ren had earned 600 contribution points with one mission. It was extremely dangerous to deliver things to the Demon Sea, and few people could accomplish it. That was why the reward was so high. Spinning fast in front of Hao Ren and releasing layers of golden light, the golden shield seemed to be asking Hao Ren to choose some other objects. However, Hao Ren wasn't too greedy. The golden shield had had its eyes on a blue elixir pill and a piece of black mineral which were probably very valuable, but Hao Ren had no use for them right now. After taking the red jade thumb ring, the white cloth, and the broken glove, he had only 10 contribution points left. Since he couldn't take anything else, Hao Ren walked out of the warehouse. Then, the golden shield followed Hao Ren out of the warehouse. The other inspectors looked astonished when they saw that the ugly round disc was a supreme spiritual treasure. That guy is Hao Ren. He is the East Ocean cultivator who defeated the official inspector Qin Xiaoyang in this year's general exams. His realm grew so fast. He's indeed a genius. Oblivious to their talks, Hao Ren walked out and showed the objects to Elder Luo for registration. He had spent almost all of the 600 contribution points in one go. If he wanted to make use of the remaining 10 contribution points, he would have to take on more missions, but he didn't have time right now. Please wait a minute. When Hao Ren put away the things and was about to leave the small room, Elder Luo called out hurriedly, "The Shrine Master wants to see you." Chapter 677. People have different ambitions. The Shrine Master? Hao Ren stopped and looked back at Elder Luo in surprise. "Inspector Hao, please follow me." Elder Luo stood up and led Hao Ren out of the small room. The Shrine Master and Deputy Shrine Master's cultivation rooms were on the top floor of the Dragon God Shrine, higher than the rooms of the level 4 inspectors. As a level 3 inspector, Hao Ren wasn't supposed to enter the area for the level 4 inspectors, but he met no obstacles with Elder Luo leading the way. As an administrator responsible for the registration, Elder Luo had been a senior member in the Dragon God Shrine ever since the establishment of the organization, which was why he could move in the place freely. The higher they went, the more abundant the nature essence was. Having returned from Demon Sea, Hao Ren wasn't astonished at the great nature essence intensity. It was extraordinary that the nature essence intensity on the top floor of the Dragon God Shrine was almost half of that of the inner area of the Demon Sea. The nature essence intensity was much more abundant than Sixth Heaven, and no other place on land had the same amount of nature essence as this place. Elder Luo ushered Hao Ren to the entrance of the top floor and backed out deferentially, asking Hao Ren to go in by himself. "Thank you, Elder." Hao Ren watched Elder Luo walk down the stairs before turning and walking down the corridor. Built with black rocks, the Dragon God Shrine looked very grey. Walking in it, he saw no light from outside, which meant that no nature essence could leak out. It was like a huge cave with many cave rooms. Hao Ren walked straight to the big stone door furthest to him. Counting the rooms on both sides, he found that there were 9 of them which should belong to the 9 deputy shrine masters. Hao Ren placed his token into the dent in front of the stone door, and it opened automatically. In the big dim room, there were 9 armchairs set on both sides, and 9 cultivators sat in them. Yu Zilong sat in the 3rd chair on the right, wearing a black robe with a lively 5-clawed golden dragon embroidered on the shoulder. Hao Ren had never met the remaining 8 cultivators before and couldn't sense their realms or even their elemental attributes. Among the 9 deputy shrine masters of the Dragon God Shrine, it said that 3 had reached the pinnacle stage of the Qian level, and Hao Ren thought the remaining 6 must have been at the top grade of the Qian level. On both sides of the room, 6 bright pearls emitted white light. Before the stone wall at the back of the room sat a man with a broad back. Instead of facing Hao Ren, he faced the black and cold stone wall. On the stone wall were 2 characters, Heaven and Earth. The characters were so magnificent that Hao Ren felt moved when he looked at them. "You are Hao Ren?" the man facing the stone wall said abruptly. "Yes," Hao Ren answered as he stood in the middle of the secret chamber. With the dim light from the bright pearls inlaid in the walls, the 9 deputy shrine masters were in the shadows. Vaguely, Hao Ren recognized Yu Zilong, but he couldn't clearly see the faces of the other deputy shrine masters except for their different shadows. "You can keep this Peng Lai immortal token. A golden round token rose from the shrine master and floated toward Hao Ren. Hao Ren took the golden token and placed it into his necklace. The 9 deputy shrine masters in the secret chamber looked at Hao Ren in a new light. Yu Zilong was especially surprised that Hao Ren could return from his trip to the Demon Sea within half a day. He knew Hao Ren had connections with Lady Zhen, but there were other big demon kings in the Demon Sea besides her, and they probably wouldn't spare Hao Ren for her, which made Hao Ren's trip into the Demon Sea very risky since he was only at Dewey level. If no inspector took this mission, one of the deputy shrine masters or the shrine master would have to make the trip personally, but they would feel shameful in front of Zhen Yuan Z1. As an inspector, Hao Ren had won respect for the Dragon God Shrine by venturing into the Demon Sea and delivering the elixir pills to Zhen Yuan Z, showing that despite the dangers in the Demon Sea, the Dragon God Shrine still could send people in there and back safely. "Did the Penglai Island Master let you go easily?" the Shrine Master asked again. "He set up a 7-killing array, and I broke it with luck," Hao Ren said. Hearing Hao Ren's words, the 9 deputy shrine masters who were sitting in the armchairs shook slightly. They knew the eccentric temperament of Zhen Yuanzi, who would test the strength of the inspector from the Dragon God Shrine, but they were astonished that he used the most powerful 7-killing array. More amazingly, Hao Ren had broken the array formation. "Very good. Very good," the shrine master nodded with satisfaction while facing the wall. By delivering the elixir pills, Hao Ren had gone into the Penglai Island in the Demon Sea as an envoy. The more powerful Hao Ren was, the higher Zhen Yuanzi thought of the Dragon God Shrine. It showed that the Dragon God Shrine was full of masters since a Dewey-level cultivator could venture into the Demon Sea. Of course, these deputy shrine masters thought Hao Ren had returned immediately from his mission, not knowing that he had attracted the attention of the big demon kings under the sea and almost caused a war among them. "Since you accomplished this impossible mission, you are qualified for rewards. Besides the contribution points, you will get a promotion from a level 3 inspector to a level 4 inspector," the shrine master continued. The 9 deputy shrine masters were a bit surprised. After all, Hao Ren had become a level 3 inspector directly after the general exams. Then, in less than 2 months, he was promoted to a level 4 inspector. It was a rocket-fast promotion. In the history of the Dragon God Shrine, only Su Han had the fastest promotions. When Su Han entered, she was already a Kun-level cultivator. Then, she had quickly become a Qian-level master. She hadn't been punished for any mistakes except the war between East Ocean and the West Ocean. Now that Hao Ren had become a level 4 inspector, he was 1 level higher than Su Han, becoming her boss instead of her assistant. "Zilong, do you guys have any objections?" the shrine master asked. Hao Ren is the first inspector who could venture into the inner area of the Demon Sea and return safely. With his courage and intelligence, he is qualified to be a level 4 inspector, Yu Zilong said. The other deputy shrine masters didn't have any objections either. Since the shrine master wanted to keep Hao Ren close, and they could even give him a couple of powerful treasures, let alone promoting him to a level 4 inspector. "Since you have no objections, change his token, Zilong," the shrine master said. Yu Zilong raised his hand slightly, and the black token in Hao Ren's hand was taken suddenly before a new token appeared in his hand in the next instant. This new black token had a golden edge and a 4-clawed gold dragon engraved on it. The promotion to level 4 usually required the approval of the shrine master and all 9 deputy shrine masters after the candidate passed strength tests. However, Hao Ren's promotion was proposed by the shrine master and approved by the 9 deputy shrine masters instantly, making it the quickest promotion in the history of the organization. Before he could react, Hao Ren had suddenly become one of the level 4 inspectors and the only level 4 inspector who was lower than Qian level or Kun level. N0V3LTR0V served as the original host for this chapter's release on N0V3LB1N. "You guys are free to go, and I want to talk to him in private," the shrine master facing the wall said suddenly. The 9 deputy shrine masters all stood up and walked past Hao Ren out of the secret chamber. Hao Ren couldn't feel any nature energy from them, showing that the 9 deputy shrine masters' stealth techniques had reached a great level. With their strengths and the aids of Dharma treasures, they could sweep across the Demon Sea without being noticed by the demon beasts and the demon kings. The stone door closed slowly, leaving Hao Ren and the shrine master alone in the room. Thinking that the shrine master would turn around, Hao Ren was expecting to have a look at his face. However, the shrine master still kept his face toward the stone wall, only releasing waves of nature essence. I see you have the immortal physique. Your cultivation speed must be very fast. Did Zhen Yuanzi ask you to be his disciple? The shrine master asked. He did. But after I broke his 7 killing array formation, he didn't mention it again, Hao Ren answered. Zhen Yuanzi is the leader of all earthly immortals, and his immortal fruit can increase one's cultivation strength by 1,000 years. If you want to progress fast, I'm willing to take you as my disciple, the shrine master said. Hao Ren looked at the shrine master's back and hesitated. Governing the dragon god shrine, the shrine master was almost the overlord of the dragon tribe. If Hao Ren became the shrine master's disciple, he would almost become the second most powerful person in the dragon tribe. Thank you for your kindness, shrine master. However, I can't accept, Hao Ren said after some consideration. If he became the disciple of the shrine master, he might be able to take whatever treasures he wanted from the warehouse of the dragon god shrine, and the 9 deputy shrine masters would try their best to tutor him in cultivation. However, Hao Ren didn't want to get too close to the dragon god shrine. He still felt like he was a member of the East Ocean Dragon clan. People have different ambitions, I won't ask you again, the shrine master said mildly. After a few seconds of silence, he saw that Hao Ren was still standing in the secret chamber and said, if you have nothing else to say, you are free to go. I'm afraid I have one thing, Hao Ren said. Speak. When will the dragon god shrine return the item that it borrowed from the East Ocean Dragon clan? Hao Ren asked. Facing the stone wall, the shrine master inhaled deeply, and the nature essence released from his body suddenly increased. Hao Ren stood steadily on the floor. Now that the 9 deputy shrine masters had left, and he faced the leader of the dragon god shrine directly, he asked the question that he had been holding inside for a long time. There are 2 things in the world that you can believe, and they are strength and rules. The shrine master lifted one hand. Which do you believe in? Chapter 678. Level 4 Inspector. I believe in rules, Hao Ren answered. In this world, rules are made by powerful people. The shrine master released a wave of pressure from his palm. The force hit the stone wall and bounced back onto Hao Ren, who was standing in the middle of the secret chamber. Hao Ren was sent flying backward for 5 meters before he crashed heavily on the closed stone door. I'll give you a chance. When you are sure that you can block 20 strikes from me, I'll give you that thing back. The shrine master said coldly toward the stone wall. Okay. Hao Ren regained his balance and brushed the dust off his clothes. The level 4 inspector's robe has been delivered to your room. I see your meridians are injured, and you need to heal, the shrine master continued. Hao Ren touched his chest and found that his meridians that had been damaged due to his forced use of Zhao Horan's peak Qian level in the Demon Sea had returned to their original state. The stone door opened suddenly, and Hao Ren was tossed out instantly. The dominant force sent him flying along the long corridor and to the side of the spiral staircase. 20 strikes, Hao Ren clenched his fists and thought. Although the shrine master didn't injure him, he insulted Hao Ren by tossing him out of the room. A white misty energy sphere suddenly rose around the entrance of the top floor. Hao Ren reached out to touch it and immediately withdrew his hand when he felt stinging lightning bolts enter his body. The inspectors in the Dragon God Shrine rarely saw the deputy shrine masters and never entered the secret chamber where the shrine master cultivated. In fact, it was the first time that the shrine master had summoned an inspector and made an agreement. Which inspector dared to fight with the Dragon God Shrine Master? Hao Ren wasn't afraid. After all, 20 strikes would only take a short while during battle. Hao Ren cleaned and straightened his clothes and walked downstairs. Below the top floor was the cultivation area for the level 4 inspectors. The nature essence intensity there was almost as abundant as that in Ethereal Summit on 5th Heaven. The floor below was the prison with thin nature essence, and all kinds of criminals were locked in there. Further down was the cultivation area of level 3 inspectors and the stations for regional inspectors. Hao Ren walked to the room that he shared with Su Han and saw 3 silk robes including black, red and blue hanging at the stone door. The robes had 4 clawed golden dragons embroidered on the shoulders, which signaled that the wearer was a level 4 inspector. Hao Ren picked up the robes, opened the stone door with his token, and saw Su Han cultivating on the white jade bed. Su Han turned her head, startled by Hao Ren's sudden arrival. When she saw the level 4 token at Hao Ren's waist and the 3 robes in his hands, she looked surprised. However, Su Han was cold and didn't ask him anything. Hao Ren looked at Su Han on the jade bed through the square door and vaguely saw her skin beneath her thin robe. Go! Su Han frowned, and her longsword on the side of the bed stabbed at Hao Ren suddenly. Hao Ren immediately blocked it with his palms, in which the lightning energy formed a hard sphere. But he was still forced back 3 steps by Su Han's longsword. When he regained his balance, Su Han had already put on a black robe. Su Han got down to the ground from the jade bed and summoned the longsword back to her hand. The top-tier Dewey level, Su Han said after looking at Hao Ren while emphasizing each word. I was lucky, Hao Ren said shamelessly. Good. Now you are qualified to enter the 9-Dragon Palace with me. Su Han looked calm, but she was secretly relieved. Now that Hao Ren had reached top-tier Dewey level, she didn't have to use the essence transfer technique that Lady Jen had given her. Su Han's gaze rested on Hao Ren's level 4 token as she asked, which one of us is the boss? You are, Hao Ren answered immediately. Okay. Su Han nodded with satisfaction. She was displeased that Hao Ren had been promoted to level 4 while she remained a level 3 inspector. However, Hao Ren still listened to her. I'll leave the robes here. I have to head back to deal with some business. After handing the 3 robes to Su Han, Hao Ren said hurriedly. Okay. Su Han nodded coldly. When Hao Ren walked out of the stone door, she suddenly realized that he had wanted her to hang the robes for him. Su Han gritted her teeth and walked into the inner chamber before putting Hao Ren's 3 silk robes into the wardrobe. She had appointed Hao Ren as her assisting inspector, but he had now been promoted to a higher position than her. This brought some dissatisfaction to her. Meanwhile, Hao Ren had dashed down the stairs swiftly back to the hall on the ground floor. The level 1 inspectors who had been cultivating in the hall were astonished when they saw Hao Ren's level 4 token. Several low-level inspectors saw his token and immediately stood aside to give way to him. Hao Ren had arrived a while ago as a level 3 inspector, but now he had been promoted to a level 4 inspector. Although there was only 1 level between level 3 and level 4, it was quite difficult to get the elevation. The Dragon God Shrine were quite picky with the selection of inspectors and had tight control of the number of inspectors. From the dragon cultivators all over the world, it only selected hundreds of inspectors, in which only about 100 were level 3 inspectors. In addition, there were only about a dozen level 4 inspectors. One could reach level 3 by accumulating contribution points, but the promotion to level 4 must be proposed by 1 deputy shrine master and be agreed by the other 8 deputy shrine masters and the shrine master. Since the shrine master rarely showed his face, not even at the annual general exams, level 4 inspectors were in the top of the pyramid in many low-level inspectors' minds. Hao Ren hurried toward the gate, oblivious to the envy in the eyes of the low-level inspectors. The golden shield went out from Hao Ren's necklace and sucked in some of the abundant nature essences in the Dragon God Shrine. However, it didn't dare to suck too much, knowing that they were in a unique place. Is that a supreme spiritual treasure? Yeah, I guess. Seeing the small black shield following Hao Ren, the low-level inspectors asked each other in surprise. Although they were older than Hao Ren and joined the Dragon God Shrine earlier than him, they had never seen a supreme spiritual treasure which could move freely like spirit beasts. This Hao Ren is not only a level 4 inspector but has his own supreme spiritual treasure as well, they thought to themselves. Comparing themselves with Hao Ren, the cultivators who had been proud of being official inspectors of the Dragon God Shrine felt ashamed. They probably would never become level 4 inspectors or possess a supreme spiritual treasure all their lives. Well, it's you? Hao Ren was about to walk out of the Dragon God Shrine when Qin Xiaoyang walked in with a fiery red coat. Hao Ren was surprised to see Qin Xiaoyang, but he ignored him and walked to the gate with a cold snort. Humph! Qin Xiaoyang snorted with a louder voice and reached his right hand toward Hao Ren. He had come to the Dragon God Shrine to do his routine report and was surprised to encounter Hao Ren. If he hadn't lost to Hao Ren in the Dragon God Shrine's general exam, he wouldn't have been sent to such a remote place to be a regional inspector. Now seeing Hao Ren, Qin Xiaoyang wouldn't let him go easily, especially when he saw that Su Han wasn't with Hao Ren. Bang! Hao Ren punched on Qin Xiaoyang's arm heavily. He was still displeased that the Dragon God Shrine Master had tossed him out of the door, and he encountered Qin Xiaoyang. Dewey level, top tier. Qin Xiaoyang widened his eyes, astonished that Hao Ren had elevated from Gen level to top tier Dewey level in the short period since they last met. When he saw the golden token with the four-clawed golden dragon hanging on Hao Ren's belt, he backed off 3 steps in shock. In the strict system of the Dragon God Shrine, Qin Xiaoyang, a level 3 inspector, had committed an offense by attacking a level 4 inspector. This, Qin Xiaoyang looked at Hao Ren in astonishment. He wondered how Hao Ren had become a level 4 inspector with his current strength. Hiss, bang. The golden shield which had been following Hao Ren closely spun and shot a golden light at Qin Xiaoyang. Not noticing this black shield which had been absorbing nature essence, Qin Xiaoyang was hit on the shoulder by the sudden attack and fell to the ground. Despite his Kun level, he was no match for the supreme spiritual treasure which had elevated to a higher realm. With his Kun level, Qin Xiaoyang could block the attack of an ordinary Dharma treasure with his body, but the attack of the golden shield made him dizzy. How could it be like this? How come Hao Ren has become so powerful in such a short period? Holding his shoulder in pain, Qin Xiaoyang thought to himself when he realized that Hao Ren's temperament had changed completely. Humph! Hao Ren snorted and walked around Qin Xiaoyang before heading toward the exit of the Dragon God Shrine. Holding their breaths, the low-level inspectors in the hall looked at Qin Xiaoyang from the corner of their eyes. The dragon cultivators including inspectors were forbidden from fighting each other, but they had witnessed a level 3 inspector getting struck to the ground after challenging a level 4 inspector. Qin Xiaoyang used to be a level 4 inspector and a dominant figure in the Dragon God Shrine, but Hao Ren had made him fall with one attack. Seeing the low-level inspectors sneaking glances at him, Qin Xiaoyang gritted his teeth and stood up, but he almost stumbled at the acute pain in his shoulder. Hao Ren had walked out of the gate, and a snow lion flew over from a distance and carried him to the sky. That black, crooked small shield seems to be my Uncle Master's heaven-reaching shield. Qin Xiaoyang was deep in thought as he looked out of the gate. Chapter 679. The Golden Shield Must Do Work. Sitting on Little White's back, Hao Ren flew out of the array formation of the Dragon God Shrine and toward the seashore. He was surprised to encounter Qin Xiaoyang in the Dragon God Shrine, but he didn't mind fighting the latter to test his own strength. However, he had just returned from the Demon Sea and hadn't recovered his full strength yet. Besides, he wanted to go back and ask Zhen Kongming to appraise the things that he took from the Dragon God Shrine, thus having no time to fight with Qin Xiaoyang. Since Qin Xiaoyang remained at mid-tier Kun level, Hao Ren thought that he could win against Qin Xiaoyang if he could get to Gen level and learn the third sword strike of the mystic water sword techniques. The golden shield stayed by Hao Ren's side and occasionally shot thin golden light beams at Little White. Now that it had advanced in realms, it felt freer than before. Although it didn't belong to Hao Ren, it favored him emotionally. Otherwise, it wouldn't have attacked Qin Xiaoyang when the latter tried to attack Hao Ren. At level 4, which was equivalent to top-tier core formation realm, Little White bared its teeth at the golden shield and spat out fireballs when the latter provoked it. Ignoring their playful fight, Hao Ren took out the mystic water sword techniques from his necklace and began to study it in peace. Different from the light-splitting sword shadow scroll, the mystic water sword techniques must be opened layer by layer according to the practitioner's spiritual senses and realms, which meant that if Hao Ren lost this jade slip, he couldn't learn the rest of the techniques. In the dangerous journey to the Demon Sea, it was fortunate that he didn't lose the jade slip which contained the mystic water sword techniques. Hao Ren merged his spiritual senses into the slip and saw the words and pictures of the second passage which had been vague to him. It consumed lots of energy to read the jade slip with spiritual senses. After memorizing the first 9 variations of the second sword strike, Hao Ren had used up his energy. If not for the light-splitting sword shadow scroll which forced him to cultivate all 5 elements and controlled thousands of sword energies with far better spiritual senses than ordinary cultivators, he probably wouldn't be able to finish reading all 18 variations of the first sword strike with his current realm of Dewey level. It had taken Zhao Horan, who was a peak Qian level cultivator, many years to break the array formations on the jade slip. With his high realm, Zhao Horan couldn't read all the information, which showed that the jade slip had a much higher standard for cultivators than all the other precious techniques stored in the East Ocean Dragon Palace. This jade slip could very well be called an immortal object. After disengaging his spiritual senses from the jade slip, Hao Ren put it back into the necklace carefully. Little White had returned to the sky above East Ocean City, but it didn't land without Hao Ren's order. The sky was getting dark while the city was still engulfed in a drizzle. Let's go back. Hao Ren put away the golden shield and patted Little White's head. In the small house, Zhao Yanzi and the others were waiting for his return. The moment that he entered the house with Little White in its puppy form, he was greeted by Grandma's complaint. Little Shui's family came to visit us and left after dinner. You bad boy. You were out for the whole day. Grandma waved the cane in her hand as if she were going to hit Hao Ren with it. It's my fault. My fault, Hao Ren surrendered immediately. Then, he saw the rosewood cane in Grandma's hand and asked, "Where did you get this?" Little Shui's mother gave it to me. She brought it especially from another city. Grandma poked Hao Ren lightly with the tip of the cane, not wanting to hurt him. Hao Ren was surprised that Wu Luoxi's family had come to visit. However, upon the second thought, the two families were close because of Zhen Kongming, and it wasn't so strange that Mayor Wu came to visit them. Hao Ren hadn't met Wu Luoxi's mom yet, and he felt bad that he wasn't home when her family came to visit his family. "Grandma, come and visit my school with Mom and Dad tomorrow. I'll go back to school tonight." Afraid that Grandma would hit him again, Hao Ren said in a hurry. "Okay. I'll go with your mom and dad. Will little Sue be in the school?" Grandma asked. "Yeah." Hao Ren sweated, knowing that Grandma missed Su Han. Xie Yujia and others were ready to return to school as well, and they had their bags ready in the living room. They had been waiting for him to return. Otherwise, they would have gone back to school in Mayor Wu's car. "I've packed clothes for you. It's getting cold, and I packed several thick jackets for you." Xie Yujia lifted the bag and said. She was a careful and considerate girl, and Hao Ren didn't have to worry about anything in everyday life. "Okay. Wait a minute." Hao Ren walked to Zhen Kongming's room after pushing open the door. Using the keyboard and the mouse skillfully, Zhen Kongming was sitting in front of a brand new laptop, playing an online game. Hao Ren didn't remember his parents buying a laptop for Zhen Kongming, so he guessed it must be a gift from Wu Luoxi's parents. It seemed that Wu Luoxi's parents liked Zhen Kongming. Of course, they also wanted to be in a good relationship with Hao Ren's family. "Hey, have a look at these two things for me." Hao Ren dug out the white cloth and the glove that he got from the Dragon God Shrine and placed them in front of Zhen Kongming. Zhen Kongming stopped gaming for a second and glanced at the two things in Hao Ren's hands, saying, "Garbage." "Look carefully." Hao Ren pushed the things before his face. Zhen Kongming took them up and turned them around in his hands impatiently. "This cloth is made with heavenly silk spat out by heavenly silk worms, Ding-level demon beast. The silk threads are very hard, and the things made with them are waterproof and fireproof. Besides, no matter how dirty it gets, it will get clean again when you burn it with fire or put it in water." "How about its functions?" Hao Ren asked immediately. "It's obvious." Zhen Kongming looked at Hao Ren in disdain and said, "It's just a high-level rag used to clean Dharma treasures." Hearing Zhen Kongming's words, Hao Ren felt as if he choked on a fishbone. At the moment, the golden shield came out from Hao Ren's necklace and hovered in the air around Hao Ren. As a supreme spiritual treasure, it had some intelligence and knew that it shouldn't come out when mortals were present. Since only Hao Ren and Zhen Kongming were in the room, it jumped out in a hurry when it realized that Hao Ren had taken out the white cloth. Hao Ren looked at it furiously, finally knowing that it had paid special attention to the white cloth because the cloth could clean its body. The golden shield flew in front of Hao Ren's chest and emitted soft golden light. Although it had advanced to a higher realm, it had turned into a black plate from the previous form. If Hao Ren cleaned it regularly, it probably could return to its previous form. "Get off." Hao Ren pushed the golden shield away, not in the mood to serve the golden shield, which was even more shameless than Little White. N0V3LTR0V served as the original host for this chapter's release on N0V3LB1N. However, the golden shield flew over and rubbed against the white cloth in Hao Ren's hand itself. It looked more shameless than Little White. Anyway, it's an item from ancient cultivators, and the heavenly silk worms are extinct now, at least in the mortal world. This square cloth can fix the cracks on the Dharma treasures and nurture Dharma treasures' spirit properties, which makes it a good treasure, Zhen Kongming continued. The golden shield was still rubbing forcefully against Hao Ren's palm. Hao Ren tossed the white cloth onto the windowsill, and the golden shield immediately flew over and continued stroking itself on it. Then, how about this? Hao Ren picked up the broken glove. This is also an item from the ancient cultivators, but it is damaged. There are lots of similar stuff at the bottom of the Demon Sea. They are used to operate Dharma treasures, increase their powers, and catch the opponent's Dharma treasures. If you want to use it, you must fix it first. Its value is mediocre, Zhen Kongming said lightly. Zhen Kongming said the value was mediocre, but Hao Ren was satisfied with this appraisal, knowing that Zhen Kongming was very picky. Since he intended to give this glove to Xie Yujia, it was a good fit for her. Well, can you fix it for me? Hao Ren asked him. Fix it? Zhen Kongming arched his eyebrows. I don't have time for that. I have homework to do. Hao Ren looked at him, thinking, you have homework to do, but you're still playing games. With your lazy attitude, do you think you can make Wu Luoxue like you? Zhen Kongming turned his head and looked at the golden shield which was rolling on the windowsill as if it were easing an itch. This supreme spiritual treasure can fix this low-level Dharma treasure. It can fix? Hao Ren looked at the golden shield in surprise. It's nothing to be surprised about. In fact, the golden shield is more powerful than you, and it's nothing for it to fix a damaged Dharma treasure. Zhen Kongming curled his lips and said before returning to his game. He sounded as if Hao Ren were even less useful than a Dharma treasure. Glancing at him, Hao Ren didn't retort since he had gotten all the information that he wanted. Despite Zhen Kongming's cutting words, he had great knowledge and sharp eyes after staying with Chu Niu for years. Seeing the golden shield still lying on the white cloth, Hao Ren picked up the white cloth. Immediately, the golden shield followed it. Then, Hao Ren put the broken glove in front of the golden shield, but it spun to Hao Ren's back. It's the same as Little White. Wanting only enjoyment instead of contributing, Hao Ren tossed both items into his necklace, and the golden shield followed them in. He walked out of the room and saw Xie Yujia and the others waiting for him with packed bags. He smiled and said, let's go back to school. If the golden shield wanted to become pretty, it must help him fix the glove. However, he would leave such time-consuming job of dealing with Dharma treasures to Xie Yujia. Thinking of the lazy personality of the golden shield, Hao Ren didn't want to take it as his natal Dharma treasure. However, if he wanted to block 20 strikes from the Dragon God Shrine Master, he must have a powerful Dharma treasure. Chapter 680. The number 1 club of the Dragon Tribe. The drizzle continued. Few students walked on the big square before the library of East Ocean University. At the entrance of the hall of the library hung a Tang Dynasty poem calligraphic work mounted with gold threads. It was the work that Hao Ren had done yesterday. The 20 characters were elegant and full of strength, looking excellent in the distance and at close range. Walking in from both sides of this piece of work, visitors found many more calligraphic works on the walls of the library. There were hundreds of pieces of works being displayed in the warm library. It looked like a forest of calligraphic works. Wang Shiji's preface of the Orchid Pavilion, Yan Zhenqing's praise to Ji Minwen, Su Shi's script on Hanxi Festival in Guangzhou. All the works mimicking the great calligrapher's famous pieces were so well done that they resembled the original scripts. As to the creative pieces, they were more noteworthy with different styles. In the forest of calligraphic works, Hao Ren handed items to the members of the calligraphy club. These items were taken from the Dragon God Shrine according to the list approved by Yu Zilong. Now that all the members of the calligraphy club were gathered in the library, Hao Ren took the opportunity to hand the items to them according to the list. Since the elixir pills, Dharma treasures, and cultivation techniques from the Dragon God Shrine were better than those outside, the club members were happy to get the items that they wanted. They were excited beyond words that they could get things from the Dragon God Shrine even though they were not inspectors. Helping Hao Ren hand out the items, Lu Qi glanced at Hao Ren in astonishment, almost not believing his own spiritual senses. Only after a weekend, Hao Ren had reached top-tier Dewey level. Undoubtedly, he was the most powerful young cultivator in East Ocean University. The club members who were getting items from Hao Ren and Lu Qi were also amazed by the realm that Hao Ren released. Hao Ren's crazy cultivation speed convinced them. Did you know that Brother Hao has become a level 4 inspector? Level 4 inspector. My second uncle is an official inspector of the Dragon God Shrine, and he told me that Hao Ren is now a level 4 inspector. That's awesome. The cultivators who had gotten their stuff gathered in groups and talked amongst themselves. They came from different dragon clans, and some of them had relatives in the Dragon God Shrine. That was why the news about Hao Ren becoming a level 4 cultivator had begun to circulate within half a day. Although Hao Ren didn't reveal his level 4 inspector token, the club members got the news from different dragon clans. Only joining the Dragon God Shrine this year, Hao Ren had become a level 3 inspector directly after the general exams and became a level 4 inspector after a few months. The speed of his promotion was unprecedented. Level 4 inspectors could have direct contact with the deputy shrine masters. As the high-level representatives of the Dragon God Shrine, they were greeted by Dragon Kings with respect everywhere. The club members were secretly elated with Hao Ren's advancement in strength and position, since it proved that they were following the right person in East Ocean City even though they were not valued in their own respective dragon clans. Brother Hao, I want to introduce someone to you. After helping Hao Ren hand out the items, Lu Qi said to Hao Ren while putting away the name list. Oh? Hao Ren looked at him. He's Chen Su, the royal prince of Taibai Mountain, a fire elemental dragon clan. He's a good friend of mine and has transferred to East Ocean University today. I told you about him, Lu Qi said. Hao Ren nodded since he remembered Lu Qi mentioning it to him before. Now that the East Ocean Dragon Clan was on the rise, and the rivaling West Ocean Dragon Clan had been struck down, the different dragon clans were trying to be on friendly terms with them, and sending their descendants to study in East Ocean City was one way to get close to the East Ocean Dragon Clan. However, the dragon clans usually sent their younger generations to East Ocean City and rarely sent their precious royal princes. However, the royal prince of Taibai Mountain was trying to get close to Hao Ren by coming to study at East Ocean University. Lu Qi. While Lu Qi and Hao Ren were talking, a cheerful voice sounded from the gate of the library. Hao Ren turned his head and saw a clean-looking young man in sporty clothes putting away an umbrella and walking inside. With a long case in his arms, he walked to the side of Lu Qi and looked at Hao Ren with joy on his face. Here you are. With a smile, Lu Qi pulled him toward Hao Ren and said, "This is our club president, Hao Ren. You may call him Brother Hao as I do." Lu Qi turned to Hao Ren and said, "This is Chen Su, the royal prince of Taibai Mountain." Hao Ren looked at Chen Su. Before he could speak, Chen Su greeted him with warmth, "Brother Hao." "Hi." Hao Ren was feeling a bit awkward, but he felt like Chen Su was a simple guy, much better than the arrogant Zheng Yitao of the West Ocean Dragon Clan. Taibai Mountain was a small dragon clan in a remote place. Since Lu Qi was a fire elemental dragon, he and Chen Su knew each other and were good friends. The more remote a dragon clan was, the more power the local dragon clans had. The Taibai Mountain Dragon King had placed great trust in the East Ocean Dragon Clan by sending his son to study in East Ocean City. While Hao Ren was talking with the royal prince of Taibai Mountain, Zhao Guang walked into the library with a mid-aged man. Spotting Hao Ren in the center of the hall, Zhao Guang pulled the mid-aged man toward Hao Ren and said, "Ha ha ha, you young men are already talking." Pointing at Hao Ren, Zhao Guang introduced, "Brother Chen, this is Hao Ren, the Fuma of East Ocean." The mid-aged man looked at Hao Ren with appreciation and said, "Indeed a great young man." Then, he turned to look at Zhao Guang and said, "Brother Zhao, you've got a good Fuma." Hearing their words, Hao Ren knew that this man must be the Taibai Mountain Dragon King. Obviously, he had come in person to bring his beloved son to study in East Ocean City. "Uncle." Hao Ren greeted him politely. Well, the mid-aged man waved his hand with a smile. Then, he turned to Chen Su with a serious expression and said, "Su, when you are studying in the city, you must behave yourself. Be friendly with your peers in the school and learn from General Hao." "I got it, Dad." Chen Su answered with a smile. Seeing the young men getting along well with each other, Zhao Guang and the Taibai Mountain Dragon Palace smiled. "Brother Hao, this is my calligraphic work. I hope you like it." Chen Su pulled out a scroll from the long case and spread it out. It was an elegant calligraphic work. The writing looked smooth and graceful, showing the excellent skills of Chen Su, the future Taibai Mountain Dragon King. Lu Qi summoned 2 club members and asked them to hang up Chen Su's calligraphic work. By bringing his writing to the event of the calligraphy club, Chen Su showed his intention of joining Hao Ren's club. All the dragon cultivators including Shu Ke were members of Hao Ren's calligraphy club. Lu Qi, deliver the message to each member. They can invite their elders to visit the show, Hao Ren whispered to Lu Qi. Okay. Lu Qi nodded immediately and ran over to find the other vice presidents. Chen Su scratched his head with a smile and said, "Brother Hao, I'll go and check out the writings of other club members." It was his first day in East Ocean University, and he was eager to talk to other young cultivators. Situated in a remote place, the Taibai Mountain Dragon Clan didn't have a lot of cultivators and fewer young ones. Seeing over 500 young cultivators from different dragon clans in the library, Chen Su was excited. The Taibai Mountain Dragon King smiled when he saw this, and he thought, after all, young people must explore the world by themselves. Only managing a small dragon clan in a remote place, the Taibai Mountain Dragon King brought Chen Su to East Ocean City but hadn't expected to meet the East Ocean Dragon King. Although the Dragon Kings seemed to enjoy the same prestige, they had different ranks according to their level of forces. He was touched that Zhao Guang had welcomed him in person and even came with them to East Ocean University. He had heard that the East Ocean Dragon King was kind and generous despite the wealth, and he felt like the words were all true from what he witnessed today. The Taibai Mountain Dragon King wouldn't submit to the East Ocean Dragon Clan, but he would lean toward it in the future. With his humble attitude, Zhao Guang released a message. Despite the great force of East Ocean, it still treated others with respect. Does a club event need to occupy the entire Great Hall of the library? Lu Qing is too lenient with the management of the school clubs. A slightly scolding voice suddenly came from the main gate of the library. Chapter 681. Club President. The person who walked in was the principal who had just returned from an overseas educational forum. The moment that he returned to school, he received a complaint that a club event had occupied the entire Great Hall of the library, making it hard for students to get in and out of the library. It was raining today, so few people would come to the library to borrow books, which made the complaint an overstatement. However, the library was an important school facility and usually couldn't be used for the event of a single club. That was why he decided to come in person to investigate, and when he saw Lu Qing who was heading this way, he decided to talk to the latter about it. The school encouraged the development of student clubs and supported the students' extracurricular activities. However, the principal never encouraged big clubs since those clubs usually only pursued the growth of members. He wanted the students to attend the club activities for their interests instead of being dragged into clubs. Therefore, when he heard that a newly formed big club with over 500 people was holding an activity in the library, his displeasure grew. The principal favored the clubs such as Lu Qi's Go Club, small but unique. It was ranked top among the national universities, and when he was in a good mood, he would go to the Go Club and play chess with the club members. When he walked into the main gate of the library, he was greeted with Hao Ren's calligraphic work. The bright sun is setting behind the mountain. The Yellow River is running into the ocean. If you want to see 1,000 miles further, you need to climb 1 story higher. The simple and magnificent characters came into his sight. Like a waterfall, the overwhelming aura of this piece of work that was hanging on the wall stopped his steps. Great, great writing. The principal blurted out the words and clapped, almost forgetting to walk in. The mounted work that was hanging at the entrance blocked the great hall of the library from all the noises outside. Despite the thin silk threads that were hanging this piece of work, the characters had a magnificent presence. The principal studied it carefully and was still appreciating the writing when he suddenly saw Lu Qing standing beside him. After clearing his throat, he walked around the writing and entered the hall. When he looked around, he was totally amazed. In the great hall hung hundreds of elegant calligraphic works, and he felt he had entered the calligraphic heaven. This is, inscription on the occult tower. This is, inscription on Duobao Tower. While studying the writings, the principal was reluctant to move his feet. If he didn't notice that the rice papers were new and didn't see the dates and names under the writings, he would have suspected that they were photocopies of the original inscriptions on the stone tablets. In the warm library, the calligraphic works hanging in the air dozens of centimeters from the ground greeted the principal. When he moved slightly, the air fluctuations that he caused moved the pieces, making them look like as if they were floating in the air. "Principal, do you want them to change the venue of the exhibition?" Lu Qing asked. "No, no." The principal gathered his thoughts and shook his head forcefully. "Just here, it is good here." He was so excited that he almost yelled. "So, this new club is about calligraphy. I didn't even know that there are so many calligraphically talented students in the school. If not for the calligraphy club, the students who love calligraphy won't have the chance to meet each other and won't have a place to show their talents." As a lover of Chinese traditional arts, the principal didn't only like Go chess but also calligraphy. He was surprised that in the present day where few students knew how to use ink brushes, there were so many students in East Ocean University who excelled in calligraphy. "No, it is more than a talent show. These students are geniuses and masters of calligraphy," the principal thought. The principal was not young, but his eyes were full of passion when he grabbed Lu Qing's wrist and asked, "Who created this club?" "Hao Ren created it," Lu Qing said with a smile. "Hao Ren," the principal repeated the name and suddenly shivered, remembering that Hao Ren was the son of Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang. He still remembered that fighting incident, but he wasn't in East Ocean City at that time and didn't know the details of it, placing Lu Qing in charge of resolving the issue. He was surprised that the same Hao Ren had created the calligraphy club. After the shock passed, he suddenly recalled that the work hanging at the entrance was signed with Hao Ren's name. No wonder he has such great talent. After all, he is the son of Academician Hao and Academician Yu. Realizing that he was still clutching Lu Qing's hand, the principal immediately loosened his grip and regained his composure. "Well, good. The activity of the calligraphy club is quite good. Hee. Hao Ren is a student who has his own ideas. However, his talents have caused some jealousy from other students," Lu Qing said. "We must support it. We must support clubs like this one. It represents the high-level achievement of our students." The principal stood straighter and said. Then, he saw Zhao Guang in the library. He was surprised that Zhao Guang had come to visit the school's club event. Zhao Guang's Mingri Group had donated a lot of funds to East Ocean University, and Mingri Group almost solely funded this new school zone. Zhao Guang could come and visit the school at any time, but he didn't come here often due to his busy schedule. However, he had come without invitation this time, alarming the principal. Then, he remembered that Zhao Guang was close to Hao Zonghua, and he guessed that Zhao Guang was here to show his support to the event that Hao Ren organized. At this thought, the principal felt like his heart raced suddenly, congratulating himself for coming to visit in person instead of ordering the show to be cancelled. Ding! The bell rang, signaling the end of the classes, and the square before the library was filled with students. Hao Ren hadn't done any promotion for this club activity since he just borrowed the venue of the library so that the club members could get to know each other. However, some students got the news and came to see the exhibition. Zhao Jiayi and Zhou Liren just got up, and they came over to see the exhibition as well. "Fuk. Hao Ren's writing is so good." Zhou Liren's loud voice came from the gate of the library before he appeared. He entered through the entrance and was about to yell again when he saw the principal and the vice principal Lu looking at him. He immediately covered his mouth with both hands and lowered his head. Behind them were other students who were just released from classes or on their way to classes. They came here to see the event of the calligraphy club. When they saw nearly 1,000 calligraphic works hanging in the library, they were dumbfounded. They had never seen so many calligraphic works in their lives. There were over 500 members in Hao Ren's club. To celebrate the first exhibition of the club, most of the members had brought 2 writings here. Although the dragon cultivators lived in the city, they didn't forget their calligraphy skills, and many of the young cultivators who had just come out of the mountains were 100 to 200 years old. In history, no calligraphy master could live to this age. However, for the dragon cultivators, they were still young. Therefore, their calligraphy skills could match those of the masters in history. Zhao Jiayi looked up at the pieces hanging in the air, and his jaw dropped. He was surprised that the members of Hao Ren's calligraphy club were so extraordinary. He had toyed with the idea of joining Hao Ren's club, but now he didn't dare to show his face around them. Besides Zhao Jiayi and his buddies, the other students also looked astonished. No one had imagined that their classmates and roommates could create such elegant calligraphic works. It showed that masters were hiding among them. Even the students who didn't understand calligraphy could tell that the works here were excellent. The word spread fast. It didn't matter if they liked calligraphy or not. It was a magnificent sight to see more than 1,000 calligraphic works hanging in the luxurious great hall of the library. Wah! The drizzle turned into pouring rain. However, it didn't dampen the students' enthusiasm. They poured out from the dorm buildings and academic buildings while holding umbrellas or wearing ponchos, eager to see the magnificent sight in the library. In the blink of an eye, the library attracted more people than Zhang Yuan's painting exhibition in the arts building last week. Many girls from the arts program had also come to visit. Some students who studied traditional Chinese painting also practiced calligraphy. When they saw the works of Hao Ren and the club members, they were stunned. This is on the master level. Handsome, talented, and charismatic, these girls thought to themselves and regretted not pursuing Hao Ren earlier. Looking at Hao Ren, who was in his white shirt and talking animatedly with the principal and the vice principal Lu, they thought that Huang Zuji was just garbage compared with Hao Ren. He, club president, I'm sorry that I'm late. Shu Kei walked across the great hall and came to the side of Hao Ren as he said bashfully. He was wearing a sporty outfit and had disheveled hair. The principal looked at him and paused his conversation with Hao Ren. I'll hang it on the wall. Shui Kei glanced around, searching for some threads to hang his writing. Then, he asked Hao Ren casually, "Oh, did you say that we can invite our elders to visit the exhibition?" Chapter 682. Golden armors will be everywhere, yes. If you have any elders who want to visit, invite them along, Hao Ren answered. Okay. Shu Kei nodded and took out his writing from his bag before handing it to two club members who had carried a ladder over. Then, they hung Shu Kei's work on the wall. It will be the 8th of September when the wind blows in the autumn, and the chrysanthemums are going to blossom while all other flowers are dead. Fragrance rushed into the sky of Chang'an City, and golden armors will be everywhere. Written on a wide scroll, Shu Kei's characters were as big as 2 fists, and the word, dead, stood out aggressively. The poem was said to be written by Huan Chao, an ancient rebel leader, and the word seemed matching for the autumn after the Moon Festival. However, with Shu Kei's identity as a metal elemental dragon, the poem seemed to have a hidden meaning. The young dragon cultivators changed their expressions when they saw Shu Kei's work. The strokes of the characters revealed intense murderous spirits despite the poetic words. Golden armors will be everywhere. It meant that the metal elemental dragons who were golden in their dragon forms would soon break into East Ocean City and take charge. Your writing is very good, the principal looked at Shu Kei's work and said in appreciation. Thank you, principal. Shu Kei smiled bashfully and walked away like any of the students who were a little afraid of him. Hao Ren looked up at the poem which was written by Shu Kei and gritted his teeth. The chrysanthemums are going to blossom while all other flowers are dead. The metal elemental dragons always thought that they were above the other elemental dragon clans including the East Ocean Dragon Clan. The metal elemental dragon cultivators admired ultimate strength and were even indifferent to the lives of their own cultivators while they pursued higher realms, let alone the lives of other cultivators. For the metal elemental dragons, they would kill anyone who offended them. Club president, should we take it off the wall? A vice president of the club proposed to Lu Qi as they walked to Hao Ren's side and asked in a low voice. Forget it. Leave it here. Hao Ren waved his hand. Shu Kei's work showed his arrogance and provocation, but Hao Ren could tolerate it since Shu Kei was a club member and the literal meaning of the words of the poem was fine. After all, strength was determined through fights, not words. Gongzi. While Hao Ren was distracted by the writing, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily who were wearing cyan and green short skirts walked in and ran to Hao Ren's side cheerfully. Xie Yujia was behind them. They had wanted to help Hao Ren set up the venue, but they had classes in the morning, and Hao Ren had enough members to do all the work. After 2 classes, they decided to skip the other 2 and came to visit Hao Ren's club event. Seeing the Lu sisters, the principal smiled at Lu Qing who looked helpless. Lu Qing's 2 granddaughters liked Hao Ren, and he could say nothing about it. Disregarding the principal, the Lu sisters pulled Hao Ren with them to admire the works. Not wanting to keep the principal company, Hao Ren liked the Lu sisters' interruption. Watching the Lu sisters holding Hao Ren's arms on both sides while the beautiful Xie Yujia followed them, the other girls lamented that they had no chance with Hao Ren. It would take at least an entire day to see all the 1,000+ pieces, but the Lu sisters had a high standard, and they only commented on the really good ones. Although Xie Yujia had practiced calligraphy when she was young, her skills were no match for the works on exhibition, and she could do nothing but admire them. However, what she admired more were Hao Ren's leadership and charisma. After all, 500 students were a large group, and it was the first time that the Great Hall of the library exhibited over 1,000 works at the same time. However, Hao Ren had set up the venue within 2 classes. The seemingly random order of the works created aisles, so one could study 4 to 5 works at one spot or glance at them on a quick tour. Hao Ren had arranged all this in his mind, just as a general did with his troops. "Yujia, this is for you." When Xie Yujia looked back at him, Hao Ren quickened his steps and placed an object into her palm. The background of the black characters and white rice paper accentuated Xie Yujia's elegant figure. Xie Yujia opened her palm and saw the red jade thumb ring. The red color looked warm and low-key, like a precious red stone. It lay on her white palm quietly. "This is," Xie Yujia looked up. "Thumb ring. It can protect your thumb when you shoot arrows," Hao Ren said. "Okay." Xie Yujia put it on her thumb, and the red thumb ring looked like a pretty finger ring on her white and tender thumb. "Thank you." Xie Yujia looked at Hao Ren and said gently. "It's nothing. We can change it if we get a better one." Hao Ren caressed her hair. With a blush, Xie Yujia smiled sweetly. "Gongzi, you're not fair. We want gifts too," the Lu sisters leaned over and said. Hao Ren flicked his fingers and lightly knocked their foreheads. "These are for you." "Ach," the Lu sisters pouted unhappily. It was almost noon, and the principal told the cafeteria to send over 500 lunchboxes to the calligraphy club at the school's expense. This calligraphy exhibition was the best club event that the principal had ever seen. "Ha ha ha. Principal Lu, you called us to visit a small club event at your school. Aren't you overdoing it?" Several bearded men and seniors walked up from the stairs while holding umbrellas, and they teased the principal who stood at the gate of the library. As renowned calligraphy masters in East Ocean City, they were all of the prestigious statuses, and Principal Lu invited them to the exhibition through the phone. From Principal Lu's phone call, they learned that East Ocean University's calligraphy club had an event which according to Principal Lu was awesome. They were invited to the exhibition to give some feedback to the students, but they didn't think that the young students at the university could produce any good works. However, to show their respect to Principal Lu and to help the juniors, they came anyway even though it was raining. "Ha ha ha. Don't say that I didn't give you a warning." Principal Lu, who was usually a serious man, laughed louder than the guests and ushered them into the library. "This is good. I guess that it took at least one day to finish." The leading calligraphy master stroked his beard and praised Hao Ren's work at the entrance before entering the Great Hall of the library. Judging from Hao Ren's work, they thought that there were indeed some talented young people in here. Nodding, the calligraphy masters walked in to see the rest of the works, ready to leave some writings here to encourage and inspire the juniors in East Ocean University. The arts program of East Ocean University was quite famous, but it was renowned for Western arts, and its traditional Chinese painting branch was not as good as the other schools. As a calligraphy lover, Principal Lu often showed these calligraphy masters his calligraphic works, but he could never reach their level. It was just entertainment among friends. These masters were all professors in other schools, and those schools had their own calligraphy clubs. Without first-class calligraphy professors, East Ocean University had established the calligraphy club. This, however, when they walked into the Great Hall of the library, they were dumbfounded. Pieces of calligraphic works came into their sights, and they felt as if someone had stolen the original works of the ancient calligraphy masters from the museums. The levels of these writings far surpassed their imagination. They probably couldn't even produce such high-level works. Their astonishment was no less than that of Principal Lu's when he first saw the works. "Ha ha ha ha, the works of the kids are passable, right?" Seeing their astonishment, Principal Lu asked with a laugh. He felt great. These masters belittled his calligraphic works, but now he was feeling great. "I'm not talented, but the students in my East Ocean University are the first-class calligraphy masters in the country. The Calligraphy Club of East Ocean University is the best in the country, he thought to himself. Proud. He felt proud. No other school could produce more than 1,000 masterpieces. The calligraphy masters who thought of coming here to inspire the juniors blushed and didn't dare to mention leaving writings in East Ocean University. Any of the calligraphic works here was better than theirs. The calligraphy masters who were used to people begging for their works couldn't believe their eyes. After the shock passed, they began to study the works they liked. Two of them walked to Shu Kei's work and began to study it in earnest. When they saw the word, dead, at the end of the second row, they retreated half a step with shock. Snap! Snap! Someone walked up and supported them so that they wouldn't fall. They looked back and saw a guy in a white shirt support their backs with his hands. Club president, many elders have arrived at the entrance of the library, a young girl said to this guy after running over. Chapter 683. A meeting among dragon kings. Okay, I'll go check it out. Following the girl, Hao Ren went to the gate of the library. The library of East Ocean University was built splendidly. In front of the main gate, there was a small square. Down the terraced stairs, there was a huge square. Meanwhile, in the huge square, there parked many luxury cars. All the elders and mid-aged men were walking toward the library while their servants held umbrellas for them. Hao Ren circulated his nature essence. Through his inspector's token, Hao Ren found out that these elders and mid-aged men were all powerful dragon cultivators from the wood elemental, earth elemental, fire elemental, and water elemental dragon clans. Except for the metal elemental dragon clan, the other 4 elemental dragon clans were all here. These dragon cultivators were all invited by the juniors. Therefore, they flew here from other cities after a quick preparation, and they decided to drive to East Ocean University instead since it was raining in the East Ocean region and they didn't want to disturb the mortals. Zhao Guang had already received the news that many representatives of various dragon palaces would gather in East Ocean City. Thus, he went to the main gate of the library, planning to welcome the guests. Plenty of the dragon cultivator who studied at East Ocean University were sons or nephews of the prominent elders and the dragon kings. Therefore, the representatives were all of the prestigious statuses. Accompanying Zhao Guang, Lu Qing smiled with satisfaction as he watched the long line of cars driving inside the campus and the group of dragon cultivators who were coming up along the curved stairs. It had been so many years since the East Ocean Dragon Clan last had its leadership position. However, the visit of so many dragon clans at the same time had brought up his memory again this time. Standing in front of the main gate, Zhao Guang noticed that many dragon kings were coming from all directions, so he decided to stand still and wait for them to come up. Seeing Zhao Guang walking out of the library with the company of Lu Qing, Principal Lu thought that Zhao Guang was planning to go back and was about to walk out with him. However, Principal Lu suddenly saw a huge crowd of people coming up from all directions and became stupefied. Obviously, the students were the most surprised. As the students of the best university in a prosperous city, they had seen luxurious cars driving around the campus frequently. However, it was the first time for them to see luxurious cars gathering in such an enormous and intensive way. The dragon clans all had some businesses in the mortal world. Even the dragon clans in remote areas had investments in the cities. Now, they either showed up as presidents of big companies or the seniors of the presidents. The hundreds of club members of the calligraphy club who just had lunch rushed out of the library to welcome their seniors after hearing the news. The event held by a university club had suddenly turned into a grand gathering. Standing beside Zhao Guang, Hao Ren saw a huge crowd of students walking down the stairs in the rain to welcome their seniors. Afterward, they walked their seniors to the entrance of the library and introduced them to Hao Ren. Shortly, Zhao Guang and the guests got to know each other. The dragon tribe was divided into 5 big clans, and Water Elemental Dragon Clan had the most members. Every 5 years, the Water Elemental Dragons would be gathered for a meeting to discuss the major issue, establish new rules, and allocate resources. Every 10 years, the prominent leaders in each of the big elemental dragon clans would gather for a grand conference to talk about the main issues the dragon tribe was facing. As expected, the Metal Elemental Dragon Clan was absent every time. However, the East Ocean Dragon Clan barely had contacts with the small dragon palaces from other elemental dragon clans. There wasn't any improvement to the situation since the other dragon palaces never tried to reach out. Only the dragon palaces within the same elemental clan would interact with each other. The rest of them would just be close to the dragon palaces nearby. The focus of the Grand Conference was on the major issues within the dragon tribe, and every dragon clan would fight for its own benefits, which harmed the communication between them on this occasion. However, Hao Ren's club event had offered the dragon palaces from various regions an opportunity to meet unofficially. The East Ocean Dragon clan had risen sharply and seemed to have become the leader of the Four Oceans in the past year. Although the rest of the dragon tribe wanted to get to know the East Ocean Dragon clan, they couldn't find a good way. On the other hand, the East Ocean Dragon clan didn't have any reason to invite those unacquainted dragon kings for a visit. With Hao Ren's help, Zhao Guang's problem had been solved. On the ground floor of the library, there was a tea room, which was a perfect place for the representatives from the various dragon palaces to have a friendly conversation. There were over 500 club members in Hao Ren's calligraphy club. Hao Ren counted quietly as he was welcoming them, and he realized that 5 dragon kings had shown up in person already. This indicated that they were urgent to cooperate with the East Ocean Dragon clan. More cars were coming, so the Lu sisters and Xie Yujia went up to Hao Ren to help with reception. All the guests came from different parts of the world. It would be such an advantage if they could connect and build a network. Uncle. Dressed in her uniform and holding an umbrella, Zhao Yanzi showed up at the entrance of the library with the crowd. She bumped Hao Ren with the umbrella, but she suddenly saw Zhao Guang beside him. Therefore, she stuck out her tongue at Hao Ren and hid behind him. She remembered that Hao Ren was holding a club event. Therefore, she decided to come here during her lunch break. However, she didn't expect it to be such a grand event. Dressed in black Western-style uniforms, 2 elementary school students also came up along the stairs while holding their umbrellas. Wu Luoxi's cheeks looked pink in the rain, and her leather shoes had gotten wet, which made them look shinier. Under the teaching of her mom, Wu Luoxue became incredibly good at piano, chess, calligraphy, and painting. After she heard about the calligraphy exhibition that was held by Hao Ren's club, she wanted to attend it even though it was raining. There was no need to mention Zhen Kongming. As Wu Luoxi's follower, he would go wherever she wanted to go. Get in now. The gusty wind kept blowing. Thus, Zhao Yanzi grabbed Hao Ren's wrist and dragged him into the library. She wanted to see the exhibition with Hao Ren, and she felt bad as she saw Hao Ren receiving guests in the cold wind. Zhen Kongming tried to keep the rain away from Wu Luoxue. Then, he put the umbrella away for her and walked her into the library carefully. Wu Luoxue didn't seem to buy it. There was no emotion on her adorable face. Instead, she looked at Hao Ren for a few seconds then switched to the calligraphic works. The calligraphy master invited by the principal had lost themselves in various calligraphic works. As modern calligraphy masters, even though they couldn't compete against the calligraphy masters of ancient times, their understanding of calligraphy was way better than others. It was easier for them to spot greatness because of their passion for calligraphy. They got so obsessed with the amount of calligraphic work they saw at the exhibition that they wished to collect all the works at the exhibition. The most important part for ancient calligraphy master was the aura and presence. However, the dragon cultivator didn't lack them, which made their calligraphic works incomparable. As more and more people came into the library, the club members followed Hao Ren's instructions on limiting the number of students in the exhibitions. The principal was at the entrance, and he didn't have anything against what the club was doing. Based on the performance of the calligraphy club, he wouldn't have an objection if it wanted to use the library for a day. If anyone ever dared to say anything bad about the calligraphy club, he would be the first person to step out and take care of them. A lineup had been formed on the stairs outside the library quickly. Holding their umbrellas, all the students wanted to see the splendid scene in the library. Ever since East Ocean University was founded, no event had created such a spectacular scene. In the hall, dragon kings were huddling with each other while the elders were getting together. None of them could wait to communicate. Having their descendants studying in the same university and the same club made them feel closer to each other, and it also gave them a topic to start their conversation. Biting on her finger, Wu Luoxue raised her head to observe the calligraphic works one after another. The hair laying on her neck looked even prettier after being wet by the rain, and her soft arms were as white and clear as jade. Hao Ren immediately understood why Zhen Kongming fell for her when he saw her. Wu Luoxue was indeed intellectual and adorable, which proved that Zhen Kongming had good taste. "Hey." Zhen Kongming nudged Hao Ren hard with his elbow and said, "Don't look at my girlfriend." Hao Ren glanced at him and thought helplessly, "She hasn't agreed to be your girlfriend yet, and you are already so overprotective." "I did some research on the cloth you showed me yesterday. It is called the Ruyi cloth. Cultivators in ancient times didn't have any techniques to make Dharma treasures into their natal Dharma treasures, so they had to bring their Dharma treasures with them. What matched their treasures was this kind of Ruyi cloth," Zhen Kongming continued after Hao Ren turned back. "Okay, then what?" Hao Ren asked. "The crappy shield you have is probably an ancient Dharma treasure, so that explains why it likes to be cleaned by the Ruyi cloth." Zhen Kongming rolled his eyes at Hao Ren and said, "Here, I also learned that the Ruyi cloth can be used as a flight Dharma treasure. Therefore, I had gone through several old books from ancient time and found the control technique for you." Zhen Kongming threw a piece of dark yellow paper to Hao Ren, and on it was a short scripture with about 50 characters. Hao Ren put away the paper and looked at Zhen Kongming, who had pride written all over his face. He knew that this little kid was really helpful even though he talked a lot of nonsense. Xie Yujia needed a flight Dharma treasure, so this cloth would be perfect for her to have. Wu Luoxue was staring at a big scroll. Then, she walked a few steps away to look at another scroll of calligraphic work in small seal style. Zhen Kongming rushed to follow her, and he went close to her purposely to whisper to her. Hao Ren looked down at his watch, wondering why his parents and grandma weren't here yet. "Good job." Suddenly, Hao Ren heard someone talking beside him. Hao Ren turned around immediately and found that Yu Zilong had already been standing beside him. Yu Zilong was wearing a pair of silver frame glasses, looking very gentle. It was hard to sense his nature essence and tell that he was a dragon. Who could ever imagine that he was ranked 4th at the Dragon God Shrine? "It's really an overstatement, Mr. Yu. It is all because of the resources offered by you." Hao Ren put a smile and replied. Yu Zilong slightly smiled. It seemed like he had already seen through Hao Ren's immature cunningness. He didn't understand why the Shrine Master promoted Hao Ren to level 4. In his mind, level 3 was good enough for Hao Ren based on his realm. However, what the Shrine Master said to the 9 deputy Shrine Masters made them think. It was impossible for anyone to understand a cultivator who could let a supreme spiritual treasure follow them willingly. Yu Zilong relied on martial arts and only used Dharma treasures for capturing people. He didn't need any Dharma treasures aside from them. However, out of the 8 other deputy Shrine Masters, 5 of them had supreme spiritual treasures. The Shrine Master's words made them realize what was special about Hao Ren, and the deputy Shrine Masters started to pay some extra attention to Hao Ren. None of the Dragon Kings and Elders who were talking in low voices knew that a deputy Shrine Master of the Dragon God Shrine was among them. The Dragon God Shrine monitored all the dragon cultivators between heaven and earth. If they knew that a deputy Shrine Master of the Dragon God Shrine was here, they would probably stop talking. "Well, realm-breaking notes," Hao Ren drawled on purposely as he looked at Yu Zilong. "What, you ran out of it again?" Yu Zilong stared at Hao Ren as he pushed up his glasses. "The trip to the Demon Sea wasn't for fun." Hao Ren raised his hand and stuck out 5 fingers as he answered. Yu Zilong clenched his teeth. Then, he pulled out 5 realm-breaking notes from his ring and put them in Hao Ren's hand heavily. Although he was the deputy Shrine Master of the Dragon God Shrine, it was still a pain for him to give away 5 realm-breaking notes. He drew every realm-breaking note himself, and he had put so much effort into each one. However, since their boss, the Shrine Master, valued Hao Ren, giving him 5 realm-breaking notes could probably be good for him. Hao Ren chuckled while he put the notes into his necklace. He wouldn't ask Yu Zilong if it were just a common object. The realm-breaking notes were indeed useful as they could protect him in the future. Song Qingya! Song Qingya! Suddenly, the students in the hall started to scream. Hao Ren turned to the entrance and noticed that Song Qingya was walking inside, dressed in a dark blue tunic. There were several assistants following her to maintain the order around her. "My trip in East Ocean City is quite long. I heard about your club event from Z, so I decided to come and check it out since I don't have to go back yet. Hope I didn't disturb you," Song Qingya said elegantly after walking up to Hao Ren with a smile. Her glance landed on Yu Zilong, and she gave a simple smile and didn't pay too much attention to him. She didn't know that the person beside Hao Ren was one of the 9 deputy shrine masters of the Dragon God Shrine. "It's such an honor to have Sister Qingya here," Hao Ren said. "There are quite a lot people here." Song Qingya looked around and informed an assistant beside her. "I have also created a piece. Not sure if it could be hung here." That assistant took out a scroll from her bag and slowly rolled it out. It was a piece of beautiful work in the regular script. Song Qingya came here just to liven things up, but she didn't expect to see so many dragon cultivators here. Song Qingya's sudden appearance and calligraphic work had caused a sensation amongst all the students in the library. It was known that Song Qingya's autographed photos had forced Shu Kei not to show up in the university for a few days. Who would know how precious her calligraphic work was? Hao Ren waved his hands and asked a club member to hang Song Qingya's calligraphic work at a most noticeable spot. It will be the 8th of September when the wind blows in the autumn, and the chrysanthemums are going to blossom while all other flowers are dead. Song Qingya frowned slightly after she saw the calligraphic work not far from her. This piece of work seemed to be very murderous. "Shu Kei, your grandpa is here," a first-year student yelled across the library. Chapter 684. The Mortal Who Received the Most Attention. In his sportswear, Shu Kei ran out of the library. Seeing this, Hao Ren got away from Zhao Yanzi for a moment to check up on the situation. The cars that dropped off the representatives of the various dragon palaces already left, making the big square in front of the library looking a little empty. The stairs in front of the library were filled with students in lines, and more students were coming. Song Qingya's sudden appearance at Hao Ren's club event today surprised people, and a lot of students wanted to come and check out her calligraphy. Hao Ren! Hao Ren! Seeing Hao Ren reappearing at the gate, his buddies such as Zhou Liren who were at the end of the line started to wave their hands and shout. After coming here, they checked out the calligraphic works and left, planning to go back and play cards. However, when they heard that Song Qingya came, they turned around in the rain. However, the number of people inside the exhibition was now limited. Since the principal asked the members of the calligraphy club to go inside and hide from the rain, the members of the student council were called in to keep order. Therefore, Zhou Liren and the other guys weren't able to go in after saying Hao Ren's name. Also, since Hao Ren didn't pick up his phone when they called, they had to line up at the very back. Standing at the gate of the library, Hao Ren saw them and had to wave back helplessly. He knew these guys too well. They were not interested in calligraphy but girls. Therefore, he knew that they were here for Song Qingya. Zhou Liren saw Hao Ren noticing them, so he jumped out of the line and ran up the stairs. The other students turned and looked at him, but he was too focused and ran in the rain. The members of the student council saw that Zhou Liren and others were indeed Hao Ren's friends, so they let them in. Right now, everyone at East Ocean University knew who Hao Ren was. If everyone said that they were Hao Ren's dorm mates, it would be very hard to keep order. Zhou Liren didn't try to talk to these members of the student council. He just couldn't wait and see Song Qingya. The students who were still lining up couldn't do anything but watch. Since these guys were Hao Ren's dorm mates, and Hao Ren was the person who created this event, they couldn't say anything. As the other students stared at him, Hao Ren was looking for Shu Kei. The library of East Ocean University looked like an opened book with its cover tilting forward. Therefore, the giant glass panel in front of the library blocked rain from a big area of the small square. Gradually, more Dragon Kings arrived, and they chatted with Zhao Guang intimately. There were about 20 to 30 of them. Hao Ren glanced around and saw an old man standing beside Shu Kei. This old man looked like he was about 60 to 70 years old, and his dense and short white hair looked hard. However, his eyebrows were black, and he looked high-spirited. Different from other dragon kings and elders who were either in expensive suits or elegant traditional robes, Shu Kei's grandpa was only wearing a simple gray jacket, looking like an ordinary old man. Even though Hao Ren didn't sense any aura or nature essence from him, he was sure that this old man was powerful. This old man's strength should be at least on par with Yu Zilong, and that was why Hao Ren couldn't detect anything even with the inspector's token. Shu Kei held this old man's hand and walked into the library, passing Hao Ren. Just as Hao Ren was about to follow them in, he suddenly saw his dad's car parking in the big square. Yu Yang helped Grandma exit the car and opened an umbrella for her. Then, Hao Zonghua shut off the ignition, walked around the car, and held onto Grandma's other arm. There were many stairs from the big square at the bottom to the small square at the top. Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang were worried that Grandma would slip because she was very old, and it was raining outside. Seeing Grandma showing up, Hao Ren ran to the small square and held her carefully. Yu Yang stepped back and held the umbrella for Grandma. "Grandma, you don't have to come since it's raining today," Hao Ren said as he held Grandma's hand. "How can I do that? It's Ren's club event. Grandma has to come." Walking up the stairs, Grandma replied immediately. The students who were standing in the line all looked at Hao Ren in shock. Who is this granny? Even Hao Ren went to help her in the rain. The club members invited their seniors to visit this time. Don't tell me this is Hao Ren's grandma. Oh my god, those two people seem to be the great scientists Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang. All sorts of thoughts were on the students' minds. Pa, 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 in high heels and under a red umbrella, Su Han walked along the steps from far away. She was dressed in a light gray coat, and underneath was a white professional blouse and a pair of slim black jeans. She impressed everyone as she walked closer in the rain. Little Su. Little Su. Seeing Su Han, Grandma suddenly waved her hands with excitement. She even stopped in the rain just to wait for Su Han. Su Han waved back with a smile and quickened her pace. Her unique temperament blossomed in the rain. Exactly like the rumors, Hao Ren and Su Han are relatives. All the students were in shock. The only thing they weren't sure about was whether Hao Ren was Hao Zonghua's son or not. It would be such breaking news if that were true. Seeing Hao Ren and Su Han walking into the library and the long line up ahead, the students wished that they could go inside immediately. Su Han's beauty wasn't inferior to Song Qingya's. One was the most beautiful woman in East Ocean City while the other was the most beautiful in the music industry. The students tiptoed but were still not able to see what was going on in the library. "Let me in! Let me in!" A girl who was close to the gate started to shout. Dressed in a brown knitted sweater and with an off-white scarf on her shoulders, she stomped on the ground with her boots. This girl was Zhang Yuan, who had just held her own exhibition. She heard about Hao Ren's calligraphy exhibition. Thus, she wanted to check it out. Unfortunately, she was late and got stopped outside, so she had to wait in the line. She was planning to be patient and wait, but no students were coming out at all. With the piercingly cold wind and wet clothes, she couldn't take it anymore as she saw Hao Ren coming out and going back in. The members of the student council at the entrance recognized her as the genius artist Zhang Yuan. However, these members didn't have anything to do with her. Therefore, they didn't respond to her at all after she made a scene. Zhang Yuan's face turned pale out of anger. She wanted to leave, but she was hesitant as she was so close to the gate. Therefore, disregarding her dignity, she started to wave her umbrella and scream. Seeing Zhang Yuan's outrageous reaction, the students in the line wondered secretly, is it because Hao Ren dumped her? Since both the principal and the vice principal Lu were in the library, the members of the student council were worried that Zhang Yuan would disturb the officials inside. They decided to open the door and let 50 students in. Zhang Yuan put away her umbrella and walked in angrily. She had never been treated like this ever since she was born. She usually wouldn't even bother to come to this library. She was the first person to rush into the library. However, Hao Ren's work was deep and domineering, which overtook Zhang Yuan's anger like a spell. Zhang Yuan clenched her teeth. She walked around from the right side of this delicately framed scroll and suddenly saw more than 1,000 pieces of calligraphic works hanging in the hall. She wasn't surprised by the enormous quantity. What surprised her was that all these calligraphic works were of the highest grade. Standing beside Hao Zonghua, Yu Yang and Grandma, Hao Ren was introducing them to the vice presidents of the club. Through a few calligraphic works, Zhang Yuan saw Hao Ren, who was in an upright posture, and suddenly realized that Hao Ren was 1,000 times better than her. She received guidance and support from Wang Shitung, the leading authority in the art circle. However, she was still unable to compete against Hao Ren. Especially after that art exhibition, she lost her contact with her master. She felt deeply frustrated, but she gained her confidence back shortly as she thought, "My dad runs a great business. My mom works at the Bureau of Finance, and my grandpa is a high-ranking officer in the province. Therefore, I am so much better than Hao Ren based on my background." Hao Ren didn't pay attention to Zhang Yuan as he was showing his parents and grandma around the exhibition. After he introduced the vice presidents of the club, he brought them to see the calligraphic works. Zhao Yanzi, Xie Yujia, the Lu sisters, and Su Han all accompanied Grandma. The look on Grandma's face turned to surprise. She thought Hao Ren's event was just a small-scale exhibition held by a group that shared a common interest. It would be good enough if they got tens of works, as she thought that there would only be 20 or 30 members in the club. She had never expected that her grandson had become so competent that he could lead hundreds of students like a commander, and his event could be incredibly great. Who said that Ren couldn't have such great achievements? Seeing all the club members coming to greet her and call her Grandma, she felt very proud. She just regretted that she didn't have more than 500 red envelopes for the kids. Zhao Guang had entered the library and walked beside Hao Zonghua to have a conversation with him. Yu Yang looked up at the bold and unrestrained, elegant and flowy calligraphic works. She never thought that her son would be able to handle a club with over 500 people and make it so spectacular. Sister Qingya, can I shake hands with you? At a short distance, Zhou Liren asked Song Qingya. Song Qingya's assistant stood in the front to keep Zhou Liren away from her. They couldn't stop Song Qingya from going to a club event hosted by a kid at East Ocean University, so the only thing that they could do was to keep her safe. Hao Ren. Song Qingya called Hao Ren when he walked over. Hao Ren then walked over with his grandma. Yu Yang and Hao Zonghua were surprised to see the appearance of Song Qingya, so they followed Hao Ren. As this, Song Qingya looked at Hao Ren's grandma. She is my grandma, Hao Ren said. Oh, hello, grandma. Song Qingya stuck out her hand. Little girl, I know you. I have seen you sing on TV. Grandma held Song Qingya's slim hand and spoke happily. My name is Song Qingya. Do you also listen to my music, Grandma? Song Qingya smiled. Hao Ren stared at Grandma nervously, worried that she would say improper things. Yes, I have listened to your music and seen you dance. You are so great. Grandma answered with excitement. What a pity that my Ren has a girlfriend now. Otherwise you could be my granddaughter-in-law. Grandma's words almost made Hao Ren sweat. However, Grandma was just joking. Song Qingya smiled, but all her assistants turned speechless. Brother Hao, Zhou Liren squeezed himself in and went up to Hao Ren, trying to show how close his relationship with Hao Ren was. This is my roommate, Zhou Liren, Hao Ren said. Hello. Song Qingya reached out and shook his hand. Zhou Liren reached out excitedly. As soon as he touched her, his face turned red. He didn't dare to say anything else and went back to the crowd. Zhao Jiayi and the other guys weren't as brazen as Zhou Liren. They got so jealous when they saw Zhou Liren had the chance to shake hands with their goddess, Song Qingya, through Hao Ren. Thus, they started to beat him crazily. Zhou Liren smelled his right hand, and his eyes turned red out of excitement. Finally, he got the chance to shake Song Qingya's hand. He could recall the moment of holding her hand hundreds or thousands of times. As they were messing around with each other, they heard Hao Ren introducing, "This is my dad, Hao Zonghua, and this is my mom, Yu Yang." Hao Zonghua, Yu Yang, bang! Bombs went off in Zhao Jiayi and the other guys' heads. Zhang Yuan opened her eyes widely after hearing that. When she saw Hao Ren welcoming Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang into the library, she thought that they were just guests invited by the university. She never thought that Hao Ren would ever have anything to do with Hao Zonghua. The even more shocking news was that Hao Ren was Hao Zonghua's son. There wasn't any rumor like that, so the people weren't prepared. After thinking about how she talked to Hao Ren, Zhang Yuan suddenly stepped back out of surprise. The influence that Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang had was definitely greater than a governor or a minister. Not only Zhang Yuan, but Zhao Jiayi and the others stretched their necks and looked over in surprise. They had been classmates with Hao Ren for 3 years, but they just found out that Hao Ren, whom they thought came from an ordinary family, was actually the son of Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang, 2 scientists who had always been on international magazines. Hao Ren is such a B****starred. How could he hide it so well, they thought. I have long desired to meet you. Song Qingya reached out to shake hands with Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang. Standing beside Grandma, Hao Ren was still staring at Shu Ke and his grandpa in the hall out of the corner of his eyes. That metal elemental dragon elder who was hiding his aura stood far away the entire time, staring at Hao Ren. If the enemy doesn't move, neither will I. Hao Ren then looked around but didn't see Yu Zilong. At that moment, there were Su Han, Zhao Guang, and tens of Dragon Kings standing around Hao Ren, so he was pretty sure that Shu Kei's grandpa was also judging the situation and wouldn't start anything yet. Anyone from the Metal Elemental Dragon clan wouldn't know about the real family background before they reached a high realm. Therefore, Hao Ren knew that instead of being Shu Kei's grandpa, this old man was Shu Kei's master, Taiyi Cave Master. It was obvious that Taiyi Cave Master, who occupied one of the 5 big caves, had cast his eyes on the mystic water sword techniques, which also indicated how precious Hao Ren's mystic water sword techniques were. Another reason was that he was trying to get back the golden shield. The golden shield laying inside Hao Ren's necklace started to buzz as it also felt the appearance of someone incredible. Hao Ren's parents are Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang. Hao Ren is the son of great scientists. Hao Ren's parents showed up at this event. They are Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang, who gave the lectures at the university last time. In the blink of an eye, the news had been spread wildly across the university. Even the students who were in the line outside the library got the news from their phones. The Dragon Kings in the library had already heard that the East Ocean Dragon King got a human as his son-in-law, and it was officially proved today. Hao Ren's had his own reason for disclosing the identity of his parents. Right now, Huang Zuji knew his identity, and the members of Calligraphy Club had also known about the background of his family. Therefore, the news of his parents being Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang would be exposed shortly. Also, it was a way of protecting his parents in front of many dragon cultivators, especially his club members and their seniors. Now, everyone knew that his parents were Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang. Therefore, the dragon palaces in various regions would keep an eye on them wherever they went. After the news spread, the dragon cultivators who didn't used to care about mortals would start to notice this couple. As a result, it wouldn't be easy for anyone to lay their hands on them. "This kid has got some brain," Yu Zilong praised in darkness. Crack, on the other side, the old man cracked his knuckles. "It won't be easy to get his family. So, get rid of him instead," he said to Shu Kei in a low voice. Chapter 685. Time to get started. Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang were the most honorable guests among all the guests. What Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang didn't expect was that the club Hao Ren ran in the university could ever reach a scale like that. Some elders of the dragon palaces who came from far away had their own identities in the mortal world, and they started going up to Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang and talking to them once they knew that they were Hao Ren's parents. Zhao Hongyu drove to East Ocean University after knowing there were many guests from other dragon palaces went there. Zhao Hongyu was the closest to Yu Yang. Therefore, after she greeted some dragon kings and dragon queens, she immediately started talking to Yu Yang intimately. The cultivators from the other dragon palaces were secretly surprised at how close Zhao Hongyu and Yu Yang were. Then, they took a look at Zhao Yanzi, the little princess of East Ocean, and found that she was grabbing Hao Ren tightly by his wrist and walking through the hall. It was quite evident that the little princess indeed liked her Fuma. It seemed they were the most harmonious couple. They had no clue how Hao Zonghua's family got to know Zhao Guang's, or how East Ocean Dragon Clan overcame the pressure. However, it could be seen from the satisfied looks on Zhao Guang and Zhao Hongyu's faces that they did find a great son-in-law. The East Ocean Dragon Clan wasn't higher in authority than the Dragon God Shrine, as the Dragon God Shrine was at a higher level than the East Ocean Dragon Clan. Hao Ren had something extraordinary. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to get the level 4 inspector position at such a young age. It was said that close to 1 million soldiers of the East Ocean Dragon Clan had been obedient to this general. The dragon cultivators who had been to the general exam at the Dragon God Shrine were incredibly impressed by Hao Ren, as he was the remarkable young man who dared to challenge the inspector at the Kun level and left the latter unable to resist. "If he is ever interested in my daughter, I would definitely leave her to him, although he is a mortal," some dragon kings thought secretly. At this moment, the only thing they could do was to admire the great foresight East Ocean Dragon King and Dragon Queen had, since they sensed Hao Ren's extraordinary potential even before his strong talent showed. It wasn't unreasonable for the East Ocean Dragon Clan to surpass the West Ocean Dragon Clan. "Uncle B. Uncle Lu." Dragging Hao Ren around, Zhao Yanzi greeted sweetly whenever she saw the dragon elders she knew. Dragon palaces that sent their young generation to study at East Ocean University were those living in isolated regions, but some weren't located far from East Ocean City. For example, Dongjing Lake, Mansion Island, Hongzhe Lake, and Tianmu Mountain. The dragon kings and elders from these dragon palaces were close to East Ocean City. Hello, hello. Elders from those dragon palaces smiled at Zhao Yanzi. The members of Hao Ren's club all knew that this little girl was the only daughter that the East Ocean Dragon King had. But regular students were envious of Hao Ren when they saw Hao Ren being grabbed by such a pretty and cute middle school girl. Middle school girls looked very youthful and lively, but Zhao Yanzi was even more energetic than normal girls. They could tell that she was obsessed with Hao Ren simply by the way she held Hao Ren. The reason for Zhao Yanzi introducing Hao Ren to the elders was actually to confirm her relationship with Hao Ren and establish her unbreakable fiancé status. Bang! As Zhao Yanzi dragging Hao Ren forward to introduce Uncle Yi from Fuchun River, she suddenly ran into someone. She rubbed her forehead, looked up, and saw a pale old man in a gray jacket who looked at her and Hao Ren. "Friend, is it time for you to give the thing back to me?" the old man asked suddenly. The thing? Zhao Yanzi looked at him in confusion. Hao Ren reached for Zhao Yanzi's arm and pulled her half a step back. The golden shield in his necklace started to buzz. What was supposed to come finally came. The metal elemental dragon cultivator suddenly appeared here and refused to talk to other cultivators, but he was not here for a vacation. Good birds pick proper trees to land on. Spiritual treasures choose the right owner to follow. Is the elder talking about the golden shield? Hao Ren asked. Hao Zonghua, who was busy talking with the principal, didn't pay too much attention as he saw Hao Ren having a conversation with a pale old man. Thus, he just kept discussing the construction of a lab building with the principal. My trip here was for 3 things. First, the heaven-reaching shield. Second, your sword technique. Third, the mystic water sword techniques, the pale old man said. He talked in such a firm tone as if he had to get all 3 things he asked for. You must be Shu Kei's master? Hao Ren asked. Good thing you know. Hand them over to me now, then I will forget about the past. He looked around at the crowd in the hall. No one here can keep you safe. Zhao Yanzi looked at the old man in confusion and then looked back at Hao Ren. She thought the people that showed up were all on their side. How could a bad guy come in? Hao Ren glanced around and didn't see Yu Zilong. He figured that Yu Zilong probably didn't want to expose his identity as a deputy shrine master and had no interest in getting Hao Ren out of trouble. He did a great favor for Hao Ren by giving him 5 realm-breaking notes, but he wasn't Hao Ren's bodyguard. I would level this huge building to the ground if I make my moves, and I will get the 3 things in the end anyway. It wouldn't be easy for the Dragon God Shrine to track me down and arrest me, the old man said. Hao Ren guessed that his realm could only be above Wang Shitung's as he could sense the latter's peak Qian level realm back then. However, Hao Ren couldn't detect any energy fluctuations on this old man. Probably, he is even stronger than Yu Zilong. The cultivator who was at peak Qian level could demolish a tall building simply by stomping his foot. If the library collapsed, the dragon cultivators might get away from injuries, but the students, Hao Ren's parents, and his grandma would be in danger. Taiyi Cave Master figured that no one there would be able to suppress him. Therefore, he could appear alone and act provocatively without punishment. If you ever dare, the Dragon God Shrine will investigate with no doubt. Su Han walked over and stood beside Hao Ren. She had been keeping an eye on the old man beside Shu Kei ever since she walked in. Surprisingly, close to peak Qian level, Su Han couldn't sense any nature essence fluctuations, but she didn't believe that the elder invited by Shu Kei was just a mortal. Investigation? The old man took a glance at Shu Kei and said, wouldn't it be easy for the Dragon God Shrine to end a case? Here is someone for you. As Taiyi Cave Master, I will never overprotect anyone. Me? Shu Kei paused, looking at the old man blankly. Go now. Taiyi Cave Master released his power abruptly. Thousands of calligraphic works hanging in the hall started moving when there wasn't any wind at all. Then, they got blown away suddenly. The pouring rain outside of the library flowed back, and Hao Ren's calligraphic work got drenched immediately. Old man, how dare you? Su Han twisted her eyebrows, and the look on her face turned to rage. Dragon cultivators always showed their respect based on strength, but they were still particular about seniority and generation. Only cultivators in the same generation could fight. The fierce wind blew from outside. The mortals in the library couldn't stand on their feet, and they all closed their eyes. Hao Ren was concerned that this old man would destroy the library. Thus, he stomped his feet and rushed out of the library like an arrow. That was exactly what Taiyi Cave Master wanted. He projected himself by stomping his right foot on the marble floor, and his body flew out at a sharp tilt. The students in the line outside the entrance suddenly felt the wild wind from the stairs. Shortly, they saw two streaks of light shooting out of the library. The sudden gale forced them to fall sideways as if they were collapsing walls. As they were about to get up, another streak of white light came out of the library, and they were blown down again by the following gale. The third streak of light was Su Han. She knew that Hao Ren was unable to defeat the metal elemental dragon, but he was forced by the latter to battle outside. She was worried that Hao Ren would be taken advantage of. Therefore, she flew out hurriedly to support him. The few students from the student council who were guarding outside the library were way too weak to resist the sudden force. They were pushed to both sides one after another, and none of them knew what was going on. In the library, Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang hardly stood on their feet. Luckily, Grandma was held by Lu Linlin and Lu Lily as she was about to fall. All the Dragon Kings realized that something was going, so they all rushed out to the small square outside of the library. All they saw was a metal elemental dragon cultivator dressed in gray jacket chasing Hao Ren in hot pursuit up in the air. Following them was Su Han, who stepped on a longsword at high speed. Whoosh! Over 500 club members also rushed outside to look at the sky. On the stairs, the students tried to look at the sky but only saw layers of dark clouds. Seeing the metal elemental dragon cultivator chasing Hao Ren, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily were concerned and wanted to help him. However, they couldn't just disappear with mortals around, and they had to keep Hao Ren's grandma safe. The demonic arrow was hanging on Xie Yujia's neck, but she couldn't use it to shoot while the entire crowd was watching. All she could do was stand between Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang while she gritted her teeth and worried about Hao Ren. Same reason applied to all the other dragon cultivators. They couldn't just disappear like this. Heaven Earthlock. Up in the sky, Taiyi Cave Master used a red energy sphere to cover the entire city, which didn't allow mortals to see the dragon cultivators who used nature essence. Defeating Taiyi Cave Master was the only way to remove this energy sphere. The cultivators inside and outside the library were all still in their mortal forms. If they ever used their nature essence, they would disappear immediately. The secret kept by dragon cultivators for so many years would be revealed if they disappear in front of the mortals. The reason behind Taiyi Cave Master's move was to force all the dragon cultivators to remain on the ground so that he would only have to deal with Hao Ren and Su Han. Ha! Taiyi Cave Master raised his hands together and shot 5 beams of golden light at Su Han. He didn't expect Su Han to react so quickly and rush out of the library. Therefore, he had to beat her as well. Chapter 686. One-on-one. Hao Ren turned around and saw Taiyi Cave Master attacking Su Han, so he hurriedly shot 6 bolts of lightning. Su Han frowned when she saw 5 beams of golden light coming to cut her like sharp blades. The longsword at the bottom of her feet suddenly flew up. Lady Zhen had already activated the demonic soul inside the longsword. It gave out a clear cry and destroyed the 5 beams of golden light from Taiyi Cave Master instantly. What? The look on Taiyi Cave Master's face turned to shock. He felt that Su Han's treasure wasn't anything normal. In fact, Su Han's sword had the demonic soul of a level 10 demon beast. The metal elemental techniques were known for their sharpness and fierceness, but Su Han's longsword could devour the 5 elements because of the lightning elements were the combination of all 5 primary elements. At the instant when Taiyi Cave Master hesitated, the Hunden lightning released by Hao Ren had already reached him. Ha! Taiyi Cave Master waved his sleeve, and a layer of golden light was shot out and pushed the 6 bolts of lightning away abruptly. 6 big holes appeared on his sleeve, but his ability to easily destroying Hunden lightning showed that he was more powerful than Hao Ren expected. They were fighting back and forth up in the sky. Hao Ren was in front, Taiyi Cave Master was in the middle, and Su Han was behind them. I'll take care of the strongest one. It was apparent that being in the middle was disadvantageous for Taiyi Cave Master. Therefore, after thinking for a moment, he decided to turn around and shot tens of golden blades at Su Han who was flying behind to him. Su Han was chasing Taiyi Cave Master at full speed, and she was surprised when she saw Taiyi Cave Master fly back and shooting tens of golden blades toward her. The golden blades were flying from both directions, and they could get her in an instant. "Watch out!" Hao Ren yelled when he saw Taiyi Cave Master turned around suddenly. Su Han bit her lips as a layer of frost covered her face. The longsword was pulled in front of her abruptly and drew tens of curves in the sky. Bang! 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 No one could react in the blink of an eye. Su Han knocked out tens of dagger-sized golden blades with her deft sword technique. Her sword technique used to be average, but she had been practicing hard ever since she lost to Hao Ren last time. The humiliation of losing prompted her to practice her sword technique assiduously, and that was why she had such spectacular progress. In contrast, the formidable Taiyi Cave Master chose to attack with sneaky weapons. Whoosh! In a hurry, a golden blade still got through the shadow of Su Han's longsword and cut open her skinny jeans. The black jeans suddenly got tore apart, showing Su Han's lower leg. Thanks to her ice frost scroll, her skin was all covered with a thin layer of frost. The golden blade cut through her jeans and sliced through the frost layer but didn't hurt Su Han. Boom! Hao Ren was simmering with rage and shot out hundreds of sword energies. All the sword energies were bundled together and thrown at Taiyi Cave Master like a giant bundle of steel bars. Whoosh! A golden stick-like object flew out of Taiyi Cave Master's chest. The stick-like treasure ran into Hao Ren's sword energies and blasted them into pieces. The sky turned colorful instantly. The students in front of the library couldn't see the combat between Hao Ren and Taiyi Cave Master, but they could roughly see lights coming out of the clouds as if someone were shooting fireworks on a rainy day. Grandma looked up for a while but didn't figure out what happened, so she turned around and asked, "Where is Ren?" The library was in a mess just now, and everyone ran out of the library. Grandma thought of Hao Ren at this moment, so she asked immediately. "I asked him to look for something in the office. He will be back shortly," Lu Qing explained quickly as he was standing nearby. "Okay." Grandma nodded without overthinking. She then looked back at the sky but still had no clue. She touched her shoulder and said, "It is quite cold outside." "Mom, how about waiting inside?" Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang walked Grandma into the library. Grandma looked at the crowd but didn't find Su Han either. She thought that the latter had to take care of something as well, so she didn't think twice about it. Zhao Yanzi raised her head, trying to see how Hao Ren was doing. However, when she saw Grandma going inside, she clenched her teeth and decided to keep Grandma company in the library. She was also worried that Hao Ren would lose to that old man, but she was more worried that someone would try to take the opportunity and hurt Hao Ren's grandma and parents. She had to protect them. Zhao Yanzi was usually careless, but she was thoughtful under this circumstance. Standing outside of the library, Xie Yujia held her own hands while looking at Hao Ren with great concern, but she didn't notice that Grandma had gone back to the library. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily were also biting on their lips and ready to help at any time, but neither of them thought of protecting Grandma at this moment. Up in the high sky, Hao Ren was thrown hundreds of meters away and finally had a clear look at the treasure shot out by Taiyi Cave Master. It was a King Kong pestle with two wide ends and a slim middle part. On both sides of the King Kong pestle were two golden dragons that seemed unbreakable and revealed enormous nature essence while spinning. Taiyi Cave Master put two of his fingers together. As soon as he slightly waved them, the King Kong pestle turned around and rushed to Su Han. Su Han also realized that this treasure was unusual, so she gathered all her power to force her natal Dharma treasure, the longsword, to fight against it. Bang! The King Kong pestle and longsword made a heaven-shaking noise. The King Kong pestle got bounced back while Su Han's longsword flew back as well. Holding her hands tightly and controlling her longsword, Su Han couldn't keep the blood from coming out of her mouth. She then got knocked back with her longsword. "Su Han!" Hao Ren yelled, trying to catch Su Han, but he was blocked by tens of golden blades from Taiyi Cave Master. Instantly, Hao Ren blasted hundreds of swords energies that demolished all the golden blades. As Su Han was about to fall in the lake in the middle of campus, Little White jumped out of the bush and caught Su Han after it turned into its snow lion form. Little White rolled over and placed Su Han on the grass beside the lake. Then, it roared and shot a fireball while flying toward Taiyi Cave Master. Level 4 Spirit Beast. Taiyi Cave Master moved his hand and forced the King Kong pestle to fly toward Little White. Little White, back up. Knowing that Little White couldn't fight against the King Kong pestle, and it could be injured or even killed, Hao Ren gave his order immediately. Receiving Hao Ren's order, Little White released an enormous amount of demonic essence and ran toward the side. It was absorbing the energy from the level 10 demonic core and fell asleep during the process. It got woken up by the loud fighting noises and found Su Han and Hao Ren fighting an old man in the air. Then, Su Han fell from the sky. Taiyi Cave Master didn't want to waste energy on chasing a level 4 spirit beast, so he took back the King Kong pestle immediately. Then, he looked at Hao Ren with a casual expression and said, "It's your turn now." Standing on the golden boat transformed from the purple gold hairpin, Hao Ren took the golden shield out of his necklace. The golden shield was now as dark as if it were a piece of black steel that got beaten thousands of times. "You still want to resist under this circumstance? I won't hurt you if you give me the 3 things that I want," Taiyi Cave Master continued. The Dragon Kings and Elders were all shocked when they saw the ferocious metal elemental dragon cultivator easily defeating a top-tier Qian level inspector. At the moment, no one was sure that they could help Hao Ren. Based on their realms, they would be knocked away easily if they chose to help, so why would they bother humiliating themselves in front of the other dragon palaces? Seeing Hao Ren in danger, Lu Qing moved his feet and was about to help, but Zhao Guang stopped him. It would be suicide for Lu Qing if he went up there to help, since Su Han wasn't even able to defend the metal elemental dragon cultivator. Zhao Guang noticed that Hao Ren was getting something, which meant that he had a card up his sleeve. Therefore, Zhao Guang didn't let Lu Qing go. In the sky, Taiyi Cave Master shook his head when he saw Hao Ren taking out the black plate, without saying anything. "It seems that I have to rob it from you since you aren't willing to give it to me." The golden shield didn't have much nature essence around it and changed its look. Even Taiyi Cave Master couldn't recognize that it was the heaven-reaching shield. Taiyi Cave Master switched from all kinds of complicated hand gestures, and the 20-centimeter-long King Kong pestle started to shine. "You won't have any trouble if you give them to me. I will give you 3 seconds, Taiyi Cave Master tried to persuade. He was worried that it would take extra effort if he killed Hao Ren by accident while Hao Ren didn't have those 3 things on him. 3, 2, 1, hum. The black plate suddenly emitted dazzling golden light. Heaven-reaching shield. Taiyi Cave Master narrowed his eyes and screamed out in surprise. However, it emitted a golden light and didn't obey Taiyi Cave Master's order. In the last few seconds, Hao Ren talked to the golden shield in his mind, and he made a deal with it and asked it to use its full power once. "You think that the heaven-reaching shield can defend my demon-conquering pestle? You are too naive. The demon-conquering pestle is heaven-reaching shield's nemesis." Taiyi Cave Master released golden lights from his palm and shot them abruptly. "Go!" As Taiyi Cave Master, how could he only have one supreme spiritual treasure? He gave the heavenly reaching shield to Shu Kei, but he still had supreme spiritual treasures which were even stronger. The demon-conquering pestle was a supreme spiritual treasure above the level of the heaven-reaching shield. Although they were both supreme spiritual treasures, the heaven-reaching shield wouldn't be able to block the demon-conquering pestle which aimed to destroy treasures. He would just use the demon-conquering pestle to destroy the heaven-reaching shield since the latter wasn't willing to surrender. Hum, the 2 supreme spiritual treasures shined. All the dragon cultivators standing at the entrance of the library were shocked. A supreme spiritual treasure was rare enough, not to mention the combat between 2 supreme spiritual treasures. What kind of power and courage did it take for the East Ocean Dragon King's son-in-law to fight against a peak Qian-level cultivator? Suddenly, the ordinary students on the stairs saw 2 lumps of golden lights coming through the clouds. Chapter 687, Heavenly Dragon Scroll Clang. The golden shield and the Vajra one collided with each other. The nature essence and golden light shot outward, shattering the dark clouds in the sky and splitting them. It had been raining for half a day, but it now stopped suddenly, and the sky turned cloudy. The dragon cultivators before the library looked up at the sky with widened eyes. In the space between Hao Ren and Taiyi Cave Master, the Vajra and the golden shield pushed against each other. The golden shield spun with a small dent on its surface, but it wasn't broken. Instead, golden material revealed beneath the dent as if the dark matter on top was only a layer of dirt. In contrast, the Vajra's sharp tip was pushed in a little. How is this possible? Taiyi Cave Master widened his eyes in disbelief. After all, the heaven-reaching shield was half a level lower than the demon-conquering Vajra before. When these two Dharma treasures were together, the heaven-reaching shield had never dared to show any disobedience to the demon-conquering Vajra. Taiyi Cave Master didn't know that the golden shield had passed another heavenly tribulation in the demon sea with abundant nature essence around Moon Festival when the star energy was the strongest, which made it one level higher than ordinary supreme spiritual treasures. According to the usual rules about Dharma treasures, the offensive Dharma treasures were indeed stronger than the defensive Dharma treasures. However, the golden shield wasn't on the same level as the Vajra anymore. It was like stabbing the iron shield with a wooden spear. The latter could never pierce the former. The golden shield didn't reveal its true strength at the beginning, so the Vajra had thought that the golden shield was still inferior to it. However, when it attacked, it realized that the golden shield had already surpassed it. Bang! The golden shield released a surge of more violent nature essence. The King Kong Vajra, also a supreme spiritual treasure, was knocked away off. Wow! The composed dragon kings and elders exclaimed like kids after seeing this. The Fuma of the East Ocean Dragon Clan is so powerful, they thought to themselves. In fact, it was the golden shield that held the great power, not Hao Ren. However, if the golden shield hadn't stayed with Hao Ren, it wouldn't have had the chance to reach the realm of nature celestial treasure. After all, Hao Ren had given it a hand in the heavenly tribulation. Boom! Boom! The golden shield released thousands of smaller shields. The sky was full of flashing golden lights. For the ordinary students, it looked like sunshine after the rain. No one knew that it didn't come from the sun but Hao Ren's Dharma treasure. Sitting by the lake, Su Han rubbed her chest in pain and looked up at Hao Ren in the high sky in surprise. The Vajra was obviously a supreme spiritual treasure, and even her longsword was no match for it. What kind of Dharma treasure does Hao Ren have that it can even overpower this Vajra? She thought. Boom! Thousands of smaller shields reflected overwhelming golden lights. Taiyi Cave Master gritted his teeth, and his gray jacket puffed up, releasing 8 dancing golden dragons from his body. Heavenly Dragon Scroll! A dragon cultivator yelled. It was the highest level technique of the metal elemental dragons, allowing the practitioner to release 8 golden energy dragons which were made from nature essence. The Vajra couldn't block the overwhelming golden light since it excelled in offense and not defense. It was about to flee when the golden shield shot toward it suddenly. Swoosh! As a supreme spiritual treasure, the Vajra flew more than 10,000 meters in the blink of an eye. The golden shield chased after it tightly, determined to show the Vajra who was the boss. A golden light beam as thick as a mountain shot toward the Vajra. Desperate, the Vajra expanded to the size of a mountain. Bang! The Vajra was instantly shattered. The huge Vajra that was as big as a mountain was pierced by the nature essence released from the golden shield before shattering into pieces. In the blink of an eye, the golden shield flew to the spot where the Vajra exploded and sucked in the treasure soul of the Vajra. It was how the supreme spiritual treasures fought, battling to death. Even if the Vajra surrendered, the golden shield probably wouldn't accept it. Since the Vajra fled, the golden shield wasn't going to show any mercy. The battle happened in an instant. Since the golden shield hadn't recovered fully from its elevation of realm several days ago, this battle consumed all of its limited nature essence, and it fell toward the lake while still spinning. It needed some time to absorb the Vajra's treasure soul. Little White, who had been guarding Su Han by the lake, jumped up suddenly and caught the golden shield in its jaws before placing it on the grass. In the high sky, Taiyi Cave Master, who had released 8 dancing dragons, was red with fury when he saw that his Vajra was defeated and shattered. He had 2 supreme spiritual treasures. Hao Ren took one, and the other was shattered by the supreme spiritual treasure that Hao Ren had taken from him. This infuriated Taiyi Cave Master. The golden nature essence all over his body suddenly turned into golden flames, which then changed into white flames. The metal, wood, water, fire, and earth elements had different properties, and the peak stage of metal elemental cultivation was white. Taiyi Cave Master had reached a realm high enough to release true flames instead of lights alone. Seeing the white flames instead of simple light emitting from Taiyi Cave Master, the dragon cultivators outside the library knew that this metal elemental dragon cultivator had reached the highest realm of his cultivation technique. Boom! The 8 dancing dragons connected from head to tail and formed a circle in front of Taiyi Cave Master, spinning with whistling sounds. After cultivating the heavenly dragon scroll, the ultimate metal elemental technique, to the peak stage, a cultivator could release 8 natal dragons which represented Qian, Kun, Xuan, Dui, Zhen, Zhen, Li, and Kan. They were in sync with the heavenly Tao. Taiyi Cave Master had reached peak Qian level hundreds of years ago and was an important figure in the Elders' Council of the Metal Elemental Dragon Clan. His lowest-leveled disciples who left his cave were at least at Qian level, and his disciples included peak Qian level cultivators such as Wang Shitung. It meant that even though Taiyi Cave Master hadn't reached the heavenly dragon realm, his power overshadowed the others, and he wasn't afraid of the dragon god shrine. Furious, he used the heavenly dragon scroll and released 8 true dragons which represented his full force. Not good. Seeing the 8 dragons connecting from head to tail in the sky, Zhao Guang's expression changed instantly. He was about to transform into his dragon form and block the attack for Hao Ren when Taiyi Cave Master attacked with a dark face. The 8 dragons that had flashing golden lights around them crashed toward Hao Ren in the form of 8 trigram. Bang! Hao Ren's 1280 sword energies formed a sword array and tried to block the attack. However, these sword energies were melted the moment they went near the energy dragons. The energy sphere created by the golden boat was shattered instantly, and the 8 dragons burned a red circle in Hao Ren's chest, sending him flying for thousands of meters. Hand over the items. Furious, Taiyi Cave Master flew over in a white light and reached out his right hand to grab Hao Ren. Swoosh! A sharp whistling sound came from the distant void. With 4 ridges and a sharp tip, it was the black dragon spike. Chapter 688. 8 trigram versus 5 element. Before the black dragon spike got close to Taiyi Cave Master, the overwhelming murderous spirit arrived with a whistling sound. A black shadow appeared in the distant western sky. It was hard to imagine the force which threw the half-meter-long sword from thousands of meters away. Taiyi Cave Master withdrew his right hand and slapped toward the weird-looking sword with a wave of white light in his palm. Whoosh! The black dragon spike shot through handpalm, leaving a hole with 4 corners. The intense murderous spirit brought a chill to Taiyi Cave Master. Anyone who messes with the nephew-in-law must die. A magnificent voice came from the sky. The voice contained overwhelming nature essence, and the ordinary students couldn't hear the voice clearly. They felt like a rumble of thunder was sounding in the sky. Third uncle. Feeling the acute pain in his chest and the burning nature essence in his body, Hao Ren looked toward the western sky in pleasant surprise. The black shadow turned into a human form instantly and rushed to Hao Ren's side in the blink of an eye. In a ragged robe and with messy hair, Zhao Kuo's face was black and dirty, making him look like a beggar, but his body released a magnificent presence. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the black dragon spike into his hand. Surprised at the interruption, Taiyi Cave Master looked at Zhao Kuo in hatred and waved his hands, sending the 8 dancing dragons toward Zhao Kuo. The heavenly dragon scroll was the ultimate technique of the metal elemental dragons. It was said that the metal elemental dragon cultivator who charged into the heavenly dragon realm hundreds of years ago practiced this technique, which was why the technique's name had been changed into Heavenly Dragon Scroll. After reaching peak Qian level hundreds of years ago, Taiyi Cave Master had begun to cultivate the Heavenly Dragon Scroll and had reached level 9, which allowed him to release 8 dancing dragons. Due to his great power, the other peak Qian level members in the Elders' Council had to give way to him. Afraid to kill Hao Ren and lose the mystic water sword techniques, he didn't use his full force. But now, the 8 dancing dragons unleashed their real strength. Taiyi Cave Master would kill anyone who stood between him and the mystic water sword techniques. Brother! Standing at the entrance of the library, Zhao Guang yelled in surprise at the sudden sight of Zhao Kuo. Zhao Kuo had told Zhao Guang that he wouldn't return until he reached peak Qian level. Did he reach peak Qian level already? FCK off. Zhao Kuo puffed his chest and roared in a fury. He punched out repeatedly, using the fundamental boxing techniques of East Ocean. The 8 dancing dragons were knocked away by Zhao Kuo one by one. The dragon cultivators were dumbfounded. They had heard that the third lord of the East Ocean Dragon clan was unrivaled, but they had never imagined that he could fight 8 energy dragons with fists. As the ultimate technique of the metal elemental dragons, the Heavenly Dragon Scroll was the technique used by the Grand Cultivator who reached the Heavenly Dragon realm. After all, it was challenging to release 8 energy dragons in one breath, and the result was super powerful. Hao Ren lay in the golden boat on his side while the natal nature essence in his body was trying hard to heal his injuries. He looked carefully and realized that Zhao Kuo wasn't fighting with bare fists. 5 colored lights were flowing around his fists. Tempering one's body with the 5 elements. Zhao Kuo had tempered his body to an extreme degree with the light-splitting sword shadow scroll. Hao Ren used the heavenly lightning bolts to temper his body, stimulating the meridians from the inside out, which was a form of inner cultivation. Zhao Kuo had tempered his body with the 5 elements, hardening his body from the outside in, which was a form of outer cultivation, perfect for his battle style. Zhao Kuo could now battle level 8 demon beasts with bare fists, and his iron-like body was invincible to Dharma treasures. When he transferred the 5 elemental nature essence to his arms, they were more powerful than regular Dharma treasures. While his thick arms swung around like windmills, the 8 dancing dragons couldn't get close to him. The dragon cultivators watched the battle in amazement and excitement. Meanwhile, Hao Ren took a closer look and found that Zhao Kuo had reached top-tier Qian level. Top-tier Qian level, but peak Qian level yet. Boom! Zhao Kuo punched out and sent 1 energy dragon to the side. Dense sword energies shot from his body. There were tens of thousands of them. In total, there were 20,480 sword energies. Immediately, Taiyi Cave Master withdrew the 8 dancing dragons, surprised that this cultivator who suddenly appeared was so difficult to deal with. He didn't know that Zhao Kuo had re-cultivated after failing the heavenly tribulation and had tempered his body with the 5 elements, which was to some extent similar to the demon beast's cultivation method. Recently, he had practiced in the Demon Sea where no ordinary cultivators dared to enter, and he even defeated level 8 demon beasts. If he could reach peak Qian level, the level 8 demon beasts in the Demon Sea would suffer more in his hands. However, he was able to survive in the Demon Sea since Lady Zhen had ordered the level 9 and level 10 demon beasts not to attack Zhao Kuo. Since Zhao Kuo had battled his way out from the Demon Sea, why would he be afraid of Taiyi Cave Master who was at peak Qian level? Each of the level 8 demon beasts was equivalent to peak Qian level. The 8 dancing dragons returned to Taiyi Cave Master, forming a circle of burning fire. The fire was neither the ordinary flames nor the flames of the fire dragons. It was the destruction true flame created by the metal elemental technique after reaching a high level. They were white and almost transparent flames. Humph! Zhao Kuo snorted, and his dark face turned fierce, pointing over 20,000 sword energies toward Taiyi Cave Master. One followed 8 trigram while the other followed the 5 element. Which one would be the winner? The Heavenly Dragon Scroll or the light-splitting Sword Shadow Scroll? The dragon cultivators standing at the entrance of the library held their breaths while the ordinary students looked up at the sky and saw surging clouds. By the lake, Su Han looked at Zhao Kuo and Taiyi Cave Master who stood opposite to each other. Little White leaned on her thighs while it stared at the sky with its big watery eyes, seeming to feel the tension in the air. Wah! Taiyi Cave Master attacked first, launching the 8 dancing dragons with white flames toward Zhao Kuo. The 8 energy dragons intertwined and turned into 64 dragons. 8 trigrams changed into 64 hexagrams. The dragon cultivators at the entrance of the library were astonished, not expecting Taiyi Cave Master to hide so much power. Break array. Zhao Kuo's 20,480 sword energies formed a sword array, which was different from Hao Ren's sword array since Zhao Kuo himself created it according to the art of war. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth were 5 powerful troops. The 20,480 sword energies engulfed the 64 dancing dragons, darkening the sky and blowing up the sand and rocks from the ground. The wind blew the umbrellas from the hands of the students who were standing on the steps and broke dozens of small trees on the campus. It was a battle happening in the high sky thousands of meters from the ground. It was a fierce battle in which a sword array was fighting the dragons. Both cultivators turned nature essence into tangible things with advanced cultivation techniques. They were battling using nature essence. However, Zhao Kuo was only at top-tier Qian level, a bit weaker than his opponent in terms of realm. Bang! In the high sky, Taiyi Cavemaster and Zhao Kuo both backed off hundreds of meters. Taiyi Cavemaster looked at Zhao Kuo in astonishment, not expecting the light-splitting sword shadow scroll to be so powerful. Zhao Kuo was also surprised at this old man's great power since he still couldn't defeat his opponent after cultivating the light-splitting sword shadow scroll to such a high level. The dragon kings and elders watching the battle were even more astonished when they saw Zhao Kuo being even with this metal elemental dragon cultivator even though he was half a level lower than his rival. No wonder he was called the #1 master in the mortal world. They thought, it was said that he had re-cultivated after failing in the heaven tribulation. However, was that fake news? How could he be at top-tier Qian level after such a short amount of time? However, it was heard that he cultivated using a water elemental technique before, but he is using all 5 elements now. Both the East Ocean Dragon King's younger brother and son-in-law are cultivating this profound cultivation technique which requires great fortitude to reach the highest realm. If the two men work together, they can defeat a great army. While the dragon cultivators thought about that, Zhao Kuo and Taiyi Cavemaster had resumed their battle in the high sky. Just coming out of the Demon Sea, Zhao Kuo wanted to use this opportunity to test his strength, similar to how the Golden Shield used the Vajra to test its power after its elevation in realms. Withdrawing the nature essence, Zhao Kuo and Taiyi Cavemaster fought in the sky with their bodies. Wearing the gray jacket with several holes in it, Taiyi Cavemaster was quick with his punches and kicks. As a fierce fighter, Zhao Kuo's fists and kicks were even more forceful. Thud! They landed on the big square before the library, and their landing force knocked away the ordinary students who were standing on the steps. Their quick movements looked blurry, and the dragon cultivators on the small square couldn't tell them apart. They could only see 2 shadows. Taiyi Cavemaster's cultivation technique was powerful, and so were his close-range combat techniques. Besides, each of their punches and kicks was empowered with nature essence. It wasn't easy for Zhao Kuo who wanted to kill the old master with punches. For the ordinary students, they saw 2 tornadoes sweeping across the big square, and the paving stones were shattered. Recovering a bit from his injuries, Hao Ren landed on the ground as well, but he couldn't do anything. Besides, Zhao Kuo wouldn't allow Hao Ren to help him. Powerful. Standing on the small square before the library, the dragon cultivators exclaimed silently. The metal elemental dragon cultivator was powerful, and so was the cultivator of East Ocean. Standing on the edge of the small square, Shu Kei watched for a while and then walked toward his dorm building silently. No matter what happened to his master, he would continue to stay in East Ocean University for a while. Swoosh! When Zhao Kuo was punching forward, Taiyi Cavemaster blocked Zhao Kuo's fist while another supreme spiritual treasure flew out of his sleeve. Chapter 689. The junior beats the senior. Seeing Taiyi Cavemaster releasing another golden Dharma treasure, the dragon cultivators who were standing dozens of meters away were all shocked. Hao Ren felt cold when he saw it, but it was too late for him to help. The moment that the golden Dharma treasure appeared, it released a powerful pressure, showing that it was also a supreme spiritual treasure. Shu Kei was walking away silently, but he stopped in surprise when he saw Taiyi Cavemaster use another supreme spiritual treasure. He knew that his master had the demon-conquering Vajra which was more powerful than the heaven-reaching shield, but he didn't know that his master had a third supreme spiritual treasure. In fact, even Wang Shitung, Taiyi Cavemaster's favorite disciple, didn't know that their master had a third supreme spiritual treasure. This golden knife was less powerful than the heaven-reaching shield and the demon-conquering Vajra, but it could be used at critical moments. Taiyi Cavemaster rarely revealed this supreme spiritual treasure and only did so when he ran out of options, but now, he got desperate. Zhao Kuo was half a level lower than him, but the former seemed to possess limitless nature essence, and his attacks became fiercer. The metal elemental dragon cultivators must practice in dangerous places, but he didn't know that Zhao Kuo had been practicing in the Demon Sea where even metal elemental dragon cultivators didn't dare to enter. Although Zhao Kuo had only ventured into the outer area of the Demon Sea, the abundance of nature essence there was much higher than that on land. Immersed in such a place, the cultivators would be full of abundant nature essence like the high-level demon beasts. Besides, the light-splitting sword Shadow Scroll absorbed all 5 elements, giving Zhao Kuo 4 times the usable nature essence. Taiyi Cave Master knew that if he couldn't defeat his opponent and get the mystic water sword techniques, he would never have a chance to defeat Hao Ren since his current opponent could reach peak Qian level soon. This was why he used the Heaven Ultimate Knife which had been hidden for hundreds of years. Since Zhao Kuo had tempered his body to an extreme degree, only a supreme spiritual treasure could give him a fatal blow. I'll see how he can dodge it at such a close range, he thought. Ding! When everyone had their hearts in their throats, a weapon shot out from Zhao Kuo's arm. It was the black dragon spike that he had put away in the beginning. The tip of the black dragon spike collided with the tip of the Heaven Ultimate Knife. Bang! A big crater appeared under their feet, and they retreated dozens of steps. Seeing a round crater appearing in the big square suddenly, the ordinary students shrieked in fright. After seeking shelter at the library, they had been standing there to watch the spectacular sight of the Battle of 2 Tornadoes despite the danger. However, only the dragon cultivators could see the battle between Zhao Kuo and Taiyi Cavemaster. Zhao Kuo had been extremely quick in his reaction when he released the weapon to block the attack. It wasn't something that an ordinary cultivator could do. Ha! Taiyi Cavemaster regained his balance and looked at Zhao Kuo in alarm because the black dragon spike contained an overwhelming murderous spirit, but it wasn't a supreme spiritual treasure. He was astonished that an ordinary Dharma treasure was even with his Heaven Ultimate Knife. The black dragon spike was bounced back into Zhao Kuo's hand. Different from Su Han's longsword which was both hard and flexible, the black dragon spike made with hard materials was a tough and fierce Dharma treasure. Also, different from Su Han's longsword which held the broken soul of a level 10 demon beast, the black dragon spike contained Zhao Horan's entire dragon soul. As a peak Qian level dragon cultivator, Zhao Horan's realm was equivalent to that of a level 10 demon beast. His dragon soul that was full of murderous spirit lived in the black dragon spike, and Zhao Kuo, his son, could completely sense his will when using the black dragon spike. It was no less than a supreme spiritual treasure. Tink! Zhao Kuo turned and hacked toward Taiyi Cavemaster forcefully with the black dragon spike. Zhao Kuo's previous weapon was a tri-point double-edged sword which was equivalent to a big sword, but the black dragon spike was a short sword. However, with Zhao Kuo's excellent skills in martial arts, he could use any weapon with proficiency. Ding! With a golden flash, Taiyi Cavemaster grabbed the Heaven Ultimate Knife and blocked Zhao Kuo's black dragon spike. Clang! Clang! Before the dragon cultivators could react, they had exchanged more than 10 rounds of attacks. Sparks flew, and the nature essence spread outward. After all, Taiyi Cavemaster had gained his fame hundreds of years ago. When he reached peak Qian level, Zhao Kuo hadn't been born yet. How could he lose to Zhao Kuo so easily? Zhao Kuo could re-cultivate to top-tier Qian level in such a short time for 2 reasons. First, he used 7 Core 5 Color Lotus as his mystic crystal, and it was the best mystic crystal for 5 elemental dragon cultivators. Also, he had experienced hundreds of life-death battles in the Demon Sea, which was a scenario that ordinary cultivators never imagined. Besides, Zhao Kuo had a greater desire for the elevation of strength than any other cultivator. He had sworn to break into the heavenly dragon realm in front of the black dragon spike which contained Zhao Horan's dragon soul, and he wanted to bring Zhao Horan's soul to the dragon tomb in the heavenly realm. FCK off. With both hands on the black dragon spike, Zhao Kuo released a tremendous surge of nature essence, determined to strike down anyone who dared to invade East Ocean. He wouldn't allow the East Ocean dragon clan that was established by his father, Zhao Horan, to fall in his generation. Faced with this strong will for success, Taiyi Cavemaster who was pushing forward the Heaven Ultimate Knife shivered inside. Bang! The Heaven Ultimate Knife, a supreme spiritual treasure, was sent flying. Extremely sharp with Zhao Horan's overwhelming murderous spirit, the black dragon spike pierced Taiyi Cave Master's chest. Although Taiyi Cave Master's body was tougher than ordinary cultivators with his cultivation of the heavenly dragon scroll, he was far from invincible. After all, the black dragon spike in Zhao Kuo's hand had power equivalent to that of a supreme spiritual treasure. Wah! Blood gushed out from the wound. The invisible murderous spirit immediately entered Taiyi Cave Master's body, and his face turned black instantly, forming a sharp contrast with his short white hair. Ever since he had reached peak Qian level, he had never been wounded, not even a tiny scratch. But now, his chest was pierced by a top-tier Qian level cultivator. To cultivate the heavenly dragon scroll, one must remain free of any injuries. Otherwise, their cultivation would be affected. Such a big wound would undoubtedly bring a great impact to his realm. He had kept his body intact for hundreds of years, but it was broken today. He had stayed in his cave while cultivating all year round and rarely went out so that he could maintain the steady growth of his nature essence. But in this battle, bang! Taiyi Cave Master's body shot out violent energy. Despite his iron-like body, Zhao Kuo was sent flying for dozens of meters. However, he reacted quickly and leapt up, blocking all of Taiyi Cave Master's fleeing routes with the black light released from the black dragon spike. Bang! Severely wounded, Taiyi Cave Master suddenly used an earthly fleeing technique and disappeared into the ground. As a metal elemental dragon cultivator, he could even use the ultimate technique of the earth elemental dragon cultivators. It astonished the earth elemental dragon cultivators who were here. Zhao Kuo could shatter the ground to force out Taiyi Cave Master, but then East Ocean University would be destroyed. Chapter 690, Indifferentiated Attack. Brother, Zhao Guang yelled in a hurry. The red energy sphere that was covering the city suddenly disappeared. In an instant, Zhao Kuo released his energy sphere and flew up to the sky. The dragon cultivators witnessed the thrilling battle that took place on the big square. However, the battle suddenly ended, and they couldn't react in such a short time. Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang held grandma and walked out from the library, and they were shocked to see the hard bricks on the big square being shattered into pieces. Zhao Guang sighed. He knew that Zhao Kuo looked down on mortals and was afraid that the latter would kill Taiyi Cave Master and ruin the entire East Ocean University. Song Qingye stood beside Zhao Hongyu and sighed. She was surprised that a peak Qian level metal elemental dragon suddenly appeared. Yet, East Ocean still defeated him. She couldn't help but admire East Ocean's strength. She was the princess of South Ocean and married Yangding Dragon King to connect the two forces. Yet, whether it was the South Ocean Dragon Clan or the Yangding River Dragon Clan, it seemed like they both needed to get close to the East Ocean Dragon Clan. Lu Qi was standing in the crowd, and he admired Hao Ren very much. A few months ago, he was still barely able to be even with Hao Ren. However, Hao Ren could now fight against a peak Qian level cultivator. Lu Qi felt like he couldn't take one strike from Hao Ren now. Chen Su, the crown prince of the Taibai Mountain Dragon Clan, was extremely shocked when he saw that Hao Ren could almost fight against a peak Qian level cultivator. He had heard from Lu Qi before that East Ocean Dragon Clan's Fuma, Hao Ren, was a prodigy at cultivation and an extraordinary person. Also, Lu Qi said that Hao Ren would definitely shine in the future. Chen Su didn't believe it before. However, after seeing this with his own eyes, he felt like Lu Qi's statement underestimated Hao Ren. Hao Ren was a person who was worthy of being friends with. He was strong yet humble and low-key. If Chen Su became friends with Hao Ren, it would be an excellent advantage for him when he takes over the Dragon Palace. Dragon King Zhao, I would like to send my son to the city for some experiences. I see that East Ocean City is very prosperous and could train his mind and temper. I'm wondering if I can send him to East Ocean University. Our Kindling Forest Dragon Palace have been living in the mountains for a long time. I want to send my crown prince into the city. Haha, brother Zhao, you've seen my eldest son, Guo Minxian. He thinks that there are more young cultivators in East Ocean University and wants to make some friends too. These senior figures from other dragon clans all wanted to send their descendants to East Ocean University. They had already recognized that sending their crown princes to East Ocean University and having good relationships with the East Ocean Dragon Clan would become a political asset in the future. As long as the crown princes enroll in East Ocean University, They would join Hao Ren's calligraphy club. This would be their networks in the future. With Hao Ren's strength and status, all the crown princes from other dragon clans would have to follow him at the school. Zhao Kuo's strength gave them a shock, and Hao Ren's potential gave them great confidence. The East Ocean Dragon clan might have 2 heavenly dragons in the future. Therefore, the relationships between their dragon clans and the East Ocean Dragon clan could last generations. As long as the crown princes studied at East Ocean University, there would be more communication opportunities for the seniors. They could also gather other dragon clans together, and it'd be a win-win situation. Lu Qing, I would have to leave these things for you to deal with. Zhao Guang looked at Lu Qing and said with a smile. Zhao Kuo returned with the strength of top-tier Qian level. This reassured Zhao Guang and lightened up his mood. Lu Qing nodded with a smile on his face as well. Even though East Ocean Dragon Clan and the Metal Elemental Dragon Clan were hostile now, other dragon clans still wanted to send their crown princes to East Ocean City. This represented the trust and support of other dragon clans toward the East Ocean Dragon Clan. As long as these young dragon cultivators studied at East Ocean University, they would stay in the city for about 3 to 4 years. The relationship between East Ocean Dragon Clan and these other dragon clans would be even closer. Grandma. Hao Ren ran over from a distance. Ren. Grandma, who stood in front of the library, was finally relieved when she saw that Hao Ren was safe. Little White hopped and followed Hao Ren. The students stood on the step and discussed what happened just now. 2 tornadoes connected with the ground, tearing up the rigid bricks one by one. How exciting was that? They probably wouldn't be able to see this kind of scenes again in another 100 years. Zhao Yanzi held onto Grandma and pouted when she saw Hao Ren running back. She knew nothing would happen to Hao Ren. Although she thought this way this moment, she was nervous when she was accompanying Grandma. Xie Yujia saw Hao Ren, smiled, and patted her chest subconsciously. Your grandma probably caught a cold. Your mom and I will bring her back to rest and won't be coming back, Hao Zhonghua said as he looked at Hao Ren. He saw the nervous faces of those girls suddenly relaxing, and he could only think that his son did have skills to attract these girls. He didn't know that if there were a tiny bit of error in Hao Ren's calculation, he wouldn't be able to see his son anymore. Grandma also didn't know that Hao Ren was always crossing the line of life and death. If she knew, she would make Hao Ren have a few kids first. Okay, be careful, Mom and Dad, Hao Ren said. It's all right. I'll drive slower in this rainy and slippery day, Hao Zhonghua said. Hao Ren gave the Lu sisters a look, and they immediately understood Hao Ren's order. They would secretly follow Hao Zhonghua's car to make sure that they got home safely. The Metal Elemental Dragon cultivators were ruthless, and it was hard to say that they couldn't do anything to Hao Ren's family. However, since Zhao Kuo had returned to East Ocean City, and that peak Qian level dragon cultivator was heavily injured, there shouldn't be a problem temporarily. Go! Hao Ren kicked Little White's butt lightly. Shu Ke wasn't in the crowd anymore. Hao Ren was worried that he might do something and sent Little White to keep an eye on him. Little White barked and ran toward the direction that Hao Ren's feet were pointing at to track Shu Ke. The students looked at each other's videos in their cell phones, and the members of the student council stood in front of the library entrance to maintain order. Stand still! Stand still! Huang Zuji led a group of rock climbing club's members over to organize the crowds from the doorway along the stairs. Hao Ren had disclosed his identity in public, and Huang Zuji heard the news. After considering the situation, he was sure that his club couldn't compete with Hao Ren's club, so he brought over the members of his club and wanted to show Hao Ren what he was capable of doing. Strong winds had blown through the library, and dozens of calligraphic works fell. However, the vast majority were still hanging in their places. Hao Ren's work was wet from the rain, and his writing was slightly smudged, but there seemed to be more artistic sensation within the blur. Song Qingya walked inside the library to rest, and that was why those students still had to line up to enter the library. Those students who hadn't been inside wanted to see if the many calligraphic works were really that amazing. They heard that the calligraphy masters who were invited praised these calligraphic works. Among the masters, one of them was the curator of the East Ocean Museum. Suddenly, dozens of reporters came to the damaged big square in their vans. They received information about East Ocean University having a brilliant exhibition, and even Hao Zhonghua and Yu Yang attended. Therefore, the TV stations sent out a few reporters to have a look and prepare reports in the educational news section. However, after these reporters were halfway there, the TV stations learned that Song Qingye was also at the exhibition, and her calligraphic work was also shown. Thus, the TV stations sent out the second group of reporters to get the headline for the entertainment news for tomorrow. Then, they were informed that 2 small tornadoes appeared in East Ocean University, and the TV stations called the reporters who just left and told them to hurry. However, by the time that the reporters arrived at East Ocean University, the tornadoes were gone. These incidents got the TV stations working hard. When the reporters of one station got to East Ocean University, other reporters of newspapers and magazines also just arrived. Wah! 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 These reporters ran toward the library with cameras and didn't even pay attention to the messed up big square. It looked like the reporters were racing against each other. With big cameras and equipment, they rushed into the library as soon as they could. Suddenly, they were shocked by the scene in the hall. The beautiful pieces of calligraphic works appeared in their eyes. The curator of East Ocean Museum, the vice president of the National Calligraphy Association, the honor president of Fine Arts Association of East Ocean City, big collectors, all these people came to this event at East Ocean University. Also, these seniors in the literature and art circle all surrounded Song Qingye. These reporters dashed toward them quickly. When they got closer, they saw that Song Qingye stood next to a university student who was wearing a white shirt and talked with a smile. Song Qingye's beauty overwhelmed everyone. These reporters didn't even notice Mingri Group's CEO and his wife. In fact, mortals are descendants of ancient demon cultivators, but their bloodline had been diluted after many generations. The different cultivation physiques are just mortals who had a denser ancient demonic bloodline. Through cultivation, they will be able to use nature essence more effectively. And regarding whether mortals could see dragons, in their dragon forms, the cultivators can't create energy spheres, and those mortals who have a certain degree of ancient demonic bloodline will be able to see. Song Qingye covered her mouth with her hands as she whispered to answer Hao Ren's questions. Kakaka. Su Han, who was in a white blouse, black jeans, light gray coat, and high heels, walked in from the entrance. The reporters turned their heads and were shocked when they saw Su Han, thinking, "Who is this celebrity?" Su Han passed through the reporters, walked in between Hao Ren and Song Qingye, and gently grabbed Hao Ren's ear as she said, "Your third uncle sent me a challenge letter." Chapter 691. Invincible Mindset, Third Uncle. Hao Ren looked at Su Han, surprised. He saw that Zhao Kuo had already reached top-tier Qian level. He also cultivated using the light-splitting sword Shadow Scroll, and he wanted to practice fighting with Zhao Kuo. Yet, the opponent that Zhao Kuo wished to fight against wasn't Hao Ren but Su Han. Both Zhao Kuo and Su Han were charging at the Heavenly Dragon Realm. In the entire East Ocean City, only Su Han was at Zhao Kuo's level. Hao Ren understood why Zhao Kuo wanted to challenge Su Han right away. "I accepted it," Su Han said. She and Zhao Kuo went for different styles. One was more static, and the other was more active. They were both pursuing the Heavenly Dragon Realm, but they had to battle tough opponents before they could break through. "We are going to the Nine Dragon Palace next week, you should prepare," Su Han said again. Then, she patted Hao Ren's shoulder and walked away. Hao Ren looked at her and knew that she was also injured and needed a few days to heal. Zhao Kuo wouldn't try to fight her when she was injured. The battle between the two Supreme Masters could only take place after the Nine Dragon Palace trip. Hao Ren felt like at least one of the two would become a heavenly dragon, but it was difficult to tell who that would be. "Ms. Song, is this calligraphic work your work?" Luo Xin, one of the calligraphy masters who surrounded Song Qingye, asked Song Qingye. These calligraphy masters had tens of years of experience in calligraphy. It was unbelievable to them that this young singer could write such beautiful calligraphy. They studied Song Qingye's work for a long time and finally asked out of curiosity. They didn't mean to embarrass Song Qingye. They just wanted to meet the calligraphy master who wrote for Song Qingye. Those reporters ran toward them and heard the curator of East Ocean Museum questioning Song Qingye. Therefore, they quickly moved their microphones over. Song Qingye followed Hao Ren's gaze and looked at the cold yet elegant Su Han as she sighed. She wouldn't be able to reach Su Han's realm in her whole life. She could only envy her. "Ms. Song, you never mentioned that you know calligraphy. Is this your work?" When did you finish this piece, Ms. Song? You never mentioned that you practiced calligraphy in previous interviews. These reporters thought Song Qingye was scared when she didn't talk. They thought that the calligraphic work that Song Qingye brought was not her own work, and that was why they kept on asking. Song Qingye shook her head and smiled. She thought that Hao Ren's event was awe-inspiring today, so she didn't mind adding on to it. She said, "Why don't I demonstrate it now?" Okay. Hearing that Song Qingye was going to write calligraphy live, these reporters became excited. In these years, Song Qingye had attended many events, but she had never mentioned that she practiced calligraphy. This would be something news if it were real. Let's go outside, Song Qingye said and walked toward the entrance of the library. By the time she walked to the entrance, 2 club members of the calligraphy club had taken out 2 big tables and put them on the small square in front of the library. Lights dashed out of Huang Zuji's eyes as he saw Song Qingye walking out while he was maintaining order. Hao Ren walked beside Song Qingye calmly, and Song Qingye walked and talked to Hao Ren with a smile at the same time as if they were friends in the same generation. The students lining up on the stairs saw Song Qingye walking out and was about to demonstrate her calligraphy skills, so they ran toward the small square quickly and wanted to have a close look in the front. Song Qingye not only gave her own calligraphic work as a present, but she would also demonstrate her calligraphy skills. This would look extremely great for East Ocean University and Hao Ren's club. Song Qingye's appearance in advertisements was worth hundreds of thousands of yuan for a few seconds. It would be even more expensive for her to attend certain events. Long rice paper was spread out on the table, all kinds of ink brushes were displayed, and a bottle of ink was placed in a beveled corner. The cloud faded away, and the weather outside of the library had already become good. The sun shined on the white rice paper which reflected Song Qingye and the white library behind her, making it look as beautiful as artistic photos. The reports took pictures of Song Qingye quickly. Song Qingye held up an ink brush, pressed the rice paper with her left hand, and wrote a poem. Black clouds are all over the city, and the city is about to fall. TL. Black clouds represent the enemy's army, which consists of too many people, just like the black clouds. Great writing. As soon as Song Qingye stopped, the curator of East Ocean Museum cheered. He was initially suspicious of Song Qingye's calligraphy skills, but he admired her when he saw Song Qingye finishing this piece of work in front of everyone. The reporters who surrounded Song Qingye also cheered in surprise. A superstar like Song Qingye was already generous enough to showcase her calligraphy skills in front of them. Even if the calligraphy skills weren't great, they had to compliment her. However, her calligraphy skills were indeed excellent. Hao Ren saw that Song Qingye hyping the event for him and smiled. He knew that in the next few days, East Ocean University would become the focus of the national media. Zhao Hongyu also smiled in the crowd. Song Qingye was the princess of South Ocean, and her skills in music and calligraphy were not bad. Out of all the dragon princesses, Zhao Yanzi was probably the only one who didn't act like a princess at all. She almost didn't have knowledge in any of the arts fields. However, she's only marrying Hao Ren. If she's marrying a traditional dragon cultivator, we would feel ashamed by her lack of traditional art skills. Zhao Yanzi stood in front of Zhao Hongyu, and she probably knew Zhao Hongyu's thoughts. She looked up at Zhao Hongyu and pouted her mouth. She had loads of homework and barely passed the exams. How could she have time to learn these? Song Qingye put down the ink brush and suddenly picked up a smaller brush. Song Qingye's hand turned and drew a landscape painting of East Ocean University in a few strokes on the remaining part of the rice paper. There was a lake in the middle of the campus with some green areas and several small hills. Under the sunny weather, the scenery was excellent. Song Qingye held the ink brush, decorating the paper and drawing the scenery. Those reporters with microphones and cameras were stunned. Song Qingye, who had an angelic voice, was actually a master in calligraphy and painting. This was the first time that Song Qingye demonstrated these skills of hers in public, so this artwork would probably be sold at a high price of nearly 1 million yuan. Song Qingye put away the ink brush and smiled at Hao Ren. "I didn't take away your glory, right?" Hao Ren smiled and gave her a thumbs up. "You are amazing." "Principal Liu, this painting is a gift for the school," Song Qingye said to Principal Liu, who was already stunned. "Okay, thank you." Principal Liu nodded in a hurry. This artwork was on the master level and was definitely worthy of collecting. let alone that this was the calligraphic work and painting from the superstar Song Qingye. Song Qingye's assistants looked at each other. They didn't even know that Song Qingye had this kind of talent. If someone posted a video of Song Qingye painting live, her popularity would rise by a lot. From the perspective of East Ocean University, this event also advertised the school. You skipped the classes in the afternoon, right? Zhao Hongyu asked Zhao Yanzi suddenly. Ah. Zhao Yanzi pretended that she just realized that now and quickly ran toward East Ocean University's main entrance. Zhao Guang looked at Zhao Yanzi and shook his head helplessly. However, he was in a great mood. As long as Zhao Kuo reached peak Qian level, they wouldn't be afraid of the metal elemental dragons anymore. This accidental battle made all other dragon clans see the strength of East Ocean. It was the battle that built East Ocean's prestige, and it couldn't be arranged deliberately. After returning, these senior dragon cultivators would send their important young generations to East Ocean City, and this city, which was under the control of the East Ocean Dragon Clan, would become the center of communication for dragon cultivators. Even half a year ago, Zhao Guang couldn't imagine this type of thing happening. Song Qingye walked down the stairs with a bunch of reporters surrounding her. The principal put away Song Qingye's work carefully and looked at Hao Ren. The more he looked at Hao Ren, the better impression he had. East Ocean University was a famous university, but its influence in the country was less than several universities in the north. But after this incident, the exposure of the school would increase, and there might be a lot of students applying for East Ocean University. After all, on top of the blank space of the landscape painting, Song Qingye also wrote in the standard script, "East Ocean University is a great university." Huang Zuji brought trouble to the school, but Hao Ren brought reputation to the school. Hao Ren, if you have any questions from now on, come to me. If you can't reach Vice Principal Liu. Principal Liu put his arm around Hao Ren's shoulder and said pleasantly. Yes, Principal Liu, Hao Ren said. Zhou Liren and the other guys swallowed their saliva from a distance. Hao Ren definitely got some connections with the authorities, they thought. Zhao Jiayi, Zhou Liren, you wrong, let's eat. It's on me. Hao Ren called out the guys and said to them. Yu Rong looked at Hao Ren in confusion and thought that Hao Ren was still Hao Ren. Even if he were the son of two world-class scientists, he was still the Hao Ren who they were familiar with. If Hao Ren didn't want to, why would he be friends with them before? Let's go eat. Zhou Liren shouted. He was indeed shocked that Hao Ren's parents were Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang. Yet, Hao Ren was still their brother. It felt great being able to be brothers with the son of important figures who had more influence than the provincial governor. Let's go, Yujia. Hao Ren patted Xie Yujia's elbow. Xie Yujia smiled pleasantly. The sunset was beautiful. No matter the situation, dignified or poor, she was willing to stay by Hao Ren's side. The strength changed but not the heart. That was why Xie Yujia liked Hao Ren. He was humble and never felt conceited. Chapter 692. Leveled Up. Hao Ren brought Zhao Jiayi and the others to Hongji Square to eat as compensation for hiding his identity. Xie Yujia called Ma Lina and the other girls over, and Hao Ren became the center of everyone's discussion. The girls other than Ma Lina saw Xie Yujia sitting beside Hao Ren and regretted looking down on Hao Ren before. They didn't expect Hao Ren's background to be so powerful. However, they didn't know that Xie Yujia's parents owned 2 factories in the US and planned on opening up the third. Xie Yujia's family was comparable to Hao Ren's, but Xie Yujia didn't like showing off. Her clothes were plain and simple, and that was why these girls didn't know about her background as well. They ate dinner until 8 o'clock. Since they were in a great mood, Hao Ren drank with them and didn't use any nature essence to get rid of the tipsy feeling. He drank everything that was presented to him and made everyone think that he was the liquor god. Yet, Hao Ren felt slightly dizzy after a few hours. Xie Yujia supported Hao Ren, walked out of the restaurant with him, and waved at Zhao Jiayi and other guys who were smirking. She was planning to take Hao Ren around Hongji Square to help him sober up when she suddenly saw Zhao Yanzi in her light blue uniform. Zhao Yanzi was standing at the arched gate of Hongji Square and walked over quickly when she saw Hao Ren. Then, she noticed that Hao Ren's face was red as if he were slightly drunk, and she looked up at Xie Yujia as if she was asking the latter why Hao Ren got so drunk. He was having a good time drinking with friends, Xie Yujia explained. I was eating here with my third uncle, Zhao Yanzi said. Xie Yujia nodded and remembered that Zhao Yanzi's third uncle returned. However, Zhao Yanzi's third uncle probably left because Zhao Yanzi stood here alone at the moment. Zhao Kuo was able to fight against a peak Qian level cultivator who was much older, and his strength was terrifying. He left a deep impression on Xie Yujia's mind. If Zhao Yanzi pressured Hao Ren with her third uncle, Hao Ren would get restricted. However, Zhao Yanzi seemed to have discussed this with her third uncle. After that day, Zhao Yanzi's hostility toward her seemed to decrease by a lot. She didn't fight with Xie Yujia all the time but cared for Hao Ren together. I'm going to fifth heaven, Zhao Yanzi said. Oh, okay. Xie Yujia clapped lightly, and Little White ran out from the corner of Hongji Square. Together, Zhao Yanzi looked at Hao Ren and Xie Yujia and said casually. Xie Yujia nodded. She would be worried to let Zhao Yanzi go to fifth heaven alone. Hao Ren took a deep breath and stopped the tipsy feeling for a bit. He wanted to show sincerity when he drank with Zhao Jiayi and the other guys and didn't utilize any nature essence. It had been a long time since he was drunk. I'm about to break through to the core formation realm, Zhao Yanzi said. That sentence made Hao Ren soberer. It was a massive milestone for the Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators to break through to the core formation realm. It was also a sudden leap in a level. If anything went wrong, it was possible that one could lose his or her life. Zhao Yanzi ran toward a corner at Hongji Square, and Little White followed tightly and transformed into a snow lion in a red energy sphere. Hao Ren took out the purple gold hairpin and threw it by his feet. It turned into a gold boat, picked up Xie Yujia, and flew toward the sky. In the corner of stairs at Hongji Square, Zhao Kuo looked at the three people who flew toward the sky and smiled as he shook his head. This little girl has her thoughts, and I can't control too much as her uncle. In the Demon Sea, none of the level 9 and level 10 demon beasts appeared. So, it was because Hao Ren made an agreement with a big demon king. In this case, I still owe this kid a favor, Zhao Kuo thought as he held up the liquor bottle in his hand and drank. After coming out from the Demon Sea, it would be meaningless to battle against ordinary Qian-level elders. In the East Ocean City, only Su Han was worthy of battling against. If Su Han could level up, it would be even more challenging to fight against her. Zhao Kuo always felt that Su Han's strength could go up another level, and it was absolutely not what she revealed right now. Cultivators who wanted to charge toward the heavenly dragon realm would usually leave one last bit of nature essence as backup. Therefore, when Zhao Kuo fought against Taiyi Cavemaster, he only used a little more than half of his strength. The higher one's realm was, the more difficult it would be to evaluate his or her own strength. At Zhao Kuo and Su Han's realm, the winner of the battle would have the momentum to charge at the heavenly dragon realm. The metal elemental cultivator who became a heavenly dragon many years ago also charged at the realm after he defeated all the opponents that he could find. Zhao Kuo drank more liquor and felt comfortable. He would be battling Su Han after a week. At this time, Hao Ren had already passed through the clouds and entered fifth heaven. A big energy sphere covered the extremely tranquil ethereal summit. Within a few days, the three sects around ethereal summit built many buildings. The ancient buildings layered around each other, and they could be compared with those medium-sized sects with long histories. If these three sects were seen as one, ethereal summit vaguely had the atmosphere of a giant sect. The lights in these three sects were lit, and many disciples traveled between the palaces on top of swords. The scene looked very lively. However, no one dared to get close to the Herb King Valley which belonged to Herb King Master. It was the forbidden area of the sects. Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi drew 2 rays of red lights as they flew over the 3 sects and rushed into the valley. A dozen blue voice transmission notes were at the entrance of the valley, and most of them were messages seeking elixir pills. Also, dozens of thumb rings that were found by over 10 sects on 6th heaven were placed at the entrance of the valley and waited to be collected. Hao Ren brought Xie Yujia to the entrance of the valley and saw cultivators waiting respectfully with all sorts of thumb rings in front of him. Thumb rings were considered rare dharma treasures in the cultivation sects, and these sects on 6th heaven tried very hard and only found these thumb rings. There were still a few pieces that weren't good, and the sects didn't dare to submit them. They were afraid that they might offend the Herb King Master in some way. Hao Ren appeared at the entrance of the valley, released more than a dozen sword energies, and gathered the thumb rings in his palm. Those cultivators who were ordered to stay at the valley entrance raised their heads, and they were surprised to see the senior disciple of the Herb King Master. "If there's anything better than your thumb ring at the moment, just replace it," Hao Ren said to Xie Yujia. "It's fine. The one you gave me works well." Xie Yujia lowered her head slightly and said shyly. She saw the thumb ring that Hao Ren gave her as an engagement ring, and its meaning was more significant. Even if other thumb rings were better, she still liked the red thumb ring that Hao Ren gave her more. Hao Ren knew her thoughts and smiled helplessly. Xie Yujia was too frugal. She was even very simple and plain when it came to Dharma treasures. Since Xie Yujia didn't pick, Hao Ren decided to pick it for her. After lightning energy flashed, more than half of the thumb rings broke into pieces. The cultivators who stood at the entrance were shocked when they saw Hao Ren destroying those thumb rings immediately. Out of the remaining 4 thumb rings, 2 of them were made of jade, one was made of bamboo, and the other one was made of some metallic materials. Hao Ren threw these 4 thumb rings in the air and shot 4 sword energies at them. The sword energies hit the thumb rings, and 2 of them broke instantly. If they didn't have any firmness, they were not suitable for Xie Yujia. The remaining 2 thumb rings were put on Hao Ren's fingers by the sword energies. The 5 elemental nature essence suddenly looped in and out of the 2 thumb rings, and they shined colorfully. Hao Ren instantly injected 500 strands of nature essence into them, and the left thumb ring burst into pieces. The right one rotated on Hao Ren's fingertip and made a humming noise. Those cultivators at the entrance were completely dumbfounded. These thumb rings took them a lot of effort to find, but they were shattered into pieces by Hao Ren in an instant. Especially the last broken thumb ring was shattered into pieces by Hao Ren's nature essence. What kind of explosive force is that? If that nature essence was put inside someone's body, the consequence would be unimaginable, they thought to themselves. Hao Ren grabbed the bamboo thumb ring and put it in Xie Yujia's palm. "Try it for yourself." Xie Yujia was stunned by Hao Ren's way of testing Dharma treasures as well. The thumb rings that all seemed great were instantly evaluated. Xie Yujia put on the bamboo thumb ring and used her nature essence, and this thumb ring glowed with a brown color and covered her. Xie Yujia grabbed the demonic bow pendant on her neck and shook her finger. The pendant turned into the demonic bow that was 1 meter long, and 3 sharp arrows appeared in her palm and shot toward the sky. The 3 arrows that were shot out contained some brown spots, and their speed seemed to be faster. Hao Ren looked at the oblique indentations on the bamboo thumb ring, and they seemed to be for archery. "This bamboo ring was found by my master in an ancient cultivator's cave. Other than this thumb ring, we also found a copy of Sky Archery Scroll." One of the cultivators was afraid that Hao Ren was dissatisfied with this thumb ring, so he took half a step up and said, Hao Ren nodded. Hao Ren didn't say anything, but this cultivator took out a copy of the technique and put it in Hao Ren's hand. Hao Ren flipped through the pages, knowing that this ancient book indeed recorded archery techniques. It seemed like the cultivator who used this technique was also an archer, and it was a coincidence that this sect's master found the ring and the technique. Other cultivators looked at each other and couldn't do anything. The thumb rings they found weren't good enough, and they didn't have rare techniques to hand in. Xie Yujia used the spell's origin note scroll and lightened up the red thumb ring on her finger as well. A red light glowed around her and formed a defensive energy sphere. The red thumb ring with a smooth surface seemed to be a defensive Dharma treasure. It was an accessory that can protect the finger, but it wasn't for archery. Hao Ren hit it with a sword energy, and this red energy sphere only shook for a bit but didn't break. He was standing beside Xie Yujia right now. If the attack was from a distance, Xie Yujia had enough time to fight back. With both offense and defense, Xie Yujia was like a tank. With the help of the Ruyi cloth, Xie Yujia's position would be drifting. It seemed like she would be great at controlling the tempo of battles from now on. Chapter 693. Duan Yao is at the nascent soul realm? Then, we'll keep this, Hao Ren said. Like Xie Yujia's demonic bow, this thumb ring that was made of bamboo was also a Dharma treasure on ancient cultivators, and they matched each other well. As to the red thumb ring that Hao Ren gave to her, it could create an energy sphere so that she could shoot arrows without being disturbed. Okay, Xie Yujia also realized that she could shoot better and faster with this bamboo thumb ring. This unique tool was quite useful. She put away the demonic bow and took out an essence unlocking note from her bracelet and handed it to the cultivator, who brought her the bamboo thumb ring and the technique. All other cultivators were quite envious of this young man. Since the others also brought her thumb rings, Xie Yujia gave each of them a foundation establishment pill as consolation rewards. The sects on 6th heaven didn't lack foundation establishment pills, but level 4 foundation establishment pills made by Herb King Master were better than those made by their own sects. With the pills, these cultivators could at least report back to their sects. Hao Ren waved his hand, and the golden boat carried him and Xie Yujia back into the valley. The Herb King Master was mysterious. After seeing the senior disciple going back, these cultivators from 6th heaven didn't dare to linger around and left one by one. The cultivator who got the essence unlocking note ran the fastest, since this note meant the recovery of one more nascent soul realm cultivator in his sect. His sect felt like it a good deal to trade the thumb ring and the archery technique for an essence unlocking note. After all, the thumb ring and the archery technique were not very useful to the sect. While the sects on 6th heaven were searching for the rare spiritual herbs, they also sent people to the 3 small sects around Ethereal Summit to get information about the needs of the Herb King Master. When Hao Ren came back to the valley with Xie Yujia, the snowlion cubs were barking with hunger. They followed Little White and gnawed at its fur, and some even crawled under its belly. Come here, Xie Yujia landed on the ground and beckoned to them. The snowlion cubs rolled to her feet like snowballs and hugged her feet, begging for attention. These are for you. Xie Yujia tossed out more than a dozen elixir pills, and the cubs immediately dropped to the ground to get them. Hao Ren rubbed them one by one and found that 2 of them had reached level 1. It showed that the level 3 elixir pills had easily improved their physiques. It must be noted that level 3 elixir pills were not common stock in the cultivation sects, and even elders couldn't take one level 3 elixir pill each day. Besides, the nature essence intensity at Ethereal Summit was much more abundant than the snowlion cave on land. Thus, it was no wonder that these snowlion cubs grew faster than ordinary snowlions. Zhao Yanzi was taking care of the spiritual herbs. When she saw Xie Yujia feeding the snowlion cubs, she ran over to pet them. The golden shield ran out of Hao Ren's necklace suddenly. It had taken Hao Ren's necklace as its bedroom, coming and going at its will. As a spatial Dharma treasure, the necklace could store all kinds of stuff with nature essence, but it couldn't lock in supreme spiritual treasures. Seeing the golden shield spinning in the valley, Hao Ren immediately shot out a sword energy and shouted, "Get out!" With the newly built array formation, the nature essence in Ethereal Summit had just gotten abundant after days of accumulation, and Hao Ren didn't want the golden shield to suck the nature essence dry. After flying around the valley twice, the golden shield shot out several golden lights morosely before flying out of Ethereal Summit and toward 6th heaven. Ordinary cultivators would want to keep the supreme spiritual treasures close by and would never kick them out like Hao Ren. However, Hao Ren knew the golden shield well, and he knew that it would come back at its own will. That was why he didn't allow it to run wild in his territory. He gave Little White total freedom, and he did the same with the golden shield. As long as they did their jobs when they were needed, Hao Ren's didn't care about other things. Bang! The golden shield broke the array formation between 5th heaven and 6th heaven, rushed into the beautiful 6th heaven, and sucked in nature essence as it shivered in excitement. After passing the heavenly tribulation, it required a tremendous amount of nature essence to solidify its realm, which was why it had gotten exhausted after defeating the demon-conquering Vajra, which was 1 level lower. Suddenly, the clouds surged, and the world changed colors on 6th heaven. It was nighttime, and the various masters who had been cultivating in seclusion felt something was wrong and rushed out of the back mountains. They saw a black object with radiant light around it sucking in things around it crazily. If Yu Yang and Hao Zonghua saw this sight, they would be astonished to see a small black hole. The masters could clearly feel the thinning of the nature essence on 6th heaven. When they were worried that the nature essence on 6th heaven might run out, the black object stopped eating. Pooh! The black object suddenly spat out a lot of things. Debris, dried leaves, mud, all those things filled up a valley. While emitting golden light, this treasure flew slowing toward 5th heaven. A spiritual treasure is appearing in the world. The masters who were standing on the mountains of their sects were tempted. Although the masters who were still at the core formation realm didn't dare to make a move, the ones who had recovered their nascent soul realms chased after the radiant Dharma treasure without hesitation. It was risky to tame such a spiritual treasure, but it would be a great helper to them if they could tame it successfully. Usually, the spiritual treasures were the most vulnerable when they first appear in the world and would take the first cultivator they saw as their owners. When the golden shield shot back to fifth heaven, the nascent soul realm masters followed it. After sucking in a sufficient amount of nature essence, the golden shield was speedy, and the nascent soul realm masters chased after it with their top speeds. Most of the cultivators couldn't see a spiritual treasure all their lives. If they had the opportunity to tame a spiritual treasure successfully, it would change their fates completely. With the spiritual treasure, not only would their sect become the #1 sect on sixth heaven, but the cultivators themselves had the chance to charge at the soul formation realm. The golden shield spun and disappeared into a valley. The masters were about to follow in when they realized that the terrain was quite familiar. They immediately stopped flying since they recognized that it was Herb King Master's ethereal summit. The spiritual treasure belongs to the Herb King Master, and it was released to sixth heaven to absorb nature essence. These masters from sixth heaven flew around ethereal summit a few times and left. If it were another nascent soul realm master who had released the supreme spiritual treasure to suck nature essence on sixth heaven, these masters would have joined forces and asked that master to hand out the supreme spiritual treasure. However, they couldn't afford to mess with the Herb King Master. They rushed out in the middle of the night, and now they had to return with resentment. With lights flowing on its black surface, the golden shield shot into the valley and laid on a rock lazily. It realized that the days with Hao Ren were indeed comfortable. Otherwise, the nascent soul realm cultivators would have chased it until dawn after it sucked in so much nature essence from sixth heaven. There might be a chance where those masters had supreme techniques and could capture it successfully. However, after it entered Hao Ren's valley, none of the nascent soul realm masters dared to follow. The golden shield spat out a wave of nature essence and began to absorb the treasure soul of the demon-conquering Vajra that it had taken in. If it could completely absorb the treasure soul, its golden lights could break treasures, which would be an awesome feature. The supreme spiritual treasures were very hard-working since they didn't want to be killed instantly by more powerful treasures. In this perspective, the golden shield was more driven than Little White. After glancing at the golden shield which looked like a rusted iron plate, Hao Ren drew out the Ruyi cloth and handed it to Xie Yujia along with the control technique. "When you have time, study them and see how to use it," Hao Ren said. "Okay." Xie Yujia lowered her head and read the paper that Hao Ren handed to her. Counting the demonic bow that Hao Ren had given to her previously, she now had a total of 4 Dharma treasures. "Z, are you going to break through?" Hao Ren looked down and asked Zhao Yanzi, who was playing with the snow lion cubs in the meadow. With Z's attitude, she wasn't a diligent cultivator and had lost her drive, especially after she had left Xie Yujia behind in terms of cultivation. "I know." Zhao Yanzi jumped up, feeling a bit sulky after seeing Hao Ren giving a white cloth to Xie Yujia. Even though she felt like that white cloth wasn't valuable, she was still a little jealous. "Duan Yao has reached the nascent soul realm," Hao Ren said. "Nascent soul realm?" Dumbfounded, Zhao Yanzi replied after a few seconds, "You're lying." When Duan Yao left Hao Ren's home, she was only at low-tier core formation realm. That was why Zhao Yanzi didn't believe Hao Ren. Beside them, Xie Yujia was surprised when Hao Ren said that Duan Yao had reached the nascent soul realm. However, she was more considerate than Zhao Yanzi and wondered how Hao Ren knew about Duan Yao. After all, the latter had left with Lady Zhen. If Hao Ren hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that Duan Yao had reached the nascent soul realm. He wished that Duan Yao could come to land again to stimulate Zhao Yanzi and prove his honesty. Remembering that Duan Yao had beaten the souls out of the big demon kings, Hao Ren felt like she obtained an extraordinary presence. If he didn't cultivate hard, he probably would be no match for her. "Okay. I will cultivate to break through to a higher realm." Zhao Yanzi didn't believe that Duan Yao had reached the nascent soul realm. But hearing Hao Ren mentioning the latter's name, she got competitive. After she had dinner with Zhao Kuo, who tutored her for a while, She was confident that she could break into the core formation realm. Remembering that Duan Yao was at the core formation realm while she was only at the foundation establishment realm, Zhao Yanzi was determined to catch up to Duan Yao. Ho ho ho, good nephew, you think about my disciple this much? I wonder if you want to take Yao from me. Lady Zhen's voice suddenly sounded. Then, the array formation was torn open, and Lady Zhen landed in the valley with Duan Yao, whose pretty face looked cold. Chapter 694. Return. Duan Yao's face looked stiff as if Hao Ren owed her hundreds of yuan. I was going to go to Sky Mountain Sect with Yao and came to visit you on our way. Lady Zhen's beautiful eyes curved as she smiled. Nephew, since you are here, I will entrust Yao to you. Hao Ren looked at Lady Zhen, surprised that they showed up just when he was talking about them. Zhao Yanzi blinked in confusion and looked at Lady Zhen warily, wondering if Lady Zhen meant to push Duan Yao to Hao Ren. She then glanced at Duan Yao again and was astonished to find that the latter was releasing the aura of the nascent soul realm. Ho ho ho, little girl. This is the thing that I promised you. With a laugh, Lady Zhen tossed out a small traditional dress at Zhao Yanzi, and it dashed out like a flash of colorful light. Zhao Yanzi took the light dress and measured it against herself happily, finding that it was just her size. This traditional dress had several precious gems inlaid in it, which resembled the dress that Duan Yao was wearing. I'm going to sixth heaven to clean up my past. Duan Yao looked at Hao Ren and said, emphasizing each word. Grr, grr, curled up in the grass. Little White, who had been trying hard to absorb the level 10 demonic core, arched its back and growled at Duan Yao. Ignoring Little White, Duan Yao continued to stare at Hao Ren. Hum. Hao Ren nodded slightly. You, go with me, Duan Yao continued. You. Zhao Yanzi gritted her teeth and walked to Hao Ren's side, blocking him from Duan Yao with her body. After some thinking, Hao Ren realized that Duan Yao had obstacles in her cultivation since she hadn't cut ties with Sky Mountain Sect in her heart, and this was why Lady Zhen brought her back to get rid of the knot in her heart. Since Sky Mountain Sect had sent Duan Yao to Ethereal Summit, they still thought that she was with the Herb King Master. It would make sense if Hao Ren took her to Sky Mountain Sect. Okay. Hao Ren nodded. Hao Ren still owed Duan Yao a favor for helping him in the Demon Sea, so he agreed to accompany her back to Sky Mountain Sect. Surprised that Hao Ren would agree, Zhao Yanzi took half a step forward immediately and said, I'll go with you. As she said that, Zhao Yanzi drew out the purple-green treasure sword. Let's fight. You can't be at the nascent soul realm, she challenged Duan Yao. After retreating half a step lightly, Duan Yao knocked on the body of the purple-green sword with her knuckle. Ding! With the crisp noise, Zhao Yanzi stumbled and dropped to the ground with the sword in her hand. It convinced Zhao Yanzi that Duan Yao had really reached the nascent soul realm. With her foundation establishment realm, Zhao Yanzi was no match for Duan Yao's little finger. In the dark night, Duan Yao seemed more beautiful than before. Although there still were traces naughtiness, she had the aura of a little demonic girl. Desperate, Zhao Yanzi knew that Duan Yao far surpassed her, and the latter was showing mercy by not taking back the purple-green treasure sword. In other words, Duan Yao might think that the purple-green sword wasn't worthy of her attention anymore. Zhao Yanzi was confident a moment ago, but her self-esteem got a big blow. In fact, Duan Yao wanted to take back her sword, but she remembered Lady Zhen's warning. She wasn't allowed to cause any conflict when encountering Hao Ren and the others during this short trip to Sky Mountain Sect. Let's go. Hao Ren released the golden boat and pulled Zhao Yanzi onto it. Zhao Yanzi was a jealous girl. Hao Ren wanted her to go with them so that she wouldn't get suspicious. Now that Sky Mountain Sect was severely damaged, they wouldn't be able to do anything to them. Although Duan Yao had reached the nascent soul realm, her power wasn't overbearing in Hao Ren's mind. Duan Yao didn't get into Hao Ren's boat. Instead, she flew up in the colorful traditional dress that Lady Zhen gave to her and rushed out of the array formation, heading towards sixth heaven. Standing on the boat, Zhao Yanzi disliked Duan Yao, but she had a good impression of Lady Zhen since the latter brought her gifts every time they met. While Hao Ren steered the boat at the bow, Zhao Yanzi put on the traditional dress that Lady Zhen gave her and circulated her nature essence through it, feeling so light that she could fly in it. This traditional dress that was personally made by Lady Zhen was beautiful. When Zhao Yanzi spun, the edges of the dress flew up with the blinking precious gems. With its great speed, Hao Ren's golden boat arrived at Sky Mountain Sect in the blink of an eye. Duan Yao flew in the colorful traditional dress with her nascent soul realm strength and was able to catch up with Hao Ren's speed. The many buildings that had been destroyed by Hao Ren in Sky Mountain Sect were mostly repaired. The bright lights inside the sect showed that the disciples were busy cultivating. As rewards for their efforts in helping Hao Ren build the array formation for Ethereal Summit, 3 mid-tier nascent soul realm cultivators in Sky Mountain Sect had recovered their strength. However, the strength of the sect was far less than their original peak state where they had 1 peak nascent soul realm cultivator, 3 mid-tier nascent soul realm cultivators, and 5 low-tier nascent soul realm cultivators. Recently, Sky Mountain Sect had tried their best and got a precious essence unlocking note, but it had no effects when it was shot into Lingwu Master's body. Besides searching for the spiritual herbs that Herb King Master needed, the sects on 6th Heaven were all working hard to help the middle-level disciples to cultivate, since one more nascent soul realm cultivator meant more deterrence. As to some of the impatient sects, they had begun to attack the sects whose nascent soul realm cultivators hadn't recovered their realms. Spirit stone mines and spiritual herbs were robbed. With 3 nascent soul realm cultivators in the sect, Sky Mountain Sect was still safe, but people were worried that other sects would join forces and attack together. Everyone knew that Sky Mountain Sect had the most spiritual herbs, the best spirit beasts, and several high-quality spirit stone mines. Right now, everyone in Sky Mountain Sect, including Lingwu Master and the disciples, was regretting attacking Ethereal Summit. However, they had to defend the sect as they couldn't stand by and watch the 1,000-year-old sect be destroyed. When every disciple of the sect kept alert for dangers, 2 lights came from the distance. Dozens of core formation realm cultivators immediately flew up on flying swords to block the enemies. At this moment, any small mistake could destroy the sect. In the past few days, 2 sects had been overturned. If not for the interference of the sects on 7th Heaven, all the sects on 6th Heaven would have waged wars against each other. It's junior sister Yao, the core formation realm cultivator in the front yelled. Hao Ren slowed down the boat, staying behind on purpose. Junior sister Yao is back. Junior sister Yao is back. The news spread quickly in Sky Mountain Sect. Swoosh, the 3 nascent soul realm cultivators, Sect Master Duan Yi, and his wife all flew out immediately. Yao. Duan Yao's mother had tears on her cheeks before she got close to Duan Yao. After Duan Yao was sent to Ethereal Summit by her cruel dad, Duan Yao's mother was prohibited from going to Ethereal Summit and looking for Duan Yao. She had cried many times in the past few days. Floating in the high sky, Duan Yao's eyes turned red when she saw her mother flying over shakily on a flying sword. Boom! Duan Yao suddenly released her aura as a nascent soul realm cultivator. The 3 nascent soul realm elders standing on flying swords almost lost their balance, while the core formation realm cultivators behind them stumbled in astonishment. Duan Yao was only at low-tier core formation realm when she was sent out of Sky Mountain Sect. But now, she was at the nascent soul realm. No, they couldn't call her junior sister Yao anymore. They had to refer to her as Aunt Master. A 15-year-old nascent soul realm cultivator was unprecedented and shocking. Yao. Duan Yao's mother, who was flying toward Duan Yao, also stopped in the high sky, wondering if the girl in front of her was indeed her daughter. Aunt Master Duan. Dozens of core formation realm cultivators suddenly greeted Duan Yao together. Since she had reached the nascent soul realm, according to the rules of Sky Mountain Sect, she was now their Aunt Master. In most of the cultivation sects, the ranks were not decided by age but strength. It meant that all the core formation realm cultivators were 1 generation lower than the nascent soul realm cultivators. I'm not your Aunt Master, Duan Yao said as she gritted her teeth. Seeing the familiar faces of her senior brothers and sisters in the sect, Dan Yao had tears in her eyes. This was the last time that she would return to Sky Mountain Sect. Mom, then, she called out in a low voice. This was also the last time that she would see her mother. When she was sent out to Ethereal Summit, she hadn't had the chance to say goodbye to her mother. Yao. Hearing her word, Duan Yao's mother finally was convinced that the girl in front of her was her daughter, and tears gushed out of her eyes. Now that you've left of Ethereal Summit, you must come home. she persuaded while looking at Duan Yao. "Please come home, Aunt Master Duan," dozens of core formation realm cultivators shouted at once. With only 3 nascent soul realm cultivators, the Big Sky Mountain sect could barely guard itself. If they had one more nascent soul realm cultivator, the sect would be better protected. Yi Yan, who had shown affection to Duan Yao, was among the core formation realm cultivators. He had cut ties with Duan Yao, and now he was surprised that Duan Yao had reached the nascent soul realm in such a short time. Is it the result of dual cultivation? While looking at Duan Yao's slim figure, he was struck with this thought. Sparing no glance at Yi Yan, Duan Yao looked at her father carefully. In just a short time, Sect Master Duan Yi had gotten thinner. Having just reached the nascent soul realm, Duan Yao was inexperienced and couldn't tell that Duan Yi's exhausted look was due to his failure in charging at the nascent soul realm. Sky Mountain sect was on the verge of collapsing. How about Grand Uncle Master? Duan Yao held back her tears and asked. Your Grand Uncle Master feels dead inside, and he locked himself in the back mountain. He doesn't plan on coming out anymore, Duan Yao's mother said with a sigh. Wah, standing on the golden boat, Hao Ren flew over slowly with Zhao Yanzi. Chapter 695. Belonged to the Demon Sea. The appearance of Hao Ren's golden boat alarmed the cultivators of Sky Mountain sect, and they backed off several steps when they saw Hao Ren standing at the bow of the boat. The 3 nascent soul realm elders, the sect master, and his wife stood their ground and cupped their hands at Hao Ren. Greetings to Master. No one was sure if Hao Ren was the Herb King Master. He was a bit too young to be the Herb King Master. Even if he weren't, he was extraordinary as the senior disciple of the Herb King Master. This was why the cultivators greeted Hao Ren as Master, as if he were Herb King Master himself. On Hao Ren's golden boat stood another young girl who looked to be of the same age as Duan Yao, and she wore the same style of traditional dress as Duan Yao. Staying close to Hao Ren, she seemed to be Hao Ren's junior sister, but their relationship seemed more intimate than that. After looking at Hao Ren, Duan Yi suddenly realized that Duan Yao was returning to visit her family after becoming the concubine of the Herb King Master or the senior disciple of the Herb King Master. He was hurting inside, but he supposed that Duan Yao had achieved the goal of joining Ethereal Summit and could speak for Sky Mountain sect. Standing on the boat, Zhao Yanzi looked at Duan Yao and the cultivators of Sky Mountain sect silently. The male cultivators of Sky Mountain sect were also sneaking glances at Zhao Yanzi, finding her pretty and exquisite. They were envious of the Herb King Master for having such a lovely concubine. Then, they were upset that Duan Yao, the cutest girl in Sky Mountain sect, had become a concubine of the Herb King Master as well. Although Zhao Yanzi's aura was only at the Foundation Establishment realm, they all thought that she was also at the Nascent Soul realm, just like Duan Yao. Those core formation realm cultivators who had been to Ethereal Summit were even more jealous when they remembered that Hao Ren had 2 beautiful maids who were top-tier Nascent Soul realm cultivators. With the Herb King Master's power, he could do anything he wanted, and no one dared to challenge him. While looking at Duan Yao, Hao Ren was oblivious to the many thoughts in the cultivators' minds. After some consideration, Duan Yao said to Duan Yi, Dad, I want to see Grand Uncle Master. If it were before, Duan Yao wouldn't be able to summon figures like Lingwu Master. However, since she had reached the Nascent Soul realm and was 1 realm higher than her father, Duan Yi didn't dare to reprimand her. Duan Yi turned his head and issued an order to a core formation realm cultivator behind him, and that cultivator flew to the back mountain quickly on a flying sword. Yao, Duan Yao's mother looked at her and called out in a low voice. Hovering in the high sky, Duan Yao suddenly flew to stand beside Hao Ren on his golden boat. Standing on the left and right sides of Hao Ren respectively, Duan Yao and Zhao Yanzi both wore colorful traditional dresses and looked like 2 dolls. Whoosh, the core formation realm cultivator flew back from the back mountain. On his flying sword stood an old man, and he was no other but Lingwu Master. With sunken eyes, a haggard face, and a loose Taoist robe, Lingwu Master didn't have the aura of a master like before. After falling from peak Nascent Soul realm to the Foundation Establishment realm, he couldn't recover his original realm and thus had become a wastrel. It was a massive blow to him. If he weren't told that Duan Yao had reached the Nascent Soul realm, Lingwu Master would never have come out from the back mountain. At this moment, he stood on the flying sword of that junior disciple and studied Duan Yao with cloudy eyes, finding that she had indeed reached the nascent soul realm. Although his realm had dropped to the foundation establishment realm, his eyes were still sharp. Remembering that he had to sacrifice Duan Yao for the safety of Sky Mountain sect, Lingwu Master got emotional when he saw that she had reached the nascent soul realm. "I'm grateful to Dad and Mom for raising me, to Grand Uncle Master for teaching me, and to the senior brothers for helping me," Duan Yao said to them in a clear voice while standing beside Hao Ren. She took out a small bottle from her pocket and continued, "Grand Uncle Master, this is a black jade blood pill that I begged from my master, and it can heal damaged meridians completely." Hearing Duan Yao's words, Lingwu Master, who looked like a depressed old man, looked up instantly. He had never heard about the black jade blood pill, but his hope rose when he heard that it could heal damaged meridians. The huge essence-locking note from 8th heaven had almost shattered all his meridians. While he tried to maintain the foundation establishment realm, his nature essence was gradually running out. If he couldn't find a way to recover his realm, his body would age quickly, and he would die in weeks. That was why he had locked himself in the secret chamber in the back mountain, ready to welcome the end of his life alone. This is a bottle of bone-strengthening powder made with the bone powder of level 8 demon beasts. Please take it to senior brother Mo so that he can recover to the core formation realm. Duan Yao took out another gray bottle and handed it to the cultivator, who accepted the pills for Lingwu Master. The expressions of these cultivators of Sky Mountain sect changed slightly when they heard the words, "Level 8 Demon Beast." There was no trace of level 8 demon beasts even on 7th heaven, and the remains of a level 8 demon beast were more precious than a spirit stone mine. They had never heard of the bone-strengthening powder but knew that the effects of the elixir must be extraordinary since it was made with the bone powder of level 8 demon beasts. Their glances shifted from Duan Yao to Hao Ren, thinking that the Herb King Master was so powerful that he could produce miraculous elixirs even unknown to Sky Mountain sect, which excelled in elixir making. Also, the fact that the Herb King Master gave this elixir to Duan Yao means that she is a favorite of the Herb King Master, which isn't surprising since Duan Yao is so vivacious and lovely, a lot of cultivators thought to themselves. Seeing their glances, Hao Ren knew that they thought the elixirs came from him. While shaking his head, he didn't explain. Everyone had a different point of view. When Sky Mountain sect surrounded Ethereal Summit, it was natural that Hao Ren fought back with all his strength and destroyed more than half of the structures of Sky Mountain sect. However, for Duan Yao, Sky Mountain sect was her home where she grew up. There were her senior brothers and sisters and memories. After the battle at Ethereal Summit, Sky Mountain sect had declined quickly, which was why she hated Hao Ren. "Dad. Mom. Here is a bottle of pregnancy pills which can solidify your foundations. I hope you can give birth to a little brother who will be better behaved than me." Duan Yao took out a red bottle and tossed it to her father, Duan Yi. Standing on a silver flying sword, Sect Master Duan Yi caught the bottle, opened the wood cap, and smelled the scent of the dozens of pills in the bottle. It was a very intense aroma of elixirs. Sky Mountain sect excelled in elixir making, and Duan Yi had seen all kinds of elixirs. He had heard of the pregnancy pills before, and they were elixir pills that the ancient cultivators took to conceive offsprings without damaging their realms. After all, it was against the law of nature to cultivate, and it was a rare fortune for cultivators to have kids. That was why the cultivators experienced more danger than mortals when they tried to have children. By taking the pregnancy pills, the cultivators could lower the risks in the process of having children. However, this elixir pill was made with the internal core of level 6 demon beasts that were nowhere to be found in the current cultivation world. That was why this elixir pill couldn't be made, and the male cultivators must get more concubines if they wanted to have 1 or 2 children. By giving her parents the pregnancy pills, Duan Yao was gifting them 2 to 3 children. "I guess you won't miss me after you have more children," Duan Yao thought as she clenched her fists and stood beside Hao Ren. Duan Yao's mother looked lost, feeling like Duan Yao wouldn't come back anymore. However, Duan Yi looked more pleased than sad since he could have sons with these pregnancy pills. Among the dozens of core formation realm cultivators, Yi Yan's expression was the darkest. Mo Lianshan's reputation and strength were better than his before the battle with Ethereal Summit, and Duan Yao's bone-strengthening power could help Mo Lianshan re-cultivate and probably get more powerful than before, which meant that he would lose his chance at becoming the next sect master. Also, if Duan Yi had sons, it would be more difficult for him to become the sect master. After putting the bottle of elixir pills into his sleeve carefully, Duan Yi looked at Duan Yao in the high sky and said after a moment of consideration, "Yao, there are still 5 elders who haven't recovered their realms. Now that you are serving the Herb King Master, can you?" Before he could finish, Duan Yao knew what he wanted, and her face turned from pink to pale quickly. She would never forget that her father had sent her to Ethereal Summit like an object without hesitation. "Dad, we have no ties anymore after I went to Ethereal Summit." Duan Yao suddenly released her aura as a nascent soul realm cultivator, and the buildings that were in construction on the hillside collapsed under her anger. "I, Duan Yao, don't owe you anything anymore." Duan Yao's tears slid down her face as she stomped. "From now on, there is no Duan Yao in Sky Mountain Sect. You have no daughter named Duan Yao, and Sky Mountain Sect has no disciple named Duan Yao." Duan Yao said the words while biting hard on her lips. Then, she punched hard on Hao Ren's chest. Feeling suffocated for a moment, Hao Ren suddenly understood the situation and moved the golden boat away. "Yao," Duan Yao's mother called out in a sad voice. Duan Yao held back her tears and didn't look back. Then, she jumped off Hao Ren's golden boat and flew toward the low sky. From now on, she would have nothing to do with Sky Mountain Sect, and she solely belonged to the Demon Sea. Chapter 696. Breakthrough. Looking at Duan Yao who was leaving, Zhao Yanzi felt a bit sad as if she were looking at herself. Duan Yao had reached the nascent soul realm, but she lost more. They were of the same age, but their lives were drastically different. Instantly, Duan Yao disappeared into the layers of mist on Fifth Heaven. With her nascent soul realm, she wouldn't encounter any dangers on Fifth Heaven. When she returned to the Demon Sea, Huaxi and Yingqiao would pick her up. In fact, when Lady Zhen took Duan Yao to Fifth Heaven, she didn't make Duan Yao promise to come back. Duan Yao could choose to stay in Sky Mountain Sect, but she was determined not to. With a light sigh, Hao Ren watched as Duan Yao disappeared into the distance. Then, he flew back to Ethereal Summit. Swoosh, 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 3 golden lights suddenly shot toward Hao Ren. Not expecting attacks from inside the array formation, Hao Ren immediately raised his arms to block, but the 3 golden lights went around him. Bang! 3 deep holes appeared on the rocky wall of the valley. Xie Yujia covered her mouth in astonishment for a few seconds and yelled anxiously, "Are you okay?" While Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi went to 6th Heaven, she stayed in the valley to practice archery and almost hit Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi when they came back abruptly. "We're fine." With a wave of his hand, Hao Ren landed on the meadow with Zhao Yanzi. The 3 light arrows from Xie Yujia were so fast that they almost hit him, catching him off guard. Xie Yujia looked at Zhao Yanzi, worried that the latter would think that she had attacked them on purpose. However, Zhao Yanzi bit her lips and was deep in thought. Lying in its cave, Little White was trying hard to absorb the level 10 demonic core while the golden shield lay on a rock, working hard to absorb the treasure soul of the demon conquering Vajra. The 2 noisy things were tranquil at this moment. "How was your practice?" Hao Ren asked Xie Yujia who was flushing and looking apologetic. "It was okay." Embarrassed, Xie Yujia stuck out her tongue. "Show me." Hao Ren smiled and continued to look at her. Xie Yujia pulled her demonic bow while 3 light dots appeared between her fingers. Although the 5 elemental life-death notes could simulate all kinds of power, Xie Yujia's current realm didn't allow her to do anything but copy Hao Ren's sword energies. 3 light dots were shot from the demonic bow and turned into 3 short arrows. Staring at the 3 arrows, Xie Yujia slightly moved her thumb, which was wearing the thumb ring, and the 3 arrows changed direction suddenly. She could change the direction of the arrows that she had shot out. "I can only make them go one direction right now," Xie Yujia explained shyly. While Hao Ren was still surprised, Xie Yujia shot another 3 arrows with a pluck of her fingers. Snap! Snap! With the protection of the thumb ring, she shot out another 2 batches of arrows with ease. In the blink of an eye, she shot out 12 arrows. Since she didn't have to draw arrows, shooting got easier, and Xie Yujia could shoot arrows faster than any ancient archery master. With 3 arrows in one shooting, she shot out 4 batches one after another. Bang! 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 The 12 arrows shot into the cliff in the distance one by one, shattering the rocks that were dozens of meters in diameter. While Xie Yujia shot, a red energy sphere appeared automatically to protect her. She was capable of such power at only the Foundation Establishment realm. If she reached the Core Formation realm or the Nascent Soul realm, the arrows that she shot would be more powerful. If she shot out only one arrow with all her strength, it would track down its target. Even a Core Formation realm cultivator wouldn't dare to block it. Standing beside Hao Ren, Zhao Yanzi was secretly astonished by Xie Yujia's archery. Despite her higher realm, she probably was no match for Xie Yujia. With her hard practice, Xie Yujia could now use the demonic bow proficiently. And, I practiced with that too. Xie Yujia blushed and took out the ruyi cloth that Hao Ren gave her. She spread it in her palm and tossed it up lightly. With a serious expression, she chanted a spell silently and shot out a dharma note with her nature essence cautiously, afraid of making mistakes. The white cloth expanded like a paper towel that was soaked in hot water. It became 1 meter wide and 1 meter long, and golden threads surrounded the white silk. Xie Yujia leapt onto the white cloth, which was soft like a cloud of cotton candy. Cautiously, Xie Yujia chanted again, and the ruyi cloth shot forward suddenly. Not able to keep her balance, Xie Yujia fell on the soft ruyi cloth, which stopped in the air without her control. Embarrassed, Xie Yujia stood up and moved the ruyi cloth again. It moved several meters forward while Xie Yujia stumbled and fell on it again. She looked as clumsy as if she were learning how to skate for the first time. Seeing her face red with embarrassment, Hao Ren smiled and flew up on a sword energy, grabbing her wrist. It was fortunate the ruyi cloth was as soft as a cloud, and it wasn't painful to fall on it as long as she didn't fall out of it. With her hand in Hao Ren's grip, Xie Yujia flew slowly with a red face, feeling like she was too clumsy. "It's okay. Take it easy." Hao Ren held her hand to ensure that she wouldn't fall. Standing on the meadow, Zhao Yanzi watched Hao Ren hold Xie Yujia's hand in the night, feeling a little jealous. She was a bit envious when she saw that Xie Yujia's flight dharma treasure was cute and small like white cotton candy. Keeping half a meter above the ground, Xie Yujia flew one circle around the valley slowly under Hao Ren's guidance. Being nervous, her hand began to sweat, which made her face flush even redder with embarrassment. However, Hao Ren didn't mind her sweaty hand. Instead, he tightened his grip on her hand and brought her higher in the air. Xie Yujia hadn't been afraid when she rode on Hao Ren's boat or Little White's back, but when she stepped on the ruyi cloth which she controlled and looked down at the valley, she wanted to shriek but suppressed the urge. Seeing her nervous expression, Hao Ren felt as if he were on a roller coaster with her in an amusement park and wanted to laugh. Xie Yujia looked mature in every aspect, but she was still a girl and needed his protection. "I'm sweating." Feeling Hao Ren's tight grip on her hand, Xie Yujia drew out her hand bashfully. She controlled the white cloth and lowered the latitude little by little. Like the demonic bow, this dharma treasure needed 5 elemental nature essence, so only she and Hao Ren could use it. Zhao Yanzi liked the ruyi cloth, but she wouldn't be able to move it by an inch if she tried. Small and moving at Xie Yujia's will, the ruyi cloth with a width and length of 1 meter could only have one cultivator standing on it. With it, Xie Yujia had her own flight dharma treasure. With some practice, she could shoot arrows from any angles on the ruyi cloth, and the arrows could have the effect of essence-locking notes. "I want to break through. I want to break through," Zhao Yanzi yelled sulkily. After Zhao Kuo's tutoring, Zhao Yanzi felt like she could break through to the core formation realm at a steady pace. However, after receiving stimulation from Duan Yao and Xie Yujia, she felt like her strength was the lowest. In resignation, Hao Ren pulled Zhao Yanzi by her arm and flew into her cave. After some consideration, Xie Yujia flew out of ethereal summit on the ruyi cloth to find a quiet room in the nearby Qin Yin sect to cultivate. She decided not to stay in the valley so that she wouldn't accidentally interfere with Zhao Yanzi's critical breakthrough by mistake. The cultivators of Qin Yin sect hurried out to welcome her when Xie Yujia flew out of ethereal summit. They would happily offer the sect master's room to Xie Yujia, let alone giving a side room to Xie Yujia to rest. Meanwhile, Zhao Yanzi hung up a curtain at the entrance of her cave and created a simple soundproof array formation. She had decorated her cave abode and made it into a small girly room with a fluffy blanket on the stone bed. Also, there were all kinds of small decorating crafts on the walls and a neatly made small quilt with cartoon pictures on the bed. It was comfortable to sleep in the cave even if she weren't cultivating. The valley was very quiet. After Zhao Yanzi activated the soundproof array formation, the cave was even quieter. Hao Ren had shared a room with Zhao Yanzi before, but it had been in either his or her home and even once in Song Qingya's home. However, in this small cave on Fifth Heaven, which was far from East Ocean City, it felt more intimate. After walking to the cave entrance, Hao Ren saw Xie Yujia flying toward the direction of Qin Yin sect on her Ruyi cloth. Now that Fifth Heaven was in peace, he didn't expect anyone to make trouble for Ethereal Summit or the nearby three sects. He looked back and realized that Zhao Yanzi was already in the quilt, and the colorful traditional dress had been tossed to the side. All her accessories were removed and put on the stone table beside the bed. Without the hairband, her pretty, black hair fell to her small round shoulders. At grade 9, Zhao Yanzi looked quite charming. The purple-green treasure sword, one of the ultimate treasures of Sky Mountain sect, stood against the bed to guard her. It was a big milestone to reach the core formation realm from the foundation establishment realm, and there were many things to consider. Since Zhao Yanzi had once reached Gen level, she was confident that she could reach the core formation realm after Zhao Kuo's tutoring. However, she was still afraid that some mistakes would occur, which was why she needed Hao Ren to guard her in the breakthrough. "I'll begin now," Zhao Yanzi said with a blush. She pulled up the quilt around her and tossed out her pale blue school uniform. To break through to a higher realm, the first step was to remove all the things on the body. That was why only the most intimate cultivator with a higher realm could act as the guard during the breakthrough. With her pretty black hair falling on her smooth shoulders, Zhao Yanzi gritted her teeth and closed her eyes. Chapter 697. Hey, the second step was a clear mind without any irrelevant thoughts. Zhao Kuo, the cultivation maniac, had told Zhao Yanzi all the key points in a breakthrough. That was why Zhao Yanzi had asked Hao Ren, the person she trusted most, to guard her during the breakthrough. Silently, Hao Ren moved a stone chair to the side of Zhao Yanzi's bed, blocking the entrance of the cave. No mistakes were allowed in cultivation, which was why the cultivators would lock themselves in secret chambers to cultivate in seclusion. Since most cultivators had enemies, it was tradition to find trusted cultivators who were on higher realms to guard them during the breakthroughs. Sitting on the stone chair cross-legged, Hao Ren watched Zhao Yanzi, who was concentrating, and tried to calm himself. With the quilt around her, traces of white vapor rose from Zhao Yanzi's forehead. This was the sign that the nature essence was gathering in the meridians. If Hao Ren stood up, he could glance at the part of her body below her naked shoulders in the quilt. After 1 year of cultivation and growth, Zhao Yanzi looked more beautiful than when they first met, and her figure got fuller. I guess more boys like her now, Hao Ren thought with a bit of jealousy as he looked at her. With her eyes closed, Zhao Yanzi was concentrating her mind on condensing the golden core. However, Hao Ren couldn't close his eyes and cultivate. Instead, he must watch Zhao Yanzi closely, ready to act if she ran into issues. Staring at Zhao Yanzi, he began to have other thoughts. Exquisite small face, calm expression, twitching nostrils, pouting lips, and frowning eyebrows. Zhao Yanzi was in the most vivacious, lovely stage where she had just grown out of her childishness. A cloud of white vapor rose from her shoulders, making her small collarbones look as exquisite as 2 tie strings on a small pajama dress. Her long black hair fell on her shoulders while some strands dropped to the front of her body, creating a sharp contrast against her white skin. Hao Ren exhaled silently and began to circulate the spirit concentration scroll, which he hadn't used for a long time, trying to suppress his distracting thoughts. If he had distracting thoughts, Zhao Yanzi would harbor distracting thoughts as well. Hao Ren was afraid that she would make mistakes since she had always been careless with her cultivation and studies. Zhao Yanzi bit on her lower lip, and her eyelashes fluttered slightly. Her peace of mind was disturbed while she was at an important checkpoint. "I'm here. Don't worry," Hao Ren said immediately. Zhao Yanzi nodded slightly and didn't dare to open her eyes. It felt like her eyelids were glued. She was looking inside of her body with nature essence, and opening her eyes would bring distracting thoughts to her mind. After hearing Hao Ren's words, she calmed down a bit. She didn't care if Hao Ren were taking the opportunity to stare at her since she would marry him sooner or later. In the small space inside the cotton quilt, white vapor got thicker, making it look like a small chimney. A few sweat drops appeared on Zhao Yanzi's forehead, which meant that her cultivation had entered a higher level. The hair strands close to her forehead were damped with sweat, dripping sweat to the tip of her nose. Hao Ren shot out a thin sword energy and moved sweat drops at the ends of her hair. At the critical moment, even the falling sweat drops could disturb the mind and bring unimaginable consequences. Zhao Yanzi's teeth left red marks on her lower lip, and her shoulders shook constantly. In the moment of breakthrough, the firmness of a cultivator's foundation was very important. However, Zhao Yanzi had spent far less time on cultivation than Hao Ren or Xie Yujia. She had reached top-tier foundation establishment realm with the aid of elixir pills. But to reach a higher realm, she must rely on her own will. Hao Ren watched her anxiously, feeling the time ticking by slowly. Sweat oozed from Zhao Yanzi's skin and spread all over her body from her forehead to neck to shoulders. It seemed like a natural process to reach the core formation realm from the foundation establishment realm, but it wasn't easy to condense the nature essence into a core. Since they were born with dragon cores, the dragon cultivators didn't need to condense golden cores and could naturally reach gen level. However, for human cultivators, they had to compress the nature essence into golden cores which could form their internal cores. If it were an easy process, cultivation wouldn't be going against the laws of nature. Zhao Yanzi's entire body was soaked in sweat as if she were sitting in a steaming pot or a volcano, releasing all the heat from her body. Seeing her covered in sweat, Hao Ren didn't dare to dry it for her since each disturbance at this moment would startle her. All Hao Ren could do was stay with her and prevent anything from disturbing her. If she were careless, and the nature essence deviated from the paths in her body, Hao Ren must act quickly and control the free-flowing nature essence. When he saw that Zhao Yanzi had entered the most important process of core condensation, Hao Ren was more nervous than breaking through himself, and all his distracting thoughts were gone. 4 hours, Hao Ren calculated the time silently. 4 hours was a long time to be just sitting even if one weren't cultivating. Different from the nascent soul realm breakthrough which took 3 to 4 days, the core condensation needed about half a day, but the cultivator must make good preparations for it. Now, Hao Ren found that Zhao Yanzi's frown had disappeared, and she had entered the realm of obliviousness. If she showed any agitation at this moment, it was a sign of trouble. This girl is careless in everyday life, but she succeeds at critical moments, just like how she could always pass the exams with good marks when she worked hard. Hao Ren comforted himself with this thought. Without the noises and distractions of the modern society, Fifth Heaven had more abundant nature essence, which meant that Zhao Yanzi had made a wise decision to break through an ethereal summit. Looking at her peaceful face, Hao Ren wondered if those upsetting incidents were still inside her, giving her obstacles in the breakthrough. However, if she indeed was sensitive to feelings, she should know that her life was happier compared with Duan Yao's and wouldn't mind the past conflicts. It would bring benefits to her cultivation breakthrough. By returning to Sky Mountain sect to break up with her past, Duan Yao was also preparing for her future breakthrough. After saying goodbye to her past, she would have fewer obstacles in her cultivation path. In her breakthrough, Duan Yao must think back to her past. However, after the farewell to her past, the consequences would be minimal. I guess that Su Han has stayed alone because she is afraid of the potential distraction. Hao Ren wondered what he would think on the day of his own breakthrough. Sword. Zhao Yanzi suddenly reached out her hand from the pulled-up quilt. Her slim and white arm reached out with her eyes still tightly shut. With his fingertip, Hao Ren flicked the purple-green treasure sword that was leaning against the bed, and it landed in Zhao Yanzi's hand. All the nature essence in Zhao Yanzi's body circulated for one cycle before being injected into the purple-green treasure sword. While letting out a crisp sound, the body of the sword was surrounded by a flow of visible nature essence, and its sharp body looked vague inside. Zhao Yanzi wants to refine the purple-green treasure sword. Hao Ren was startled after understanding her intention. However, he didn't dare to utter a sound to stop her, or her nature essence would travel in the wrong path. High-level cultivators including the core formation realm cultivators could have their own natal dharma treasures. However, low-tier core formation realm cultivators usually didn't have natal dharma treasures. One reason was that they might fail the refinery process and damage their bodies, and the other reason was that the cultivators at this realm usually didn't have especially good dharma treasures. They wouldn't want to make an ordinary dharma treasure into their natal dharma treasure since it would usually stay with them all their lives. Zhao Yanzi was very bold to try and refine the purple-green treasure sword while she was making a breakthrough. After receiving stimulation from Duan Yao and Xie Yujia, she was trying hard to increase her strength. With her pure water body type and talent, she could control this top-tier sword and had a chance to make it into her natal dharma treasure, but it was quite risky. Hum. The lights around the purple-green sword flashed. Although it wasn't a supreme spiritual treasure, it still needed a powerful cultivator to refine it into a natal dharma treasure. Zhao Yanzi looked calm, and Hao Ren watched her anxiously with sweat popping out on his forehead. The refinery of natal dharma treasures would take twice the time compared to the core formation realm breakthrough. Each second during the breakthrough was risky, and Zhao Yanzi was a bit impatient to try to accomplish all these in one try. The nature essence circulated in Zhao Yanzi's body and then traveled around the body of the sword. It was dangerous to release the nature essence out of the body, let alone the fact that she was at the critical moment of a breakthrough. Hao Ren began to regret letting her re-cultivate. With her personality, Zhao Yanzi should remain a carefree girl, and Zhao Hongyu was probably right about her future. Ding! The purple-green treasure sword let out a crisp sound. Zhao Yanzi lifted the purple-green treasure sword and inserted it into the top of her head. Having turned into a phantom, the purple-green treasure sword was injected into the Beihui acupoint which was on top of Zhao Yanzi's head. Hao Ren held his breath with his heart in his throat. If Zhao Yanzi made any mistake and lost control, the purple-green treasure sword would return to its original state and cut open her head. Despite his higher realm, Hao Ren could do nothing but watch in this situation. The green sword phantom was almost visible from Zhao Yanzi's white face while the tip of the sword entered her neck. Hao Ren inhaled silently, not daring to swallow his saliva, afraid that a tiny sound would make Zhao Yanzi fail. The sword phantom sunk little by little until it disappeared under her shoulder. Zhao Yanzi is too bold, Hao Ren exhaled silently. At the moment of a major breakthrough, it was indeed a good time for one's nature essence to merge into a dharma treasure, making it one's natal dharma treasure. However, if this cultivator failed, he or she would die instantly. If one's realm had reached a certain height, the refinery of a natal dharma treasure might fail, but the failure wouldn't do significant damage to the body. When the purple-green treasure sword entered Zhao Yanzi's body safely, Hao Ren looked down at his hands and saw that they were covered in sweat. Ever since he began cultivating, he hadn't sweated this bunch even when he fought with Taiyi Cave Master. Zhao Yanzi exhaled deeply and opened her eyes. 3 light dots appeared in between her eyebrows, in the middle of her chest, and in the center of her belly. The golden core was finished while 3 acupoints had been unblocked. Tink! The purple-green treasure sword in Zhao Yanzi's body echoed. Exhaling deeply, Hao Ren turned jelly while he placed his hand on his chest. It was a narrow escape. Collapsing on the bed limply, Zhao Yanzi was exhausted. Instead of feeling energetic with the breakthrough and rushing out of the cave abode to yell in ecstasy, Zhao Yanzi felt like all her strength had been sucked out. Hao Ren patted his forehead and leaned over to touch her forehead. With widened eyes, Zhao Yanzi looked at Hao Ren with happiness and satisfaction. Her round shoulders were damped with sweat, looking tempting. There was a faint expectation in her eyes as if she were hoping for something. Hao Ren lowered his head and bit her small lips gently. Exhaling, Zhao Yanzi thought, I wanted him to bring me a glass of water. What's he doing? However, when Hao Ren kissed her, her heart raced. While she tried to hide her body in the quilt shyly, she bit on Hao Ren's tongue with pleasure. With half of his body on the stone bed, Hao Ren's right hand moved slowly from her waist toward her soft and tender belly. Zhao Yanzi's body tensed up like a small fish that was caught. Her eyes widened when she felt Hao Ren's hand going into the damp quilt and reaching for her chest. This time she was naked. The round part was held in his hand, and the most sensitive spot was touched. Zhao Yanzi's shoulder shook, and she sprung to the stone wall behind her like a spring and slapping off Hao Ren's hand with her smooth hand. You are a pervert. Zhao Yanzi glared at Hao Ren with a red face. Hao Ren lowered his head with a smile and slapped his neck several times since he couldn't say anything about it. Zhao Yanzi pulled up the quilt in a hurry and yelled suddenly after taking a glance. Chapter 698. 4 stars in the Big Dipper. What's wrong? Hearing her shriek, Hao Ren turned his head to look inside the quilt. On Zhao Yanzi's white body was a clear green sword extending from her chest to her belly. It looked like a birthmark or a tattoo. Why? Zhao Yanzi touched her belly. When she saw Hao Ren looking into the quilt as well, she immediately pushed against his eyes heavily. Hey! Hao Ren rubbed the spot between his eyebrows to ease the stinging pain, feeling wronged since he had been just showing concern for her. Also, she would become his wife sooner or later. Well, her smooth body began to show curves. Zhao Yanzi pulled the quilt tightly around her and looked at Hao Ren in panic. Having such a mark on my body is disgusting. How can I go swimming with Ling and the others? Will Hao Ren feel disgusted at the sight of my body like this? Zhao Yanzi's face turned red as she thought. When her third uncle mentioned that she could take the opportunity to refine a natal dharma treasure, he didn't say anything about the marks on the body. She wondered if this mark would disappear. The more she thought about it, the more irritated she got, especially when she thought of Xie Yujia's great figure and smooth skin while she had a green mark on her body like a weirdo. It would be better looking if it were Sister Su's slim longsword, but the purple-green treasure sword has a wide body, and it covered a big part of my body. What can I do? She thought to herself. She wanted to summon out the purple-green treasure sword to see if the mark would disappear, but she had just broken through, and she didn't have any nature essence in her to force out her natal dharma treasure. I hate it! I hate it! Zhao Yanzi yelled and then covered her head with the quilt angrily. I would never refine a natal dharma treasure if I knew the result, she thought. Hao Ren froze when he saw her rolling in the quilt. If another cultivator had successfully reached the core formation realm and refined an ultimate dharma treasure into a natal dharma treasure, they would be beyond excited. However, Zhao Yanzi was so resentful of her breakthrough. Anyway, Hao Ren was relieved when he saw that Zhao Yanzi had reached the core formation realm safely. He had accidentally seen Su Han's body and didn't see the mark of her natal dharma treasure on her skin, which meant that the natal dharma treasure wouldn't show on the body this way, or it would eventually shrink into a corner. However, he couldn't comfort Zhao Yanzi with these words. Seeing Zhao Yanzi still curled up in the quilt in frustration, Hao Ren opened the soundproof array formation in the cave and flew out into the valley. It was almost dawn, and pale light shone from a distance. On fifth heaven, there were only day and night. Without the change of seasons or rain and snow, it seemed wonderful but could be boring sometimes. A 5-colored energy sword appeared in his hand. Hao Ren recalled the mystic water sword techniques from his memory and began to practice in the open space of the valley. Right now, he could even bounce up lightly by stepping on green grass. In the misty white light of the dawn, Hao Ren's sword technique looked light and vivacious with a hidden power which could destroy mountains and shake the sky. He was only 4 openings away from reaching Xuan level, but the unlocking of the 4 openings was more difficult than all the work that he had done to unlock all the previous openings. Compared with the human cultivators, it was more difficult for dragon cultivators to reach Qian level and Kun level, which were equivalent to the nascent soul realm. Hao Ren's cultivation in the past had been easy due to the aid of the dragon core. However, as his realm increased, the effects of the dragon core got more insignificant. In this case, he needed to plant a mystic crystal in his body to make the breakthrough. Since Hao Ren cultivated the 5 elements at the same time, he needed several times more nature essence. Without the mystic crystal to compress the nature essence, it was almost impossible to make a breakthrough. Boom! Hao Ren used a sword technique, shaking the array formation slightly and engulfing ethereal summit. In the open fields were all kinds of spiritual herbs, and Xie Yujia separated the top-tier spiritual herbs that were used to nurture the 7-core 5-color lotus with a small fence for special care. She even put a big cover on it, afraid that the playing snow lion cubs would get into the fence and damage the herbs. They still needed several kinds of spiritual herbs to grow the 7-core 5-color lotus. If he couldn't get them in the 9-dragon palace, he would have to venture into the Demon Sea and ask Lady Zhen for help. With 5-colored energy sword in his hand, he swung out his right arm and shot out a strong surge of nature essence. His realm had increased greatly after gaining the immortal physique, but he was still no match for top-tier masters such as Taiyi Cavemaster. If he used the mystic water sword techniques rashly, he probably wouldn't do any serious damage to the Taiyi Cavemaster. Instead, Taiyi Cavemaster might learn the techniques from him. The key was to increase his realm and strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to use the mystic water sword techniques, which was a set of immortal sword techniques. Frustrated, Hao Ren touched the grass with the tip of the sword. While his body flew to the side, he swept the sword across a stretch of grass. Swoosh! The green grass shot out like bullets before sinking into the black cliff. Hao Ren stopped practicing when the snow lion cubs woke up and ran toward him. The night in the valley was cool. Since the snow lion cubs couldn't run up the stairs into Zhao Yanzi or Xie Yujia's caves for the night, they usually slept together in a corner beside the cliff. Seeing them trotting to his side like small balls, Hao Ren thought for a moment and shot out a sword energy, digging out a tunnel with a depth of several meters in the cliff close to the ground. The sword energy in the tunnel exploded, creating many small caves. Hao Ren bent down, picked up a snow lion cub, and tossed it into the cave. It tumbled and fell into the tunnel before crawling into a small cave with a shake of its rump. It was warm in the winter and cool in the summer inside the tunnel, a perfect place for them to stay. Seeing that snow lion entering the tunnel, the other snow lions immediately ran over, and each of them took one small cave. They barked happily for having such good caves. Xie Yujia returned to the valley on her ruyi cloth shakily, and she smiled when she saw Hao Ren opening caves for the snow lions kindly. "How is Z?" When she landed on the meadow, Xie Yujia asked Hao Ren immediately. In fact, when she saw Hao Ren's relaxed expression, she knew that Zhao Yanzi had reached the milestone successfully. However, but she didn't know that Zhao Yanzi had successfully refined the purple-green treasure sword. It was a success. "She's sleeping now," Hao Ren answered. "Good. Z's smart, and I knew that she would be okay." Xie Yujia smiled slightly. Qin Yin sect felt honored when she stayed the night, and the sect master and 2 core formation realm cultivators came to serve her in person. Xie Yujia took the opportunity to ask some questions about cultivation. Thinking that Xie Yujia wanted to quiz them on basic knowledge, they were nervous and told her all the answers they had. After hearing the cultivation experiences of the 3 core formation realm cultivators, Xie Yujia found all the answers to her questions. She was at the Foundation Establishment realm, and the core formation realm cultivators in the 3 small sects were very clear with the key points for the Foundation Establishment realm, and their foundations were very solid. After they were gone, Xie Yujia thought about their words carefully and tried to cultivate. To her surprise, she broke through some of the obstacles and reached top-tier Foundation Establishment realm. For soul formation realm cultivators such as Old Grandma, the progress from mid-tier Foundation Establishment realm to top-tier was insignificant, but it was a huge leap for Xie Yujia. She had asked Su Han questions about cultivation, and Su Han had answered them patiently. However, the cultivation details for the dragon cultivators were different from those of the human cultivators. Although the sect master and the 2 disciples of Clear Sound sect didn't have high realms, they could offer detailed answers to Xie Yujia's questions. It was an unexpected achievement for Xie Yujia to level up in one night. Right now, Hao Ren looked at Xie Yujia and noticed that her realm had increased while her complexion was pinker than before. Bang! The golden shield which had laid on a rock for one night suddenly exploded the rock beneath it and bounced up. After one night of cultivation, it had completely absorbed the treasure soul of the demon-conquering Vajra and the abundant nature essence that it got from 6th heaven. It had solidified its realm and got stronger. The overwhelming golden lights looked like boundless ocean waves when they spread out from ethereal summit. The cultivators in the 3 small sects who had gotten up to do their morning practices suddenly found the nature essence intensity increasing instantly. Seeming to have possessed inexhaustible nature essence, the golden shield spun and swept up huge gales which almost blew up the rocks in the valley. It flew around the valley, trying to find a rival. Swoosh! Its golden light shot into the Little White's cave and landed on Ladder's rump. Roar! Little White jumped up from the cave abruptly and turned into its snow lion form instantly. After one night, it had grown bigger. A level 5 snow lion. The level 10 demonic core was unusually powerful. After digesting it for one night in the quiet ethereal summit, Little White finally absorbed most of the demonic core and advanced to level 5. Little White opened its mouth wide and released red flames from its paws, ready to fight with the golden shield. A level 5 demon beast was equivalent to low-tier nascent soul realm. Little White didn't expect that it would become a level 5 demon beast. After firming its realm, the golden shield still looked black. When it didn't release golden lights, it was as ugly as a big iron plate. When it saw Little White leaping toward it, it shot out a golden light beam which was as thick as a thumb. With a wriggle of its golden tail, Little White brushed the golden light beam away. The space in Ethereal Summit was big enough for the treasure and the beast to fight. However, if they got serious, Little White's body could fill the entire valley while the golden shield could cover the entire mountain. Little White, Xie Yujia looked at the nimble Little White in surprise, not expecting it to reach such a high realm. Right now, Little White could even fight with a top-tier nascent soul realm cultivator. From 5th heaven to 7th heaven, only Jishin, the level 6 demon beast which guarded Sky Mountain sect, had a higher realm than Little White. However, Jishin was now more than 1,000 years old while Little White was only about 200 years old. If the ancestors of Sky Mountain sect had seen such an elevation speed, they would have been shocked. After Little White got to level 5 with the aid of a level 10 demon core, it would be hard for Little White to elevate to a higher level. Thud. The purple-green treasure sword suddenly shot out from Zhao Yanzi's cave. Pale-faced, Zhao Yanzi leapt lightly from the entrance of the cave and stepped onto the purple-green treasure sword. Tianchu, Tianxuan, Tianji, Tianchuan, Zhao Yanzi's crisp voice sounded. The purple-green treasure sword under her feet instantly changed to 4 positions. Then, Zhao Yanzi kicked on the handle of the sword lightly, and the purple-green treasure sword jumped up lightly into her hand. When the sword slashed, starry lights flashed. It looked as if many stars had appeared, and 4 stars were the brightest. Taking out the demonic bow, Xie Yujia shot 4 light arrows toward the 4 stars. With the twitching of Zhao Yanzi's sword tip, the 4 stars changed direction suddenly. Xie Yujia shook her thumb ring slightly, and the light arrows seemed to have heard her instructions and went on. Boom! The valley shook in the morning light. Zhao Yanzi's starry lights were powerful. When Xie Yujia's light arrows shattered, Zhao Yanzi's 4 starry lights were still intact. The Big Dipper constellation scroll was from 7th heaven. It was full of infinite mysteries. In the past when she practiced Tianchu, Tianxuan, and Tianji, she could only use separate sword forms. But after reaching the core formation realm, she could use Tianchuan, thus completing the first set of techniques. She moved her feet, and the sword shot out a string of starry lights with crackling sounds. Although she could only cover a small range, it was still very powerful. Zhao Yanzi could cover the range of 500 meters with the 4 starry lights. When Duan Yao was at low-tier core formation realm, she hadn't been able to refine the purple-green treasure sword into her natal Dharma treasure and couldn't shot out 4 stars. However, Zhao Yanzi was extremely smart and had gained a total understanding of them. Happily, Zhao Yanzi put away the purple-green treasure sword, and it vanished in her palm. In the past, Zhao Yanzi couldn't put the long and wide purple-green treasure sword into her storage space and wasn't able to bring it back. Now that she had refined it into her natal Dharma treasure, she could bring it anywhere she wanted. Xie Yujia was surprised at the power of Zhao Yanzi's sword technique, and more so when she saw the latter had turned the purple-green treasure sword into her natal Dharma treasure. Xie Yujia's demonic bow was an ancient treasure, and she wondered if she could refine it into her natal Dharma treasure as well. But now, she could do nothing but envy Zhao Yanzi. Zhao Yanzi was obviously smug since she had broken through to low-tier core formation realm, obtained a powerful natal Dharma treasure, and even easily broken Xie Yujia's arrows. Hee. I, Zhao Yanzi, am now a master, she thought to herself. Taoist Lingwu from Sky Mountain sect greets Herb King Master. A clear and resonant voice suddenly came from outside the valley. Chapter 699. Begging for forgiveness, Hao Ren looked through the mist and saw Lingwu Master. The latter was wearing a grey Taoist robe with 8 trigram patterns, and he sat on the level 6 snow lion Jishin. While he spoke, he cupped hands and paid respect to Ethereal Summit. Beside Lingwu Master was Duan Yi, Sky Mountain Sect Master, who sat on the level 5 snow lion, Luoya. Behind them were 8 disciples who were riding on level 4 snow lions, including Mo Lianshan, who had been beaten to the Foundation Establishment realm by Hao Ren. Xie Yujia looked at Hao Ren in confusion, and Zhao Yanzi also looked concerned. "Little White!" Hao Ren called out, and Little White, who had reached level 5, immediately transformed into its snow lion form, which was the size of 5 people, and carried Hao Ren on its back. When Hao Ren flew out of the valley, Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujia also followed him out on their Dharma treasures after a moment of consideration. Hovering in the sky outside of Ethereal Summit, Lingwu Master and the others saw Hao Ren coming out of the valley while riding on a snow lion, followed by 2 female cultivators. The female cultivator on the left was stepping on the purple-green treasure sword, an ultimate Dharma treasure of Sky Mountain sect. Hao Ren looked at Lingwu Master and found that the latter, who only had weak nature essence last night, had recovered to the core formation realm. The black-faced Mo Lianshan looked like he recovered a lot even though he wasn't back at the core formation realm yet. "We are sorry that Sky Mountain sect offended Ethereal Summit several times. Today, I've recovered a bit and came to beg for your forgiveness," Lingwu Master said to Hao Ren with a genial expression. "Okay." Hao Ren nodded. The core formation realm cultivators standing behind Lingwu Master saw Zhao Yanzi. They remembered that she was only at the Foundation Establishment realm last night, but it looked like she was now at the core formation realm. It convinced them that Zhao Yanzi had indeed hidden her realm last night. In the cultivation world, it is extraordinary to have a core formation realm female cultivator as a cultivation partner. However, the Herb King Master has several powerful concubines, including Duan Yao and this girl, which shows his status, they thought. Since Duan Yao had declared that she had cut off all ties with Sky Mountain Sky, it was hard for them to gain favor from the Herb King Master. However, it would be great if the Herb King Master forgave Sky Mountain sect for its past offenses. Meanwhile, other core formation realm cultivators were staring at Xie Yujia, who stood on the other side of Hao Ren. This beautiful and virtuous female cultivator looks to be only several years older than the other girl, and the cloud-like flight Dharma treasure under her feet is especially unique, they thought. All the Dharma treasures were made of array formations and materials. However, this soft material could support the weight of one cultivator, showing that it was an extraordinary Dharma treasure with very complex array formations inside. There were some big flight Dharma treasures on 6th heaven. However, most flight Dharma treasures were flying swords, and they could support the weight of 1 to 2 cultivators. This white cloth, which looked like a white cloud, could support the weight of a cultivator with ease, making it an eye-catching treasure. The core formation realm cultivators wondered how many treasures the Herb King Master had. Zhao Yanzi was also envious of Xie Yujia's pretty flight Dharma treasure, but since she had refined the purple-green treasure sword and made it her natal Dharma treasure, she was feeling better now. "I learned that this partner of yours is cultivating the Big Dipper constellation scroll from Sky Mountain sect, so I brought the second half of the scroll." Lingwu Master looked at Hao Ren and continued. Standing on the purple-green treasure sword, Zhao Yanzi blushed at his words. "Who is his partner?" Zhao Yanzi murmured in a low voice but felt sweet inside. "Hee. Good," Hao Ren nodded with a smile. If Lingwu Master only came to apologize with a group of people, it would mean nothing. However, they solved Hao Ren's problem by bringing the second half of the Big Dipper constellation scroll. After reaching the core formation realm and refining the purple-green treasure sword, Zhao Yanzi could now use the first 4 sword techniques in the Big Dipper constellation scroll continuously. However, she had only the first half of the scroll. If she wanted to continue cultivating, they must think of a way to get the second half. Since the second half of the scroll was in Sky Mountain sect, Hao Ren would have to force them to hand the scroll over, but he didn't want to force others. Now that Sky Mountain sect offered the scroll on their own, Hao Ren wouldn't need to mess with Sky Mountain sect again. Hao Ren shot out a sword energy which took the second half of the scroll from Lingwu Master's hand. Sitting on the back of his level 6 snow lion, Lingwu Master was silently amazed by the nimbleness of Hao Ren's invisible sword energy which swept across his palm accurately. "Take a look." Hao Ren tossed it to Zhao Yanzi afterward. Zhao Yanzi caught the scroll and flipped through several pages before smiling at Hao Ren. It was the second half of the Big Dipper constellation scroll that she had wanted. Lingwu Master took the opportunity to observe Zhao Yanzi and found that she was stepping on the purple-green treasure sword. He sighed silently since he knew that this young girl had refined the purple-green treasure sword. Both the purple-green treasure sword and the Big Dipper constellation scroll were the top-tier items that Sky Mountain Sect had prepared for Duan Yao. However, Duan Yao had now left Sky Mountain Sect, and an outsider had taken these two items. Since the sword had been refined into a natal Dharma treasure, it was impossible to take it back even if they wanted to trade it with a lot of treasures. The most humiliating thing for Sky Mountain Sect wasn't that an outsider took their purple-green treasure sword. Instead, it was that they had to offer the second half of the scroll after the first half of the technique had been taken by force. It was like someone offered his right cheek to the enemy who had just slapped his left cheek. They were powerless in this situation. After all, the Herb King Master possessed extreme power, and even his mount was a level 5 snow lion, let alone his possession of a supreme spiritual treasure. Lingwu Master shook his head silently in defeat. Despite all the unfortunate events that had happened to Sky Mountain Sect, he felt fortunate that he could cultivate again and had hopes of returning to the nascent Soul Realm after cultivating in seclusion for a while. There was still the chance that Sky Mountain Sect could go back to its former glory. Sitting on the back of the level 5 snow lion, Luya, Duan Yi looked toward Ethereal Summit that was covered in mist, hoping to see Duan Yao again. However, Duan Yao was now following the powerful Herb King Master, and he couldn't see or ask about her even though she was his daughter. Sky Mountain Sect is thankful for the Herb King Master's generosity. If Master has any errands in the future, Sky Mountain Sect will do its best to help, Lingwu Master said while cupping his hands. Facing the Herb King Master who had almost destroyed Sky Mountain Sect didn't dare to hold any grudges. Instead, it showed its intention of following Ethereal Summit. It seemed humiliating, but it was an act in the interest of Sky Mountain Sect. If they wanted to maintain their status on 6th Heaven, they must attach themselves to Ethereal Summit. Standing behind Duan Yi, Mo Lianshan's face was dark. At the Foundation Establishment Realm, he was the only cultivator among the group whose realm was below the core formation realm. Obviously, he was brought along to beg for forgiveness. However, Hao Ren's gaze swept across his face without any intention to punish him. Stepping on the purple-green treasure sword, Zhao Yanzi glared at him and remembered that she had been chased around by Mo Lianshan. At that time, Mo Lianshan was at the core formation realm and Zhao Yanzi was at the Foundation Establishment realm. However, Zhao Yan was now at the core formation realm while Mo Lianshan was at the Foundation Establishment realm. Their strengths had been completely reversed. If Zhao Yanzi attacked, Mo Lianshan would have to run around the mountains. Things would change, but Mo Lianshan had never imagined that the situation would change so fast. By the way, the emergence of the supreme spiritual treasure last night seemed to have attracted the attention of some masters on 7th Heaven. Lingwu Master continued after a pause of several seconds. Oh! Hao Ren became a little alarmed. There were several soul formation realm cultivators on 7th Heaven. That was why the sects on 6th Heaven couldn't elevate to 7th Heaven easily. To elevate to 7th Heaven, Sky Mountain Sect had accumulated strength for hundreds of years, but all their efforts went to waste due to the incident with Ethereal Summit. If Lingwu Master had remained at the peak nascent soul realm, Sky Mountain Sect might have a chance at moving to 7th Heaven with the help of Jishin. If they had a soul formation realm cultivator, they could surely move up to 7th Heaven. Despite the small number of sects on 7th Heaven, they each had the power which could suppress 6th Heaven and 5th Heaven. The inception of this chapter's publication is linked to N0V3.11N. If they targeted Ethereal Summit, Hao Ren wasn't confident that he could battle with soul formation realm cultivators, especially the ones who were the overlords in their sects. If the Golden Shield messed around on 7th Heaven, the powerful cultivators could potentially capture it easily. After reaching level 2 as a supreme spiritual treasure, the Golden Shield could almost be called the strongest shield in the world, qualified to be a Dharma treasure for a soul formation realm cultivator. Knowing old grandma's personality, Hao Ren knew that she wouldn't mind anything as long as Xie Yujia wasn't hurt, and she wouldn't care if Hao Ren lost his Dharma treasure. Qingfeng Hermit practiced Dharma notes that could change into many forms and thus didn't need Dharma treasures, but it wasn't the case for other soul formation realm cultivators. Okay, I got it. Hao Ren looked calm. The golden shield could run wild on 5th heaven and 6th heaven, and it was time to restrain it. Otherwise, some soul formation realm cultivators on 7th heaven would probably find a reason to take it. Hao Ren still counted on it to block some powerful Qian level and Kun level dragon cultivators, so he wouldn't want it to be taken by the soul formation realm cultivators. Farewell. Lingwu Master turned to 6th heaven with Duan Yi and the 8 disciples. Sky Mountain Sect must attach itself to Ethereal Summit to survive. Hao Ren looked at the sky and realized that it was almost time to return to land. He beckoned at Xie Yujia and called her over to sit beside him. The news that Sky Mountain Sect brought about 7th heaven was very important. Hao Ren had dealings with 5th heaven and 6th heaven, but he had neglected 7th heaven. Whoosh! Seeing that Hao Ren was ready to return to land, the golden shield flew out from Ethereal Summit and followed Hao Ren like a shadow. Boom! Little White circulated its demonic essence and turned golden all over before flying toward 1st heaven. Chapter 700. Shameless Little Shield. Yujia, you can take care of the golden shield while it is on land, Hao Ren said to Xie Yujia while sitting on Little White. Xie Yujia looked at Hao Ren in surprise. The golden shield flew alongside Little White while Zhao Yanzi followed Little White on the purple-green treasure sword to practice her natal Dharma treasure. The white cloth that I gave you can nurture Dharma treasures. You can scrub it when you have time, Hao Ren said. Okay. Xie Yujia took out the Ruyi cloth from her storage ring and beckoned at the golden shield. Swoosh! The golden shield flew over and touched Xie Yujia's palm intimately. After glancing at Hao Ren in surprise, Xie Yujia tried to scrub the surface of the shield carefully. Lying comfortably on Xie Yujia's hand, the golden shield turned vigorously to rub against the Ruyi cloth. Damn! It's as shameless as Little White, Hao Ren thought after seeing Golden Shield's shameless behavior. While some nascent soul realm cultivators hadn't ever seen a supreme spiritual treasure all their lives, Xie Yujia could scrub it as a foundation establishment realm cultivator. If those nascent soul realm cultivators could see this sight, they would be green with envy. The supreme spiritual treasure could strengthen itself by following the super powerful cultivators, and low-level cultivators could also strengthen themselves by being in contact with the supreme spiritual treasure constantly. Cultivating with the supreme spiritual treasure around her, Xie Yujia would increase her cultivation speed by 5 to 6 times. There was the agreement between Hao Ren and the Golden Shield. Hao Ren had to get rid of the black rust for it. The Golden Shield's dark appearance didn't match its current realm and status, which was why it did everything it could to make Xie Yujia scrub the black rust from its body. After all, only a shiny golden appearance could match its status as a celestial treasure. Creak, like an ancient broken tool, the Golden Shield moved around in Xie Yujia's Ruyi cloth. Okay. Just scrub it for a little while each day. It won't be satisfied even if you scrub it for 5 hours without stop, Hao Ren said after taking the Ruyi cloth from Xie Yujia's hand. Seeing the Ruyi cloth leaving Xie Yujia's hand, the Golden Shield followed it to rub against it. Okay. I got it. With a gentle smile, Xie Yujia put the Ruyi cloth into her storage ring. The Golden Shield moved around Xie Yujia anxiously, wanting to scrub one smaller black dot on one corner of its surface, but Xie Yujia had put away the Ruyi cloth already. Hao Ren had agreed to clean its body but didn't set the time for the job. He could finish the job in 5 to 6 days or weeks, so it must stay with Hao Ren if it wanted to become pretty. From now on, you stay with Yujia when you're on the land, Hao Ren said to the Golden Shield, not caring if it understood his words. He would bring the Golden Shield with him to 5th heaven and 6th heaven. But in the meantime, he was afraid that some ignorant and block-headed soul formation realm cultivator would make a move against Xie Yujia. Moving around Xie Yujia, the Golden Shield saw that she had put away the Ruyi cloth, and it couldn't squeeze into her storage ring. Then, it changed into a black button and attached itself onto her collar. You are smart, Hao Ren said with a smile. The supreme spiritual treasures weren't very smart, but they possessed the intelligence of 1 to 2 years old children. Little White, on the other hand, had the intelligence of a 3 to 4 years old child. Except for the fact that it couldn't speak, it was able to think logically. Since Xie Yujia had marks from Qingfeng Hermit and Lady Zhen on her body, the inspectors of the Dragon God Shrine, the soul formation realm cultivators above fifth heaven, and the demon beasts in the demon sea wouldn't dare to make a move against her. With a much higher realm than Xie Yujia, Zhao Yanzi was the princess of the East Ocean Dragon clan and had a top-tier natal dharma treasure and the colorful traditional dress that Lady Zhen gave her. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to mess with her. At this thought, Hao Ren looked back and saw Zhao Yanzi following them happily on the purple-green treasure sword. Suddenly, another thought struck him. With Zhao Yanzi's core formation realm and strong physique, it might be the time to return the dragon core to her. Flying behind them, Zhao Yanzi blushed and gave Hao Ren a stare when she saw him looking back at her. In the early morning when she was in the weakest moment after just reaching the core formation realm, Hao Ren had taken advantage of her. Zhao Yanzi flushed, and her eyes turned fierce. However, deep down in her heart, she wasn't furious and didn't blame him, thinking that it was no big deal to be touched by Hao Ren. Bang! Little White pierced the white clouds and entered the city. After dropping to the land, it tumbled and turned into a golden squirrel that was as big as half a palm before crawling from Xie Yujia's feet to her shoulder. Xie Yujia looked at it in surprise, not expecting Little White to change like this. A level 4 snow lion could turn bigger but couldn't turn smaller. However, a level 5 snow lion could change its size and shape at will. After seeing Luya, the level 5 snow lion, Little White realized that it could turn all its fur into a golden color and even transform into small and nimble animals. Hao Ren pointed out a finger and tapped Little White's nose. Duan Yao had been so proud when she sat on Luya and despised Little White, but now that mortal snow lion had reached level 5 as well. Each demon beast had the bloodline of an ancient godly beast, but the intensity of the godly beast bloodline was different. According to Sky Mountain sect, snow lions could only reach level 6. However, Hao Ren knew that Sky Mountain Sky didn't have the complete transformation scroll, and the nature essence intensity on 6 heaven was far less than that in the demon sea. If Little White could continue cultivating, it had the chance of reaching level 10. Looking at Little White who was jumping around on Xie Yujia's shoulder, Hao Ren wondered how Little White would look at level 10, and how it would look after transformation. Ha! So cute! Seeing Little White turning into a squirrel, Zhao Yanzi reached out to pet its small head. Go back to your class. Seeing Zhao Yanzi having fun, Hao Ren said with a straight face. I got it. Zhao Yanzi glared at Hao Ren. You're pretending to be so strict now, but you did unspeakable things to me at Ethereal Summit. Zhao Yanzi thought to herself as she pouted, picked up Little White, and put it into her pocket before walking toward Ling Jiao Middle School. Hao Ren looked at her and suddenly realized that he had lost authority before her. He was older than her, which allowed him to lecture her like a big brother. But now that Zhao Yanzi placed herself in the position of his wife, he realized that he was losing control over her. Let's go to the class. Xie Yujia touched Hao Ren's wrist. Okay. Hao Ren watched as Zhao Yanzi entered the gate of Ling Jiao Middle School. Then, he gathered his thoughts before entering East Ocean University with Xie Yujia. He's Hao Zhonghua's son. Even the TV stations interviewed the calligraphy club, and it was released in yesterday's news. It said that he is a good friend of Song Qingya. How come I didn't see that before? The origin of this chapter's debut can be traced to N0, V3LB1N. While Hao Ren and Xie Yujia walked on the campus, the people around them began to talk among themselves. After yesterday's club activity, he had become a celebrity of the school. The titles of Hao Zhonghua's son and Song Qingya's good friend were enough for people to gossip about him. Others thought that he had purposefully kept a low profile in the past by speaking nothing about his family background even though his parents' social connections were way more powerful than Huang Zuji's father's. Walking beside Hao Ren, Xie Yujia looked fresh and elegant while Breeze caressed her face. Only such an elegant beauty can match Hao Ren, the students thought. In yesterday's club activity, they had seen that Xie Yujia was very familiar with Hao Ren's parents and grandma with their eyes, and they guessed that her relationship with Hao Ren had been recognized and accepted by Hao Ren's family. Judged from the intimate relationship between Xie Yujia and Hao Ren's parents, other students guessed that her relationship with Hao Ren must be steady, and she must have known Hao Ren's parents for at least half a year. She moved really fast, the girls couldn't help lamenting. Yesterday's club activity brought them great amazement, and they were now admiring Xie Yujia for catching Hao Ren, a perfect boyfriend. All kinds of envy, jealousy, and hatred rose in their hearts. If they had known about Hao Ren's great background earlier, they would have pursued him themselves. They didn't know that Hao Ren and Xie Yujia's families were old acquaintances, and their marriage had been arranged since they were little. Besides, Xie Yujia's family wasn't inferior to Hao Ren's. Hao Ren and Xie Yujia were a perfect match in every perspective. No one in the school could separate them. Even the girls who wanted Hao Ren had to face reality reluctantly. Tap, 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 in a black windbreaker and a pair of white high heels, Su Han walked out of a building in front of them.